𝗵𝘂 was the absolute definition of trash. Though he awakened as a hunter, his pathetic ability was practically a joke. While legendary heroes basked in glory from dungeon raids, our main character could only analyze monster stats. In this brutal leveling system, the weak were destined to perish. Naturally, during a massive livestream, the arrogant Kang Do-cheon showed off his combat skills. To save face, he blamed 𝗚 for a near-death mistake, ruthlessly burying his fist into our hero's gut. "You worthless trash without a single combat trait," the bastard spat, turning his back. But nobody expected the system to glitch. A supposedly low-tier worker ant suddenly mutated into a bloodthirsty beast. Chaos erupted as the raid party scattered in absolute terror. Sprinting for his life, Do-cheon's wicked mind began to scheme. Cursing violently as he dropped his weapon, the cowardly veteran quickly scooped it up, his malicious eyes locked onto 𝗚. Without a second thought, he kicked our protagonist straight toward death. Before fleeing the dungeon, Do-cheon flashed a sickeningly evil smirk. Realizing he was just cannon fodder, 𝗚 ground his teeth in pure blazing fury. "You absolute bastard." Razor-sharp mandibles snapped inches from his face. Staring into the abyss of a monster's maw, a soul-crushing despair washed over him. He pictured his frail mother lying in her hospital bed. Her gentle voice echoed in his mind, shattering his fear. Adrenaline surged as he gripped his broken blade, ready to fight this grotesque raid boss to the bitter end. But before he could unleash his final stand, a terrifying shockwave blasted through the cavern. The sheer pressure forced 𝗚 to his knees. Out of thin air, a breathtaking figure materialized. A mysterious warrior cloaked in crimson red. 𝗚's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief, but the epic sequence was far from over. A second overwhelming aura exploded into the scene, summoning massive magical arrays like an ancient god. The two legendary entities clashed in a symphony of destruction. The F-rank hunter could only watch in awe. The sheer devastation of their heavenly battle tore the very fabric of the dungeon apart. Between earth-shattering strikes, the Crimson Warrior shouted something completely incomprehensible. As the apocalyptic dust finally settled, 𝗚 sat frozen in shock. But before he could process the madness, destiny delivered a second massive plot twist. His foot brushed against a glowing magical artifact, a sleek, ultra-modern smartphone. The screen displayed a completely bizarre system interface. It showed countless mysterious figures with soulless, pitch-black eyes. They were all connected to a bizarre app called GodTube. Fast forward 3 days later, the scene shifts completely. Sunlight pierced through the forest canopy outside the gate. The surviving raid members collapsed onto the grass, gasping for air like dying fish. Do-cheon spat on the ground, his face twisted in pure rage. "What kind of cursed luck is this?" he roared. A high-tier mutant inside a garbage C+ rank dungeon, but his pathetic party members just worshipped him. "We only survived thanks to your brilliant strategy, sir. Sacrificing that F-rank trash was the perfect move." As expected from an elite B-rank veteran, the arrogant bastard's ego inflated instantly. "That is exactly why our guild is named Ultimate Raid," he bragged. "A true professional always prepares emergency cannon fodder." For moments exactly like this, suddenly, a chilling presence materialized right behind him. "Kang Do-cheon, you absolute dog." The veteran's blood ran cold. He whipped his head around, stammering, "How the hell are you?" Boom! 𝗚's fist launched forward like a bullet. However, a B-rank's reflexes were no joke. Do-cheon viciously deflected the strike with a heavy elbow. He instantly countered, smashing his knuckles into 𝗚's face. "Did you forget your place in this leveling system?" he mocked. "You are nothing but pathetic F-rank garbage. I have no idea how you escaped the Reaper, but playtime is over." Blood violently exploded from our main character's mouth. Do-cheon loomed over him with a demonic, predatory grin. "Honestly, finding a new video editor is such a drag." Wiping his bloody lip, 𝗚 glared back with unyielding defiance. "Are you out of your mind? Work for the psycho who just tried to murder me." Unfazed, the arrogant hunter leaned heavily onto 𝗚's injured shoulder. "Need I remind you, you were the pathetic worm begging on your knees, crying about needing dungeon raid money to cure your dying sister. I granted you that golden ticket out of pure generosity. Do not test my patience, insect. You owe me your miserable life, so know your place." Disgust flashing in his eyes, 𝗚 violently swatted the hunter's arm away. His gaze was burning with an unbreakable will. "If you play dirty, I will play deadlier. That is my new creed, because you are the lowest scum on earth." He pulled out a hidden recording device. "Let us see if this system bug works. I recorded your entire little betrayal. Can you imagine the massive internet meltdown if I leak this footage?" Hearing the threat, Do-cheon just dramatically rolled his eyes. "You idiot. I could erase your existence right here, right now." 𝗚's voice trembled, but his aura never wavered. "Do it. I might die today, but you will rot in a dungeon cell and lose your precious hunter status forever. So, what is your move? Care to gamble?" he challenged. But the B-rank veteran did not even flinch. Instead, a truly sinister shadow crossed his face. "Listen carefully, 𝗵𝘂. If that file sees the light of day, I guarantee your precious little sister will suffer a fate worse than death." The threat struck 𝗚 like a physical blow, silencing him instantly. Turning his back, Do-cheon barked at his lackeys. "Pack it up, boys. Time to hunt for a new editor. Stop standing around like idiots and move." Glaring daggers at the fading silhouette, 𝗚 ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. "If you even breathe near my sister, I will show you what true hell looks like." The scene transitions to a cramped, dimly lit bedroom. 𝗚 sat hunched at his desk, analyzing his ultimate loot, the mysterious divine smartphone he had picked up in the raid. "A streaming channel for absolute gods," he muttered. Earth had basic video platforms where mortals uploaded trash clips, but out of millions of digital creators. The top-tier content always belonged to elite hunters. Yet, on this bizarre app, a user named the 𝗚𝗚𝗃𝗃 had commented, "Just looted a legendary divine sword from a Facebook giveaway. Going to test its critical damage on 𝗚cifer himself." And right below that, a massive reply thread from a user named Odin. The comment section was a literal gathering of mythological titans. Legendary heroes, ancient gods, and celestial beings were casually chatting. A cold sweat rolled down 𝗚ci's face as the insane reality set in. Are these supreme beings actually running a streaming network? His mind flashed back to the breathtaking Crimson Warrior in the dungeon. Just what kind of overpowered existence was that guy? And why on earth did destiny drop this artifact into my hands? His brain struggled to process the immense world-building logic. But wait, if these mythical entities are truly broadcasting content, a thrilling realization escaped his lips. They must have hundreds of millions of desperate subscribers. Driven by pure gamer instinct, his fingers hovered over the screen. Let us check the system interface. It seems safe enough. What is the worst that could happen from a single click? Right next to a divine thumbnail, he smashed the glowing red subscribe button. Ding! A holographic system notification instantly materialized. It commanded him to observe and absorb the ultimate knowledge. 𝗚ci's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull at the hidden class notification. The blue window flared. "You have successfully subscribed to Julian's channel." Another golden alert chimed. "Subscription reward granted. Acquired supreme insight." His brain completely short-circuited at the sheer absurdity. An S+ rank skill. He gasped, struggling to breathe. S+ was a mythical tier, an absolute legend that defied the leveling system. Only the 13 legendary heroes who had defeated the Demon King were rumored to possess such heaven-defying abilities, and I just unlocked top-tier power by clicking a single subscribe button. Trembling, he held up his hands, searching for a surge of magic. This has to be a system error. It is completely impossible. If this god-tier awakening is real, my mana core should be exploding right now. Yet, his physical body felt exactly the same. Wait, is this a passive buff? Does it only maximize my analytical stats and battle intelligence? If it is purely a mental evolution, the power jump would not show instantly. Before he could finish his thought, a terrifying video recommendation popped up. It was uploaded by someone called the Black Queen. Special 10,000 subscriber event. I am offering a free, exclusive tutorial on how to completely annihilate Zeus's heavenly temple. Seeing the video, he slammed that red subscribe button. Instantly, a cascade of system alerts flooded his vision. New SS rank power acquired. Reading those impossible letters, his fist slammed down, shattering his device in pure shock. An SS rank, staring at the mechanical ruins beneath his hand, his reality crumbled. Did he just awaken a legendary SS rank trait? The system window chimed again, announcing a surge in proficiency. 𝗚ciھ sat frozen on his bed, eyes glued to the glowing screen. Heavens above, an SS rank trait just for subscribing? He clutched his hair in disbelief. What kind of godly platform was this? But the crazy ride had just begun. Even his frantic overthinking boosted his S+ insight by 0.1%. He bit his lip, calculating. I need to hit 100%. Only then could he unlock the Hercules personal training trait. Without hesitation, he hit play, and the digital projection flared to life. A digital crowd gasped in awe as a colossal stone pillar was effortlessly hoisted into the sky. The muscular giant roared with blinding passion. What a magnificent leg workout. In a heartbeat, the behemoth stood straight, sending seismic shockwaves through the very earth. He thrust the monolith skyward, radiating an absolutely monstrous aura. Pure madness. 𝗚ciھ watched with his jaw practically hitting the floor. Terrified by this overwhelming display, his trembling finger frantically mashed the unsubscribe button. How could any human survive that training? No wonder this maniac only had one subscriber, but the system's next message hit him like an absolute avalanche. Unsubscribe failed. The mountain of muscle seemed to stare right through the screen, flashing a predator's grin. Hey there, scrawny kid. You can log in anytime, but you can never, ever leave. 𝗚ciھ frantically spammed the screen, but the ironclad error message remained. He was completely trapped in this nightmare. I am locked in? The giant flexed his massive biceps through the pixelated screen. See you tomorrow for training. Just then, his phone buzzed with a caller ID. Absolute scumbag. Who dared to call him now? Seeing the name, a vein popped on his forehead. Why was this parasite crawling back? He answered with pure venom. What do you want? Do-cheon chuckled darkly through the receiver. Oh, you actually picked up? Thought you blocked me. 𝗚ciھ forced his raging aura down, hissing out, I said, what do you want? The arrogant snake sneered. You have nowhere else to run, right? 𝗚ciھ snapped back, his patience snapping. Did you call just to mock my downfall? Do-cheon exhaled loudly. Look, I just want to make a deal. Deal my foot, 𝗚ciھ spat back mercilessly. The bastard maintained his slimy, condescending tone. Oh, do not be so hostile. We were such a legendary team back in the day. 𝗚ciھ's icy glare could have frozen the phone. Cut the trash and speak. My time is precious. The sheer disrespect made Do-cheon grit his teeth in silent fury. You cocky brat. Swallowing his pride, the streamer finally dropped the bomb. 𝗚ci Group wants a collaboration stream. Are you ready to crawl back to the industry? 𝗚ciھ's eyes widened in genuine shock. 𝗚ci Group, the absolute apex predator of Korea's financial world, rumor had it their golden granddaughter just awakened 2 mythical S-rank hunter traits. They're definitely invading the dungeon raiding industry. Meanwhile, Do-cheon kept blabbering on. I bet the corporate suits just want to expand their media empire. They want a taste of the Hunter streaming world. It is the almighty SH group. What do you say? Siwoo's answer was absolute zero. Not a chance. Panicking, the scumbag threw out a massive bribe. Fine, I will pay you 5,000 per raid video. Siwoo's breath hitched. 5,000? Knowing his former partner's greed, Do-cheon smirked triumphantly. Does that change your stubborn mind? Yet Siwoo's voice remained like unbreakable steel. Still no. Do-cheon's facade shattered completely. Are you insane? That is 10 times your old rate. It is a flawless win-win. Name your absolute price. Without missing a beat, he dropped the hammer. 50,000. Do-cheon choked on his own spit. 50,000? Have you lost your damn mind? Do you think a background analyst is worth that much? Cold sweat dripped down Do-cheon's neck. Did this monster figure out the massive corporate payout? Ding. Insight proficiency leveled up. Catching the system prompt, a predatory smirk crept onto Siwoo's face. Let me guess why the elites chose you. Why did they pick a glorified streamer over actual S-rank guild masters? Do-cheon flinched physically. You. Guess why? Siwoo's voice dripped with absolute certainty. Simple. The golden child awakened 2 S-rank traits. Chairman Han Tae-san is no fool. He wants his precious heir to master the absolute basics before hitting the front lines. And what is the ultimate foundation for any awakened hunter? Flawless monster subjugation tactics. The only reason your flashy channel boasts 270,000 subscribers is my god-tier dungeon analysis. The chairman did not buy your worthless charisma. He bought my strategic genius. Do-cheon's face drained of all color, totally cornered. But 50,000 is just extortion. Siwoo's aura turned instantly hostile. Deal or no deal? The streamer ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, trapped in an impossible dilemma. Siwoo ready to hang up. If your pockets are too shallow, go beg someone else. Fast forward to the next morning, the dense mana of a B-rank dungeon swirled around them, locking eyes with his former boss. Siwoo's brows furrowed in pure irritation. Where is the rest of my deposit? Already pushed to his limit, Do-cheon barked back like a rabid dog. I swore on my system contract I will pay after the raid. Seriously, where is this 𝗗𝗍 princess anyway? Suddenly, the heavy cavern doors echoed with an elegant footfall, forcing both men to snap their heads around. Emerging from the dungeon's shadows was an absolute goddess. I am 𝗗𝗍, joining today's subjugation force. Let us clear this. For a split second, Siwoo's calculating heart actually skipped a beat. His tactical mind blanked. This celestial being was the corporate heir. Her devastatingly beautiful but fiercely proud aura snapped him back to harsh reality. A noble like her resides in a completely different world. A cynical smirk crossed his face. Who cares about romance? As long as that massive paycheck clears, I will play my part flawlessly. But the pleasantries died instantly. Looming in the cavern's depths was an absolute nightmare, radiating the suffocating dark mana of a true B-rank boss. Weapons were drawn. The colossal shadow materialized into the legendary Black Minotaur. Sensing the camera rolling, Do-cheon puffed out his chest to steal the spotlight. Behold, that beast is classified as an elite B+ threat. Do not be fooled by its tier. Its demonic regeneration borders on absolute immortality. Strike blindly and it will become your tomb. He theatrically spouted the exact weakness strategy Siwoo had secretly spoon-fed him hours ago. To conquer this Minotaur, you must pierce its blackened heart and completely sever its head before the healing factor kicks in. But before the pathetic streamer could finish his script, 𝗍 had already exploded into motion. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she blasted forward, her blazing eyes completely devoid of mortal fear. She was an unstoppable force of battle intent. Gripping her glowing blade, the golden heir defied gravity, leaping higher than the colossal beast in a masterclass of combat perfection. The monster froze in absolute shock. It had zero time to react to the attack. The blade pierced straight through its massive heart, but Cheryl was not finished yet. She drove her weapon even deeper into its chest. With a vicious twist, she ripped the bloody blade out. In one fluid motion, the black troll's head went flying. She gracefully dodged the fountain of dark blood. The two men could only watch the gruesome scene in stunned silence. They were completely speechless at her overwhelming strength, yet she simply brushed it off, muttering that it was too easy. Instantly, Do-cheon switched into kiss-up mode. He erupted into exaggerated laughter, flattering her ability to easily destroy the mob. Just as expected of an S-rank hunter in this Manhwa story, he cheered. But Cheryl merely shot the coward a freezing glare. Her blood-soaked artifact was still raised high, dripping with menace. Are you seriously trying to flatter me? She scoffed with a chilling smirk. Meanwhile, Siwoo silently analyzed the battlefield. He noticed a sinister, dark aura radiating outward. He could not help but wonder about the true nature of that sword. Finally, he could not hold back his burning curiosity. Is that the legendary Outland weapon I have heard about? Exactly how much did it cost? In their leveling system, Outland gear was considered the absolute peak of artifacts. Cheryl casually estimated the astronomical price tag, roughly 20 billion won. Do-cheon practically choked on his own spit in pure terror. But Siwoo's eyes instantly sparkled like hidden treasure. 20 billion won? However, the S-rank rookie was still entirely unsatisfied. I cannot master this weapon's stats with just one measly troll. Her eyes burned with an intense battle lust. Let us dive deeper into the dungeon abyss. And so, the raiding party ventured further into the shadows. They navigated the twisting, narrow paths of the perilous domain. 1 hour later, the battlefield was utterly painted red. The dark blood of black trolls pooled beneath Cheryl's heavy boots. Only then did a satisfied smirk cross her beautiful face. I think my body finally remembers the rhythm of combat. It looks like we cleared out all the hidden mobs. Shall we wrap up this raid and head back to safety? Suddenly, Do-cheon slithered out from the dark corners. He grabbed her hands and bowed deeply, like a loyal servant. You were absolutely magnificent. But internally, his greedy mind was spinning with selfish calculations. He thought riding the coattails of an 𝗚liche guild hunter was his golden ticket. Yet he achieved absolutely 0 merit points. To make matters worse, that bastard 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃 was going to snatch his 50 million won. Meanwhile, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃 easily saw right through the cowardly rat's pathetic schemes. One simple glance was enough to read the fool's mind. Let him throw his little tantrum, the main character thought. But just as the party turned to leave the instance, the very air inside the dungeon began to violently warp and shudder. Cheryl froze in sheer panic, wondering what was happening. Do-cheon, however, practically drooled with hidden delight. This was his lucky break to leech more experience. Judging by that monstrous pressure, it had to be an elite, high-level mob. But our main character's keen instincts screamed a vastly different story. No, he realized with a sinking heart. This is not just some high-level monster. The sheer scale of its terrifying aura and hideous form defied all basic dungeon logic. The system's hidden truth clicked instantly in 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃's mind. This was the dungeon's hidden boss monster. Its sudden, wrathful descent completely shattered their peaceful exit. In a fraction of a second, the atmosphere shifted from sweet victory to absolute despair. A chilling premonition washed over Cheryl's heightened senses. Yet, her eyes blazed with the stubborn pride of a hunter. She bravely stood her ground against the towering giant. But this boss monster radiated an overwhelming, suffocating dominance. Next to this behemoth, her raw power felt completely insignificant. Do-cheon had desperately wanted to steal the spotlight and play the hero, but reality hit him like a brutal freight train. If even the mighty Cheryl was being pushed back, they were doomed. The coward's grand illusions of leveling up shattered instantly. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he abandoned his party. He spun on his heels and bolted for the exit. Screw this, I need to survive, he screamed in terror. But the boss monster's eyes burned with apocalyptic fury. Emitting a heaven-shaking roar, it charged forward like a massive juggernaut. The sheer force of its brutal tackle sent the S-rank girl flying. She crashed violently into the cold, hard dungeon floor. And that was merely the opening act of its bloody rampage. The beast relentlessly unleashed devastating long-range strikes. Lethal shockwaves tore fiercely through the cavern. It mercilessly targeted the backs of anyone foolish enough to flee the boss room. The battlefield had morphed into a literal slaughterhouse. Do-cheon, a pathetic rat who valued his own life over any treasure, kept sprinting. He ran blindly, completely ignoring his bleeding party members behind him. As the jaws of death closed in, only one thought consumed his selfish mind. To hell with the 𝗚liche guild and that S-rank girl. I am the only one who matters right now. Do-cheon pushed his legs to their absolute limits, cursing his twisted fate. I absolutely cannot die in a miserable place like this. He desperately tried to outrun the Grim Reaper's scythe, but suddenly, a paralyzing chill crawled all the way up his spine. His survival instincts screamed that a fatal strike was locked directly onto him. He slowly turned his trembling head to face the horror. The colossal boss monster was already looming directly over him. Its razor-sharp claws were raised high, promising instant obliteration. All the color instantly drained from the coward's terrified face. His knees buckled as he violently shook in pure despair, whimpering that he was doomed. But in a shocking twist of Manhwa story fate, the very girl he abandoned lunged forward to intercept the deadly blow. Sadly, her heroic defense was destined to crumble entirely. The power gap in their system stats was simply too massive. From the very beginning, she was never a match for this dungeon anomaly. The beast's overwhelming strength easily broke her guard. Each collision only added more bloody gashes to her battered body. With a sickening crunch, she was swatted away like a broken doll. Stripped of her combat momentum, resistance became utterly impossible. Her vision blurred as she plummeted heavily into the cold dirt. The Reaper's scythe had finally reached her delicate neck. Seeing its prey fully defenseless, the boss monster seized the moment. It raised its massive fists for a brutal execution strike. Time seemed to crawl as alarms blared deep inside Cheryl's mind. Her unyielding hunter instinct screamed a single, desperate command. I have to evade. Pushing past her absolute physical limits, she miraculously propelled herself upward. The beast's catastrophic punch smashed the earth where she just lay. Escaping death by a mere millimeter, she swiftly slipped into its blind spot. But the horrific monster was terrifyingly intelligent. Its demonic eyes gleamed, completely predicting her tactical maneuver. Blinded by desperation, the rookie S-rank failed to notice the deadly trap. She stubbornly prepared another desperate assault, missing the creature's mocking glare. It was projecting an ominous aura of absolute doom. A momentary wave of hesitation paralyzed the young warrior, before her scattered senses could properly process the fatal danger. The distance between her frail body and its apocalyptic fist vanished entirely. Death was literally inches away from claiming her soul. The colossal muscles of the monster expanded as it delivered a meteoric hook. The devastating attack tore through the air directly toward her face. Despite the crushing despair, she stubbornly refused to surrender to the dark abyss. She desperately clung to a tiny, fractured sliver of hope, but the dungeon boss possessed zero mercy in its dark code. It was programmed to systematically obliterate every living soul. In a frenzy of bloodlust, it rained down consecutive, berserk strikes upon her. Swallowed by terrifying agony, she parried with her indomitable hunter's willpower. But watching this brutal massacre unfold, reality struck our main character hard. A grim notification popped up in 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃's tactical mind. With their current stats, clearing this boss was mathematically impossible. It did not matter that 𝗵𝗄𝗸𝗲 held the illustrious S-rank title. At her core, she was still just an unawakened newbie, lacking vital battle experience. The system's power discrepancy between them was vastly insurmountable. This towering creature defied the very laws of their reality. They were facing a guaranteed total party wipeout. Suddenly, the gargantuan beast snapped its bloodshot gaze directly onto Siwoo. The monster's suffocating killing intent locked onto him in a flash. In that heart-stopping second, the protagonist's mind raced through survival scenarios. The most logical system choice was to abandon the girl and escape into the shadows. If he stayed, his health points would undoubtedly drop to absolute zero. It would be a miserably tragic ending to his newly awakened life. However, our resilient main character was cut from a completely different cloth. He firmly believed there had to be a hidden quest route to save them. He had to place his faith in his mysterious double S-rank GodTube power, a supreme ability whose true cosmic ranking remained completely unmeasured. Just as he prepared to activate his secret skill, a blurry figure bolted past him. The sudden, chaotic movement shattered his deep tactical concentration. It was the filthy traitor, Do-cheon, sprinting like a terrified cockroach. He was fiercely abandoning the brave girl who just spilled blood to protect his worthless life. Disgust and utter disbelief washed over Siwoo's expressive face. How could a registered hunter act this incredibly spineless? Meanwhile, the fleeing coward was mentally shifting all the blame. He cursed Siwoo, framing this catastrophic dungeon break on the boy's supposedly useless investigation. Just rot in hell, Siwoo. The rat thought bitterly as he watched the boy freeze. No one could decipher the complex calculations running through the protagonist's mind. His face had drained completely of color in that terrifying moment. His trembling eyes mirrored the hollow dread of a doomed soul facing a game over. The sheer magnitude of the boss monster's aura was completely paralyzing, yet the battered S-rank hero still stubbornly raised her heavy sword. She had no idea that a dark truth was echoing in Siwoo's consciousness. A glowing, terrifying system error flashed, whispering that victory was utterly impossible. Every single human instinct violently screamed at him to abort the mission, run away, or face a pathetic, bloody game over screen right here. The tension in the air was razor-sharp and absolutely suffocating. But shattering all expectations, he suddenly exploded forward into the extreme danger zone. His fierce battle cry ripped through the chaotic dungeon atmosphere. He roared at the top of his lungs to snap her out of pure despair. Money and guild threats? None of that absolute garbage matters if we become monster food today. But standing before the massive boss Joe, who practically controlled the entire battlefield, if he abandoned 𝗵𝗄𝗸𝗲 right here and ran away, ignoring how desperately she had fought, then Siwoo would be absolutely no different from that human trash, Dorian, the coward who abandoned him out of pure selfishness and fear. Even the monstrous boss Joe paused in sudden surprise, because this mere mortal was blocking its terrifying attack head-on. But Charon was the most shocked of all. Her mind spun with absolute, paralyzing disbelief. He actually blocked that catastrophic strike? Who on earth is this guy? She wondered, staring blankly at his broad back. Suddenly, Siwoo's entire body erupted with an overwhelming, godlike aura. He marched straight toward the colossal beast. Then, he abruptly stopped. He lowered his head, steadying his breath for the ultimate showdown. In that exact moment, it was as if he had fully awakened the legendary power of the queen. His hidden stats seemed to completely shatter their limits. In a sudden fit of rage, Boss Joe smashed its massive fist into the dungeon wall, but in a split second, it pulled back, clenching its giant hand for a deadly counterattack. The monster redirected its overwhelming killing intent towards Siwoo. Knowing this, our main character didn't even flinch. Instead, he met the catastrophic punch head-on, facing an impact loaded with pure destruction. It was a strike meant to obliterate its enemy. Yet, he stood his ground like an unbreakable mountain. This terrifying resilience forced even the raid boss to view Siwoo as a true, deadly threat. His combat intuition screamed that the perfect opening had arrived. Now is the time. Charon instantly read his battle flow, channeling every ounce of her mana into her supreme skills. Just like before, she launched herself high into the air, preparing a devastating ambush from its blind spot. The monster's brutal expression suddenly froze in pure dread, utterly clueless about her lethal approach. With a perfect strike, her blade easily pierced right through its monster's heart, a flawless critical hit, just like her past victories. But she wasn't done yet. Charon pushed her agility stats to the absolute maximum. She sprinted up the monster's colossal body at godlike speed, executing a breathtaking aerial flip before landing perfectly on the dungeon floor. Finally, Charon tightened her grip on her glowing weapon. She dashed forward to deliver the ultimate execution skill. In one fluid motion, she was ready to sever Boss Joe's head using her magnificent legendary-grade sword. Thanks to their flawless team synergy, they had completely reversed this desperate death game. Yet, a chilling system warning flashed in Siwoo's mind. Is it really over? His S+ rank insight skill violently triggered. Something is horribly wrong. High-tier bosses often possess a hidden Phase 2 transformation. A deadly evolution was about to happen, and this monster was no exception. A terrifying premonition crashed into his mind like lightning. Dodge it now, he roared at the top of his lungs. But the warning came a second too late. The beast had caught her. No. If 𝗵𝗄𝗸𝗲𝗲 dies here, this raid is doomed. Despair washed over him as his low stats held him back. But wait, if the exclusive system traits he received were real, even if they were just level 1 abilities right now, if this was truly his awakened power, Siwoo could definitely buy some crucial seconds. Refusing to yield, he charged forward, desperately prying at the monster's crushing grip. Seeing a weak player risk his life like this, Charon's heart shattered, trembling violently. She cried out, "Hurry up and run away." But Siwoo completely ignored her, commanding her to aim for its heart. Inspired by his insane courage, the trapped warrior forced her aura to explode, fighting violently against the beast's absolute control. Boss Joe, frustrated by her explosive mana resistance, carelessly loosened its monstrous grip. Charon's eyes immediately blazed with her signature, unyielding resolve. "I understand your plan," she responded with burning determination. Channeling her ultimate agility, she leaped high toward the terrifying dungeon ceiling. Ready for a frontal assault, Siwoo stood his ground, roaring his support. "Just trust my strategy and strike." Now, the boss was forced to defend against two relentless players at once. The mutant boss began to lose its terrifying patience. Its demonic eyes darkened into a pitch-black abyss, signaling a catastrophic berserker rage. Siwoo's arrogant defiance was driving the boss absolutely insane with anger. Hellfire literally blazed within the beast's giant pupils. Seeing this deadly aggro, Siwoo simply flashed a fearless smirk. He locked his arms around the monster's limb with ironclad strength. He was putting everything on the line to draw the boss's complete attention, so that Chiron could enter the perfect attack range undetected. Every single one of her hyperspeed movements left a devastating sword trail. The creature roared in pure, agonizing pain. Still, the brilliant swordswoman maintained flawless tactical spacing. She waited patiently for that one microscopic opening to strike. And finally, she drove her glowing blade deep into the boss's secondary heart. Blood erupted like a geyser. "I can hold its aggro for exactly 0.5 more seconds," Siwoo calculated. There was absolutely no time for a detailed strategy briefing. He desperately shouted the boss's hidden weakness to his party member. "The boss has two hearts." Her completely shocked expression caught him utterly off guard. He honestly believed her high-level hunter instincts would have detected it automatically. After all, crushing that hidden core was the absolute only way to clear this nightmare tier raid and survive. But meeting her blazing, determined gaze erased all of his doubts instantly. No, she needs to awaken her own combat intuition, he realized. She had to sense that final fatal weak point herself. Only by tapping into her ultimate sixth sense could she find the perfect strike zone. It was the only way she could truly conquer this boss room and deliver the legendary finishing blow. And this time, she gambled absolutely everything on her awakened hunter instincts. As the monster's HP bar finally plummeted to the critical red zone, Siwoo activated his own explosive movement skill. "Your reign ends right now." His entire being was instantly engulfed in a storm of suffocating, blood-red aura. "Just die already," he roared, channeling every last drop of his mana into a single, world-shattering punch. A temporary system buff had pushed his stats beyond mortal limits. Now, he was clashing head-on with the raid boss. The monster's eyes suddenly lost their terrifying killing intent from before. It stared blankly as the main character became a meteor of pure destruction. In a fraction of a second, his fist delivered the impact of a massive earthquake, completely obliterating everything in its path. The system clear notification finally echoed. The hellish boss battle was officially over. The dungeon air continued to violently tremble from the aftershock. Witnessing this impossible feat, Charon was paralyzed with absolute awe. "We actually cleared it. We won," she thought. Suddenly, out from the thick dust cloud of the destroyed dungeon, Siwoo stumbled forward, his body completely bathed in crimson blood. The horrifying sight made her scream out his name in pure terror. But for our hero, his vision was already fading into pitch-black darkness. His heavy footsteps wobbled uncontrollably. His stamina bar had completely hit zero, entirely draining his life force. He collapsed into a deep, death-like faint. Meanwhile, a shell-shocked Charon could only ask the empty air, "Who in the world is this guy?" An unknown amount of time passed before he slowly regained consciousness. His heavy eyelids fluttered open to an incredibly unfamiliar white ceiling. Blinking through the blurriness, Siwoo slowly pieced together his location. "A hospital room?" he muttered, utterly confused by the sudden scene change. While his brain was still rebooting from the raid, a soft, unexpected voice suddenly echoed. "Excuse me." Her sudden materialization right next to his bed was more than enough to make Siwoo jump out of his skin. "Han Charon, what the heck are you doing here?" he shouted in shock. He stared at her like he was seeing a ghost. She simply pointed with a deadpan expression. "Can't you see the IV drip attached to you? I had to carry your unconscious body to the guild hospital. You took massive critical damage during that raid. Every single muscle fiber was torn to shreds, and your ribs were completely shattered. So, how is your HP feeling right now?" But medical reports were the absolute last thing on his mind right now. His only panic thought was, she's sitting way too close. Charon's intense, unblinking stare locked onto his face, making the usually clever Siwoo completely choke on his words. He couldn't formulate a single sentence to save his life. And then, without any warning, she gently placed her soft hand on his forehead. A jolt of pure electricity violently shot through his entire system. His HP might be low, but his face was instantly burning a bright tomato red. Siwoo froze completely solid, totally paralyzed by the sudden physical contact. He helplessly let her check his temperature, instantly turning the hospital room atmosphere dangerously romantic. Right now, his trembling pupils could only focus on one single image. The beautiful S-rank hunter meticulously nursing him back to health. "Your temperature is slightly elevated," she whispered softly. "Come to think of it, we survived a deadly boss room together, but skipped introductions. What is your name?" "My name is Siwoo." But the moment the words left his mouth, a giant question mark popped into his head. "Wait a minute, didn't she already know my identity?" he questioned internally. She definitely had to fill out his hunter registration paperwork when admitting him to this hospital, right? But, by some absolute miracle, Cheryl seemed to pierce right through my thoughts. she calmly replied. I need to verify it myself. What on earth? Did she just read my mind or something? Rumor has it her S-rank trait is the sixth sense, so it is not some cheat-like ability. You must be exhausted from just waking up, but I want to make you an offer. Everything was unfolding so fast, it felt completely unreal. An offer? I asked. Exactly. She stared straight into my eyes and dropped the bomb. Do you want to join my party? Your party? Is it because I clashed with Chul? What do you think about a base salary of 1 billion won? Wait, 1 billion won? Furthermore, we will split the boss monster loot based on your raid contribution. This was absolute madness. 1 billion won salary, plus guaranteed monster drops, and I heard your younger sister suffers from a mana blood disease. She was transferred to our guild hospital, right? We will provide your sister with premium, free of charge care at the 𝗚liche Guild Medical Center. Cheryl's sudden appearance and this overwhelming proposal at this exact moment truly brought too many shocking variables. My hunter's instinct flared up, and my gaze turned razor-sharp with caution. If you are waiting this tensely, what exactly must I do to prove my worth for that price? Hearing that, Cheryl instantly laid out the quest. I want you to create counter-strategies for every boss monster I plan to hunt. Night finally fell. In the chilling silence of the hospital room, I was entirely alone. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Should I have accepted that offer? Back there, I had responded without a shred of hesitation. I want to decline your proposal. I understand, but if you ever change your mind, let me know. I still owe you my life. Therefore, I will repay that debt by covering your sister's medical bills. I muttered to myself. No, I have to trust in the absolute power of the GodTube system. With my S+ rank insight and my SS rank super strength. Wait, the GodTube platform actually hosts channels run by divine beings. With this system, making an S-rank hunter look like a mere side character is completely possible. There is no need to chain myself down by accepting her guild offer. Besides, I must find a cure for my sister's critical illness at all costs. My little sister, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄. Back then, she was caught in a catastrophic dungeon break, cursing her with an incurable mana blood disease. Currently, modern medicine has no cure for this affliction. They can only suppress the symptoms. But with GodTube, if I can absorb the traits of the gods, I can absolutely cure her. However, the alchemy materials required for divine healing are astronomically expensive. Since it is such a rare affliction, I swore to myself I would amass a mountain of wealth. Anyway, let us wrap up editing this video worth 50 million won. I was deep in thought, lost in the flow of the system interface while reviewing the footage. Suddenly, a specific frame made my eyes widen in pure shock. It was the exact moment Cheryl appraised the blade in her hand, estimating its value at 2 billion won. A brilliant idea struck me like lightning. What if I crafted high-tier equipment and sold it on the hunter market? I could rake in billions of won instantly. But I only had one subscription ticket left. If I wanted to subscribe to another channel, I had to upgrade to a premium membership, and that cost 1 million won. There was only one logical answer. The only way to forge legendary weapons was to learn the max level 99 alchemy. Hephaestus' legendary hammer stolen from Thor upgraded to plus 99. Just like that, despite the heavy hesitation in my heart, I slammed the button to subscribe to this divine alchemy channel. Suddenly, the system interface flashed with a notification that left my jaw dropping in absolute awe. You have subscribed to the channel of Hephaestus. You have acquired the alchemy of the gods. SS rank alchemy skill unlocked. The very first thing I did after that successful system notification was open his tutorial video. 1, 2, he chanted, intensely hammering away at a glowing weapon. Hephaestus struck the anvil and roared. When enhancing weapons, you must never fear the penalty of failure. You brats today have 0 guts. No guts at all. You must be prepared for your weapon to shatter into dust. Why the hell should I be prepared for my item to break? Why do all these divine beings act so crazy? Meanwhile, the system continuously chimed. You have corrected a flaw in your alchemy knowledge. Skill proficiency has slightly increased. The very next day, in a quiet corner of the hospital's rehabilitation yard, I was up before dawn. I relentlessly hit the pull-ups bar, grinding my physical stats. Even though I was confined to a hospital, I refused to waste a single precious second of my training arc. Did the patient's physique always look this shredded? Really? I had no idea my stats boosted my body this much. The doctor said his HP recovery rate is terrifyingly fast. Even for an awakened hunter, this is unprecedented. He might even be discharged by tomorrow. Discharged already? That is way faster than I calculated. I need to grind my physical stats even more before leaving. Even though my super strength proficiency is constantly leveling up, which is a massive advantage, if I spam my SS rank strength too often, my muscle fibers will tear apart just like during the last boss fight. I cannot slack off on my physical conditioning. Suddenly, a familiar voice chimed from behind. Appa, are you really getting discharged tomorrow? Yeah. Somehow, my rapid regeneration kicked in. When you were first transferred here, I was so terrified. You looked like you had 0 HP left. But, as she spoke, her eyes darkened with a hint of sorrow, and she paused. Did they not say you needed at least a month of recovery? How are you getting discharged in just 1 week? Ah, this silly girl. You must be pretty disappointed that my hospital arc is ending so soon. I had no choice but to let out a helpless, defeated laugh at my sister. Do not worry about the medical bills, since I will not be staying here. You will not have to stress over the gold anymore. I already know that. I am getting premium treatment for free, all thanks to a special request from Sister Cheryl. My face froze in pure, unadulterated shock. I questioned her immediately. Sister Cheryl? Yeah, That is what she told me to call her. She said she did not have any siblings, but that I reminded her of herself. Wait, what? The S-rank guild master, 𝗗𝗄𝗃𝗲𝗃? When did this happen? No, wait. Had you ever even met 𝗗𝗄𝗃𝗃 before this? Of course. She actually drops by to visit sometimes. The guild master comes to visit? Why did I never trigger that event? Sometimes she would swing by while you were deep in your training, just ask if you were doing okay, and then leave. Seriously. A heavy wave of confusion hit me. Why would someone so swamped with elite hunter raids come visit a nobody? Is she still trying to recruit me to her guild? What if? 𝗚𝚗𝗃𝗏 smirked mischievously. Maybe she is doing all this because the guild master actually has a crush on you. I instantly shot down that absurd theory. No way. I highly doubt the romance genre applies here. No, seriously. You are practically famous around here. The nurses talk about you all the time. Just drop it. Stop spewing nonsense and get back to your room. I need to head out and clear a zone. Clear a zone? Where? A confident smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. My eyes burned with absolute determination as I replied. To farm some gold. At the Goblin Lair, an F-rank dungeon. Glowing crimson eyes pierced the darkness. Goblins, armed with razor-sharp, grotesque claws, they completely swarmed the area, charging forward like a wave of pure madness, violently swinging their vile claws to tear flesh. I activated my agility and swiftly dashed out of their attack range. I muttered under my breath. I knew goblins were low-tier mob monsters that relied on aggro, but this spawn rate is ridiculous. The goblin horde began drawing their crude weapons. Some dual-wielded rusted daggers, while others gripped spiked wooden clubs. Out of nowhere, a massive goblin swung a brutal mace straight at my head. I instantly dropped my stance to evade the fatal blow. Clenching my fist, I channeled my aura and unleashed a devastating counterpunch straight forward. The goblin took a heaven-shattering blow. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃's strike cleaved the goblin in half. Dark blood splattered across his face. He blinked in pure shock. It exploded in one hit. My stats have leveled up way past my expectations. The surviving goblins froze in absolute terror. Seeing their comrade annihilated, they did not dare take a single step forward. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏𝗃𝗏's expression darkened into a cold stare. He stepped up, rolling his neck side to side. Just a little warm-up before the real slaughter begins. A vicious grin spread across his face. Let the hunting commence. Soon, outside a secluded forest cabin, the dungeon trash had been perfectly cleared. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏𝗃𝗏 tossed the goblin corpses into a massive bloody pile. He turned to the owner and asked, "How much gold can I get for this loot?" The grumpy man snapped back instantly. "What do you take me for? I told you to bring crafting materials, not dungeon trash. Whatever, follow me. I will teach you the art of smelting." This furious old man was none other than 𝗚𝚃𝗃𝗏𝗃, the master of the alchemy guild. Watch closely, kid. Blacksmithing requires more than just brute force. He had sacrificed his entire youth to master the alchemical arts. It took him 25 agonizing years to reach this level. Just because you found some high-grade drop does not mean you can easily forge it. Crafting A-rank or S-rank gear is a legendary feat. He was a rare talent who awakened his true passion, boasting an A-rank dexterity trait. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃 watched 𝗵𝗃𝗃's alchemy with wide, awestruck eyes. His jaw dropped at the sheer mastery on display. 𝗵𝗃 turned and tossed the heavy hammer to 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏. "I have shown you the path. Now it is your turn to strike." 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 caught the hammer with an excited smile. "Yes, sir." 𝗵𝗃 stood silently behind him. 𝗵𝗃 crossed his arms, his gaze piercing. He observed the boy's every move. That kid named 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏, right? He did not beg for custom gear, nor did he ask for an apprenticeship. He did not even try to join my guild for a discount. He is the first person to just ask to borrow my forge. I allowed it out of pure curiosity to see his hidden stats. I want to see his true potential. But look at his stance. Kids these days think alchemy is just a simple gaming skill. They treat it like a low-level quest. It took me 25 years of grinding to reach this peak. Yet this brat probably watched a few weapon tutorials on his phone and thought mastering the anvil would be easy. He is dead wrong. But suddenly, a blinding flash of golden light erupted from the anvil. 𝗵𝗃's eyes widened in absolute shock. Meanwhile, under the clear blue sky, gentle sunlight bathed the old workshop. Kim's son, rocking fiery red hair tied in twin buns, approached the cabin. Carrying her heavy merchant pack, she walked in with a bright smile. "Hey, old man, your favorite guest has arrived." 𝗵𝗃 sat grumpily in his chair, inspecting a blade. He shot her a side glance. "Oh, it is just you, son." She laughed playfully. "Of course it is. Who else but this beautiful girl would visit your blazing hot forge?" 𝗵𝗃 kept a serious face. "You could have sent a low-level courier. There was no need for you to travel here yourself." Soon flashed a confident smirk. "Come on now. I am doing business with the absolute best blacksmith in all of South Korea. Obviously, I had to come in person." 𝗵𝗃 grumbled softly. "You are exactly what I expect from a top-tier merchant. Have you leveled up your flattery skills too?" Sun fired back instantly. "What flattery? I am Kim's son, the proud representative of the Sun Company, the #1 item trading guild in the nation. Anyway, I brought the premium materials I promised last time. As for the market price..." 𝗵𝗃 cut her off before she could finish. "Just leave the cloth bundle over there. Those blades are sharp, so inspect them carefully." Sun passionately continued her business pitch. "We officially decided to supply gear for the SH Guild's next raid." Suddenly, she glared toward the forge. "Excuse me, can you keep the noise down? I'm trying to talk business here." Sun screamed at 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏, who was hammering away at his alchemy. 𝗚ci𝗱 sighed helplessly. Yeah, I hear you." Sun then rolled her eyes and looked at the weapons in the crate. She wondered what that idiot newbie was even trying to craft. She picked up a rusted blade and scoffed with heavy sarcasm. What in the world is this? Do you actually call this piece of junk a weapon? Pangin looked at her with a dead serious expression. What do you think of its stats, Son? She did not hesitate to trash the item. The blade is horribly uneven. The edge is practically crumbling. Who would ever equip garbage like this? Pangin spoke with a slow, heavy tone. Is that so? But what if I told you? It was forged entirely from goblin and kobold bones? Son's eyes widened into massive saucers. Wait, what did you just say? Pangin dropped the ultimate truth bomb. You heard me. Forged from the absolute lowest tier dungeon drops, and it was crafted by a total beginner, who just touched a hammer for the first time today. Soon laughed nervously. Are you kidding? Did you finally take on a disciple? Pangin's expression grew incredibly tense. I actually offered him the position, but watching his alchemy. If this is truly his first time crafting, it defies all logic. That level of alchemy. Pangin recalled how 𝗚cie struck the metal with burning passion. His movements were as flawless as a grandmaster. Finally, the old man confessed a bitter truth. In all my years, I have never seen anyone forge a working weapon from such pathetic materials. Yet, he completely rejected my offer to become my apprentice. 𝗚cie gasped in pure shock. Wait, what? Her gaze sharpened as she turned towards 𝗚cie. He was completely absorbed in his crafting, ignoring the world around him. Son watched his intense focus with growing interest. A beautifully deadly blade was finally complete. A system window suddenly materialized before him. Ding! Alchemy mastery of the SS rank god has slightly increased. 𝗚cie read the prompt and forced an awkward smile. This is just trash tier gear. I managed to forge a weapon, sure. But how on earth could I sell a low-level item like this? Suddenly, Son appeared right behind him. She spoke up with a calculated merchant's tone. Are you planning to put that sword on the auction house? My name is Kim Son, representing the Son Company. 𝗚cie looked at her, his guard instantly going up. He quickly scanned his memories. The Son Company. I have heard rumors about them before. They heavily invest in the hunter industry, and they value trust and reputation above all else. As a result, they are famously respected among top-tier hunters. Son flashed a cunning, confident smirk. We only deal with the highest-ranked items in South Korea, but if you are willing to sell that, I am ready to buy it. The moment 𝗚cie heard about making money, his mood skyrocketed. Oh, really? How much gold are we talking about? Son stayed completely sharp and professional. Let me appraise the item first. 1,000,001 per blade. After sealing the epic deal with Son, 𝗚cie went into an absolute crafting frenzy inside the cabin. Soon, a triumphant cheer echoed through the entire forest. Son jumped up and down in pure ecstasy. This is legendary. Our Son Company has officially signed the exclusive contract with the SH Guild. 𝗚cie smirked proudly. I told you my crafting stats were pretty good, right? Son was losing her mind with excitement, showering him with praise. Pretty good? You are a crafting god. From meeting the impossible deadline to delivering flawless S-tier quality. If it was not for you, our guild would have been wiped out. Mr. 𝗚cie, we owe this entire victory to you. If there is any legendary item you need, just say the word. I will pull every string to get it for you. Oh, right. Go ahead and check your bank account. 𝗚cie casually grabbed his phone. What? All right, let me see. A massive transaction alert popped up on his screen. Deposit from Son Company. Balance. 284,242,001. 𝗚cie misread the digits and sighed in disappointment. Wait, 2,801. I got it, but that is way lower than the quest reward I expected. 𝗚cie looked at his screen with pure confusion. Son blinked at him. What do you mean 2,800? Read the notification again, dummy. 𝗚cie froze, his jaw hitting the floor. Wait, what? 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The scene shifted to a high-tech workshop filled with tools and prosthetic limbs. 𝗚cie sat at his desk, staring intensely at the glowing numbers on his phone. He muttered the unbelievable digits to himself again. 10, 10, 110, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. He rubbed his chin, his mind racing with possibilities. With this much gold, I can finally register for the gospel membership and save 𝗟𝗟. Suddenly, the system screen erupted. 𝗵𝗚, the mythical doctor who transcended mortality. 𝗵ici𝗱𝗏𝗃, the legendary ancient healer known as the father of medicine. 𝗵𝗚jun, the absolute grandmaster of Eastern healing. The divine pioneer who established the very roots of Oriental medicine. An awe-inspiring illusion manifested before him, revealing the three ancient medical gods, radiating a mystical blue aura. 300,000,001 a month. That was the staggering cost to unlock all three skill trees, but with my current pathetic wallet, I could only choose one. 𝗚cie sank into his chair, arms crossed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, frustration boiled over. He let out a low growl, smacking his own face in defeat. Whatever, I just need to decide. His finger slammed the red confirmation button. Meanwhile, in a noisy workshop somewhere, the grumpy blacksmith 𝗵𝘃𝗃 grumbled. It is useless. This material is way too brittle to polish properly. Just keep the gloss at the absolute minimum. He added sternly. Even with high brittleness, the forging process requires absolute precision. We cannot afford a single mistake. Suddenly, the workshop door slammed open. I am here, Son announced cheerfully, instantly earning a massive scowl from the old blacksmith 𝗵𝘃𝗃. Soon, why do you keep bothering me? She smirked. I came to see 𝗚cie. Got a problem with that? Hearing her voice, 𝗚cie turned around. Miss Son, you are finally here. I have been waiting. Some blinked, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Waiting for me? Sue ignored the romantic tension, handing her a neatly folded list. You said you could get me anything. Are these items possible? Her confident smile returned in an instant as she snatched the paper from his hand. Leave it to me. There is nothing I cannot track down. But as she read the list, her eyes widened in pure shock. Glowing mountain rock essence? Century-old tiger ear herb? 100-year velvet flower? Sue watched her reaction nervously. Are they too hard to find? He asked cautiously. Sue let out a long breath. I can get them, but it is going to cost you a fortune. Sue swallowed hard. How much? Her answer struck him like a catastrophic lightning bolt. Around 300 million won. But I will give you a 20 million discount. His heart shattered. He desperately needed these materials to level up his divine medical mastery. It was an S+ rank skill he had unlocked through the guild system. The system requirements were brutal. Mastering this alone was impossible because he had zero clues on where these legendary herbs spawned or who even sold them. Without Sone's underworld connections, he was at a dead end. Her voice snapped him out of his despair. So, should I secure the items for you? Yes, he replied, holding back tears of financial pain. His mind raced. He had just earned 280 million won from his last quest, and now it was instantly gone. Plus, guild maintenance fees were creeping up. With the 100 million won subscription fee due at the end of the month, his stats were screaming danger. I need to farm gold right now. But grinding at the forge would never yield 100 million won in time. Suddenly, a spark of pure genius hit him. An image of a legendary figure flashing a thumbs up appeared in his mind. A devious, greedy smile spread across his face. The ultimate money-making system, content creation. The scene violently cuts to a crowded city bus. A guy in a red hoodie glared at his phone screen, groaning in boredom. There is absolutely nothing good to watch today. Suddenly, a wild thumbnail featuring Sue popped into his feed. It showed a bizarre blue hippo monster. What is wrong with this dude? Curiosity taking over, the guy smashed the screen to play the video. The stream opened to a lush dungeon zone where massive blue hippo beasts bathe in a river. Sue stepped into the frame, wearing the most ridiculous cosplay armor imaginable. He was fully geared up in a blue hippo suit. Marching forward boldly, he let out a fake, dramatic roar before pulling off the ridiculous hippo mask. Staring dead into the camera, he dropped a knowledge bomb. Did you know that hippos are not actually horses? The viewer on the bus blinked, completely dumbfounded. What on earth is this crazy newbie doing, disguising himself as a dungeon boss? The video snapped back to Sue observing the massive blue beasts. These dungeon monsters are called river horses or hippos in the modern world. As you can see, their massive builds perfectly mimic the real animals. But despite the word horse in their name, they are a completely different beast. The guy on the bus rubbed his chin, unexpectedly drawn into this bizarre monster analysis. Sue threw up two fingers like a seasoned professor. Actually, their stats align closely with the bovine family. To be exact, they belong to the 𝗤𝗄𝗃𝗃 order. But diving deeper into monster lore will just drain your mental stamina, so let us skip the boring stuff. With a dramatic flourish, Sue whipped out a glowing red cape. Let me show you the ultimate cheat code to conquering these beasts. Step 1. Grab their aggro with a red cloth. Real cows do not care about red, but these monsters... He waved the red cape like a fearless matador. Come and get it. At first, the blue beasts just stood there like brainless mobs. Then, their eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty crimson glow. The entire herd locked onto his coordinates, causing the ground to quake as they charged. Facing certain death, Sue merely flashed a sinister, overpowered smirk. Step 2. Beat them into absolute submission and loot their bodies. A chill ran down the viewer's spine. Was this guy seriously going to fight a horde barehanded? Letting out a maniacal laugh, Sue dashed straight into the jaws of death. His fighting aura exploded as the colossal beasts opened their terrifying maws to crush him. A blinding flash of impact wiped the screen. The one-man war against a dungeon stampede commenced. When the dust finally settled, only absolute silence remained. A single figure stood tall, completely unscathed. Giant monster bodies littered the battlefield like defeated raid bosses. Sue casually tossed a thumbs up to the camera. See? Easiest grind ever, right? The viewer's jaw practically hit the floor. He was completely speechless. But the raid was not over. More red-eyed beasts roared, charging in for round 2. Sue's blood pumped with excitement. He unleashed his ultimate absurdity, spicy sour noodle strike, followed immediately by noodle combo number 3. The thrill of the hunt fueled his strikes. Taste the ultimate third bowl technique. The viewer glued his face to the screen, mind blown by the sheer combat mastery. Sue stood victorious, laughing like a true dungeon conqueror. If this solo leveling guide helped you, smash that like and subscribe button. Do not forget to turn on notifications. Instantly, the live chat absolutely exploded with comments. User 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃𝗶 wrote, "This madman is completely unhinged." Another user screamed, "Holy crap, he soloed a mob wave barehanded. Is he an S-rank hunter?" The chat rolled on. "Hilarious. Look at them get wrecked. Woof, woof, woof. What is this channel?" The video hit 3,628 views. World Conqueror Boy gained 243 subscribers. The screen cuts back to reality. A hand holding a vibrating phone. Sue smiled wickedly, watching his subscriber stats rise in real time. Everything is going exactly according to plan. A victor's grin stretched across his face. It seems the gaming community loves this absurd meta. The algorithm is finally blessing my channel. The power of media manipulation is truly terrifying. I cannot just farm low-level trash mobs forever if I want to hit the big leagues. His battle-crazed expression looked both intimidating and hilarious. Perfect. I need to ride this viral wave to the absolute peak. The scene shifts to him relentlessly smashing goblins' skulls, grinding raw experience points, because surviving the algorithm means constantly raising the stakes and delivering more extreme action. Holding the viewer's attention hostage is my true specialty. After all, breaking down monster stats and executing flawless raids is what I do best. Hitting 1 million subscribers is no longer just a fantasy, it is my destiny. A crimson drop suddenly stained his palm. Wait, was he actually bleeding from his nose? The sheer exhaustion of the grind was finally taking its toll. His vision violently blurred as a splitting headache hammered his skull. He clutched his head in absolute agony. I have to finish editing the video. But his eyes rolled back, the gruesome crimson trail making him look like a total zombie. Dungeon raid uploaded. He mumbled, swaying violently like a warrior on his last hit point. Gravity claimed him. His head slammed brutally against the desk edge before he collapsed entirely to the floor. Sprawled across the ground with his arm thrown over his forehead, a pain groan escaped his lips. I pushed my limits way too far. When his eyes finally fluttered open, his mind was still a chaotic, glitching mess. The familiar ceiling slowly came into focus. Where am I? Oh, my own room. He forced himself up, clutching his throbbing head. Did I actually just black out? If not for the High Queen's super strength buff, that crash might have actually been game over. Plugging his nose with a tissue, he picked up his smartphone with a heavy, exhausted sigh. I need to get back to the edit, but as he checked the screen's clock, a jolt of pure panic hit him. Wait, how long was I completely unconscious? A whole 24 hours. He dropped his head, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. At this rate, I will die from overwork before I even see the payout. A blank, soul-crushed stare settled on his face. That settles it. I am hiring an editor right now. The scene shifts to a bustling modern cafe. As he took a sip of his water, his phone screen exploded with endless notifications. He only posted a simple job listing, never expecting this massive flood of eager applicants. Message after message popped up. Applying for the epic editor position. Is the world-conquering boy channel still hiring? Another message enthusiastically read. I would do absolutely anything to be the main editor for your legendary content. Is it because of the high salary? It felt like a massive idle survival audition. A satisfied, greedy smirk tugged at his lips. Base pay of 3 million won, plus massive performance bonuses. Bonuses scaling perfectly with total views. Money truly rules this world. Resting his chin on his hand, he stared intensely at the glowing screen. I need someone who can maximize my ultimate profits. His thumb swiped rapidly through the sample portfolios. The sound design on this one is incredibly sharp. The comedic timing is flawless. Their editing stats absolutely crush mine. But as the clock struck 1, his patience began to totally evaporate. Where the hell is this guy? He groaned in pure annoyance. This 𝗏𝗏𝗃 better have a legendary excuse. The chat log glowed on his screen. The digital logs clearly showed their agreement. Applicant 14. Let us meet at 1 o'clock tomorrow at the cafe. The response was as simple and clear. Understood. He glared at the time, his blood boiling. Suddenly, a breathless voice broke his concentration. I am so incredibly sorry I am late. I am 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. Wait, that name. And that soft voice? He was expecting a grizzled, middle-aged veteran. He had even texted earlier, wondering where this so-called old man was. Well, if he is older, his stat sheet must be packed. He had messaged, where are you? With a deadpan, serious expression, he had waited. He is not even reading my messages. Is he actually on his way to the quest location? He had crossed his arms, closing his eyes in deep meditation. Just a few more minutes of patience, but after an eternity of dead silence, his temper finally snapped. He slammed the table and shot up. You absolute bastard behind the building. I am so sorry for the delay. He glared daggers at the rushing figure. I am here for the interview. Are you the main character? Siwoo. I am the editor applicant. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. His jaw practically hit the floor in sheer disbelief. Wait, what? Yes, I am 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. I swear I was expecting a middle-aged boss. The young girl fidgeted awkwardly. I am truly sorry. He slowly sat back down, resting his hands on the table with an intense, intimidating gaze. Why are you so horribly late? You totally ignored my direct messages. She bowed her head deeply. I was up all night editing a video. I completely forgot to pack my brother's lunch, and I sprinted all the way here in a pure panic. I am so sorry. He froze, completely stunned. Wait, you were editing? She peeked up through her lashes, radiating pure guilt. Yes, the sample video attached to my application. His eyes widened in absolute, reality-breaking shock. You crafted that entire masterpiece in a single day. She frantically waved her hands in denial. Oh no, it only took me 3 hours. A heavy silence dropped. His hands began to violently tremble. 3 hours? She watched him, terrified she had broken his brain. Miss 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. His voice dropped an entire octave. She clenched her fists, practically on the verge of terrified tears. Why? Yes? A triumphant, wicked grin spread across his face. When can you start the grind? She gasped, completely blindsided by the sudden shift. Wait, you mean right now? Exactly. His mind raced with brilliant, greedy calculations. It takes me 8 agonizing hours to edit one video, but she can do it in 3. If my production cooldown drops to 3 hours, the amount of absolute wealth I can hoard will be astronomical. The system of monetization was fully activating in his brain. As stated, a minimum of 2 videos per week, sometimes 3. And of course, I will pay heavy overtime gold for extra quests. He extended his hand with a charismatic, boss-level aura. While she stood there, shivering with overwhelming emotion, he delivered the final line. "I look forward to our legendary partnership, my new editor." She bowed so fiercely her forehead actually slammed into the table. "I will give it my absolute all." Suddenly, terrifying screams shattered the cafe's peaceful atmosphere. What the hell is happening? It is a dungeon break. Citizens scrambled outside like a terrified herd facing a boss monster. A dungeon break in the middle of the city. Absolute chaos erupted in the streets. A dungeon break has been confirmed in the district. Threat level is assessed at C rank. Immediate civilian evacuation is required. 𝗏𝗃 grabbed his sleeve, her voice trembling with sheer terror. "Boss, we need to run right now." But instead of fear, a predatory smirk crawled across his face. The ultimate streaming content was literally dropping from the sky. "Editor Park, you said you could start immediately, right?" She blinked in pure confusion. "Wait, what?" He shoved his smartphone directly into her trembling hands. "Keep the lens focused on me and follow my lead." Panic completely consumed her. "Boss, where are we going into the death zone?" He clenched his fists, ready to conquer. "Where else?" "We are heading straight into the gold mine." While the screaming masses retreated in absolute terror, the mad streamer and his terrified editor charged straight into the chaotic abyss. "What?" He pointed furiously, commanding her to film the action. "Why, yes, sir." She raised the camera with violently shaking hands, completely terrified as a vicious horde of goblins emerged from the shadows. While civilians screamed for their lives, a blood-crazed goblin lunged forward with murderous intent. But Siwoo did not even flinch. He exploded forward, delivering a devastating, bone-shattering right hook straight into the monster's ugly face. Striking a flawless heroic pose amidst the absolute carnage, he flashed a billion-dollar smirk at the camera lens. "What is up, my epic viewers? Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and do not forget to ring that notification bell." He casually wiped the vile green monster blood from his cheek. Let the ultimate monetization farm begin. High above the urban battlefield, the deafening roar of a tactical helicopter shattered the sky, dropping 10 elite hunters in black combat gear. They rapidly rappelled down the tactical lines. "Clear the hot zone immediately. Get inside the buildings, now. Do not stand out in the open." But before the elite strike team could even draw their weapons, a severed goblin head suddenly launched through the air, rolling right past their combat boots. The elite bodyguards froze in sheer disbelief, their jaws practically dropping as they tracked the bloody projectile. "What in the actual hell?" the elite captain gasped, his brow furrowing in pure shock. Right in the epicenter of the monster horde, a single young man was unleashing an absolute symphony of destruction, standing triumphantly atop a mountain of slaughtered goblins. Flashing a glorious victory sign for the camera while completely drenched in neon green monster gore, Siwoo delivered his legendary outro with a massive grin. If you are enjoying this epic massacre, make sure to like and subscribe, and hit that notification bell. A girl sat frozen before her monitor. Staring at Siwoo's channel, she gasped, "What the hell is this?" The 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗶 reform comments exploded. "Look at those security guards freezing up. But aren't orcs high-tier monsters? Can't they crush skulls with their bare hands?" A massive storm of comments flooded the screen. "Why the heck is this guy so famous?" 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏 massaged her temples in pure confusion. "I edit his videos, but even I am totally lost." But one absolute truth remained clear. Her boss was a certified YouTube madman. Clutching her head in despair, she wondered, is this madness going to infect me too? Behind the stressed video editor, her two younger siblings happily munched on fried chicken. "Big sis, this chicken is legendary." The kids smiled brightly, calling her over to the feast. Crumbs flew everywhere as they spoke excitedly. "We saved a few epic pieces just for you. Come eat." The little girl waved her hands, demanding more. "No way. I want to eat that one." The young boy desperately held her back, sparking a tiny sibling battlefield. "You already consumed your portion. This is for big sis." Watching their chaos, a warm smile graced her lips. She silently strengthened her inner resolve. "That is right, I must grind harder, if only to protect these little ones' smiles." Meanwhile, earlier that morning, Siwoo was busy hammering away at the forge. Siwoo grinned proudly at his newly forged weapon. This gear was crafted from pure orc drops, looted straight from that chaotic dungeon break. Way better than those trash C-rank materials. So I can definitely expect a massive stat boost, right? Suddenly, glowing blue system panels cascaded before his eyes. His status window flashed brilliantly. Both his agility and power stats had skyrocketed. He checked the glowing system alerts on his phone. Is this high-tier gear really worth giving away for free? Siwoo smirked as he read the notifications. Even with his rank up, weapon proficiency still surged by 1.4%. Seeing how incredibly hard it is to level up now. That percentage is an absolutely insane number. Later, carrying a massive oversized inventory backpack, Siwoo beamed with a radiant, confident aura. "Hunter Siwoo, the quality of your crafted gear has leveled up again." The appraiser gasped in pure disbelief. Such a flawless, high-tier blade was unheard of. How can a rookie with barely a month of experience forge an artifact of this absolute caliber? Siwoo's eyes glinted with a sly, knowing spark. "I still have a long quest to mastery," he chuckled humbly. The guild receptionist smiled brightly at him. "Mr. Siwoo, are you putting this up for the auction house too?" He flashed a confident thumbs up in agreement. "Of course. You know how to squeeze out the best gold price, right? Leave the merchant work entirely to me," she winked. Her eyes widened as she studied his facial features. "By the way, your visual stats must have leveled up lately." "Really? Is it that obvious?" he asked, surprised. She began recounting his old, pathetic low-level days. You used to walk around with 0 HP, always looking completely drained of life force. Honestly, I thought you had turned into an undead zombie. But now, you actually have a human aura. Sioux pinched his own cheek, deep in thought. Ever since Daku took over the video editing quest, my stamina recovery and sleep time have drastically improved. Yet, a look of sheer financial agony crossed his face. Paying Park, Daku drained his gold reserves dry. Even though I handed over a mountain of coins last time, my survival funds have hit rock bottom. But grinding content isn't an editor's quest. I really need to reward her with more loot. Suddenly, his fists clenched tight as killing intent leaked out. Memories of being mercilessly beaten resurfaced. Kang Do-cheon, you absolute piece of trash. Shaking it off, he smiled warmly at his phone screen. I cannot complain about her god-tier editing skills. Her work ethic is S rank. I really hit the jackpot. Sioux then shifted to his main quest objective. Right, Miss Sun? What about those medicinal herbs I requested? She clapped her hands together in sudden realization. Ah, that is my bad for almost forgetting. Soon puffed out her chest with absolute merchant pride. She dangled a heavy, mysterious pouch in the air. Of course, I farmed all the required quest items. It was your very first request to the Great Soon, after all. Sioux was genuinely shocked by her gathering speed. You got them all? That is terrifyingly fast. Obviously, she replied with unwavering confidence. Flashing a victorious smile, she threw up double peace signs. I only trade the highest grade artifacts in all of Korea, Sioux deadpanned. Why do you always repeat that NPC catchphrase? Soon just rolled her eyes playfully. Gripping the pouch, Sioux swallowed hard. So, what is the damage to my wallet? She tapped her smartphone's merchant calculator app. Let us see. The total quest fee comes out to 212,440,000 won. Siu's soul practically left his body at that astronomical number. I know it is a massive chunk of gold, she grinned, but since it is your first VIP request, Hunter Siu, I will slash the extra digits. Just pay an even 200 million won. Next time, I will unlock a better discount tier for you. Still financially bleeding, Siu nodded in defeat. Thank you so much. Soon tilted her head, tapping her lips in sheer curiosity. But why are you hoarding so many high-grade alchemy ingredients? Siu masked his true intentions with an awkward chuckle. I need to synthesize a special elixir, he thought to himself. The ultimate key to unlocking my divine healing skill tree. Ancient texts describe these herbs as heaven's pure blessings, derived from sacred beasts, spirit plants, and enchanted minerals. They were primarily refined into mystic potions, powders, and spirit pills. An ancient vision of a cross-legged master scribbling on scrolls appeared. This is the legendary divine physician, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄. These are the most basic alchemy formations. He was an absolute legend in the medical realm. Suddenly, an overwhelming barrage of foreign system runes flooded Siu's vision. The complex medical jargon left him in stunned silence. I do not understand a single word of this. Cold sweat poured down Siu's face like a waterfall. What the hell is this old ghost rambling about? His brows furrowed in deep, intense frustration. If this cryptic tutorial continues, I will never be able to level up my divine healing mastery. Ding! A cascade of system alerts shattered his thoughts. You have successfully acquired advanced alchemy knowledge. Proficiency of Insight S+ has slightly increased. Staring blankly at his monitor, Siu wanted to flip the table. Hey, stupid system. You leveled up the wrong skill. An image of a rustic brown cauldron bubbling with spirit leaves materialized. Insight S+ mastery. 8.7%. Plus 1.4%. Visions of mystic barks, glowing leaves, and ancient roots flooded his mind. The knowledge focused on unlocking their hidden healing properties and synthesizing the ultimate cure for any affliction. It required deep research into their elemental synergies and hidden traits. Suddenly, another glowing interface materialized before his eyes. His overall combat power had noticeably surged forward. Siu stared in utter bewilderment. Wait, is this actually working? Waves of system messages kept spamming his visual feed. A vein popped on his forehead, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Why does this ancient master make the tutorial so insanely complicated? Behind him, the holographic projection of a sealed ancient window locked into place. You have successfully formulated a supreme elixir for your vessel. Siu shot up from his chair, adrenaline rushing through his veins. Proficiency of Divine Healing Arts. S+ has slightly increased. Divine Healing Arts S+ mastery, 0.9% plus 0.5%. Before him sat a bubbling cauldron of dark, sludgy green-black liquid. The cursed-looking concoction rippled ominously in the pot. Toxic-looking bubbles breached the surface, popping with a sinister hiss. This straight up looks like lethal poison, not a divine potion. Is this toxic sludge actually safe for human consumption? Yet, the absolute system guaranteed it would boost his vitality. But wouldn't a failed craft inflict fatal debuffs? Stealing his resolve, he chugged the entire cursed brew in one breath. No risk, no reward. Let us see what this buff does. It is born from a divine tier skill, so I won't die. Probably. There's absolutely no way this potion can kill me. Thud. Seconds after swallowing it, Siu collapsed flat onto the cold floor. Puddles of the spilled, ungodly liquid seeped into the ground around his lifeless body. He writhed in absolute agony, a horrific scream escaping his lips. A few drops of the cursed elixir still stained his chin. My gold coins. My hard-earned massive fortune. Dragging his battered body up, Siu desperately clawed his phone from his inventory. Tears of pure suffering streamed down his face as he checked the screen. You have absorbed an ultimate vitality potion. Proficiency of super strength SS has slightly increased. He instantly sat up, his eyes bulging as he stared at the system prompt. It buffed my 𝗏𝗲 super strength instead. Well, at least the stat boost actually worked. Should I lick the rest off the floor to max out the experience? Shortly after, fully recovered, 𝗚cie ventured deep into a mysterious forest zone. At the dungeon entrance, a terrifying swarm of giant bats hung from the rocky ceiling. Their blood-red eyes glared through the darkness, wings wrapped tightly around their monstrous bodies. Vampire bats. E+ rank monsters of the 𝗗𝗶𝗃𝗏𝗲 family. There was a specific quest reason he came here. Raising his camera to film, the sudden movement awakened the sleeping horde, sending them into a chaotic frenzy. His objectives were clear. First, record viral content testing if bats were just winged mice. Second, farm vampire bat corpses for crafting materials. And finally, research their unique demonic pathogens. 𝗚cie stared up at the swarming beasts. Since these creatures hunted in packs, ranging from small clusters to massive colonies of hundreds, they were the ultimate host for all kinds of dungeon plagues. He gripped the camera, his gaze turning deadly serious. However, even these beasts were not entirely immune to their own plagues. If a bat carried a mutated pathogen, it would definitely link back to blood-related diseases. This was the exact lore he needed to investigate. How did they build such high-status resistance? The answer could be the ultimate clue to curing his sister's terminal blood illness. The drop rate for this cure was incredibly low, but with his divine healing arts, nothing was impossible. Suddenly, killing intent spiked from behind. His danger sense flared wildly. This hostile aura did not belong to the bats. It was something else. 𝗚cie whipped his head around to scan the dark cavern. Moving like a shadow, he quickly took cover behind a massive boulder. Stealth mode activated. 3 armed hunters, fully equipped with swords and shields, crept slowly into the dungeon, their eyes scanning the shadows. Weren't those thugs the loyal lackeys of Kang Do-cheon? How the hell did they bypass the gate barrier? 𝗚cie narrowed his eyes in deep thought. As long as the Hunter Association officially assigned this dungeon run to him, no other hunters were legally allowed to enter. Of course, illegal gate crashing wasn't completely unheard of, so he had stumbled right into Do-cheon's hit squad. The heavily armed trio marched aggressively deeper into the raid zone. Judging by their mana output, they were at least C-rank hunters. What business did mid-tier awakeners have in a lowly E+ rank dungeon? The answer was obvious. These bastards were actively tracking his coordinates. A dungeon was a completely isolated dimension. Zero network connection, no signal to the outside world. Standing perfectly still in the shadows, a dark realization washed over 𝗚cie's mind. If someone were to be silently murdered in here, absolutely nobody would ever know. What was his next move? His foot slid backward just an inch. But wait, why was he even hesitating? A wild, predatory glint ignited in his eyes. His aura shifted, fists clenching tight with bone-crushing force. He would just beat the living daylight out of them first and interrogate the trash later. Above them, the horde of demonic bats hung in dead silence. Are you absolutely certain that unawakened trash, Min-𝗠u, entered this gate? Yuna asked, his face dead serious as he scanned the perimeter. I am positive. I watched that weakling walk through the portal with my own 2 eyes. The C-rank vanguard, Yuna, gripped his blade tightly while checking their blind spots. Beside him, Min-𝗠 kept his weapon drawn, eyes piercing the darkness. I tracked his presence too. The other C-rank enforcer, Min-𝗠, confirmed with a sinister grin. The third hunter, Kim Ji-woo, scowled deeply and turned toward his party members. Then why isn't he on our minimap? Ji-woo sneered. Min-𝗠 scoffed at Yuna's caution. The mob monsters probably ripped him apart already. Ji-woo's face twisted into a vicious smirk. Exactly. That bastard is a literal 0 stat awakened. A bug weaker than an F rank. Who gave him the audacity to solo raid this level zone? Well, at least it makes our assassination quest much easier. Min-𝗠 chuckled darkly as he marched forward. Beats me, man. He might be trash, but his combat IQ isn't 0. He must have prepped some trap items for the vampire bats. Ji-woo mocked maliciously, tightly gripping his heavily enchanted sword and shield. What can a traitless loser even achieve? Yuna interjected, his expression hardening. But honestly, after analyzing his recent raid footage, it looked like he wasn't just relying on basic survival tactics. Min-𝗠 clicked his tongue in absolute disgust. Are you seriously buying that fake hype? He scoffed loudly, echoing through the cavern. Any idiot with basic editing skills can fake a god-tier clear video. It is hilarious. Arrogantly swinging his blade through the damp air, Min-𝗠 boasted. This trash-tier dungeon feels more like a mass grave anyway, do not you think? Ji-woo smirked wickedly. Definitely. Suddenly, the blood drained entirely from their confident faces. A terrifying phantom-like blur bypassed their perception instantly. 𝗚cie materialized directly behind the vanguard, sending absolute shockwaves down his spine. Where is Kang Do-cheon? A chilling terror violently gripped Ji-woo's soul. I could not even sense his mana. Ji-woo panicked. Standing menacingly beside them, 𝗚cie flashed a demonic smile. I never expected my dedicated fan club to talk so much trash behind my back. He stood like an insurmountable mountain, casually turning his back to the assassins. And frankly, I do not even want your excuses. Panic completely shattered their formation. How did he bypass our detection skill? You think you can take on 3 C ranks? Blinding rage took over as Ji-woo charged forward with maximum velocity. What is this suicidal trash thinking? But before Ji-woo could land a strike, 𝗚cie unleashed a devastating roundhouse kick, disarming the heavy sword instantly. In the same fluid motion, his fist exploded forward, sending the C-rank hunter flying like a broken ragdoll into the solid rock wall. Crack! The sickening sound of shattered bones echoed as Ji-woo's arm twisted into an unnatural, grotesque angle. His face went ghostly pale, consumed by overwhelming dread. "You asked what my battle plan was." Siu's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper, crushing the defeated hunter beneath his heavy boot, pinning him to the dungeon floor. "Exactly this." Siu smiled like a true final boss, delivering a merciless, soul-rattling kick straight to Ji-woo's skull. That is one mob down. Absolute terror seized Yuna. He gripped his weapon with trembling hands, screaming at the top of his lungs, "You crazy bastard." Standing beside him, Minchon erupted in furious panic, roaring, "Min-su, you worthless dog." But the moment the insult left his lips, an explosive burst of absolute speed shattered the sound barrier. A devastating impact launched Minchon across the cavern, violently crashing his spine into the jagged dungeon wall. In a fraction of a second, Siu slowly turned his deadly gaze toward the last standing target. Cold sweat drenched Yuna's entire body as he choked out a desperate curse. Overwhelmed by sheer boss-level pressure, he dropped his stance, frantically throwing his hands up in total surrender. "Wait, time out. Just wait a second. I will tell you everything." But his pathetic begging meant absolutely nothing. Siu continued his slow, menacing advance, violently cracking his knuckles with a horrifying, rhythmic crunch. "I swear to God, I will leak all the guild's secrets." Yuna's vision practically faded to black, entirely consumed by the absolute abyss of fear radiating from Siu's overwhelming aura. The hero's voice rumbled like an approaching storm. "Right now, I simply do not." A bone-chilling, demonic smile crept across Siu's face. "Trust the words of any trash whose 4 limbs are still fully intact." The scene faded to black. Shortly after the brutal one-sided massacre, Siu calmly crouched down over Yuna's broken form. The C-rank hunter was now forced onto his bloody knees, bowing before absolute power. "So, Guildmaster Kang ordered you dogs to teach me a lethal lesson?" Yuna violently coughed up blood, nodding weakly. "Yes." Siu tilted his head. "To completely destroy my reputation?" Yuna's face was beaten beyond human recognition. Covered in brutal bruises and leaking HP rapidly, the defeated hunter struggled to breathe. "No. Exactly that." Finding a glaring plot hole in the enemy's logic, Siu leaned closer, his eyes narrowing with sharp curiosity. "But what is the hidden quest here? Why would a high-ranker like Kang Do-cheon even care about my existence?" Yuna choked on his own words, completely terrified. I really do not know." Siu aggressively tightened his iron grip, causing the grown man to burst into pathetic tears. "I swear on my system status, I do not know." Seeing the absolute despair in his eyes, Siu released a heavy sigh. He coldly squinted at the trembling vanguard. "Final question, Yuna. Where is Kang Do-cheon camping right now?" Shivering like a dying leaf, the lackey finally broke. "He is currently..." Siu suddenly raised a hand, cutting off the dialogue. "Actually, cancel that. Forget it." His cold gaze shifted to the unconscious Ji-woo face planted in the dirt and the completely neutralized Minchon nearby. "This trash mob is bait enough." Yuna looked up in sheer confusion. "Wait, what? Are they not completely wiped out?" The defeated hunter gasped. Siu's voice turned ice cold. "I kept their HP just above 0. Without another word, the overpowered protagonist turned his back to the wreckage, delivering his final, terrifying message. "Go report back to your beloved guild master. Tell Do-cheon." Yuna bowed his head in absolute submission. "Yes, sir." Every single syllable that left Siu's mouth carried the crushing weight of a death sentence. Next time, he is the one getting raided. In a flash of terrifying speed, Siu whipped back around. He violently grabbed Yuna by the jaw, forcing eye contact while flashing a truly demonic grin. "Though, with your jaw shattered like this, giving him that quest update might be a bit difficult, huh?" Deep within the abyss of the rock-solid dungeon walls, a fresh symphony of bone-crushing violence and blood-curdling screams echoed through the dark zone. Sometime later, laid out completely destroyed at Kang Do-cheon's feet were his 3 elite C-rank enforcers, Ji-woo, Minchon, and Yuna, looking like they had barely survived a boss raid wipe. Emerging slowly from the creeping shadows like an absolute god of death, Siu's casual greeting spiked the tension in the room to lethal levels. "Do-cheon, it has been a whole month since our last encounter, hasn't it?" On the floor, the broken Ji-woo began waving his trembling hands in sheer panic. As if trying to deny reality, Jimin quickly hid behind the others. "This is all a misunderstanding. Main character Siu ordered us. We were forced." He threw an arm around Yuna, giving a thumbs up, praising your plan to lure Kang Do-cheon out. Yuna violently shook her head, playing the ultimate victim. "No, I was coerced." Siu didn't care about their pathetic excuses. Yuna stood proudly, demanding, "Just kill that bastard. Do-cheon, you promised to make it happen." But after spitting out those words, Yuna tucked her tail and sprinted away, leaving Minchon and Kim behind. Jiu also fled like a coward, not even glancing back. Siu casually observed Do-cheon, his voice dripping with mockery. "Looks like you are all alone now, Do-cheon." Resting his hands on his hips, Siu shook his head with a wicked grin. "This is why you should treat your lackeys better. How badly did you abuse them for them to beg me to kill you?" Veins popped on Do-cheon's furious face. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. How can you?" He glared daggers at Siu. "How does a trash-tier E-rank hunter possess such overpowering strength?" Siu shrugged with maddening calm. "Who knows? I have no idea." His playful aura vanished, cutting straight to the chase. "Let me ask you one thing. Why did you do all that to me?" Do-cheon scowled, his pride bruised. "Why the hell should I tell you?" Siu let out a cold, carefree smirk. "Fair enough. You don't have to." In a flash, Siu's feet blurred with terrifying speed. He clenched his fist, gathering immense power, and launched himself straight at Do-yeon. But the B-rank hunter's reflexes were sharp. Do-yeon instantly raised his glowing blade. As Sioux closed the distance, he left his sentence hanging. Anyway, since you are... Siu's devastating punch was blocked by the brilliantly glowing sword. A cloud of dust erupted, masking Siu's relentless taunts. I never trust guys with all 4 limbs intact. Siu's eyes darkened with a predatory glint. A chilling thought crossed his mind. His strength is different now, but at the end of the day, he's just a B rank. Do-yeon swung his blade fiercely at Siu's head, but with godlike reflexes, Siu dodged and flipped backward, creating a safe distance. Do-yeon gasped in shock. He dodged that? Do-yeon praised him through gritted teeth. Your reaction time is faster than I thought. Siu threw back a bold remark, hiding the slight panic racing through his heart. Regaining his balance, Siu prepared his next assault. His mind raced with tactical analysis. If I take his attack head-on? Honestly, I am terrified. A bare fist against a glowing blade, I still lack the sword-blocking skills to pull off an overpowered move like that. His sword path is incredibly fast, but entirely predictable. I can dodge this easily. Suddenly, memories flooded back of his miserable days slaving under Kang Do-yeon. Treated like absolute garbage, beaten for the stupidest reasons. And my main job? Recording Do-yeon slaughtering monsters for his flashy recap videos. I edited those clips hundreds of times, spending endless nights analyzing every frame. I know his habits, his attack patterns, and his behavioral tendencies perfectly. Right on cue, a blue system window materialized mid-battle. Insight level increased to S+. Proficiency at 9.2%, plus 0.5%. Meanwhile, Do-yeon unleashed a flurry of strikes. The 2 hunters clashed in an epic spectacle, trading explosive blows and impenetrable defense in a breathtaking dance of destruction. Once again, the blade sliced through empty air. Do-yeon clicked his tongue in pure frustration. Cold sweat drenched his back. What the hell? Is he reading my mind? No, I am an elite B-rank hunter. He is just a pathetic E-rank. How is he pulling off S-rank evasion? Suddenly, a brutal fist caught him off guard. Do-yeon screamed in agony, slamming his sword into the ground to stop his momentum. Sliding backward through the debris, he looked up with a dumbfounded expression, utterly refusing to accept reality. Impossible. This cannot be happening. The image of Siu's overwhelming power burned into his trembling mind. I saw the YouTube video of his awakening, but I refused to believe it. Desperation took over. Do-yeon leaned on his sword, unleashing his full aura. Siu, I will annihilate you. The blade erupted with blinding blue sword aura, illuminating the battlefield with terrifying energy. Seeing this, Siu faked a panicked stutter, stepping back dramatically. Hey, let us calm down. Are you seriously going this far, you bastard? But in a split second, Siu's terrified expression flipped like a coin, revealing an eternal, bone-chilling smirk. Well, since it has come to this, I have no other choice. Time to go all out and break my limits. Muttering to himself, Siu shifted his weight to the right, activating his muscle enhancement ability. My muscle fibers will tear and shatter, so I cannot drag this out. Channeling explosive force, Siu launched forward, shattering the stone floor beneath him. I have to end this boss fight in one legendary strike. In mere fractions of a second, he vanished and reappeared right in Do-yeon's face. Locking his jaw, Siu unleashed a fist carrying absolute, world-shattering power. The colossal impact triggered a devastating explosion, obliterating the entire area in an instant. Pitch-black darkness swallowed the ruins, leaving no trace of the original structure. Not a single wall remained intact. Shortly after, Captain Min-jung arrived with her elite guild members. She issued a strict command: lock down the entire perimeter. Search the rubble. Confirm if there are any survivors. Her subordinates responded with absolute discipline. Yes, ma'am. Voices echoed across the devastated landscape. Hunter Inspection Agency. Is anyone alive under this debris? Having wrapped up his battle flawlessly, Siu stood in the shadows, watching the perimeter carefully. As the main character stepped out from the apocalyptic ruins, a squad was already waiting. Min-jung spotted him instantly. Are you Hunter Siu? Gripping Do-yeon's sword tightly in his hand, Siu offered a relaxed, confident smile. That is right, I am Lee Min-jung, captain of the 4th Guard Team under the Hunter Bureau's 1st Inspection Division. Let us go to headquarters and talk. We received intel that Hunter Kang Do-yeon tried to murder you. Murder Hunter Siu. That is correct. I have video evidence to prove it. We have verified the footage. This is not an incident we can simply sweep under the rug. However, reports state you are a traitless, unawakened hunter. Guard teams are essentially the hunter police, or to put it bluntly, they hunt down criminal hunters known as butchers. Siu remembered that guard captains were at least A-rank powerhouses. Her imposing aura truly matched the butcher title. Does this have to do with my hunter rank? I am fully aware my rank is officially E+. Despite the intimidation, Siu's attitude remained unshaken as he probed for answers. So, what is the real story here? Even so, am I obligated to answer that? I am the victim here. Siu's voice remained calm. I apologize. But in my line of work, I tend to suspect everyone. Based on the dungeon footage you provided, and the recording from the abandoned sector, we will handle this guild matter strictly. Kang Do-cheon will likely never see the light of day again. Let us conclude this interrogation here. Thank you for your cooperation. Hearing this, the main character decisively stood up. Then I will take my leave. The moment he stepped out, the interrogation room door swung open again. Suah stepped in, her eyes widening in surprise. Captain, you were still here. Hunter Siu just walked out, so I assumed the room was empty. How strange. What is? Min-jung asked sharply. Unaware of the shifting atmosphere, Suah answered honestly. Why the sudden question? I just ranked up to B class. Suddenly, the room's mana pressure skyrocketed. The sheer aura crushed the oxygen, forcing Su-ah to her knees. Why was Min-jung unleashing her killing intent out of nowhere? Trembling under the oppressive force, she looked up at her captain. Yet, Min-jung merely smiled cryptically. Just as I suspected, you cannot withstand it. Isn't it obvious? The captain is no ordinary guard. Rumor has it she is about to awaken as an S-rank butcher. But wait, Hunter Siu was completely unaffected by this terrifying aura. What? Isn't Hunter Siu just an E+ rank trash? Exactly. If that is true, why did you let him walk away? The Hunter Association's ranking system must be flawed, because his reaction was entirely normal. He carries the scent of a true human. Leaving those cryptic words behind, Min-jung walked away. Su-ah sat frozen on the floor, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Siu let out a heavy breath. Thank the system that was over. But danger still lurked. If his streaming channel went viral, he would become a prime target for dark guilds. With his current stats, a direct clash with Kang Do-cheon would be suicide. If it were not for the system's foresight regarding his enemy's attack patterns and weaknesses, and his S+ rank insight skill, Siu would have been wiped out long ago. Facing the brutal quests ahead, his absolute priority was leveling up his SS rank super strength. He let out a sigh. Why hasn't the stat leveled up? It is still stuck at 1%. Suddenly, a golden system window flashed before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the solo training quest with Harley Quinn. Siu's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. This was absolute madness. He actually won the hidden event? Wait, Harley Quinn? My #1 subscriber? Does this god-tier being really only have one subscriber? A confident smirk touched his lips. Winning this mythical event could only mean a massive power-up. The very next day, a booming voice echoed through the training ground. Huh? What in the realms? You are actually a mortal human. The voice dripped with cosmic shock. How did a mere human enter my exclusive dimension? Does the dimensional rift not work? Well, whatever, but at this rate, I cannot give you a proper leveling routine. Wait, does that mean my tutorial is cancelled? No, not quite. As I stated, my physical avatar cannot descend to your realm. Therefore, I cannot physically guide your muscle awakening. Siu's eyes narrowed with suspicion, thinking back on it. How exactly did he establish a connection to Gotham's server? The blonde guy handed him the device, while the white-haired lunatic was locked in mortal combat. However, even if I cannot physically correct your stance, I can still transmit my martial knowledge. So do not panic. Let us begin the awakening. It is like snapping a minotaur's horn in one strike. I cannot afford to lose my precious mortal subscriber. Scanning your physical vessel through the lens now. Your bodily equilibrium is a complete disaster, especially your posterior chain. Wait, by posterior chain, you mean my back muscles, right? The posterior chain encompasses your entire rear defensive structure. What you call the back is merely a fraction. We are talking lats, traps, and triceps. Ding. You have acquired the passive skill, perfect muscle knowledge. Ding! Proficiency for SS rank super strength has slightly increased. There are countless muscle groups back there, and since they are behind you, mortals often neglect to observe them. This leads to a fatal blind spot in your combat foundation. However, those core muscles are absolutely legendary. They are the vital anchor for your physical equilibrium. Hearing this absolute reckless training theory made Siu's eyes widen in shock. What the hell is this routine? This, my mortal disciple, is the divine martial art. I forged this technique myself, a divine martial art. It is nothing too crazy. I merely fuse every combat style into one ultimate path. It is the exact art I used to obliterate the Hydra. I smashed its center head and executed it in a single strike. Anyway, the posterior chain is crucial for explosive movement. The lower body is the foundation supporting your aura. What happens if the foundation crumbles? When constructing a fortress, if the base is weak, it collapses. Am I wrong? Through this brutal logic, the Dark Queen hammered the ultimate truth of physical conditioning into him. So if the lower body fails, destruction follows. Ding! You have gained physical enlightenment. Proficiency for super strength has slightly increased. Now, I will grant you the ultimate training regimen. So burn this into your retinas. The golden rule of breathing is to inhale on the push. This brutal tutorial was far more hardcore than he anticipated. But who cares about normal breathing mechanics? Just forcefully exhale and push through the pain. Siu's face darkened, gasping for air like a dying man, yet he gritted his teeth and asked, "Why such a reckless method? Look at your weak vessel first." Focus on surviving the rep before asking questions. Left with no choice, the main character obediently replied, "Understood." At that exact moment, system alerts flooded his vision. Super strength workout complete. Ding. Proficiency for SS rank super strength has slightly increased. Meanwhile, across the city, a glowing monitor displayed a massive video timeline. The intensive editing quest that Siu had commissioned was underway. The master editor, 𝗏 let out an exhausted sigh. She rubbed her temples, thinking to herself, "My boss is a decent guy, but he is completely insane." What kind of absolute madman strategy did he invent this time? The raw footage began at the entrance of a low-tier dungeon. Hello, testing. Testing. Greetings, faithful subscribers of the World Conqueror Boy channel. I am the one destined to conquer everything, the World Conqueror Boy himself. The ominous cavern behind me is the dreaded vampire bat dungeon. Why am I standing before this abyss? Because it is time to drop some legendary content. Prepare yourselves for an ultimate speedrun raid. If she just cut the footage here and layered in some epic battle tracks. But 𝗏𝗃 was still utterly baffled. Why on earth would he film a speedrun in the vampire bat cave? Those bloodsuckers swarm in massive hordes, and the zero-visibility environment makes recording a high-speed clear almost impossible. But this was exactly how the madmen farmed for views. After checking the guild leaderboards, the current record is 58 seconds, held by S-rank hunter Hannah of the Pyromancer Guild. Today, I am going to shatter that legendary record. The World Conqueror Boy's Ultimate Dungeon speedrun begins right now. I will definitely need to heavily edit the timeline on this part. Wait, is he working out mid-raid? On screen, 𝗚cie confidently declared, "Let the challenge feast begin." Following his battle cry, the main character unleashed his newly awakened power. Even knowing his content was always wild, 𝗏𝗃's eyes nearly popped out of her skull as the chaos unfolded. She stared at the monitor, questioning reality. Is intentionally collapsing a dungeon boss room even physically possible? I was supposed to farm basic editing material, but he literally annihilated the entire raid zone. She sat frozen in her gaming chair, her mind completely blue-screening as she thought, what in the world am I even watching? Well, at least he is a good guy. Meanwhile, checking his smartphone from afar, 𝗚cie smiled in absolute triumph. The view count was absolutely staggering. The legendary Fire Mage channel, boasting 41 million subscribers, had actually left a comment, but regardless of the hype, imagine the sheer panic when Hannah realizes her ultimate record was shattered. The Fire Mage's comment already sparked a massive chain reaction. But if a divine alliance was formed, reaching 1 million views is now effortlessly within grasp. But our OP main character needed to stay focused. To maintain this leveling system momentum, 𝗚cie had to upload even more thrilling content. His current superpower proficiency rested at exactly 2.01%. After his grueling training with the mighty Hercules, breaking the 2% threshold was a massive achievement. He could obliterate a high-level vampire bat dungeon with just that tiny fraction of power, if his stats leveled up even further. A brilliantly reckless idea suddenly sparked in 𝗚cie's mind. The legendary divine martial arts. He just had to convince the muscle god to pass down this absolute, supreme skill. But Hercules bluntly rejected the request. 𝗚cie argued that he conquered the special event. However, the god of strength shook his head. Winning a basic PT session and inheriting a divine technique were two completely different realms of existence. Divine martial arts existed on an entirely different tier. The sheer naming convention proved its S-rank grade. Furthermore, for a mere mortal newbie, building physical muscles wasn't the only hurdle to overcome. This martial art was an exclusive system skill, custom forged for Hercules' divine aura alone. Without possessing the exact same superpower, a regular human's body would just violently reject it. Unwilling to back down, our determined protagonist fired right back. He was already wielding the god's exact ability. Hercules was totally baffled. His exclusive superpower? Being used by a mortal he was just personal training? The muscle god stared in absolute disbelief. This was just supposed to be a basic physical bootcamp, not a divine skill transfer. Hearing this revelation, 𝗚cie tilted his head in genuine confusion. He casually stated he had already acquired the power. For Hercules, this shattered every fundamental law of the cosmic system. It was utterly impossible. Even 𝗚cie started to second-guess his own system interface. Weren't divine attributes something you could just casually download like a GodTube tutorial? Was the skill he just unlocked not actually Hercules' signature, earth-shattering ability? The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. The god fell dead silent, processing the absolute absurdity of the situation. Without uttering a single word, 𝗚cie instantly manifested the divine aura to prove his point. He unleashed the copied power right before the god's eyes. Even seeing it firsthand, Hercules felt his entire worldview crumbling. He stood utterly paralyzed. How in the heavens did a human achieve this? Did he truly copy an exclusive S-rank skill just by hitting the subscribe button? Did this cheat-like leveling system work on other gods too? 𝗚cie nodded calmly, observing the god's mental breakdown with caution. Was it really that strange? Hercules exploded with sheer disbelief. Gaining a deity's absolute authority just by subscribing sounded like complete and utter nonsense. Yet, the impossible truth was standing right there. The crushing reality forced Hercules into stunned silence. His own eyes couldn't deny the system's overpowered nature. But then, a terrifying question struck him. How did a mere mortal even bypass the firewall to access GodTube in the first place? 𝗚cie was 100% human, possessing absolutely zero divine backing. The god's mind spun in endless circles. An unawakened mortal accessing the divine network? Hearing this, 𝗚cie's memories drifted back to a certain fateful encounter. He recalled the mysterious blonde man who first triggered his unique system awakening. That enigmatic figure was the key to this entire cheat code. Deciding to play his cards, 𝗚cie revealed the hidden truth to Hercules. The god's expression turned dead serious. Those entities definitely descended from the GodTube administration. But wait, could celestial beings actually cross over? Didn't Hercules himself say descending to the mortal realm was strictly forbidden? The dimensions of gods and men were permanently sealed off from one another. Furthermore, the ultimate plot twist emerged. 𝗚cie casually mentioned that he was operating an exclusive administrator account. Hercules felt a cold chill run down his spine. If that was true, one of those mysterious figures was an actual GodTube admin. Did 𝗚cie even grasp the terrifying authority of a manager? Our MC just shrugged, claiming he knew a little bit. But even a supreme admin privilege shouldn't automatically grant divine combat skills. If that were true, managers would reign as the absolute gods of gods. Still, the undeniable fact remained. 𝗚cie had flawlessly stolen his superpower. Seeing his ultimate chance, 𝗚cie aggressively demanded to be taken in as a disciple. The immediate answer, a flat-out, resounding rejection. 𝗚 stood utterly stunned. Hercules just laughed it off, claiming that having an OP main character as a student was way too much of a headache. Basic skills and divine arts were worlds apart. Just doing regular physical coaching was already a nightmare. Now this mortal wanted to learn the ultimate technique? Absolutely not. Seeing the god's unyielding and stubborn stance, 𝗚 decided to cleverly shift his strategy to extract more system lore. He smoothly asked about the true value of GodTube subscribers. Hercules explained that followers were the literal foundation of a deity's divine rank. Our genius protagonist instantly connected the dots. This was basically a massive leveling system for gods. The higher the subscriber count, the more intensely their divine power skyrocketed. He wasn't entirely sure of the exact mechanics, but more followers clearly equaled absolute supremacy. This was the exact hidden reason the god had agreed to this bothersome coaching session in the first place. Aside from pumping iron, chasing those viral subscriber milestones was Hercules' only real obsession. Armed with this critical webtoon recap knowledge, 𝗚 initiated an epic negotiation. How about a little wager? 100 new subscribers. If 𝗚 could deliver that exact milestone, the god had to hand over the divine martial arts. Hercules scoffed at the mortal's arrogance. How could a human manipulate the divine algorithm from another dimension? 𝗚 just flashed a wicked, overpowered smirk. Everything was already playing out exactly according to his master plan. As expected, wielding his modern internet genius, 𝗚 triggered a massive algorithm boost. The muscle god's dead channel instantly went viral. The sudden explosion of clout had Hercules literally bowing his massive head to the floor. The mighty god wept tears of joy, pledging absolute loyalty to his new master. He swore to be 𝗚's most devoted system servant. 𝗚 casually brushed it off, promising even more algorithm-breaking ideas, but the ultimate catch remained the same. The S-rank martial arts had to be his. Hercules eagerly agreed, completely whipped by the massive clout. 𝗚 pushed for the deeper lore behind the subscriber counts. The god passionately explained the mechanics of divine faith. A god's pure authority is forged directly from mortal belief. The more widely worshipped they are, the more invincible their combat stats become, and so on. 𝗚's mind raced with epic world-building possibilities. So, divine authority literally leveled up alongside subscriber milestones. What an absolutely broken system. But philosophical thoughts aside, it was finally time to claim his legendary reward. The muscular god was practically wagging his tail. He was ready to download the technique directly into his master's brain. 𝗚 quickly told him to drop the embarrassing formalities. The long-awaited solo leveling training montage was finally about to begin. But step 1 was highly unusual. 𝗚's eyes burned with pure anticipation. The legendary power-up sequence he craved had arrived at last. Hercules immediately shifted into strict master mode. The absolute first requirement, brutal physical conditioning of a very specific kind. But it wasn't about regular physical brawn. He needed to forcefully forge muscles inside his very brain. And in this realm, agonizing practical combat always trumped basic theory. The second those words left the god's mouth, a mind-shattering wave of pain violently assaulted 𝗚's senses. A devastating scream ripped from our OPMC's throat. Inside the god's personal dimension, the very gravity seemed to crush everything. Every single micro-movement Hercules made radiated an absolutely terrifying, awe-inspiring authority. The explosive aura rippled through the fabric of space. The sheer speed and devastating power were beyond human comprehension. Clutching his head in pure agony, 𝗚 realized his mortal eyes couldn't even track the god's shadow. This catastrophic pressure was suffocating. Suddenly, the iconic system interface chimed in. You have successfully perceived the divine martial arts. Superpower proficiency has experienced an explosive level up. What used to crawl at 0.1% had instantly skyrocketed by 1.1%, over a full percent increase in a single breath. Furthermore, it was classified as an SSS rank ability. Stepping out of the afterimages, Hercules coldly delivered the harsh truth. This was exactly why he warned him. A mortal vessel simply couldn't withstand the divine impact. His current soul level was tragically underleveled. Activating a supreme technique with such pathetic stats would instantly obliterate his sanity. The absolute prerequisite to wielding this power was undergoing a hellish mental tempering process. That was the true meaning of brain muscles. He needed to violently forcefully evolve his soul's grade. Only by forging an unbreakable mental fortitude could he ever hope to control the overwhelming devastation of the ultimate divine combat art. 𝗚 groaned, complaining that this crucial warning should have been mentioned from the very start. The muscle god casually shrugged, stating he simply hated talking too much. But despite the near-death experience, our MC smirked. He still successfully unlocked the system's skill, right? For anyone else, it would have been a guaranteed game over. But wait, if it is truly you, given your current state, it just might be possible. My current state? Since you have already absorbed our essence. 𝗚's mind raced. If he could just devour the power of a deity who mastered the mind, a power capable of supporting that terrifying divine aura. Jesus, Buddha, Confucius. Let me introduce you to the Confucius channel. 𝗚 raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Wait, you mean the actual Confucius? Exactly. 𝗚's spirit instantly shattered. Does this mean he had to unlock a premium membership and pay that astronomical monthly tribute? The required points were absolutely devastating. Checking his system balance, 𝗚 could only let out a defeated sigh. He only had 153 million left. Hey, 𝗚atua's channel costs 100 million, right? No, it is 1 billion every single month. Damn it, at this rate, I'm being robbed blind, he muttered, questioning his life choices. Should he really take this gamble? Right on cue, 𝗚 appeared out of nowhere. flashing a bright smile as she waved. I brought it back for you. Ah, you are here. Without delay, she pulled out a glowing item. Here is the OS tendon you requested. A sudden chill ran down Sioux spine. He cautiously asked, how much was it? You said 1 million, right? But her lips curled into a ruthless smirk. 113 million, to be exact. Just like that, his hard-earned wealth vanished into thin air, leaving him with a pathetic 40 million. Swallowing his tears of blood, Sioux forced out a thank you. Thank you for using my services, she chirped. But Mr. Sioux, what exactly are you planning to do with a boss-tier tendon? I am going to forge some gear. Equipment? Exactly. The OS was a catastrophic A+ rank magical beast. Hunting it himself was suicide right now. And to unlock the divine martial arts, he desperately needed 1 billion won. Meaning, Sioux had to use premium materials to craft god-tier items for the auction house. Sure, he wanted to gear up his own avatar, but a wave of helplessness washed over him. When would he ever be rich enough to forge legendary artifacts for himself? Poverty was his ultimate nemesis, his eternal, sworn enemy. Well, time to get to work. Gripping his blacksmithing hammer with fierce determination, Sioux's aura shifted completely. Let the forging begin. He slipped into an absolute state of flow. The sheer intensity radiating from Sioux left even the legendary master Pan Wang utterly speechless. What brought her all the way here? Ciel stood frozen in pure astonishment. Both of them were witnessing the birth of a miracle, their jaws dropping in absolute disbelief. Meanwhile, Sioux remained in his forging trance. His focus was unbreakable, his movements flawless. Throughout the entire process, blinding flashes of golden light continuously erupted from the anvil. The brilliance was breathtaking, filled with boundless potential. Finally, the masterpiece he had envisioned was complete, leaving the two spectators absolutely trembling. System alert! Your proficiency in divine alchemy has leveled up. The skill points skyrocketed. Yet, despite pouring his very soul into the flames, is it really just a reject grade? Sioux muttered. But Pan Wang, staring at the finished artifact, was completely paralyzed by shock. How in the world did you forge this? Sioux blinked, suddenly snapping out of it. Oh my god. He turned to Sale, with a massive, greedy grin. How much do you think this will sell for? What? You want to auction this masterpiece off? An artifact of this caliber. It completely surpasses my appraisal skills. I doubt any ordinary VIP could even afford this tier. Hearing this, a heavy wave of disappointment crashed over Sioux's money-hungry heart. If he could not convert this into cold hard cash, it was useless. He still needed to pay for the Confucius system, the 𝗚𝗏 channel subscription, and Sale's medical bills. Left with no other choice, he placed all his bets on her. Do not stress over it, just put it on the market. It is merely a defective byproduct anyway. A defective byproduct? Hearing his casual dismissal, the heavy burden on her shoulders lifted. She immediately accepted the quest. Since you are entrusting this to me, I will give it my all. Miss Seal, I am leaving it in your capable hands. But old man, can I borrow your alias for this? My alias? I am planning to drop this item into the underground auction house. An auction. Fast forward to the night of the grand bidding war. Standing under the blinding stage lights, the glamorous host introduced the next treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been waiting for. This next artifact is a creation that even the legendary master Pan Wang could not forge, yet personally authenticated. The moment those words echoed through the hall, the entire VIP section exploded into a frenzy of whispers. Master Pan Wang. Is he not the divine blacksmith officially recognized by the guild? The atmospheric tension in the room hit a boiling point as the host dramatically raised her hand to silence the crowd. The masterpiece we are presenting tonight is a pair of high-tier combat gauntlets, forged directly from the heartstrings of an OS beast, granting it absolute, indestructible durability. Meaning, weapon degradation is a thing of the past. Embrace yourselves, esteemed guests, because this material was harvested from an A-rank catastrophic anomaly. Furthermore, our system analysis indicates it holds the passive ability to amplify the base stats of its wielder. That single revelation struck the hall like a lightning bolt. Chaos erupted as greedy eyes locked onto the stage. It actively boosts the wielder's combat power? Is it a magically enchanted artifact? I thought only the Grandmaster could forge enchanted gear. The speculative whispers were spiraling out of control, threatening to break the auction's order. Forced to rein in the rampant hype, the host cleared her throat. My deepest apologies for the confusion. This is not a fully enchanted artifact. It merely provides a minor amplification to physical stats. Approximately a 5% boost. However, it still falls under the special effect category. Gauntlets are universally essential support gear, and judging by the bloodthirsty looks in your eyes, if I stall any longer, you might just riot. So let the battle of wealth begin. The starting bid is 10 million won. Minimum increments of 5 million. Do I hear 10? 15, 20 million, 25, 30 million. The bidding war was an absolute bloodbath, numbers skyrocketing instantly. Once the price smashed through the 50 million mark, the host aggressively raised the stakes. We are adjusting the increments to 10 million per bid. Just like that, the digits blurred. 60, 80, 100 million. The sheer greed in the room forced another rule change. Increments are now set to 50 million, 150, 200, 300 million won. Thrilled by the astronomical figures flashing on the screen, the host's voice trembled with excitement. 350 million won. Do I hear anything higher? Suddenly, an icy, nonchalant voice sliced through the tension, plunging the entire VIP hall into dead silence. 2 billion. Everyone knew these gauntlets held special properties, but no one in their right mind expected the bidding to trigger such an apocalyptic climax. However, the moment the crowd recognized the bidder's face, the notorious guild master, Han Charon, suddenly, the sheer flex of wealth made perfect sense. Even the veteran auctioneer, seasoned by countless bidding wars, felt her face drain of color in sheer disbelief. $2 billion. Do we have a counteroffer for $2 billion? Without a single shred of hesitation, Min Jung calmly raised her golden placard. $2.1 billion. Her ruthless entry threw the auction house into an absolute inferno. Terrified gasps and furious whispers spread like wildfire. Wait, is that Lee Min-jung, the blood-soaked hunter? The butcher? Lee Min-jung? Despite the suffocating aura of killing intent radiating from the butcher right behind her, Charon refused to back down from this territorial clash. She immediately countered with another devastating bid. $3 billion. Min Jung's expression darkened into a lethal scowl, yet she gritted her teeth and pushed forward. $3.1 billion. Her eyes burned with unyielding resolve. But Charon simply smirked and dropped a nuke. $4 billion. The host frantically looked between the two titans, practically screaming. $4 billion? Are there any challengers? $4 billion going once. $4 billion going twice. Sold. The hammer slammed down, finalizing the legendary $4 billion transaction. Having finally secured the ultimate prize. In an absolutely crushing victory, Charon confidently strode toward the main stage. A haughty, triumphant smirk played on her lips, securing her dominance as the supreme winner. Meanwhile, across the city, as the system notification popped up, Siu's entire body went rigid in pure, unadulterated shock. He began to tremble violently. I never imagined it would trigger such a massive payload. His eyes were practically glued to the astronomical zeros on his screen. This is absolute madness, he thought, mind blown. The hammer dropped at $4 billion. Even after the 5% auction house tax and Miss Seal's system proxy fee, that is a net profit of $3.6 billion. I freaking love you, Miss Sale. Wait, what? Hold on a second. The raw power radiating from your body. He pulled Siu into a bone-crushing embrace, completely ignoring her desperate, suffocating expression. Siu, my health points are dropping. I cannot breathe. Realizing his physical stats were too overwhelming, he finally released his grip. Scratching his head in awkward guilt, he muttered, "Ah, my excitement stat just maxed out. Let me gift you an epic item to make up for it." But instead of accepting the loot, she bluntly rejected the offer. "No need. You have already cleared the quest fee," she insisted. "Plus, thanks to your massive carry, our Soul Guild unlocked the VIP tier at the hidden auction house. That is more than enough reward." He stood there stunned. "But I am totally fine. You are the one who crafted this opportunity." "I barely did a thing." The guild master made the final call. To balance the scales, he decided to pass on a secret technique, a high-tier agility growth method he had unlocked through a random viral video on his social feed. There are 4 absolute rhythmic stages. Regardless, he had to bite the bullet. The premium subscription for the Great Sage Confucius channel cost a staggering $1 billion per month. To unlock divine martial arts, the paywall was unavoidable. "Do not cry over the gold, do not cry over the gold," he chanted, trying to ignore the massive drain on his inventory. Despite his desperate mental defense, the moment the glowing blue text popped up, "System alert. You have successfully purchased the Confucius Premium Pass," he practically ground his teeth to dust. His wallet was bleeding out, taking massive critical damage. Seo stared at the luxurious, high-level establishment they had just entered. Intimidated by the aura of wealth, she whispered nervously, "Is not this zone way above our pay grade? We do not need to waste our gold on such an expensive tavern. A top-tier player should feast in top-tier zones," he replied smoothly. Internally, a smug smirk crossed his face. 600,000 won per player? A mere drop in the ocean. My inventory still boasts a massive 2,600,000,000 won. I am practically a walking treasure vault. He did the brutal math. The premium access for the divine physician Hua-Tuo was 100 million, and the great sage Confucius demanded a flat 1 billion, a total loss of 1,100,000,000 won. Gripping his teacup like a lifeline, Siu took a trembling sip, forcing his panic down. Block the negative debuffs. Just stop thinking about it. To distract himself, he booted up GodTube, waiting for the high-grade recovery items to spawn. While Siu was still mesmerized by the VIP map, Siu dove straight into the legendary Confucius stream. Even though his dialogue speed is agonizingly slow, his reaction time is insanely fast. But the first detail that slapped him in the face was the sub count. His jaw hit the floor. 34,000 active subscribers? Are you kidding me? Did every single ancient disciple reincarnate just to hit the subscribe button? So the gods are running online academies now. The system had stated that leveling up his mental fortitude was the hidden prerequisite for unlocking divine martial arts. I totally expected this to be an SS rank combat tutorial. But wait, if it is not categorized as a fighting class, does that mean its true grade transcends even divine tier martial arts? The implications were absolutely game-changing. Desperate to farm some quick proficiency points, he clicked play. Let us grind the first tutorial and decode the hidden mechanics. The video background was a realm of absolute tranquility, narrated by a deep, unwavering voice that radiated ancient power. A true master is one who observes and nurtures the souls around him. Just that single, agonizingly slow sentence hit Siu with a massive sleep debuff. His face darkened as the sheer, unadulterated boredom drained his stamina. Yet, suddenly, a golden system window shattered the silence. Ding. You have successfully mastered the foundation of the Confucian way. System notification chimes. Proficiency in benevolence, absolute righteousness, propriety, and a gentleman's wisdom has slightly leveled up. You mean to tell me that even after receiving my master's spiritual essence, the great Confucius himself, I still haven't fully absorbed his power? Exactly. You need to grind your proficiency first. Like I warned you, these divine martial arts are way beyond your current player level. Let me put it this way. Using this skill is literally like bending the fundamental laws of our world. Brute strength alone will not cut it. You must command your mana, channeling its pure essence directly into your veins. Your mana core is the vital fuel required to activate this power. You have to literally expand your internal organs to withstand the sheer pressure of your intent. Only then can you tame this explosive mana. In Eastern myths, the awakened masters called this internal energy. But glancing at his blank expression, Black Queen could already read his mind. Let me guess. You think all this theory is boring and have zero clue what I just said. Am I right? Boom. A blinding flash of aura suddenly erupted, making Siwoo jump out of his skin. What the heck? He shouted, while Black Queen kept fiercely nagging in his ear. You want to master divine martial arts, right? You want to claim this supreme power without studying the complicated mechanics, even if you try to deny it. I know that is exactly how your mind works. Yeah, you read me perfectly. Then think about it. There is exactly one cheat code to leveling up your divine martial arts. The ultimate answer is your own muscles. Say what now? If your physical vessel is weak, your mind will shatter from the recoil. Is there really no other way around this? You can engrave these complex mechanics directly into your muscle memory. Let the agonizing headache hammer the system knowledge straight into your flesh. But Siwoo's miserable expression remained completely unchanged. Meanwhile, inside the towering headquarters of the SH Group, Sans suddenly broke the silence. I heard you purchased a new relic. Cheryl could not hide her glowing satisfaction. Yes, grandfather. I am extremely satisfied with it. I was told it cost 4 billion won. While it might fall short compared to the legendary blade of Lord Aolan, it is the ultimate support item. I feel like my stats have transcended to an entirely different dimension. And all it took was a single piece of equipment. Seeing his beloved granddaughter radiating with such fiery confidence, a proud smirk crept onto his face. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. If there is anything else you need to boost your power, just name it. Knowing her grandfather's absolute backing, Cheryl's heart swelled with fierce gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. I believe we are finally ready to begin our raid. Sans' expression instantly darkened, his eyebrows knitting into a serious frown. Yet she declared with unwavering resolve, S-Class Dungeon Raid. Countless hours had blurred by, leaving only Siwoo's heavy, ragged breathing echoing in the room. Completely drained of his stamina, he crashed onto the cold floor. I can barely keep up with this insane pace, but to conquer the divine martial arts, I have to master every single detail. Forcing himself up, he grabbed his phone, desperate to analyze the combat logs. But his vision started spinning. A hollow emptiness washed over him as he questioned everything. I cannot level up my proficiency like this. Do I even have what it takes? In the depths of his mind, a lingering memory echoed. Is there a way to escape a battle that is destined for absolute defeat? And Confucius simply smiled with profound calmness. There is. By never allowing that battle to reach its end, those legendary words ignited a raging wildfire inside Siwoo's soul. Black Queen used to be a mere mortal too. He was a legendary hero who shattered the limits of the gods, all within a human vessel. Did he not bleed for his strength? Did he not face impossible odds? Did he not taste the bitter ash of failure? Yes. The divine martial arts are a terrifying force that makes you question your own sanity. But once you unlock its true essence, it transcends mere combat. More than anyone, Siwoo knew he was not born with heaven-defying talent. Therefore, the only path forward was an endless, bloody grind. In a fraction of a second, his lethal combat senses roared back to life. The very air around him began to violently twist and warp to his absolute command. Siwoo's eyes were deadly calm, channeling absolute focus into every single microscopic movement. The ultimate reward for his grueling grind arrived instantly. System alert, an unyielding spirit will now course through your veins. Your proficiency in benevolence, absolute righteousness, propriety, and a gentleman's wisdom has leveled up. You have successfully mastered Black Queen's divine martial arts. A relentless cascade of stat-boosting notifications flooded his vision, pushing Siwoo to the absolute limit as an explosive surge of divine aura violently awakened within his core. Finally, he had truly conquered the ultimate martial arts of Black Queen. The euphoric rush of leveling up hit him so fast, Siwoo just stood there, completely frozen in dumbfounded shock. The system interface kept blazing with glorious achievement badges. Overjoyed, his mind instantly jumped to the next quest. I definitely need to rent a private training room for this. I wonder how many credits that will burn through. 𝗏𝗄 let out an exhausted sigh, booting up her workstation to face the daily grind. She stared blankly at the video requests Siwoo had submitted. Her mind began to race. Just like the brutal vampire bat raid last time, the mighty fire mage had utterly destroyed the boss's record on her channel, reclaiming the #1 throne. An absolutely monstrous, clear time of 11 seconds. The boss raid was annihilated the moment it even spawned. 𝗏𝗄 clicked to download the file, realizing our chaotic main character was still pushing his insane content. What is up, viewers of the World Conqueror Boy channel? I am the man destined to dominate this system, the World Conqueror Boy himself. I heard the Fire Mage channel just set an insane new record. 11 seconds is a legendary clear time, and that is exactly why today we are going to completely crush the Fire Mage, Miss Yuhana. 𝗏𝗄 felt like she had just been struck by a devastating thunderbolt. That suicidal declaration kept echoing in her brain. You guys are probably wondering why I suddenly placed a target on Miss Yuhana's back. Listen, if I recklessly picked a fight with her, I would be roasted into absolute ashes. I cannot just dive into a boss fight without heavily prepping my stats, right? That is exactly why the ultimate strategy I am revealing today is the definitive guide to stealing Miss Johanna's #1 rank. Enough talking, let the raid begin. Siwoo immediately burst into action. As his opening move, he launched a high kick, as if tearing through the very gravity of the room. Then, he unleashed an explosively lethal strike, packing every ounce of critical damage into a single point. And then, the video violently cut to black. Accompanied by a blood-curdling monster shriek, her monitor went completely dark, looking like a total connection failure. But Daku's razor-sharp instincts kicked in. She frantically clicked her mouse to investigate. Wait a minute, he uploaded 2 separate files. But the actual footage inside the second clip sent her reeling backward, her eyes bulging with pure, unadulterated shock. Picking up right where the darkness left off. The frame showed him raising his leg to unleash his ultimate skill, before violently stomping the ground with world-shattering force. A majestic shockwave of magical aura violently drilled into the earth. The sheer impact made the camera drastically violently tilt before completely crashing down, leaving the scene in total chaos, accompanied by Siwoo's unbelievably clueless voice crackling through the audio. Now that I think about it, I can just grind my proficiency levels inside the dungeon, right? However, Daku's face drained of all color, severely questioning her entire reality as she muttered, "What kind of monstrous power am I even watching?" With trembling hands, she clicked the file details. Wait, the total raid time is exactly 4 seconds. Daku was completely paralyzed by disbelief. Meanwhile, Siwoo was happily admiring his rising system numbers. Thanks to his divine martial arts, his viewership and engagement had absolutely exploded. At this explosive rate, earning 100 million won was practically a done deal, but his celebration suddenly paused. A stray comment caught his eye. Wait, Han Charon failed the raid. The comment section was already a massive war zone of speculation. Siwoo just let out an annoyed sigh. It had to be a baseless rumor, right? But the whispers quickly turned into undeniable facts. Breaking news articles were flooding the internet. Siwoo frowned in heavy disbelief. Was this really happening? He had to see the truth for himself. The headlines hit him like a physical blow. Charon's S-rank dungeon raid was an absolute disaster, and the media vultures were tearing her apart for details. He scrolled through the articles, his eyes narrowing in sharp suspicion. Not a single report explained exactly how she was defeated. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the bed. Why should I even care? He muttered to himself. I am drowning in my own leveling grind right now. She is a top-tier hunter. She will survive this mess somehow. At that exact moment, on the towering highest floor of the 𝗚cie𝗱𝗸𝗲𝗃, Charon walked into a freezing atmosphere. Director Mina's voice dripped with fake sympathy. Oh my, look who finally arrived. Charon maintained her icy, impenetrable expression. It has been a while, Director Han Mina. I hope you have been well. Mina's calculating eyes scanned her up and down. Are you returning from the chairman's office? Charon nodded firmly. Yes, I was summoned for an emergency meeting. Mina sighed dramatically, twisting the emotional knife. The guild is in total chaos right now. Investors are pulling their massive funds left and right. But do not blame yourself too heavily. We simply placed too much legendary hope on your shoulders. You should leave before the higher-ups arrive. Every single venomous word from Mina pierced Charon's heavy guilt. She stood completely frozen in the empty hallway. The crushing weight of failure practically suffocated her. Meanwhile, Siwoo chuckled softly to himself. A bit bitter, is it not? This is definitely a heavy penalty to swallow. But the system rewards were completely worth it. His divine medical arts proficiency had skyrocketed. The concoction was finally becoming easier to drink, especially after unlocking the gentleman's etiquette skill. All of Siwoo's fundamental stats were surging. Divine martial arts, overpowered super strength, keen insight, and even his divine alchemy were evolving. His insight stat had leveled up the most, since it synchronized with his other abilities perfectly. Gentleman's etiquette was undeniably a true triple S rank skill. Seol-Ah's condition was showing miraculous signs of recovery. Seeing her health stabilize filled his chest with immense relief. The magical formula was finally working. If he just kept grinding his divine medical arts proficiency, he could absolutely cure Seol-Ah once and for all. The only massive hurdle left was the system currency. He needed to pay the steep membership fees for Hua Tuo and Confucius. 1,700,000,000 won would be enough, if only he could sell this miraculous elixir on the black market. But distributing unverified potions without a healer license was pure suicide. He immediately considered asking for professional advice. Suddenly, sharp footsteps echoed outside his door. Siwoo's aura flared with instant caution. Who is out there? A polite, professional voice pierced the tension. Am I speaking to Mr. Siwoo? I am Kang Min-ji, the personal secretary of Lady Han Charon. She stood patiently beyond the threshold. Once allowed inside, she did not waste a single breath. My lady wishes to attempt a second raid on that S-rank dungeon. Siwoo instantly connected the dots. Charon was aiming for a desperate retry, and she desperately needed his overpowered support. He looked at her with sharp, calculating eyes. So she wants me to act as the tactical planner? Exactly. But Siwoo pressed harder. What really happened inside that boss room? Min-ji bowed her head in heavy defeat. I apologize, but the exact raid logs are classified. She only stated that your unique skills are absolutely vital for survival. The lady wanted to request this personally, but the media hounds are watching her every move. Please forgive our sudden intrusion. Will you accept a private audience with her? A dangerous, confident smirk played on Siwoo's lips. His system senses were tingling. He could already smell the sweet aroma of viral YouTube views and the absolute mountain of wealth waiting to be claimed. Upon stepping into the massive SH Guild training center, Siwoo immediately locked eyes on her. Charon was fiercely striking the dummies, wearing the exact artifact gloves he had forged. Her blazing concentration created an absolute invisible barrier. Minji stepped forward to break the silence. "Let me announce your arrival," but Siwoo quickly raised his hand, stopping her. "Hold on, let her cook." He analyzed the heavy atmosphere. She has entered a state of supreme martial trance. Interrupting this explosive growth would be a catastrophic waste. He had experienced that exact system phenomenon before. Minji shifted uncomfortably, clearly anxious. She wanted to speak up, but Siwoo's calm authority silenced her. "I can afford to wait a little while. For a hunter like her, this is a legendary, once-in-a-lifetime awakening moment." Charon's aura continued to violently flare. Her devastating strikes echoed through the massive hall. Heavy drops of sweat fell like rain. Siwoo did not just stand there. His S-rank insight was constantly scanning her combat data. Her attack patterns completely lack a systematic foundation. His tactical vision had evolved vastly after absorbing the S+ martial arts enlightenment. Why is she just swinging her blade on pure chaotic instinct? He remembered the guild rumors. Charon had never actually learned proper sword techniques. Her innate talent allowed her to wield a blade effectively. But she was relying entirely on raw, unpolished battle senses. She possesses an overpowered physical strength similar to my own. Yet she lacks the divine martial arts required to harness it. Relying purely on raw instinct will eventually become a fatal bottleneck. If she learned a true legendary technique, her combat power would absolutely break the power scale. But is joining an ancient martial arts sect the only way for her to break her absolute limits? A cunning, triumphant smile suddenly curved his lips. That would be utterly useless for her anyway. The SH conglomerate would never allow their star hunter to bow to a master. Becoming a sect disciple means cutting ties with the corporate guild. She would instantly lose her guild ranking and authority. Having an absolute background is not always a blessing. Still, with her monstrous talent, maybe she could learn techniques straight from GodTube. Just then, a legendary GodTube notification flashed in Siwoo's mind. King Arthur, the legendary Knight of the Round Table. Wait, how could he possibly choose just one legendary mentor? Should he pick the master of the Holy Sword 𝗏𝗲 or the original Dragon Slayer, Siegfried, or perhaps Xiang Yu, the absolute tyrant who could obliterate 10,000 men? He recalled a truly chaotic video. Xiang Yu had captured his rival, forcing the legendary Liu Bang to sing the Han Dynasty anthem in pure terror. Those mythical videos were absolutely unhinged. But what if Charon could actually inherit their legendary combat arts? The problem was, mortals could not access GodTube. A brilliant, money-making scheme suddenly struck him. Wait a minute, I can just learn the supreme skills and become her personal master. Even with the heavy system taxes, I can easily drain her massive guild funds. Whether it was 1 billion or 10 billion, that was mere pocket change to the Harris of the SH group. Maybe she would even pay him a premium instructor fee. 10 billion sounded like a solid number. Just imagining those astronomical numbers made his eyes sparkle with pure greed. Talk about hitting the jackpot. His grand master plan for an early retirement with Han Charon was finally taking shape. But here was the catch. Why would a glorious A-rank hunter like her take lessons from a lowly D-rank hunter like Siwoo? Plus, he could only teach her the very skills he had painstakingly mastered. Could he really pass on the divine martial arts he had taught himself? Standing there with his chin resting in his hand, he fell into deep thought. Giving up now would be a massive waste. Just then, Charon approached. "You should have told me he was here," Minji anxiously explained, noticing her lady's slight displeasure. "My deepest apologies, miss." Hunter Siwoo insisted on not interrupting your intense training session. Hearing this, Charon did not press the matter. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she simply nodded. "Ah, I see." Standing this close, their eyes suddenly locked. A fierce blush rushed to his cheeks, completely catching him off guard. Feeling the sudden awkward tension, she quickly turned away. "Give me a moment to wash my face," she murmured. Left alone, Siwoo could not help but marvel. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Remembering the awkward moment, Charon suddenly asked, "You must have been waiting for ages." But he instantly waved it off, cutting straight to the raid's core issue. "That does not matter right now. I heard you need my help. Tell me exactly what happened inside that dungeon." At the mention of the raid, her usual confidence vanished into thin air. She hesitated, her voice trembling. Inside that dungeon, there was not a single monster. This revelation hit Siwoo hard. He could not believe his own ears. "Wait, what did you just say?" Charon lowered her gaze, the shadows of the failed raid haunting her eyes as she began her tale. "When my elite squad and I entered the gate, the place was entirely empty. But then, we encountered something else. So there was a monster? Yes." Recalling those blood-red eyes, a violent shiver ran down her spine. Its outward appearance resembled a wolf, but calling it a mere monster feels wrong. I have never seen a terrifying beast like that in my entire life. Based on her vivid description, Siwoo's hunter instincts flared up. Wolf-type magical beasts were incredibly common, but his system knowledge told him that no ordinary wolf-type had ever spawned as an S-rank dungeon boss. Charon's small hands trembled uncontrollably from the lingering fear. I did not know how to fight that thing." Hearing her confession, a heavy suspicion settled in his gut. Even if it was an S-rank gate, Han Charon possessed overwhelming A+ rank power. A top-tier hunter like her should not be saying words of defeat. Yet Siwoo pressed on. Are you saying you could not take it down? She nodded firmly. Yes. As he pieced the puzzle together, the mystery only deepened. She was not fighting solo. She had a brilliant raid party and absolute top-tier legendary equipment. How could an elite strike team like that face total annihilation? No, they did not just fail. They encountered an overwhelming force completely out of their league. Taking a deep breath, he asked the golden question. Let me get this straight. There was only one beast in that entire zone, and this single creature was so devastatingly strong that even you could not scratch it, a lone monster in a massive dungeon, possessing such terrifying might that an A-rank hunter was left helpless. System logic dictated that dungeon ranks were calculated by the total mana capacity within the gate. Therefore, it was practically impossible for a dungeon's hazard level to be determined by a single entity, unless it was an ultra-rare anomaly where the entire mana core belonged to one solitary beast. Connecting the dots of this raid, Siwoo frowned, a shocking realization hitting him like a lightning bolt. A mutation, or rather, the ultimate nightmare of all hunters. An apex super monster? A calamitous beast that had devoured the entire mana reserve of the dungeon. If her party went head-to-head with a monster of that caliber, their absolute defeat made perfect sense. Super monsters were already walking natural disasters, and an S-rank variant was a literal death sentence. He looked her dead in the eye. I am betting my life on this. You encountered an apex super monster. The term was completely foreign to her. Charon blinked, utterly bewildered by the system terminology. An apex super monster? I have never heard of such a classification before. Listen to me, your best move is to abandon this raid altogether. There is no logical reason to challenge a death trap like that again. It is not worth throwing your life away over a single gate. But Charon's stubbornness flared up, fiercely rejecting his warning. No, I have to clear it. Can you at least tell me why? You are not the only one dealing with this crisis. However, Siwoo already had a solid grasp of the situation. Because of Han Charon's catastrophic raid failure, the mighty SH group was facing an unprecedented storm of backlash. Rumor had it that billions of won had completely vaporized the second the news articles hit the web. To stop the corporate stock from bleeding out, she had to act. Her eyes burned with desperate resolve. She was backed into a corner with no escape. I have to fix my own mistake. Han Charon was bound by duty to secure a successful raid clear as soon as humanly possible. This was undeniably a life-or-death scenario. But risking your neck just to save some billions of won, facing an unrecorded S-rank apex monster was going to be a living hell. After a tense pause, Siwoo slowly opened his mouth. All right, I understand. But in exchange, I have a condition. He flashed a goofy, shameless grin. Please let me film the entire raid and upload it to YouTube. While Charon stood there dumbfounded, trying to process the word YouTube, he aggressively pushed his negotiation tactics, and I want 10 billion won. He looked straight into her eyes, smiling with absolute confidence. I refuse to accept a single penny less than that. Against all odds, the crazy negotiation was a massive success. Staring at his 1 billion won advance deposit, he thought, man, I should have asked for way more. Who knew the Ice Queen would agree so effortlessly? Oh well, this legendary payout was more than enough to satisfy his greed. Forget it, being too greedy gets you killed. 10 billion is already a mountain of cash. Besides, this specific boss monster was a complete unknown. Siwoo had no idea if he could even strategize against it. Asking for more money would only pile on the mental pressure. Anyway, thanks to his S+ rank comprehension skill, his mastery had already reached 24%. That was more than enough processing power to analyze an S-rank super monster. Oh wait, he absolutely had to do a pre-raid interview. As per their contract, the very next day, both hunters stood at the terrifying entrance of the S-rank gate. Stepping into the abyss, Charon stubbornly declared, I will take the vanguard and lead the way. She had granted him access to the S-rank zone, under the strict condition that they partied up together. Honestly, venturing into a death zone like this was incredibly reckless, and Siwoo hated the idea of going in blind, but he needed to see the boss with his own eyes before he could formulate a winning raid strategy. Plus, with his system-granted super strength and divine martial arts, even if he was not confident in soloing an S-rank beast, he was absolutely certain he could survive and escape. The oppressive aura of the dungeon instantly put Siwoo on high alert. This suffocating pressure, it was exactly as he had calculated. The ominous atmosphere here was on a whole different level compared to those trash-tier dungeons. Yet, Charon boldly suggested they push deeper into the boss room. The sky had turned pitch black, with only a pale, eerie moonlight guiding their path. Siwoo noticed her constantly staring at the combat gauntlets she wore, and something felt off. Are those gauntlets not fitting right? They are a bit too loose. Without a second thought, he made his move. Let me calibrate them for you. Charon gasped in absolute shock. I crafted these to my own measurements because I did not know who the wielder would be. They will not slip off during combat, but they must be annoying to wear. Right. Suddenly, the magical gauntlets began to shrink, perfectly molding themselves to her delicate hands. This impossible system-level feat left her utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Siwoo just smirked with a mischievous, knowing grin. Just consider it a premium bonus feature. How does your gear even have this hidden stat? Simple. Because I am the legendary crafter who forged these gauntlets. Wait, what? Then are you the true successor acknowledged by Master 𝗘𝗃𝗃? I would not go that far. I just happen to share the same mythic forge as him. But right as the casual banter settled between them, the atmosphere instantly plummeted. A suffocating wave of dark aura violently crashed into the area. The killing intent was so overwhelmingly oppressive that it instantly triggered his danger sense, forcing him into a defensive stance. His brows furrowed in deep dread. What on earth is this? What kind of monstrous mana pool was this? And why did it make his survival instincts scream in pure terror? Everything unfolded in a terrifying blink of an eye, leaving him completely paralyzed by the sheer pressure. The boss monster finally materialized from the shadows, its crimson eyes glowing with an apocalyptic hunger, ready to devour them whole. In a mere fraction of a second, the alpha beast's presence dominated the entire zone, and the harsh reality slammed into our main character like a freight train. This entity existed in an entirely different power dimension. Yet, despite the lethal threat, Cheryl fearlessly stepped forward. Shielding him with her body, she commanded, "Get behind me, right now!" The devastating gravity of its aura forced him to question reality. Is this the true terror of an S-rank apex predator? A million chaotic calculations frantically raced through his leveling system. Can Han Charon actually solo this demonic wolf? What happens to the timeline if I intervene? No, the brutal truth was, they lacked the stats for this raid. He only came to scout the boss's data, not to trigger a death flag. After a rapid tactical analysis, the conclusion was absolute. Engaging meant certain death. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes, as he instantly initiated an emergency extraction protocol. The two desperately braced themselves against the monster's suffocating killing intent, but right before the beast's fury could violently erupt, he tightly gripped Cheryl's shoulder armor, pulling her back from the abyss. He roared the only logical command, "Run!" Abandoning all combat formations, they sprinted for their lives, dashing recklessly through the desolate, nightmare-inducing abyss of that S-rank dungeon. The darkness behind them felt infinitely more terrifying than ever before. Only after putting enough aggro distance between them and the boss did they finally manage to rip open a spatial portal and dive to safety. At long last, the duo successfully cleared the dungeon's exit barrier. Running a quick diagnostic on the terrifying data he just witnessed, he could only draw one chilling conclusion. Since they did not exchange blows, the exact combat power was unverified, but his system estimated it would take a minimum of 5 S-rank hunters just to survive its first phase. Even after completely escaping the death zone, Cheryl stood frozen in sheer trauma, her voice trembling. What in the world was that monstrous level of power? But he ignored the question, shooting back his own urgent inquiry. How did you manage to survive that raid boss the first time? When my entire guild faced that demonic entity, we barely escaped by a miracle. Are you seriously planning to launch another raid against that thing? Yet, despite standing at the very edge of death just moments ago, Cheryl's resolve remained as unbreakable as legendary tier steel. Yes, it is my absolute duty. If you can formulate the perfect strategy, my guild will execute the vanguard assault. And just like that, a heavy silence fell between the two awakened beings, both carrying the weight of their own secret quests. Seeing her unyielding spirit, he finally offered a compromise. I will ping your comms once my system finishes analyzing the boss's data. Thankfully, his foresight allowed him to capture the encounter on his magical recording device, giving him direct access to the beast's visual logs. Yet, despite running endless mental simulations, the true identity of the monster remained completely hidden. What exactly is the classification of this anomaly? High-tier species are usually just evolved variants of standard dungeon mobs, meaning there had to be a base monster in the evolutionary tree. He endlessly scrolled through the Hunter Association's official encyclopedia, scouring every hidden forum on the dark web for even a single pixel of lore. But the search results yielded absolutely zero matches. Even after activating his exclusive S+ rank insight skill, the creature's origin remained blocked by an unknown firewall. Just what kind of hidden boss is this? Sometime later, as 𝗵𝗃 wrapped up the intense combat tutorial. Alright, that is enough grinding for today. System notification. You have successfully completed 𝗵𝗃's hellish training. Your related combat proficiency stats have drastically leveled up, but the main character was completely drained, collapsing onto the arena floor, gasping for air. Seeing his depleted stamina bar, his mentor walked over with a smirk. Is your mana already hitting rock bottom? But our protagonist completely ignored the taunt. His eyes remained intensely glued to his digital interface. 𝗵𝗃's curiosity spiked, leaning in to inspect the glowing screen. What kind of secret quest log has your attention? Take a look. It is an unidentified boss monster I have been tracking. Tracking a boss. Exactly. I have been analyzing its stats for 3 straight days with zero progress. Is that so? Let me assess the threat level. He immediately closed the distance to get a high-resolution view of the captured footage. The instant his eyes locked onto the screen, 𝗵𝗃's confident expression shattered into pure shock. Do you actually know its true identity? Hold on a second. Isn't this the legendary beast, Fenrir? The revelation hit our main character like a critical strike. What did you just say? Fenrir was an apocalyptic mythic tier existence from ancient lore, also known as the demonic wolf. The legendary beast created solely to annihilate the gods. The lore behind its god-slaying title was horrifyingly simple. This was the exact catastrophe that triggered the ultimate doomsday event, Ragnarok. It was said that its upper jaw could pierce the very heavens, while its lower jaw dragged across the depths of the underworld, a calamity beast destined to completely wipe out the server. Ultimately, it was Fenrir who devoured the entire world and mercilessly crushed Odin beneath its fangs. The supreme overlord of the Norse mythology faction. What in the system is a mythic tier boss doing in a modern dungeon? No, the real glitch is, how did it even cross over to our dimension? Seriously, how did a god killer spawn in that sector? Suddenly, a chilling realization synchronized within his mind, the mysterious unknown player who gifted him the divine smartphone, and now the sudden appearance of Fenrir alongside 𝗵𝗃. Perhaps the only one entirely clueless about this dimensional rift was Fenrir itself. Are you absolutely certain it is the real deal? My combat memory does not lie. I clashed with it once before. And naturally, I claimed the victory screen. Is that true? Then calculate this. What would happen if my current level went up against Fenrir? You? Trying to solo the god killer? Exactly. Let me run the combat simulation. You would probably last exactly 1 second. Wait, 1 second. Yes. 1 second before your HP hits 0 and you are shredded into polygons. The brutal reality check left our protagonist completely muted. However, analyzing this specific visual data, something feels slightly off. Judging by its aura emission, it is currently stuck in a severely weakened debuff state. Its physical form has regressed into a mere wolf cub. A cub? Are you blind? Its hitbox is still the size of a literal mountain. True, but compared to the apocalyptic scale of the legendary Fenrir, this is nothing. Furthermore, it is equipped with a mysterious artifact I have never encountered. An artifact? Hakuin's eyes narrowed, sensing a bizarre system anomaly. He immediately zoomed in on the pixelated recording, pointing at a specific detail. Look right there. That item seems to be actively sealing away Fenrir's mythic tier stats. The bizarre design of the seal triggered his gamer instincts, prompting him to ask, what kind of legendary item is that? That is 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗏. Lore dictates it possesses indestructible durability that cannot be broken by any worldly force. Against a nerf Fenrir like this, I estimate I would last a full minute. 1 minute before you become Monster Chow. But the ultimate puzzle remained. How did a mythological entity bypass the server's dimensional walls, and why? If this dark beast truly was the legendary Fenrir, then raiding it through conventional means was absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Hakuin broke the tension with a sly, knowing grin. Well then, as your mentor, perhaps I should leak its fatal weakness to you. Should I drop this massive spoiler or keep it locked? If you hand over that boss guide, I will instantly reward you with exclusive premium video content worth 200 loyal subscribers. Deal. I will immediately go farm the required materials and deliver them right away, my master. Scene transition. SH Guild headquarters right outside the menacing dungeon gate. A massive swarm of reporters aggressively push their microphones forward. Why haven't you abandoned this deadly raid zone? What logic drove you to initiate a second raid after the previous massacre? Yet, Cheryl maintained an ice-cold silence, her aura radiating absolute authority. She strode directly into the Vanguard waiting room without breaking stride. It seems the entire strike squad is fully assembled. Let the raid begin. Meanwhile, our main character decisively booted up his tactical system, ready for the endgame. What is up, subscribers of the World Conqueror channel? Wait, is this guy seriously a streamer? A content creator, and his channel name is actually World Conqueror. What a ridiculously arrogant username. I doubt he even has that many viewers. What is a streamer doing in an elite raid? Rumor has it he designed the dungeon strategy. A strategy? Against that monstrous wolf? Stop speaking nonsense. We know absolutely nothing about this guy, and he looks completely pathetic. Discontent brewed heavily within the Vanguard. The raid support conditions were already miserable, and now they had brought a deadweight streamer. Captain Han Sharon, this is incredibly reckless. Senior Hunter, what exactly is your plan here? Will everyone actually make it out alive? Just trust me on this one. Cut the idle chatter and prepare to breach the gate. Moments later, the elite squad stepped into the dreaded S-Class dungeon. Yet our main character kept aggressively filming, leaving the entire raid party utterly speechless. Listen up, everyone. We have officially entered the S-Class zone. Can you feel that intense pressure? Is he completely out of his mind, filming a noisy vlog in a life-or-death situation? If the Black Dragon senses us, we are all dead meat. Frustration boiled in their veins, but they could only grit their teeth. The surrounding mana felt like a physical weight, suffocating them and sending cold shivers down their spines. The ultimate calamity possessing the power of absolute destruction finally materialized from the shadows, just its sheer, overwhelming presence pushed their sanity to the absolute breaking point. Sharon even began to doubt herself. Was this re-raid a fatal mistake? Did she just lead her squad straight to the graveyard? Should she not have begged an S-Class hunter for backup? No. Outside S-Class assistance was strictly forbidden. This raid was far more than just survival. This was the stepping stone for 𝗚liche Corporation to dominate the hunter industry. She had to conquer this nightmare using only the corporation's internal military power. 𝗚liche Corporation had to forge its legacy in blood. However, 𝗚cie remained entirely unfazed, casually chatting with his camera. Look closely, viewers. That is the mythical boss, Fenrir, also known as the demonic wolf. Fenrir, a legendary creature from ancient mythology. Wait, the chat is going crazy. You guys are asking if it is the real deal? Faced with its godly aura, he casually smirked. I am not entirely sure myself. I guess we will just have to fight it and find out. Am I not the man destined to conquer everything? I am the world conqueror. Even if this is the legendary Fenrir, the apocalyptic wolf that swallows the earth, it is just another stepping stone. Suddenly, 𝗚cie turned and grinned. Are you ready? Charon flinched, completely caught off guard. What? At that exact moment, his voice thundered. Commencing phase 1 of the Fenrir subjugation strategy. Immediately, a terrifying surge of aura exploded from his body, leaving her breathless and utterly stunned. In a mere fraction of a second, 𝗚cie shattered Charon's expectations. Defying the laws of physics, he channeled his explosive combat energy, launching himself straight into the heavens. Even Fenrir was caught off guard. When did this human move? The demonic wolf unleashed a bone-chilling roar, radiating pure bloodlust to crush his fighting spirit. Watching from a distance, Charon felt her heart drop. She screamed in pure panic, "Watch out." Its upper fangs seemed to pierce the sky, while its lower jaw dragged across the earth. But in a blinding flash, 𝗚cie vanished into thin air. The mythical beast blinked in confusion. He is not here. Where did the insect go? In that split second, 𝗚cie reappeared like a phantom, closing the distance with lightning speed. He clenched his fist tightly, concentrating a monstrous amount of aura. This was meant to be a fatal, one-hit kill execution. Sensing the perfect opening, he unleashed a devastating meteor strike right into the beast's torso. The entire raid party gasped in sheer terror. What in the world is happening? The clash between 𝗚cie and the apex predator Fenrir reached a suffocating level of tension. Yet, as the dust settled, the massive wolf stood completely unharmed. 𝗚cie felt a wave of absolute helplessness. Damn it all. He landed a perfect, direct hit. Yet the boss did not even flinch. He forced a bitter laugh. This is seriously infuriating. But the Black Queen swore this attack pattern would work. Clearly, the raid was spiraling rapidly out of control. In a desperate bid for survival, the squad instantly formed their battle formation. Blazing fireballs rained down from the sky, while 𝗚cie frantically leaped backward to dodge Fenrir's earth-shattering counterattacks. Charon could not hold back any longer. She drew her blade and roared, "Vanguard, charge! We fight now!" Following her command, she fearlessly dashed into the jaws of death, buying time for the backline to unleash their magic. Amidst the chaotic crossfire, 𝗚cie desperately maintained his hyper-focus. But the power gap was simply astronomical. Holy crap, is this wolf actually the real deal? 𝗚cie suddenly recalled his strategy meeting with the Black Queen. Against a beast like Fenrir, the battle will only take 1 minute. 1 minute? Yes, 1 minute. Until you are brutally torn into pieces. He cursed furiously under his breath. 1 minute, my foot. I cannot even survive 10 seconds out here. The Black Queen's strategy was absolute garbage. It only worked for her because she is an overpowered freak of nature. But wait. Gleipnir, the divine chains binding the great wolf Fenrir. If those magical restraints are restricting its movements, then winning this raid is not completely impossible. The situation was not an absolute dead end. A flurry of ice-cold slashes illuminated the pitch-black dungeon. Charon clashed fiercely against the beast. Yet her blade could not pierce its mythical hide. The most devastating reality was that, despite being hailed as a master swordswoman in this apocalyptic S-class raid, she was forced to fight completely on the defensive. The overwhelming aura of Fenrir proved they were worlds apart in terms of power. Their only hope was a synchronized, full-scale bombardment. Seeing her comrades hold the line, Charon felt a glimmer of hope. She was not fighting this war alone. Fire magic. The magic casters are ready. Watch out. A relentless barrage of explosive spells rained down on Fenrir. The demonic wolf was entirely swallowed by a sea of flames. There was no way to dodge that. The casters kept fueling the inferno, screaming, "Eat this." But this time, the beast did not even try to evade. It simply unhinged its massive jaw and devoured the roaring flames whole. The hunters completely froze in their tracks. It swallowed the magic attack. The entire raid party stood paralyzed, staring up at the terrifying anomaly that was Fenrir. Even after witnessing it with their own eyes, their brains refused to process the horror. Did that monster just eat pure fire? Seeing their morale drop, he rallied the team to stand their ground. Stepping forward, 𝗚cie revealed the next phase of their battle plan. Brace for an all-out assault. Look closely at its massive frame. A mystical shackle is embedded in its flesh. You see it too, right? His gaze shifted to Cheryl. Meeting his eyes, her expression hardened with unwavering resolve. In a mere heartbeat, their tactical exchange was complete. Ready to execute the next phase, as Cheryl unleashed a flurry of lethal sword strikes, the entire raid party poured out their support. Meanwhile, 𝗚cie steadied his breathing. He forced himself to stay calm, heightening every single sense to its absolute peak. Just like that, an overwhelming surge of dormant power awakened within him. Facing their relentless barrage, the mighty Fenrir's eyes blazed with apocalyptic fury. Seizing a microscopic opening, 𝗚cie exploded forward with blinding speed. Channeling every ounce of his aura, he charged head-on, desperate to end this catastrophic raid. Seeing a mere human dare to approach, the legendary beast went absolutely berserk. It bared its razor-sharp fangs and nightmarish claws. The distance between them vanished in an instant, leaving only inches to spare. Pushed to the brink, the protagonist activated his ultimate buff. By stacking a high-tier strength amplification skill, 𝗚cie compressed his entire life force into one devastating, critical punch. Though the boss monster's combat stats remained terrifyingly high, his strike actually dealt damage. Sensing a glimmer of hope, 𝗚cie made a split-second decision to maintain this relentless assault. But fate is incredibly cruel. A sudden anomaly froze him in his tracks. A lightning-fast counterattack lashed out, striking before he could even blink. The crushing impact sent him crashing to the ground in agony. Staring at the horrific gash across his chest, cold sweat drenched his face. That was a near-death experience. A millisecond slower, and his body would have been torn to shreds. But amidst the chaos, a strange suspicion crept into his mind. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Right before the beast's attack pierced his vital organs, it inexplicably hesitated for a fraction of a second. Seizing that divine window, Cheryl delivered a devastating slash to its flank. Because the legendary wolf paused its retaliation against 𝗚cie, the female lead found her opening. Yet, a massive question mark loomed over him. Why did it hold back? It clearly possessed the power to annihilate him on the spot. And why? Why did Fenrir let out such an agonizing, heaven-shaking roar after taking that hit? Resentment and unbridled wrath boiled over to the absolute limit. The deep laceration tore through its mythical hide, causing crimson blood to pour endlessly. In that blood-soaked moment, 𝗚cie violently shook off his distracting thoughts. He needed absolute focus. This was a raid, not a puzzle. Capitalizing on his high agility stat, he initiated a supreme footwork technique, preparing to launch a second assault against this mythical calamity born from ancient lore. His expression remained as cold as ice, completely devoid of fear. Combining ghost-like agility with absolute tactical precision, he managed to land another explosive strike on Fenrir's colossal body. The impact was devastating enough to send shockwaves of agonizing pain through its immortal flesh. Yet, our main character refused to take a single step back. Staring down its lethal, scythe-like claws, his mind raced with battle calculations. The timing was perfect. He lunged forward, grabbing onto Fenrir's mythical restraining chain, 𝗤𝗄𝗄𝗏. That single, audacious move brought a flash of sheer terror to the calamity's eyes. 𝗚cie unleashed every drop of his physical strength, gripping the magical iron tightly to seal the beast's movements. The agonizing restriction of 𝗤𝗄𝗏𝗏 triggered a maddening, blood-curdling howl from the wolf. Refusing to be outdone, a majestic aura erupted around the protagonist's body. He was ready to clash with death itself. At the climax of their power struggle, 𝗚cie yanked the mystical chain with explosive force, throwing the giant calamity entirely off balance. The sequence unfolded at breakneck speed, leaving Cheryl in absolute awe. But her warrior instincts kept her grip firmly on her blade. Now that the boss monster was successfully suppressed, it was time for the execution phase. Their eyes met across the chaotic battlefield. No words were needed. A fiercely decisive, aura-infused sword/cleave through the air. Tremendous magical energy and raw physical power merged into a brilliant symphony of destruction. Witnessing this god-tier coordination, the elite hunters of the guild were left utterly speechless. Absolute madness. This is insane. Under the hauntingly bright moonlight, an eerie, suffocating silence descended over the wasteland, broken only by heavy, exhausted panting. We survived. We actually cleared it. But those victorious cries were nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Bathed in moonlight, 𝗚cie's drained body began to plummet from the sky like a broken doll. The raid party's brief joy instantly shattered into pure, trembling dread. Panic consumed them. This is statistically impossible. From the heart of the darkness, ominous gray demonic energy began to violently vortex. The swirling miasma rapidly condensed, reforming the nightmarish silhouette of Fenrir. The calamity they thought they had conquered had returned. Total despair washed over the hunters' faces. This is a rigged game, a raid we were never meant to survive. Entering its second phase, the apocalyptic pressure radiating from Fenrir was exponentially more suffocating than before. As 𝗚cie finally crashed onto the unforgiving earth, his mind spiraled into an abyss of endless questions. Why? Just why? A Fenrir bound by 𝗤𝗄𝗏𝗏's chains is programmed to be sealed, and yet, it remains the legendary demon wolf that devoured realms and slaughtered gods. Fenrir is absolute. With his current low-level stats, challenging it is pure suicide. But something isn't adding up. The system logic is flawed. Sensing the impending party wipe, Cheryl desperately screamed for everyone to retreat. Evacuate! Grab 𝗚cie and fall back immediately. Her desperate command triggered a sudden flashback. This was an exact mirror of the tomb dungeon, where she sacrificed everything to save the guild. No matter what hidden skills they used, defeating this calamity was an impossibility. But why? What was the missing puzzle piece? In that suffocating moment of absolute despair, a spark of ultimate revelation struck his mind like lightning. The system's secret finally clicked into place. I cannot believe I was this blind. He mentally cursed his own foolishness. The entire premise of this boss raid was fundamentally flawed. A guildmate rushed over, frantically asking if his HP allowed him to move. But looking at the protagonist's cryptic smirk, they were left utterly bewildered. What the hell are you doing? Ignoring them, 𝗚cie walked calmly toward the vanguard, stepping right into the death zone where Cheryl was fighting a losing battle. Seeing him approach the apex predator, the female lead cried out in horror. Mr. 𝗚cie, but his dangerous gamble proved 100% correct. The boss monster did not attack. It merely stared at him. Witnessing this suicidal behavior, Cheryl screamed until her lungs gave out. What are you doing? The rest of the raid party erupted in panic. Are you insane? Get out of the aggro range. Yet, the main character stood his ground like an immovable mountain. With the legendary wolf breathing down his neck, he simply let out a low, knowing chuckle. This quest, it was rigged from the very beginning. An S-class Hunter Strike team might stand a chance, but our current raid party, winning this boss fight was impossible from the start. That exact thought struck 𝗚cie like lightning. Why were they still breathing? Surviving an S-class dungeon with 0 casualties, it defied all system logic. The entire guild was paralyzed with confusion. What are you trying to say? She still could not grasp the truth. If the great wolf Fenrir truly wanted us dead, this raid would have ended in an instant. No player in this room possessed the stats to survive. Then how are we standing here? The boss monster intentionally spared your lives. 𝗚cie had finally decoded the hidden dungeon mechanic. Han-Charon and her elite party survived for one simple reason. The mythical beast possessed 0 killing intent. To put it another way, its terrifying roar was actually a desperate warning. Run away before I am forced to hurt you. Even 𝗚cie struggled to process this absurd reality. But looking at the system, logs, it all made sense. Fenrir never initiated combat. It never drew aggro first. For a boss-level monster, that behavior was completely impossible. Legend says this was the apocalyptic beast, the nightmare that shattered Asgard itself. Cast into the abyss from the moment of its birth, The creature was condemned to a life of agonizing starvation, crushed by the absolute weight of eternal solitude. Yet its unbreakable willpower refused to submit to fate. It clawed its way through survival in the barren wastelands. Soon, rumors of its terrifying leveling potential reached the heavens. The arrogant gods of Asgard descended upon the beast. "We hear your physical stats are unmatched. Let us test your strength against these divine chains." Desperate for any connection, Fenrir offered zero resistance. To the lonely wolf, this was not a trial. It was merely an invitation to play a game. Its isolated heart swelled with innocent joy. It finally found companions. But as the beast snapped the divine chains with ease, the gods erupted into nervous, frantic laughter. Heavens above, not even Thor possesses such raw attack power. The great wolf wagged its tail in pure happiness, believing it had leveled up its friendship with the divine beings. But the treacherous gods harbored dark intentions. They were terrified this monstrous stat growth would drag their golden realms straight into hell. Thus, they forged the ultimate artifact, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏, a cursed item designed to seal its existence forever. When they presented the trap, the wolf tilted its head in confusion, sensing a malicious glitch in their game. "If you cannot break free from this new constraint, and we refuse to release the binding spell, you have the right to devour my left arm." The god of war, Tyr, stepped forward to offer this blood oath. Fenrir placed its absolute trust in Tyr's promise, while the rest of the pantheon treated the beast like a monster. Tyr was the sole deity who consistently visited the desolate spawn zone, sharing his own inventory rations to ease the beast's hunger. In the harsh, unforgiving wasteland, Tyr was the only entity the wolf considered a true friend. And so, the trap was sprung without mercy. The legendary binding artifact suppressed all of Fenrir's stats. Exactly as the malicious system predicted, the gods abandoned their promise, refusing to dispel the seal. Even Tyr coldly turned his back on the desperate creature. Honoring the agonizing terms of his quest, Tyr thrust his left arm between the wolf's terrifying jaws, his divine face twisted in unbearable guilt as he whispered, "Forgive me, Fenrir. I have utterly betrayed your trust." Yet, despite the soul-crushing betrayal, the gentle beast refused to crush its only friend's arm. It desperately tried to pull its fangs away, but the cowardly gods, paralyzed by the wolf's hidden potential, plunged a divine blade straight through its jaw, forcing its massive mouth to remain wedged open in eternal agony. The majestic wolf was locked in those cursed chains, left to rot in the darkness until the Ragnarok event triggered, stripped of its party, stripped of its dignity, drowning in an ocean of unimaginable, agonizing solitude. When the apocalyptic server wipe known as Ragnarok finally initiated, a catastrophic wave of berserker rage hijacked the wolf's mind. Driven completely insane by centuries of torment, it unleashed its ultimate skill, devouring the world itself, slaughtering the hypocritical gods one by one. But even amidst that bloody raid, Fenrir actively avoided striking Tyr. Even with its consciousness consumed by the berserker status effect, the beast refused to delete the memory of its only true companion, the one who shared food in the dark times. Fenrir stubbornly kept Tyr registered on its friend list to the very end, a tragically foolish and heartbreakingly pure devotion. The mythology painted Fenrir as a catastrophic world boss, a bloodthirsty demon wolf destined to end all servers. But analyzing the current battlefield, 𝗚cie could verify one undeniable truth with his own eyes. This legendary boss monster has zero desire to harm us. The raid party members stared at him as if his intelligence stat had dropped to zero. "Are you out of your damn mind? You actually expect the guild to believe a fairy tale?" 𝗵𝗄𝗏𝗃 marched forward, her expression turning into absolute ice. "Irrelevant. We must clear this dungeon and execute the boss. If we abandon an active S-class instance and a dungeon break triggers in the real world, the resulting death toll will be beyond our saving grace, even if the dungeon core remains stable for now. What happens if that mythological nightmare escapes into the city? We possess zero guarantee that its passive aggression will hold. Human lives are not bargaining chips for sympathy." The surrounding hunters instantly agreed, their fear overriding reason. Not a single player stood by 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏𝗏's deduction. "We initiate a tactical retreat immediately. We will report to the Hunter Association and request backup. They need to dispatch an elite S-class strike force. An S-class team is our only viable option here." Turning her back on the massive beast, Charon finalized the command. "I am officially abandoning this dungeon raid." Watching the entire party nod in terrified agreement, their combat morale had utterly plummeted to zero. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 gritted his teeth, his logical mind battling his heart. Charon's strategic assessment was flawlessly correct. To prevent a catastrophic server wipe, the legendary Fenrir had to be put down permanently. But why was this mythological entity spawned in this specific dungeon? Was the tragic beast abandoned by the system once again? In the original lore, the Ragnarok event shattered the 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 artifact. The Great Wolf had successfully broken its unbreakable chains. Yet, by some twisted glitch in reality, it was bound by the exact same cursed artifact right now. Has the poor creature been tossed aside into this dark abyss again? This entire S-class instance was nothing but a customized prison cell, a magical barrier designed specifically to trap Fenrir forever, condemned to rot in an inescapable zone. Just like the brutal mythology that cast it aside from level 1, forced to face the ultimate game over in absolute, soul-crushing isolation, the pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked in 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏's mind. This perfectly explained the dungeon's terrifying S-class rating. Staring at the oppressive, magical energy radiating from the boss room, The system scan was never measuring the Great Wolf's power. The staggering mana output triggering the S-class alert was actually the divine power of the seal holding Fenrir captive. Even in its severely nerfed and weakened state, the artifact required an S-class energy field just to hold it down. Seeing the scout frozen in place, Charon barked out a final command. "Stop wasting time. We are extracting right now." But Siu's feet felt completely glued to the dungeon floor. His hunter's pride violently rejected the idea of retreating. Abandoning this tragic creature to eternal darkness? Am I really just a useless, low-level player? My current stats are absolute garbage against a boss of this tier, but if our party just uses an escape crystal now, this misunderstanding will end in a brutal execution. The Great Wolf has literally zero hostile intent. Sure, triggering a secondary raid might result in severe guild casualties, but look at it. It refuses to chase us out of the aggro range, because its tragic, foolishly pure heart hasn't changed since the age of myths. The moment we step through that dungeon portal, Fenrir's unfair fate is permanently sealed. A blazing fury ignited within his chest, making him grind his teeth. No matter how overpowered the legendary Fenrir was, it possessed no defense against a fully buffed S-class execution squad. The association would easily mobilize their top rankers for a massive raid. And with the beast's movements completely restricted by the cursed chains, it would be nothing more than a giant, defenseless target dummy. The logical voice in his head whispered, "This is the optimal strategy. Once it's dead, the civilian zones will be 100% secure. The boss monster must be purged from the server. There is zero penalty for abandoning this quest. I can just log out of this nightmare and return to my mundane routine. Just go back to the slice of life days I always knew." He clenched his fists, trying to force his trembling body to comply. Just go back to crafting low-tier items and grinding YouTube views for cash. Focus on leveling up the gospel skill tree, protect 𝗟𝗯, and live a quiet, comfortable life. That was the ultimate win condition for a guy like me. That is my main questline. Then why? Why refuse my legs to walk toward the exit zone? Suddenly, a desperate voice shattered the heavy atmosphere. "Siu." Charon shrieked in absolute terror, her eyes wide with panic. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" But the internal debate was officially over. Ignoring all system warnings, Siu charged directly into the boss room, planting himself fearlessly right in front of the legendary, roaring Great Wolf. But his expression remained absolutely calm. Looking at the pitiful creature, he felt a deep sorrow for the abandoned wolf. Fenrir had never harmed anyone. It hesitated to hurt anyone, even at the cost of its own life. But in this awakened world, dungeon monsters and magical beasts were ultimate threats to humanity. Therefore, they had to be eradicated. Leaving it alive wasn't an option. Unfortunately, there was no other way. The gods of 𝗏𝗃 would never surrender, no matter the circumstances. They would fight an unwinnable war, refusing to back down, even if the battle stretched into eternity. Because those who conquer the impossible are the ones who ascend as true heroes. If there was no path forward, he turned and smiled at them, declaring his answer. "I will shatter this dungeon, and I will forge my own path." Hearing this, Cheryl screamed, "Siu, what are you doing?" But absolutely no one could stop him now, as Siu detonated his full aura. The problem was this dungeon itself. It was a massive barrier sealing Fenrir away, a deadly threat if broken. If I shatter this S-class dungeon, no, that's impossible. Destroying a dungeon means shattering the very fabric of space. Only a literal god could achieve that. How could a mere human do it? He tightly closed his eyes, feeling the explosive mana boiling within him. Pushing his stats to this extreme was incredibly dangerous, but I cannot stop now. I will absolutely not back down. Breaking his train of thought, Siu opened his blazing eyes. Rivers do not drink their own water. Trees do not consume their own fruit. The sun does not shine for itself. And flowers do not bloom for their own sake. He spoke with slow, deliberate pacing. A true gentleman does not act for personal gain. He sounded exactly like an ancient scholar. I can only laugh at myself, because no one in this era will acknowledge it. I won't even earn a single coin from this. However, to remain unbothered, even when the whole world refuses to acknowledge you, isn't that the true mark of a master? A true gentleman harbors no rage, even when society turns its back on him. Reaching this realization, Siu felt a surge of pride. I know nothing about being a gentleman, and today, I might just be called an easy target, or a complete fool. But for some unexplainable reason, I just want to be a decent person. Not someone who is good for their own benefit, but someone who protects those around them. I don't know why. These profound thoughts suddenly sparked in his mind after watching a video about Confucius. Seeing Fenrir's devastating wounds, that exact philosophy crashed over him. With his resolve locked in, Siu instantly activated his supreme skill. Martial Saint Technique, Black Queen. The moment Fenrir saw the swirling aura, it flinched in shock. Siu silently recalled Black Queen's teachings. The Martial Saint Technique wasn't just for combat, it was the absolute power to bend the very laws of this world. It wasn't merely relying on raw strength. Space itself is the most fundamental law that constructs reality. First form, a massive pillar of blue light erupted. Siu planted his feet and unleashed a god-tier kick. The devastating impact shook the heavens and earth. Siu's eyes burned with blinding light. An endless ocean of power swallowed the entire spatial dimension. Siu followed up with his ultimate move, Dragon Descent Strike. Brilliant blue energy blasts engulfed the entire battlefield. His overwhelming combat power caused reality itself to tilt. The boundless energy illuminated the sky. Suddenly, an unbelievable phenomenon appeared in the heavens. The artificial sky of the dungeon began to crack. Massive fragments rained down like meteors. Cheryl watched in absolute horror. Impossible. What the hell is happening? Having drained his power, Siu instantly collapsed. She desperately dashed to his side. He was still breathing, but the residual mana he unleashed was still suffocating the area. She slowly turned her head, only to find Fenrir standing right before them. The iron chains binding its feet had completely shattered to dust. Its freedom was finally secured. Cheryl frantically supported Sue's unconscious body, her mind racing. I knew he wasn't a normal, awakened. He didn't even have an official class when I saw him in the Black Bull dungeon. But what is this monstrous power? He completely obliterated the dungeon's core. But now isn't the time to be amazed. Cheryl darted her eyes and realized Fenrir was silently staring at them. Still, she gritted her teeth and carried him away before the entire dimension completely collapsed. We need to get out of here right now. After a deep coma, Sue suddenly gasped awake. He internally panicked. Am I actually still alive? He immediately shot up from the bed. Looking around, it seemed he was in an sh hospital VIP room, which meant sitting right next to him. Cheryl asked with deep concern, "Are you feeling all right?" Sue blinked and asked in confusion, "Wait, why are you here, Miss Cheryl?" "Well, I'm a patient here too." "Are you uncomfortable?" Sue looked at Cheryl with a wildly mischievous glint in his eyes. He chuckled inwardly. "Obviously. Sharing a room with you, how could I relax? Who wouldn't love being locked in with a gorgeous girl?" "Wait, no, that's wrong. Like Confucius said, boys and girls shouldn't sleep together after age 7. Men and women cannot share a room." So how exactly did this happen? After a moment of frantic overthinking, he shook his head, trying to delete those thoughts. What the heck am I even thinking about? Suddenly, Cheryl broke the silence. "Don't you want to know what happened?" He perfectly summarized the events. "Before the dungeon collapsed, Miss Cheryl dragged me out after I fainted. And after going through intense healing treatments, I finally woke up. Am I hitting the mark?" Hearing his precise deduction, Cheryl's eyes widened in surprise. Catching her reaction, he silently smirked. "Did I guess too accurately?" Is she annoyed? "You are absolutely right. The dungeon has completely collapsed. In the end, it was registered as a successful raid." At that exact moment, the TV broadcasted breaking news, featuring Han Charon, the representative of the SH Hunter Guild. The S-Class dungeon has finally been conquered, thank heavens. He suddenly remembered the legendary beast and turned to ask, "Charon, what exactly happened to Fenrir?" But Charon responded with an icy tone, "I have no idea. If you mean that wolf, I saw it wandering off somewhere. Since the dungeon acting as its prison was destroyed, it hopefully returned safely to the divine realm." She narrowed her eyes. "Right now, I haven't revealed a single detail of what happened inside that dungeon. I've given my squad strict orders to keep their mouths shut. The official announcement states that our guild cleared the raid. But if you want, we will instantly correct the records." "You mean, you'd announce that I was the one who cleared it?" "Yes, exactly. Just let yourself be the conqueror, Miss Cheryl." She looked at him, totally baffled. "Do you have some hidden reason for concealing your true level? Hiding my power?" Siu felt like he just took a critical hit to the soul. He awkwardly scrambled to explain himself. "Who? Me? No, it's not like that. If my identity gets leaked, I won't be able to run my YouTube channel anymore. Honestly, I wasn't planning on doing the whole hidden badass trope. But considering the situation, the SH Corporation absolutely needs the credit for clearing an S-Class raid. That is exactly why I need you to be the official conqueror." Miss Charon. Hearing his strategic explanation, Charon still looked incredibly hesitant, but seeing her conflicted expression, Siu could easily read the room. She must be doubting her own strength. Her eyes flickered with deep anxiety. Was it really safe to reveal the truth to the world? She lacked the sheer power to clear an S-rank dungeon alone. Breaking the heavy silence, Siwu spoke up. "This dungeon was merely an anomaly, Miss Charon. You possess more than enough aura for an S-Class raid." Charon's gaze hardened. "Are you just pitying me?" "No. I only speak the cold truth." A heavy silence fell between the two hunters. A faint smirk graced Charon's lips. "I appreciate it." Siwu offered a relaxed smile in return. The tension finally dissolved. Was that all she wanted to say? "Actually, I have one final request. Will you form a party with me?" Pure madness. Later, Siwu stared at his glowing system interface. The status windows cascaded before his eyes. His skill mastery levels were updating. His overall stats were climbing steadily. A solid 1.3% daily. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Wait, it jumped by 13%? The divine martial arts usually crawled at 0.01% a week. But now it surged by a massive 93%, and that was not all. His proficiency in Supreme Insight and the Gentleman's Dignity skill both had experienced an explosive level up. Was this the hidden effect of the dragon striking art? Until now, his entire secret channel was solely focused on complete dungeon annihilation. Memories of his past raids flashed through his mind. But this time was entirely different. He had not just cleared the monsters, he had shattered the dungeon's very dimension. The dimensional collapse had pushed his limits and left him in this exhausted state. It felt exactly like his legendary clash with the Black Pearl. Back then, unleashing his aura knocked him out cold compared to his past, pathetic self. Simply being able to wield these divine arts proved his massive leveling progress, but when would he achieve absolute mastery over them? He had only intended to test the waters. Who could have predicted that the S-rank Han Charon would actually accept his ridiculous condition? Earlier, that fateful morning. "Drive me to the chairman's estate." "Yes, ma'am." "Excellent work on surviving the raid." The guildmaster was reportedly furious. Charon sat in the VIP seat, whispering to herself. Thank the heavens. Her driver's sudden question broke her train of thought. What did Hunter Siwu say? Excuse me, did he reject the guild's invitation again? Charon let out a deep sigh. Yes, he did. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror. What was his excuse this time? A dry chuckle escaped Charon's lips. Well, he claimed that true gentlemen walk a solitary path. No party play for him. He even said only weaklings flock together. What? Her laughter filled the luxurious car. That is exactly why. Instead of forcing him to be a guildmate, he prefers to operate as a freelance mercenary. But then he offered me something insane. He asked if I wanted to learn his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. The driver slammed the brakes in pure shock. Hold on, that 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃 is going to tutor you, my lady? I admit his hidden stats are terrifying, but is not his official rank only D class. I know, but his aura is undeniable. That is why I agreed to become his disciple. So, the real reason we are visiting the chairman is to secure the funding for my private lessons. Meanwhile, that very same afternoon, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃 slouched on his couch, scrolling through his system interface. His mind raced with tactical decisions. Which legendary skill manual should I unlock? The heaven-shattering blade of the Overlord, the dragon-slaying arts of Siegfried, or perhaps the foundational techniques from the martial god of Wudong, the legendary Tai Chi sword of Zhang Sanfeng. These three divine paths fit Han Charon perfectly. One of these ultimate combat styles will definitely match her elemental affinity. I should present the options and let her choose. A greedy grin spread across 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃's face. I will have to pay the system's membership fee, but who cares about that minor detail? On top of my 10 billion won reward, I am about to rake in a massive monthly tutoring fee. Now, let us check how much unlocking a master costs. His eyes locked onto the glowing digital numbers. Wait, 200 million won each? Hold on a second. 2 billion. What the hell is this system glitch? Not 200 million, but 2 billion won. Why is the leveling tax so astronomical? Absolute despair crushed his newfound dreams of wealth. His fingers frantically swiped across the holographic screen. He desperately reread the agonizing notification. Unlocking Confucius only cost me 1 billion. How can martial arts be twice as expensive? This is daylight robbery. Wait a damn minute. The last time I checked, the base fee was only 100 million. If the price skyrocketed to 2 billion, does the system aggressively scale the cost? Based on my active master subscriptions, is there a terrifying compounding penalty? Horrifying mathematical equations spun in his mind. Shock after shock battered his mental defenses. Does that mean my next skill tree will demand a blood-sucking 3 billion? No. It could double to 4 billion. Or even 5. Or something entirely beyond human comprehension. Hold on. If the system economy inflates like this, his soul practically left his body. I absolutely cannot unlock all 3 martial gods. Even with a linear 1 billion increase, maintaining 3 masters would burn 9 billion instantly. Maybe I can subscribe, copy the skill, and cancel. But does the system even allow refunds? Once the cosmic contract is sealed, what if there is no escape clause? Am I doomed to bleed 9 billion every single month? No. If I default, my skills might just be locked. But even if I only select one ultimate sword art, just to train Han Charon, my base subscription penalty will still skyrocket, because the system stacks the legendary channels. It acts like a curse debuff on my wallet, no matter how many S-rank raids I clear. This system will always bleed me dry. While he was drowning in a sea of financial despair, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗏's heightened senses suddenly flared, a massive spike of mana, and an aura that definitely did not belong to a human. He instantly leaped to his feet, battle ready. He cautiously closed the distance. Froze. What the? A dog? The terrifying S-class presence belonged to a tiny puppy. It was happily wagging its tail at the bewildered hunter. It was lethally adorable, treating 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 like its long-lost master. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃's eyes narrowed as he recognized that familiar mana signature. Wait, Fenrir? He squatted down, staring in absolute disbelief. Fenrir, why the hell are you in my living room? The apocalyptic boss monster looked ridiculously overjoyed. Is this really the great wolf of chaos? How did your physical form shrink this much? Suddenly, the tiny mythical beast spun around. With a proud huff, it spat out a living mouse right at his feet. A literal mouse. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 instantly decoded the familiar's twisted logic. What is this? An offering. You want me to eat this? The poor rodent twitched violently in absolute terror. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 recoiled in sheer disgust. And you brought it to me alive. Hearing his rejection, the puppy bolted upright. In a flash of divine speed, it vanished from sight. Whoa, Fenrir, where are you rushing off to? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 stood alone in his apartment, utterly baffled. What kind of crazy system event is this? Without warning, a spectral figure materialized. The lion-headed muscular god glared at him. Why are you struggling, my disciple? Did I not bestow upon you the ultimate taming method for Fenrir? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 shot the ghost, a venomous glare. Are you seriously that oblivious? But I passed down my legendary wisdom. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 crossed his arms, his aura flaring with irritation. Oh, you mean your so-called weakness strategy? You claimed its blind spots were on its flanks, and told me to grab its mythical tail. You said that would completely seal its apocalyptic power. Spoiler alert. None of your muscle brain tactics actually worked. The spectral hero scoffed, flexing his ethereal biceps. That is solely because your physical stats are pathetic. You should have mentioned the stat requirements from the start, or at least given me a damn hazard warning. I was one hit away from a game over. The ghost shrugged arrogantly. How was I supposed to know modern humans are so squishy? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 ground his teeth, turning his head in absolute frustration. Whatever. This curse tutorial does not count. I paid you to teach me skills matching my current level, not your insane, god-tier suicide tactics. You hear me? Hercules, the legendary hero, roared to the heavens in dramatic agony. This is pure injustice, a complete lack of respect. Look at my glorious pecs. Even they are trembling in protest. Watching the muscle head throw a tantrum, Siwoo just massaged his temples. At least the raid was cleared successfully, though it is still a miracle my HP did not hit 0. But the real tragedy, tears of pure sorrow threatened to spill from his eyes. My precious dungeon recording was completely wiped out. Not just the epic boss fight with Fenrir, but the highly marketable footage of S-rank 𝗗𝗄𝗏. That was guaranteed to hit 1 million views upon release. And now that golden content is gone forever. While he was mourning his lost system points, a familiar padding sound echoed across the floorboards. Siwoo did not even need to use his perception skills. The Great Wolf of Chaos had returned. The legendary boss monster trotted back in, looking absolutely ridiculous. The black demon grumbled in pure frustration. It just wasn't fair. Meanwhile, Fenrir's restless howls echoed from outside the barrier. Siwoo rapidly analyzed the situation. The divine wolf was still traumatized from their legendary clash. But what was up with this pigeon? Wait, was it an offering from Fenrir? Probably. Get up, little guy. Siwoo channeled his recovery aura into the lifeless bird. Instant resurrection. The creature snapped back to life, twisting its head a full 360 degrees. But the moment it met the main character's intimidating gaze, it completely panicked and flew for its life. The black demon was baffled. Why is the mythical wolf here? And what was the deal with that bird? Siwoo just shrugged his shoulders. I think Fenrir brought me a snack. A pigeon? That majestic beast is a wolf, not a stray cat. The demon scanned the area. Wait, if he wants you to feast on it, does that mean it's his hunting trophy? Siwoo quickly shook his head. No, I bet he refuses to harm other animals. Then why bring them to you? Does he expect you to be the executioner? I have no clue how he even crossed dimensions. Why is he offering you food? The black demon fell into deep thought. He recalled the overwhelming aura radiating from Siwoo at the dungeon gate, and the devastating impact of his dragon descent technique. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces snapped together. The revelation hit him like a shockwave. But this makes absolutely no sense. How is that wolf surviving in your spatial dimension? Siwoo's expression darkened. I am actually wondering the exact same thing. Wait, are you telling me I am the only one locked out of here? He interrupted in sheer disbelief. Our spatial realms shouldn't even intersect. So how did that beast cross over? The harsh truth was glaringly obvious. The demon was the only one left in the dark. This is absolute nonsense. Even my spiritual muscles are rejecting this reality. Wait a second. You actually survived casting the Dragon Descent strike. Seriously, are you already able to wield that ultimate skill? Siwoo scratched his head with a humble grin. Honestly, pure beginner's luck. The demon's mind was blown again. You cannot master a divine martial art through sheer luck. Siwoo's smile widened. Speaking of which, teach me the next secret art. It is simple. The demon rubbed his chin. But the law of equivalent exchange applies. Understood. I will give you spoilers for the next video. As expected of my master. Later that night, the sinister 𝗔𝘄𝗶𝗲𝗏 sat with a girl on each arm. His informant had just dropped a new target. A simple D-rank hunter. 𝗔𝘄𝗶𝗏𝗏 slammed his glass down, his killing intent leaking out. Leave us. The terrified escorts immediately fled the VIP room. His true, psychotic nature surfaced with a twisted, blood-curdling grin. A pathetic D-rank? Are you mocking the mighty Pandemonium Guild? I am a 𝗤𝗏𝗃 class executive. The masked informant trembled under the heavy pressure. Please understand, sir, this target is no ordinary D-rank trash. But 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 fiercely cut him off. Trash is trash. Make it make sense. You must have seen the trending news about 𝗗𝗄𝗏𝗏 from the 𝗚liche Corporation. She just cleared a lethal S-rank dungeon. The hunter forums are exploding. And you are telling me this low-level garbage is connected to her. The details are classified, but intelligence suggests he heavily assisted her. As for your mission, I only deliver the hit. Execution is up to you. Most importantly, this is a VIP exclusive quest. Jai-Wang gulped his expensive liquor and scoffed loudly. A VIP request? Hard pass. Li Minjung is already breathing down my neck. The informant flinched violently. You mean the legendary butcher of the inspection bureau? Jai-Wang wiped his mouth, his voice dripping with venom. Exactly. I have no idea what evidence she found, but she is completely destroying our operations. Why would a high-ranking Pandemonium member fear a simple watchdog? If that crazy bloodhound catches my scent, even my survival is 0. You absolute fool. Furthermore, the guild master just deployed a new branch manager to Korea. I am not triggering any more death flags. The informant's eyes widened in sheer terror. Did you just say, a new branch manager? Could it be a legendary saber class executive? The infamous Pandemonium Syndicate operates on a strict, 4-tier hierarchy of absolute despair. Sever, Fracture, Rupture, and Saber. The mysterious grandmaster of this dark guild is rumored to be the monster who slaughtered one of the 13 great heroes. Along with his 4 blood shadows, a saber-class monster is someone who can clash with a blood shadow and walk away with nothing but a mere scar. A saber-class entity is currently in Korea. Ji-Wang's eyes flashed with a deadly warning. Yes, but if this leaks, I will rip your tongue out. He elegantly poured another drink and downed it right in front of the masked man. Seeing him so relaxed, the informant proposed a dark alliance. We will annihilate the inspection bureau for you. We will also bankroll Pandemonium's expansion across the entire Korean server. In other words, we will build an iron throne for your new manager. This is your ultimate quest to earn their favor. Ji-Wang's twisted smile returned, practically tasting the power. This isn't just a VIP quest. It's a golden ticket. The only rule? Do not kill the main character. So, shattering every bone in his body is perfectly fine, right? Ji-won completely pulverized the glass in his bare hand. Meanwhile, Siyu opened his glowing system window. The notification chimed. Super strength and combat spirit have slightly leveled up. He let out a heavy sigh of frustration. Grinding stats while carrying this debuff is a nightmare. But at least my combat power is still growing. Suddenly, whoosh, an unconscious rabbit dropped right at his feet. A wild rabbit, Siyu's jaw dropped. Did this little furball actually go mountain hunting? How did he even smuggle a mob into the middle of the city? Watching the proud wolf, Siyu could only chuckle. It has been days since this daily quest started. He will probably get bored and stop soon. But the very next day, Fenrir dropped a massive deer. Then came a giant eagle. How is he even one-shotting these wild beasts? What is next? Is he going to drag a literal boss-level bear in here? The next morning, as the sun pierced the sky, Siyu opened his hospital room door and completely froze in shock. What in the world is this? An actual, full-grown bear was lying on the floor. But looking at Fenrir's sparkling, expectant eyes, he just could not scold the good boy. The wolf's tail wagged as if saying, I hope my master loves this epic loot. Sweating bullets, Siyu muttered to himself. I definitely need a system patch to stop this madness. The weekend finally arrived, and his sister, 𝗚cie rushed in. Appa, are your HP levels fully restored? Siyu flashed a warm smile. I am back to 100%. It was barely a scratch. If I hadn't rushed Han Cherin to the healers that day, she would have definitely perished. But more importantly, 𝗚cie, how are you feeling today? Have you been taking your prescribed potions? Don't tell me you skipped your dosage just because I was away. 𝗚cie immediately protested. I already promised you, I wouldn't do that again. You haven't skipped a single drop of that Eastern herbal medicine, right? At the mere mention of the bitter brew, 𝗚cie grabbed her stomach, looking utterly nauseous. Just thinking about that stuff makes my HP drop. Seeing her reaction, Siyu chuckled internally. Her recovery stats are still stubbornly low. It seems I desperately need to level up my S-rank Divine Healing Art. Clearing his throat, he casually shifted the topic. By the way, there's a little side quest I want to ask you about. About what? Tell me, do you like system pets? Why would you suddenly ask about a puppy? Wait, I hear tiny barks. Brother, did you actually bring a pet companion home? Busted. Siyu scratched his head with an awkward smile. He expected a fierce lecture. But the moment 𝗚cie laid eyes on the creature, her eyes sparkled with joy. It's so unbelievably cute. Suddenly, Siyu shouted out a warning. Be careful. 𝗚cie tilted her head in total confusion. Why should I be? Because it might actually trigger an attack. Oh, come on. Even if a tiny puppy bites, my defense stats can handle it. Hearing this innocent logic, Siyu could only smile wryly. Oh, my sweet sister, you have no idea. If this apocalyptic beast actually bites you, the entire server is doomed. Completely oblivious. 𝗚cie scooped the fluffy terror into her arms. Brother, what's this legendary summon's name? If you haven't given it a title yet, can I be the one to name it? Of course, the naming rights are all yours. And just like that, she bestowed the ultimate beast with the most ridiculously cute title. How about 𝗏𝗏𝗃? 𝗏𝗏𝗃, yeah. Do you not like it, brother? No, it's perfect. Your naming sense is as legendary as ever. Right, little 𝗏𝗏𝗃, you absolutely love your new title, don't you? Look at him, brother. 𝗏𝗏𝗃's tail is wagging with joy. Watching this bizarre bonding moment, Siyu was left utterly speechless. He stared blankly at the mythical Fenrir. You actually accepted the name 𝗏𝗏𝗃? How did a legendary boss monster adapt to human society so insanely fast? All right then. From this moment on, your official status is 𝗏𝗏𝗃. 𝗚cie hugged the terrifying beast tightly, her face glowing with happiness. Seeing her radiant smile, a wave of immense relief washed over Siyu's heart. I guess that ridiculous name is a perfect fresh start for this little monster. Stop it, 𝗏𝗏𝗃, that tickles. The very next day, deep within the 𝗚liche Hunter Guild headquarters, down in the lowest subterranean training room, I sincerely apologize for the agonizing delay. Cherin sat directly across from the main character, her voice laced with heavy regret. First things first, we must finalize the terms of our hidden quest contract. After deducting the initial deposit, the remaining reward comes out to exactly 9 billion. If you check your system interface, the transfer has already been completed. True to her word, the massive funds were wired instantly. Checking his Hunter device, Siyu replied with a smooth tone. Yes, the transaction is confirmed. System notification. Total account balance, 16 billion. On the outside, Siyu maintained the icy composure of a high ranker, but inside, his soul was practically throwing a massive victory party. 16 billion. That's enough wealth to sustain a family of 4. For 277 entire years, bringing him back to reality. Cherin spoke with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, if there are no other issues, I'd like to negotiate your tutoring fees. Regarding the hidden class you offered me previously, I'd like to witness your true sword mastery first. Siyu didn't hesitate for a single second. Of course, watch my live demonstration carefully, and make your choice after seeing my power. Honestly, this was a tactical move. He had no idea what price to set for his legendary skills, nor did he know her absolute maximum budget. So, overwhelming her with a godly display first was the absolute best strategy to maximize his loot. In that case, could you lend me a genuine combat-grade blade? Gripping the steel hilt, Siyu's aura completely shifted. There are exactly 3 supreme sword arts that I will unveil for you today. Charon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Wait, 3 different masterclass arts? Siwoo calmly explained his reasoning. I've analyzed your combat stats and filtered out the absolute best paths for your growth. But selecting just one is a difficult quest. So watch closely and tell me, which path resonates with your very soul? Charon's mind was racing frantically. I considered joining the elite guild members, but the entry fees are astronomically high, and the maintenance costs only skyrocket from there. I'm just here to preview these techniques, but can my current level even handle such overpowered moves? Siwoo's voice echoed through the room. The first path I shall reveal to you is known as the heaven-splitting divine sword, a blade capable of tearing the very skies asunder. As the words left his lips, he raised the blade high. Shifting his stance, he brought down a devastatingly beautiful arc of pure destruction. Charon gasped, her entire body trembling in awe. My dynamic vision couldn't even track the blade's movement. Igniting with intense passion, Siwoo seamlessly flowed into the next sequence, demonstrating flawless footwork. He unleashed a blinding flurry of strikes into the empty air, finishing with a catastrophic downward slash that literally made the training room's foundation violently quake. Charon was absolutely paralyzed by this monstrous display of power. His bodily movements break the laws of physics. Wait, no. Earlier, his swings seemed deceptively slow. Yet, the overwhelming sheer pressure radiating from that single strike, the crushing aura pressing down on my very bones, proves its absolute authenticity. Without breaking a sweat, the overpowered hero continued his tutorial. Next up, brace yourself for the Dragon Slayer swordsmanship, the legendary technique wielded by the first ever dragon hunter. With every swing of his blade, a brilliant, ethereal blue aura ripped through the space. His stance transformed into an unbreakable, mountainous fortress. With eyes as cold as a seasoned veteran, he unleashed a ferocious straight slash that tore the air apart. Charon watched the apocalyptic strike with her jaw hitting the floor. How is this level of mastery even mathematically possible? Turning back to her, Siwoo announced, finally, the ultimate technique I will bestow upon your eyes is the legendary Taiji sword art, the supreme Taoist blade technique, forged by the immortal Grandmaster, Zhang Sanfeng himself, the supreme patriarch of the Wudang sect. Once again, Charon's reality was completely shattered. Her eyes widened in absolute shock, as Siwoo began to glide around her like a phantom, his blade weaving an invisible net. Every step he took radiated an ancient, dominating energy. Each slash seamlessly blended into the next, creating a breathtaking symphony of steel, enveloped in an awe-inspiring aura. Siwoo executed the flawless, god-tier sword forms without a single wasted movement. His proficiency was terrifyingly absolute. Charon gritted her teeth, totally overwhelmed by the sheer pressure filling the entire room. Halting his blade perfectly, Siwoo smiled warmly at her. These are the 3 legendary paths I can offer you. So tell me, which supreme art do you desire most? Meanwhile, in the dark shadows just outside the 𝗚liche Hunter Guild headquarters, have those targets not emerged yet? A younger thug grumbled from inside their surveillance vehicle, his face twisted in deep frustration. I can't even get a visual confirmation on their exit. What the hell kind of quest are they running in there? Beside him, the syndicate boss, Ji-Wong, lounged back in his seat. Looking disgustingly relaxed, he sneered. I bet that bastard Siwoo helped Han Charon complete some sort of hidden objective. The kid looked pretty damn robust earlier. It seems our little prey has been leveling up behind our backs. So, do we keep stalking this NPC or what? At that question, the villainous boss suddenly paused. A wicked, psychopathic grin spread across his face as he licked his lips. That arrogant punk, Siwoo. Did you notice? He has a fragile little sister waiting at home. The younger thug flinched, turning to question his insane boss. Sir, if we trigger an event outside our main mission parameters, the aggro will bring us a world of trouble. If the Hunter Investigation Bureau catches wind of this, and Li Minjung enters the battlefield, we're totally dead. But Ji-Wong just waved off the warning, overflowing with sinister arrogance. Oh, stop trembling like a level 1 newbie. The Shadow Lords backing the Guild Council will easily sweep it under the rug. It won't cost us any time at all to play a little survival game with his precious sister. Just think about the sheer despair on that bastard's face. He'll abandon everything and walk straight into our death trap. The absolute second he gets the system notification that we've captured his only family. So, change of plans, boys. Let's go initiate a kidnapping quest. I want Siwoo's little sister brought to me immediately. Back in the training room, Cheryl's face drained of color. She looked completely paralyzed until Siwoo snapped her back to reality. Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl, he called out, making her flinch. So, which sword path calls out to you the most? He asked. Her eyes darted away, hesitation practically radiating from her. But Siwoo didn't wait, pressing a training blade directly into her grip. If choosing is too hard, let your body do the talking, he challenged. Without missing a beat, Cheryl's aura shifted. She immediately launched into the exact sequence of strikes that Siwoo had just demonstrated moments ago. Her talent was absolutely monstrous. Every slash and parry she executed mirrored Siwoo's own legendary movements flawlessly. Watching her blade dance, Siwoo narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Her physical synchronization is 100% perfect, he analyzed. But there's an invisible void in her technique. Coming to a halt, Cheryl exhaled a heavy breath and locked eyes with him. I'm missing a crucial element, aren't I? She asked. Siwoo smirked. Try channeling the combat arts of the other deities. I must secure this bag. My early retirement depends on it. Suddenly, the Black Queen's voice echoed in his mind. Foolish boy. A mere mortal could never fathom our divine realm. How could an unawakened human ever replicate the power of gods? Sioux expression hardened instantly as he fired back mentally. But I did exactly that. I've been cultivating the holy martial arts since that very day. That is simply because you are authorized to wield our divine energy, the Black Queen retorted. Do you not comprehend the massive gap in your stats? She paused, letting the heavy truth settle before continuing. Cast your mind back to when you first begged for my teachings. Do you recall why I initially rejected your plea? Sioux waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, you said managing me would be a massive headache. Wrong. I told you the holy martial arts required a superhuman vessel. I explicitly stated that your mortal mind was far too corrupted to handle the strain. The Black Queen's tone grew increasingly agitated as she tried to hammer the system logic into his thick skull. That divine power does not belong to you. Just like mastering the holy arts requires a divine foundation, the same applies to the authorities of other gods. That mortal woman possesses zero foundation. It is mathematically impossible for her to manifest our aura. Though, I will admit, her ability to perfectly trace your physical footwork is genuinely terrifying. Hold on, Sioux interrupted. Then how am I bypassing the system without a premium membership? I theorize you are a living glitch, she replied. You claimed you possessed no awakened traits, but you actually underwent an awakening, didn't you? Yeah, but why bring that up now? Sioux asked, thoroughly confused. The Black Queen pointed directly at his soul, her voice ringing with absolute certainty. Your complete lack of a trait is ironically your supreme God-tier trait. I warned you during our last encounter that subscribing to a god's channel does not simply grant you their stats. In the system's eyes, a newly forged existence cannot override a vessel that is already imprinted with a destiny. What mortals call a trait is the soul's unique signature. Your current trait acts as an impenetrable firewall, blocking any foreign divine energy from rewriting your core being. To force such an overwrite would literally erase your very existence. However, think of your soul as an infinitely blank canvas. Because your existence holds zero unique imprints, you possess the terrifying potential to absorb the traits of any deity without suffering any spiritual backlash. It is the only logical explanation for your absolute cheat-like abilities. And isn't that precisely how you bypass the firewall into GodTube? The Black Queen's massive revelation struck Sioux like a bolt of lightning. He fell into a deep, calculating silence before finally asking the million-dollar question. Does this mean absolutely no one else can exploit the GodTube system to farm skills like I do? That is the harsh reality, the Black Queen confirmed. Panic instantly gripped Sioux's heart as a devastating realization shattered his dreams. Wait, no? Does that mean I can't act as 𝗗𝗄𝗲𝗄𝗲's master? My glorious 10 billion won monthly pension is vanishing before my eyes. Seeing his aura completely deflate, the Black Queen smirked, her ego inflating. However, if you bestow upon her a martial art that you personally engineered, the system wouldn't reject it, would it? Meanwhile, a sinister shadow loomed outside Sioux's residence. So this is where that bastard sleeps? A stalker muttered, malice dripping from his words. Without a second thought, he reached for the doorknob. He violently wrenched the door open, stepping into the shadows with a sickeningly wicked grin. His predatory gaze instantly locked onto Sioux's little sister, fast asleep. Well, is this the little sibling? A truly vile scheme sparked within his dark mind. The ultimate goal is to drag that arrogant punk out and slaughter him. Having a little fun with this brat first wouldn't hurt, right? I thoroughly scanned the perimeter earlier, and my senses detected absolutely zero presences. But wait, why does the atmosphere suddenly feel so suffocating? The temperature plummeted as a monstrous, blood-curdling killing intent locked onto him. He snapped his head around, only to find himself staring directly into the abyss, in the form of a household dog. Unaware of the danger at home, Sioux was furiously brainstorming with the Black Queen. So, if I forge the technique, she won't trigger the system's rejection? Precisely. While a mortal vessel shatters under divine arts, if you master the divine and dilute it into a mortal technique, she can absorb it without exploding. Our pure divine aura is simply too lethal for human comprehension. The gears in Sioux's head spun so fast he nearly short-circuited. At the end of the day, I'm just translating GodTube combat skills into human language. Therefore, it's completely logical that she can level up using my modified syllabus, right? His relentless questioning forced the Black Queen to break down the mechanics multiple times. Even so, among the legendary techniques you mentioned, Zhang Sanfeng's Supreme Tai Chi operates on an entirely different plane of existence. The Supreme Tai Chi is a foundational cheat code in the martial realm. Even I have found its profound concepts vital when evolving my own holy martial arts. If you subscribe to Zhang Sanfeng's channel, the probability of you downloading the Supreme Tai Chi is astronomically high. Once that skill is locked into your system, you can synthesize an entirely new martial art. Direct divine intervention is blocked by the system's laws. But if you forge a new mortal technique from those divine fragments, the system will allow it. You wouldn't be feeding her divine poison. You'd be teaching her human martial arts. To sum it up, you are the ultimate leveling proxy. Wait, does that mean if I master the Supreme Tai Chi, my holy arts will automatically level up too? Exactly. Hearing this, Sioux fell into deep strategic thought. Forging an original martial art from scratch was a monumental grind, but it bypassed all system penalties. This loophole is an absolute game changer. Thanks for the massive tip. Think nothing of it. Suddenly, the Black Queen coughed awkwardly, breaking her majestic persona. So, About that exclusive video content you promised me? When is the drop? 𝗚cie let out an exhausted sigh. Let me clear this current quest log first. I'll upload the details for you later. The algorithm for my next idea is highly complex. Hearing the promise of new content, the Black Queen squealed with absolute fangirl delight. Of course I can do it, 𝗚cie muttered, rushing back home. Creating a brand new martial art from scratch, or mastering the divine martial arts right now, wasn't going to be an easy quest. How was he supposed to teach 𝗗𝗄𝗃, a technique based on the supreme taiji arts? But as he reached his front door, a strange object caught his eye. His overpowered instincts flared. Something was terribly wrong. He burst into the room. 𝗤a, thank the heavens. She was still fast asleep. Not a single hair on her head was harmed. 𝗚cie let out a massive sigh of relief. While she slumbered peacefully, his gaze dropped to the floor. A mysterious intruder lay completely knocked out. It seemed Blackie had already handled the trash. Who was this guy? And why was he unconscious in his living room? Did his pet beast really take down an enemy? 𝗚cie knelt down and affectionately patted the creature's head. Good boy, Blackie. Did you protect her for me? He turned his cold gaze to the pathetic thug on the floor. 𝗚cie had never seen this NPC-looking guy in his life, but judging by the dense mana flowing around him, this guy was definitely an awakened. Not some ordinary civilian. Whatever his reason for breaking into a hunter's home, it definitely wasn't a friendly visit. 𝗚cie scooped up Blackie in his arms, flashing a warm, proud smile. You did amazing today, buddy, and I hate to ask, but can you guard the base for a little bit longer? Blackie perked up instantly. Suddenly, 𝗚cie's expression turned as cold as ice. Right in front of him, the defeated intruder was finally regaining consciousness. Where am I? Oh, you are finally awake? Seeing the main character, the thug screamed in panic. 𝗚cie, how the hell did you? 𝗚cie raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. This was their very first encounter, yet this low-level mob knew his exact identity. So, you know my name. I am going to ask you a few questions, and your only job is to answer honestly. The intruder suddenly let out a sinister, arrogant laugh. You crazy bastard. Did you really think a flimsy rope could hold an awakened? With a burst of aura, he instantly snapped his bindings. But our overpowered main character did not even flinch. 𝗚cie casually walked over and gripped the thug's shoulder. Just as I suspected, you did not come here for tea, did you? Suddenly, the thug's entire body erupted in glowing light. As the enemy opened his mouth to scream, 𝗚cie violently clamped his hand over the guy's face. He could not risk waking 𝗤a up. And then, the absolute beatdown began. His voice dropped to a terrifying demonic whisper. Shut your mouth. If 𝗤a wakes up because of you, I will skip the interrogation and just erase you. Without hesitation, a barrage of merciless fists rained down upon the intruder. I am not the type to trust the words of a guy who still has all 4 of his limbs attached. Later that night, at the enemy guild's hideout, agonizing screams echoed through the dark alley. The syndicate members froze in shock. What the hell is going on? 𝗚cie emerged from the shadows like a grim reaper and violently hurled their battered comrade onto the concrete. Pure, unadulterated rage blazed in his eyes. His dominating voice shattered the silence. Where are you? 𝗵𝗗𝗄𝗏. 𝗚cie glared at the crowd of thugs with murderous intent. He growled the name over and over. Where is 𝗵𝗗𝗄𝗏? Hearing this relentless demand, the surrounding mob exchanged utterly confused looks. What is wrong with this crazy bastard? He looks like he has completely lost his mind. One arrogant thug stepped forward and sneered mockingly at our protagonist. Hey, stop acting like a suicidal idiot. Crawl back to your little house before something truly terrible happens to you. Do you even know who boss 𝗵𝗗𝗄𝗏 is? Unless you have a death wish, get lost right now. But 𝗚cie remained entirely unfazed. His expression was carved from absolute ice. He just stared a hole right through the thug. Where is 𝗵𝗗𝗄𝗏? Annoyed by his complete lack of fear, the thug ground his teeth in sudden fury. This little punk needs a severe beating to wake up. But before the thug could even summon his aura, 𝗚cie effortlessly lifted him off the ground by his throat. I asked you, where is he? The thug's arrogant smirk instantly vanished into pure terror. Let me go. How are your physical stats this high? Before he could finish his desperate plea, 𝗚cie blasted him away with a devastating strike. He crashed violently into his own guild members. The rest of the mob immediately stepped back in fear. What the actual hell is happening? How dare you? Do you have any idea whose territory this is? You seem pretty confident in your combat skills, huh? But guess what? You are about to be wiped out. The enraged mob synchronized their attacks and charged at 𝗚cie. But against a max-level threat like him, they were just fodder. 𝗚cie lightly pushed off the ground. Leaping high into the night sky, he channeled immense mana into his fist and brought down a catastrophic aerial strike right on their heads. The explosive force of his light aura shattered the very earth. Debris scattered like shrapnel in every direction. The remaining thugs instantly lost their will to fight. One of them stammered, frantically looking around. Where did he go? But 𝗚cie was already moving at the speed of sound. Every single time he swung his fist, another body hit the floor. The last standing thug shivered uncontrollably. In a flash, 𝗚cie teleported right in front of his face. He asked the dread-inducing question one last time. Where is 𝗵𝗗𝗄𝗏? Meanwhile, over at the Hunter Inspection Bureau, urgent voices echoed through the command center. Captain, the Dark Guild Pandemonium is on the move. What? Have you confirmed their exact coordinates? 𝗤a frowned deeply, analyzing the tactical map. Not yet, but their mana traces are massive. We will pinpoint their location shortly. Hearing this, Captain Min-jung decisively pointed her finger. Mobilize all combat members of Squad 4 immediately. And request emergency backup from every available hunter guild. Understood, Captain. We are even deploying the stationary guards to the front lines. Receiving the critical order, Suo rushed out the door. Copy that. I need to head out too. But just as Min-jung stood there, contemplating their battle strategy, a heavy hand clamped down on her shoulder. Hold on a minute, Captain Lee. I hate to interrupt when you are so busy. A male inspector smirked at her with a hidden agenda. But a highly classified mission just popped up, and it seems we are going to need your specific skills. Min-jung furrowed her brows in deep annoyance. I am extremely sorry, but I cannot possibly abandon my current raid. Well, this is a direct order from the Chief Justice. Her eyes widened in shock. The Chief Justice? The corrupt inspector gave a sickeningly cheerful smile. A sudden rank C dungeon break has occurred in Sangdo District. I highly suggest you get there fast to clear it. Min-jung turned to him, her patience wearing incredibly thin. Do I seriously have to be the one to go? Please dispatch a different strike team. I heard you requested emergency backup earlier. What if I just forcefully deny that request? Besides, I doubt the Chief Justice will accept your excuses. I am warning you right now. I will not take the blame for the catastrophic fallout if you refuse, so you better pack your gear and start moving. Listening to his blatant threats, Min-jung's expression turned murderous. She gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. I cannot believe a piece of trash like him is actually running the Hunter Inspection Bureau. I do not care if I get stripped of my rank anymore. Without a second ounce of hesitation, Min-jung stormed off. The inspector desperately called out, Captain Lee Min-jung. But her unwavering resolve had already been set in stone. Do whatever the hell you want. The scene cuts back to the absolute bloodbath. What are you idiots doing? Kill that bastard. The mob of thugs was practically multiplying before Siu's eyes. But the overpowered protagonist did not feel a single drop of fear. He analyzed the battlefield with predatory focus. About 100 awakened enemies. Their stats are not entirely garbage. This raid might actually take some effort. It won't be a walk in the park. But these suicidal fools dared to target Soa. If I let this slide, if I show even a fraction of weakness here, these rats will never learn, and they will go after her again. So I have no choice but to completely annihilate them. Beasts with zero humanity left operate purely on primal instinct rather than logic. So I will carve absolute, soul-crushing terror deep into their very instincts. Reasoning was utterly useless. He needed to engrave absolute terror into their very souls, ensuring they would scream just hearing his name. A monstrous killing intent erupted from Siu. His raw aura surged outward like a tidal wave, suffocating the low-level thugs before him. But these fools still did not understand the gap in their levels. How dare you glare at us? One barked. Do you have a death wish, punk? Siu did not waste his breath. He vanished. With just 2 casual strikes, the vanguards were sent flying like broken ragdolls. The remaining goons froze in sheer panic. He is no ordinary hunter. Form up. Surround him, they yelled. But their weak tactics meant nothing against Siu's blazing fury. His mind was razor-sharp, calculating the most brutal and efficient route for an instant mass wipeout. In a massive raid, mobs usually attack in groups of 3 to 5. Any more than that, and their aggro overlaps, causing utter chaos. This made swarm tactics useless against a true solo player. Yet, these dozens of thugs were surprisingly coordinated, moving in a synchronized formation to trap him. They were actually deploying ancient martial formations. Honestly, it was a total disgrace to true martial arts. To even call this trash a formation was a joke, but what else could you expect from scumbags who hunted humans instead of dungeon monsters? Suddenly, his master's profound teachings echoed in his mind. The key to shattering any array is simple. You must first perceive the gates of life and death. Snapping back to reality, Siu exploded forward. A blinding flash of aura cleaved right through the enemy lines. There are infinite arrays in this world, his master had said, but all originate from the 16 heavenly gates and the 12 earthly centers. Honestly, Siu still thought that was absolute gibberish. But right now, his system was mapping out a clear, golden path through the bloodthirsty horde. His S-rank passive skill, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗃's insight, was practically screaming at him. It pinpointed the ultimate gate of life. Siu unleashed a blazing inferno of mana, incinerating his foes. What kind of monstrous stats are those? The mob shrieked in despair. But Siu's killing spree had just begun. As his aura flared again, another lesson surfaced. The human body is riddled with fatal pressure points. Strike the vital mana nodes. Merging system assistance with ancient martial arts, Siu became a phantom on the battlefield. Every step he took brought instant, devastating death. The gates of death are everywhere, Siu realized. But no matter how many he crushed, the endless wave of mobs kept respawning. His stamina gauge was dropping fast. He was panting heavily as the swarm closed in. We finally caught you, you slippery rat, a thug sneered. Siu closed his eyes, centering his mana. No matter how overpowered his stats were, holding off a 100-man raid solo was an absolute nightmare. Then, the Black Queen's warning flashed in his mind. Never fight a whole guild head-on. Even low-level trash can overwhelm a high ranker if there are enough of them. When the aggro is too much and you are totally cornered, what do? You carve a bloody path using pure, absolute, overwhelming power. Embracing the madness, Siu unleashed his inner beast. He crashed into the enemy waves like a dungeon boss, his divine aura erupting into a blinding light. Brilliant blue energy detonated across the battlefield. The hidden scout, watching the fight, trembled in absolute terror. This is impossible. He is an absolute monster. He was tearing through the syndicate like a mythical predator, and just as the last minion fell, the final boss, Ji-won, finally made his grand entrance. "What is all this damn racket?" he growled. In every manhwa, the strongest enemy always appears last. Spotting 𝗚cie, the boss immediately spat out a curse. "Who the hell is this suicidal trash, messing up my turf?" Witnessing the lingering blue aura crackling in the air, Ji-won's arrogant sneer twisted into a deadly glare. The guildmaster had finally stepped onto the stage. Suddenly, Ji-won felt a chilling presence. He snapped his head back, only to find 𝗚cie already standing right behind him. 𝗚cie did not waste a single second chatting. Bam! A devastating, critical hit smashed straight into the boss's face. Ji-won was sent flying before he could even process the insane speed. The Black Queen's voice echoed like a system prompt in 𝗚cie's mind. "Kill the guild master." Seeing the almighty Ji-won get completely wrecked in one hit, the surviving lackeys lost their minds. "No way. Our invincible boss? A top-tier ranker just got one shot. This has to be a bug." But 𝗚cie just stood there, his glowing eyes radiating pure, unadulterated wrath. Suddenly, Ji-won spat out a mouthful of blood. His HP had not hit 0 yet. As the boss staggeringly pushed himself back up, his minions cheered in desperate hope. He survived the critical strike. Ji-won wiped his bloody mouth, glaring at 𝗚cie with murderous intent. "This punk. His aura feels like some low-level garbage. But that attack speed. If I had not instantly activated my damage mitigation skill, my skull would have been shattered into a million pieces." Popping his dislocated jaw back into place, Ji-won growled. "Who the hell are you?" 𝗚cie's voice dropped to a freezing temperature. "Are you the bastard who issued the quest to kidnap 𝗚cie?" A wicked smirk crept onto Ji-won's bruised face. "Oh, so you are the famous 𝗚cie." 𝗚cie stepped forward, his killing intent spiking. "Answer the damn question." "Your silence is a confession," 𝗚cie declared. Ji-wang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he analyzed the player in front of him. This perfectly matched the target profile from the bounty board. But the intel said he was just a trash D-rank hunter. Those guild executives really screwed him over. Meanwhile, 𝗚cie's patience had hit absolute 0. "I will ask you one last time. Did you touch her?" 𝗚cie roared. Ji-won burst into an arrogant, villainous laugh. "Yeah, I placed the hit. What are you going to do about it, weakling? You might be hiding your true stats, but you are still light years away from my level." The moment those cocky words left the boss's mouth, boom! Another sonic boom tore through the warehouse. 𝗚cie had already closed the gap, channeling 100% of his mana into an explosive, earth-shattering punch. But this time, the heavy impact was caught. Ji-won blocked the apocalyptic strike with just one hand. "Nice agility stat you got there," the boss mocked, brimming with supreme confidence. Inwardly, however, Ji-won was sweating bullets. He maxed out his perception stats, but still could not track that movement. This guy was a total anomaly. But speed alone will not beat a high-tier tanker. Your attack power is pathetic. The ground shattered beneath them as Ji-won smirked devilishly. "Let me show you what true strength looks like." Activating his signature skill, Ji-won triggered a terrifying body transformation. His muscles violently expanded, turning him into an unstoppable, towering juggernaut. Right now, Ji-won, the top enforcer of the infamous Chaos Guild, was radiating a terrifying aura. His voice echoed with pure arrogance. "Your power is nothing but a cheap knockoff." With those words, the villain viciously slammed 𝗚cie into the ground. The overwhelming impact sent our overpowered main character flying. But miraculously, 𝗚cie held his ground, his eyes glowing with an intense, leveling system light. Ji-won stretched out his hand, provoking him. "You bastard." 𝗚cie narrowed his eyes at the enemy, analyzing his stats. "He countered my attack in a split second. No matter how you look at it, this guy is way above a trash D-rank hunter. Who is spitting such nonsense?" Ji-won smirked, his boss-level presence leaking out. "So you must be 𝗚cie, right? I will gladly turn a blind eye to the mess you made." Hearing this, his underlings were completely dumbfounded. "Boss Myung?" Suddenly, Ji-won's eyes widened like a maniac. He pointed straight at 𝗚cie, issuing an absolute command. "Someone with your stats must join Chaos." Panicking, his minion quickly interrupted. "But Boss Myung." A single, deathly glare from Ji-won immediately shut him up. Terrified by that murderous intent, the goons flinched back. Ji-won's aggressive aura surged as he shouted, "Once you have awakened such absolute power, how can you just live a pathetic, ordinary life? We are special. We are the awakened ones, far superior to those pathetic human bugs. Do you not see the injustice in this world? Why should gods like us follow the pathetic rules created by weak-ranked trash? That entire system of laws was only built to protect their own selfish interests. Why should extraordinary hunters like us bleed and sacrifice our lives for those weaklings? They are the ones who should be bowing down to us, because our combat power is completely unmatched. The strong devour the weak. In this hunter world, raw power is absolutely everything." The more Ji-won spoke, the more fanatic he became. True justice only belongs to the strong. It does not belong to any useless human law. If you like something, take it. If you want it, crush your enemies and claim it. Seeing the villain monologue endlessly like a typical mid-boss, 𝗚cie finally cut through the nonsense. "What the hell are you blabbering about? I only stayed quiet because it looked like you really needed to vent your tragic villain backstory. But honestly, I did not care to listen to a single word. Are you done barking?" Furious, Ji-won immediately changed his tone. "Are you acting tough because of your little sister? You let pathetic family love hold back your potential. Listen here, you fool." 𝗚cie instantly fired back without hesitation. "How is protecting the ones you love stupid, if you abandon your humanity for cheap power?" then you are just a weak, system-slave monster. Reaching his boiling point, 𝗚 refused to back down. He pointed his finger straight at the arrogant enforcer. That is what it truly means to be human. A soulless monster like you could never understand that. But instead of getting angry, Ji-wang burst into a maniacal, spine-chilling laughter. You really are a hopeless fool. I only offered you a spot in the guild because your stats were decent, 𝗚liche, but if you really want to throw your life away. Fueled by boiling rage, Ji-wang's muscular frame expanded like a giant beast. Do not regret this. A low-level trash like you can never beat me. Roaring, the villain unleashed a devastating, high-tier strike right at 𝗚. The attack landed with an earth-shattering boom. Ji-wang smirked, thinking it was a one-hit kill. But the dust cleared, and he had only punched thin air. Suddenly, an immense force slammed into his chest, sending him skidding backward. I am the one being pushed back? Wait, did his counterattack actually hit me? When did his speed level up this much? Out of nowhere, 𝗚 materialized right in his blind spot. Ji-wang roared in panic. Do not think that cheap skill will work twice. In the next second, both hunters violently clashed. Steel sang against steel in a symphony of destruction. Yet, despite his overwhelming physical build, Ji-wang was completely outmatched by 𝗚's flawless technique. Terror gripped the villain's heart. Are his combat stats actually higher than mine? This is mathematically impossible. Like a phantom stepping out of the shadows, 𝗚 delivered a devastating critical strike to end the battle. The deadly blow connected, making Ji-wang's eyes practically pop out of his skull. This is an entirely different power scaling. I have never faced a monster like this. Coughing up blood, the defeated boss was engulfed in absolute despair. With his trembling finger, Ji-wang choked out his final words. The Chaos Guild will never let you live. Do you really think you can survive after crossing us? But our main character simply looked down with a freezing, deathly glare. Go ahead and try. I will personally wipe your entire villain system off the map. Hearing this absolute declaration, Ji-wang screamed in disbelief. What? Are you declaring a guild war against us? You are just a solo player. Keep your pathetic eyes wide open and watch me clear this dungeon. Without another word, our hero turned his back. With every spectator holding their breath, 𝗚 charged up his ultimate skill, ready to send this arrogant enforcer straight to the afterlife. Sensing his hit points dropping to 0, Ji-wang's face twisted in pure, unadulterated horror. This aura. This is not some fake borrowed power. This is an awakened state that completely shatters all human limits. No one can reach this level. Time seemed to freeze as 𝗚 took a deep breath. Channeling his overwhelming mana, he launched a devastating kick right at Ji-wang. A majestic azure dragon materialized from the impact, roaring as it swallowed the villain whole. The epic boss battle between 𝗚 and Ji-wang was officially cleared. Right at that moment, squad leader Minjung arrived at the scene. The squad leader is here. Minjung immediately demanded a status report. What is the current situation? One of the guild members awkwardly scratched his head. Honestly, Captain, I think you need to see this leveling aftermath for yourself. We just logged into the area, and the whole battlefield was already wiped clean like this. Minjung scanned the destruction. Is everyone's health bar at 0? The short-haired girl beside her quickly answered. Not exactly. A few low-level mobs are still breathing. What are your orders, Captain? Minjung's face darkened as she formulated a plan. Verify every single player's identity tag before we make a move. Raising her commanding voice, Minjung issued strict guild orders. For those in a stunned state, wait until they regain consciousness to check their system IDs. Simultaneously, run a background scan on their criminal stats for player killing, assault, or inflicting level 2 psychological trauma and physical damage. If anyone triggers the red player warning, execute them on the spot. Feeling the terrifying pressure of Minjung's aura, every hunter snapped to attention. Yes, Captain, understood. She turned to her subordinate, 𝗚a. Stay in this zone and provide support. Roger that. Leaving them behind, the leader walked straight towards Ji-wang's defeated body, her mind racing with questions. Myung Ji-wang, a notoriously brutal enforcer from the Chaos Guild. Even if my entire 4-man inspector party launched a combined raid attack, clearing his boss phase would be nearly impossible. A one-on-one duel with this monster should have been a guaranteed game over for any normal hunter. So who in the world possesses such overpowered stats? Meanwhile, the man of the hour, 𝗚, was quietly sitting in a corner. He was casually using a legendary acupuncture skill to recover his lost hit points. Once the healing phase was complete, 𝗚 let out a long, exhausted sigh. How long until my stamina bar is fully restored? A small, self-deprecating smirk crossed his face. Unleashing the Azure Dragon Kick ultimate skill on a mere human was definitely an overkill. But compared to my mana output in the Fenrir dungeon, my stat control has massively improved. If I spammed another ultimate attack like that, my mana core would have shattered. Yet, I somehow managed to perfectly control my Divine Palm technique. After successfully clearing this deadly encounter, the system notifications went wild. My mastery level for Divine Palm skyrocketed, and my other passive stats leveled up incredibly fast as well. I still have a massive skill tree to unlock. Thinking about his leveling journey, 𝗚 checked his system status window. His skill proficiency was scaling up perfectly. But honestly, that mid-boss was no joke. The 𝗤𝗄𝗃 guild is pure trash compared to his raw combat power. So now I am locked in a survival game against a global criminal syndicate. 𝗚's eyes hardened with resolve. I bet their main boss will randomly spawn in front of me soon, but I refuse to let them roam free. especially after those bastards dared to lay a finger on Seiya. His mind flashed back to the terrified confession of Jiwang's minion. The system had revealed a hidden quest. They were explicitly hired to hunt the main character down, and they intentionally targeted my sister as bait to drag me into this deadly trap. If Becky had not arrived to block their aggro, thinking of the narrow escape, Siu stretched his aching muscles, ready for his next legendary level up. I told the kid to guard our territory, so he must be grinding his heart out right now. I suppose I should drop him a little reward for his loyalty. The scene cuts to 𝗚𝘗𝗄𝗏. Sitting in his dimly lit office, he interrogates his subordinate, who was the one that reduced Mong Jiwang's health points to 0. The terrified subordinate stiffens and stammers out a single name. Sai Wu? A mere D-rank hunter. Hearing this, 𝗚𝘗𝗄𝗏's voice drops into a dangerous growl, an elite executioner of the Severance class. Defeated by a D-rank piece of trash, the subordinate stammers that the intel is unverified. Instantly, 𝗚𝘗𝗄𝗏's killing intent explodes. You dare bring me a quest report that has not even been confirmed. Crushed by his boss's overwhelming aura, the subordinate staggers, spitting out that the inspection bureau is involved. Retracting his bloodlust, 𝗚𝘗𝗄𝗏's face darkens. He coldly demands a status update on the bureau. Barely managing to stand with his health in the red, the lackey reports. They have completely locked down the raid zone. Our guild members survived, but they have all been hit with an irreversible madness debuff. Are you telling me that 𝗚ci bastard is the hidden boss behind this? Trembling, the subordinate reveals that just before the disaster, Myung Ji-wang had accepted an assassination quest, and his main target was none other than Sai Wu. So because this system error happened mid-quest, that 𝗚ci brat still has not been captured. Yes, sir. 𝗚𝘗𝗄𝗏 scoffs in sheer disbelief. A low-level D rank actually managed to solo kill a Severance class executioner? His mind races as he analyzes the board. Even if 𝗚ci was the ultimate target, his stats are simply too low. This has to be a pure coincidence. It makes way more sense if an elite faction like the Inspection Bureau orchestrated this wipeout. That high-level player, Slaughterer Lee Min-jung, is far more likely to possess that kind of destructive power. The battered subordinate speaks up again. The survivors who made it out of the dungeon are still trapped in a state of complete mental breakdown. But their reactions were completely identical when they heard his name. 𝗚𝘗𝗏 rested his chin on his hand. What kind of reaction? Absolute, soul-crushing terror, sir. It seemed the nightmare had firmly rooted itself in their minds. The subordinate tapped his fingers frantically against the wooden desk, sweating bullets of pure anxiety. Every single piece of evidence pointed directly to that main character. Was it possible he was never a D-rank hunter to begin with? Was he deliberately masking his true aura, while operating completely in the shadows? This lone wolf had single-handedly annihilated the Chaos faction and the underworld across the Seoul district. Regardless of his true power, that monster was their syndicate's primary assassination target. Suddenly, 𝗚𝘗𝗏 erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Is this his little warning to us? What an arrogant bastard. Should we hunt him down, sir? Hearing this, 𝗚𝘗𝗏 raised a single finger, issuing his absolute command. Deploy every shadow in the Chaos faction. Track that main character's every movement. He furrowed his brows in deep thought. Normally, I would just drag that insect here and slaughter him on the spot. But with the inspector's office sticking their noses into this mess, making a reckless move right now would be suicidal. I could not care less about an annoyance like Lee Min-jung. But just then, the subordinate spoke up again. How deep has the inspector's office dug into this incident? The trembling agent swallowed hard. Inspector General Baek Song-jae. He has officially entered the playing field, sir. The scene cuts to Min-jung's current predicament. Director 𝗵𝗶 pointed a trembling finger right at her face, screaming, "Have you completely lost your mind? Do you think your little awakened talents make you a god? Why do not you just trample all over my authority while you are at it? Not only did you blatantly defy a direct order, but you also slaughtered a mountain of people." Min-jung lowered her head respectfully. "I humbly apologize. However, during the identification process, I confirmed they were all notoriously dangerous criminals, but the corrupt director simply doubled down on his verbal assault. Are you seriously talking back to your superior right now? Even if they were the worst scum of the earth, they were completely incapacitated at that moment. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? What you committed was pure murder, not self-defense. You have crossed an unforgivable line this time." Facing this ruthless interrogation, Min-jung kept her gaze lowered. "I am truly sorry, but the director showed zero mercy. Strip off your uniform and get out of my sight." Hearing the director issue such a tyrannical command, the rest of the squad could not stay silent. Seeing her team stepping up to defend her, Director 𝗵𝗶 snapped. "Do you all want to be stripped of your ranks too?" The captain was merely executing her sworn duty as a guardian. The director pointed aggressively, his voice booming with absolute authority. "Silence. Shut your mouths. Under normal circumstances, I would terminate every single one of you right here. But out of respect for Captain Lee Min-jung's past service, I will end this cleanly. Hand over the uniform and spare me your pathetic whining." "Understood, Captain." The subordinates standing behind her erupted in furious protest. "This is completely unjust to Min-jung. Director Kim, you are only doing this because you are terrified your dirty bribes and criminal syndicates will be exposed." Hearing his darkest secrets laid bare, the director slammed the desk and shot up. "Which suicidal bastard just said that?" Min-jung suddenly shot a death glare straight into his soul. "Director, I will gladly surrender my uniform. Leave my squad out of this." Facing her overwhelmingly murderous aura, the corrupt official instantly broke into a cold sweat. "Fine by me." Suddenly, a chillingly calm voice echoed from the corridor. "If you ask me, I believe everyone should leave the captain exactly where she is." The entire room whipped around in absolute shock. "Inspector General, what brings a man of your stature here?" Song Jae offered a predatory smile. "When the Chaos faction makes a move, how could I possibly miss the main event?" He slowly closed the distance between himself and the trembling director, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Or perhaps a man sitting in the director's chair is blind to the true horrors of chaos. Funny. I thought I just heard someone mention that you have been shielding the criminal underworld." The director stiffened, his face draining of all color. "That is a complete misunderstanding, sir. Misunderstanding or not, my investigation team will uncover the absolute truth." As those words left his mouth, an elite squad of black-suited enforcers materialized from the shadows behind him. He turned his attention to Min Jung, offering a warm smile. "Am I correct, Captain Lee?" "Yes, sir." Song Jae's lips curled upwards as he continued. "I need to borrow you for a private conversation. Do you have a moment? Let us cut straight to the chase. Was this massive massacre you're doing?" Looking at the imposing man before her, Min Jung's mind raced. Inspector General Baek Song Jae, the absolute core pillar, who had single-handedly crushed countless criminal empires threatening the Korean peninsula, an insurmountable living fortress. Furthermore, he carried the legendary bloodline of Baek Song-pung, one of the 13 mythic heroes who saved humanity from the brink of extinction. Song Jae smiled knowingly. "I have reviewed the entire leveling system report. During the raid, an overwhelming number of targets were annihilated, correct?" Min Jung hesitated slightly. "To be entirely honest." But Song Jae smoothly cut her off. "Before the demonic realm tore through our dimensions, awakened hunters were humanity's sole beacon of hope. However, as society stabilized, those divine powers morphed into mere tools for amassing wealth. My father always predicted this inevitable trend. Unlike my old man, who bled for decades to forge this fragile peace, parasites like the Chaos faction only exploit their overwhelming strength for greed. My father constantly mourned this reality, yet he absolutely refused to turn his blade against the very people he swore to protect. He believed that if he used his overwhelming strength to oppress others and seize absolute control of the world, he would become the exact same monster he fought against. He never once paraded himself as the embodiment of justice. But my philosophy differs entirely. Even if I am not the absolute law, I will hunt down true justice by any means necessary." He let out a hearty, booming laugh, his eyes locking onto Min Jung. "Naturally, one must draw a firm line in the sand, but when you dive headfirst into an abyss of mud, it is impossible to emerge without staining your own hands. Let me ask you one final time. During the raid, a massacre occurred, correct?" The captain's expression tightened with unease before she finally spoke. "Yes, sir." Song Jae leaned in closer. "And were you the one who unleashed that destruction?" "No, sir." "Then do you know whose power caused this?" Min Jung answered with absolute certainty. "We analyzed every single piece of security footage within the perimeter, yet we found absolutely zero trace of whoever entered or vanished from the battlefield. However, we did find one survivor, who remained conscious, but his mind had been completely shattered into pure madness." Song Jae's sharp brows instantly furrowed. "Shattered into madness, you say?" Min Jung gave a grim nod. To be precise, his soul was consumed by an unimaginable terror. He just kept muttering the exact same words over and over. "Was it an S-rank hunter?" "No. Not an S-rank, but a mere D-rank. And the legendary anomaly Min Jung was referring to was none other than the main character himself, 𝗚cie. The very next morning, 𝗚cie casually brought breakfast to Becky. He asked with a gentle tone, "Is it delicious?" Moon instantly responded with the most adorable expression imaginable. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, "You woke up so early?" 𝗚cie's face lit up with a warm smile. "Did you have a good sleep?" He breathed a massive sigh of relief in his head. "Thank the heavens I managed to repair that door handle in time, or she would have definitely noticed something was wrong. System notification. 𝗶𝘃 rank God's alchemy proficiency has leveled up." Staring down at the newly forged door handle, he could not help but marvel. Thank goodness this divine God's alchemy does not put a cap on the number of items I can manifest into reality. Deadly situations worthy of an action Manhwa recap could ambush us at any given moment. Even with Moon standing guard, unpredictable threats are always lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, 𝗚cie's eyes widened as an absolutely insane blueprint formed in his mind. "Wait a minute. Should I just craft an entire fortress from scratch? If I construct a brand new base utilizing my 𝗶𝘃 rank God's alchemy, whether it is a massive mana explosion or a sudden raid by Rogue Awakened, the new safe house must offer absolute protection for 𝗚cie, but locating the perfect coordinates is a massive headache. My priority right now is her recovery, so I cannot stray too far from her side. Wait, my inventory currently holds a solid 10 billion won. Should I just buy her current rental and upgrade its defenses?" Making up his mind, he turned to speak. 𝗚cie, I need to step out to complete a quick quest. I will be right back." But while patrolling the neighborhood, 𝗚cie's path was blocked by an unexpected NPC. The man's heavy voice cut through the air. "Let me ask you a question. You are Min-si Woo, correct?" Hearing his full name dropped like a targeted aggro skill, the protagonist whipped his head around, his expression screaming pure danger. Who is this guy? His face has never appeared on the Hunter Association's leaderboards. But as the man's identity clicked, it was none other than Song Jae. 𝗚cie Woo's face instantly drained of color. What is the chief inspector of the bureau doing in a low-level zone like this? Did he track my digital footprint regarding yesterday's underground syndicate wipeout? From the bureau's perspective, That massacre was an absolute S-class criminal incident. I should have managed my aggro better, but my rationality completely snapped the moment those trash mobs dared to lay a finger on 𝗚cie𝗲𝗲𝗃. Even so, for the final boss of the inspection department to spawn here personally. No, this is just a hypothesis. Do not let your mental stats drop. Forcing his heart rate down, Siwoo calmly met the inspector's gaze. Yes, I am Min Siwoo. Are you the player who completely flipped the underground server upside down yesterday, after reducing those awakened to absolute crawling messes? Songjae's aura suddenly spiked into a terrifying bloodlust. His eyes glowed crimson, locking onto Siwoo like a targeted spell. You seem entirely too relaxed, do you not? Sensing this overwhelming pressure, our protagonist instantly read the room. Damn it, his intelligence stat is too high. He knows everything. Compared to Myungjong, this monster is on a completely different level. I cannot win this raid. Is he going to PK me right here? I need to use an escape skill right now, but 𝗚cie𝗲𝗲 is still logged in at the house. If I flee the map, who knows what collateral damage she will take. Even though Mun is standing guard, that summon cannot possibly block an attack from Songjae. I have to stand my ground and tank this. Without warning, the terrifying inspector placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Siwoo, he smiled. How would you like to job change into a bureau guard? Despite the warm NPC-like smile, Siwoo's danger sense was ringing off the hook. He blinked, completely stunned by this massive plot twist. What kind of absurd hidden quest is this? I was bracing for a death penalty, and he offers me a government guild position? Wait, what is the base gold farming rate for a guard anyway? Since they are basically civil servants tied to the system, the drop rate cannot be that high, right? But rumor has it, top-tier guards can farm an annual yield, ranging from hundreds of millions to several billion won. That is a massive loot pool. But wait, considering my insane monthly premium system subscription, even 100 billion won would drain faster than a mana potion. Still, why trigger this recruitment event with me? Watching Songjae's imposing figure log out of the area, Siwoo's tactical mind raced. The moment I clicked reject, he just canceled the interaction and left. If that is the case, what was the true objective of this encounter? If he spawned here because of yesterday's underground dungeon wipe, this must be part of a larger investigation quest. Whatever. Ignoring the main storyline for now. I need to focus on my base building quest first. Snapping out of his tactical analysis, he speed walked straight to his landlady. The cheerful NPC greeted him with a warm smile. What brings you to my coordinates, Siwoo? He quickly initiated the dialogue. Nothing too major, ma'am. I just wanted to inquire about my current save point. Would you be willing to transfer the property rights? The landlady's eyes widened at the sudden trade request. Why trigger such a random event? Oh, do not worry your stats over it. As long as you maintain your lease, I will never put it on the auction house. The real estate market's meta is crashing anyway. Profit margins are up, but the guild loan interest rates are soaring. What kind of complex economic lore is she spouting? Anyway, since you are resting there, selling is not in my patch notes. Relax. Realizing her dialogue tree went the wrong way, he offered a polite, sweat-dropping smile. You misunderstood my quest log, ma'am. I meant I want to be the buyer, if you ever list it in the shop. Her jaw practically hit the floor at this bold claim. Do you even have the gold inventory for that? But Siwoo's lips curled into a protagonist's confident smirk. You know my class, right? I am an awakened hunter. So my dungeon farming rate is pretty solid. I have hoarded quite the treasure chest, which is why I want to claim this territory. The landlady immediately clapped her hands, her joy stat maxing out. Oh heavens. Congratulations on leveling up your wealth, but why not warp to a high-tier residential zone? This starter house has low durability. Surviving the harsh seasons here is a debuff in itself. Caught off guard, Siwoo stumbled over his words. Well, my loyalty level to this base is maxed out. If you are serious, I will trade it to you for 150 million won. Wow, that discount is an absolute steal. Glad you recognize the bargain, but upgrading and building a fortress is no tutorial quest, kid. Take your time to strategize. Siwoo offered a firm nod, accepting the veteran advice. Understood. I want to establish an absolute safe zone for my little sister, so if necessary, I am willing to drop a massive 1 billion won on this raid. Hearing that astronomical figure casually dropped, the landlady's cheerful expression instantly morphed into utter shock. 1 billion? After completing that mind-blowing interaction, Siwoo boarded the transit system back to base. Organizing his thoughts, he muttered, Territory construction is way more complex than my system interface. Why is the government's bureaucracy questline so brutal? Zoning permits, structural licenses, the list goes on. It will take months of grinding just to clear the paperwork, and I have to run these tedious fetch quests manually. I have not even had time to upload my latest combat footage to MeTube. My subscribers are practically spamming the comment section for daily updates. Right. I also need to prep my stamina for Zhang Sanfeng's legendary sword mastery tutorial. Right on cue, a holographic system window flashed before his eyes. Premium subscription fee for Zhang Sanfeng's channel, 2 billion. 1 per month. You have successfully renewed your membership to the Grandmaster's domain. Siwoo quickly checked his status window. Total gold balance, slightly over 7 billion won. Subtracting the 1 billion won construction budget, my inventory drops to a mere 6.5 billion. Just maintaining my system buffs and premium skills drains a staggering 3.1 billion won every single month. Watching his hard-earned loot evaporate, our overpowered main character looked like a defeated slime. My precious gold. Well, since the storyline has pushed me to this point, I will just have to trigger a quest with her directly. Scene transition to the VIP lounge of the legendary 𝗚liche Hunter Guild. Cheryl gracefully entered the room. Apologies for the loading screen. I kept you waiting. Seeing her, 𝗚ciwoo's charm stats instantly flared into a bright smile. Is her beauty stat leveling up every single day? Anyway, now is not the time to be distracted by top-tier visuals. Cheryl cut straight to the business dialogue. What is your required goal for the mentoring sessions? Shifting into serious mentor mode, he replied. I will run 2 training dungeons a week. Therefore, my fee is 10 billion won a month. How does that sound? He braced himself, expecting her to reject such a server-breaking transaction. But defying all logic, Cheryl simply offered a gentle nod. I accept those terms. Ah, the one suffering mental damage this time was him. Wait, how did she click accept so fast? His 10 billion won just pocket change for the 𝗚liche conglomerate. Damn it, my negotiation skill failed. I should have set the price ceiling higher. Cheryl smoothly continued her dialogue. That is exactly the baseline budget I plan to offer. The guildmaster would not have approved a higher tier anyway, because this is not a one-time quest reward, but a recurring monthly subscription, so 10 billion won is optimal. While maintaining a cool, overpowered mentor's smile on the outside, his inner monologue was screaming in pure capitalistic joy. Jackpot. That is 120 billion won a year, so the 𝗚liche Guild's treasury truly is bottomless. By the way, I have a hidden quest to assign you. A quest? 𝗚ciwoo activated his puppy dog eyes skill, heavily leaning on his new VIP connection. I am planning to establish a new custom safe zone, but the government's legal bureaucracy is harder than a raid boss. You want to build a territory from scratch? Yes. Hearing this proposition, Cheryl pondered for a moment. Then, she agreed with absolute confidence. I will help you. 𝗚ciwoo thanked her, but felt a sudden chill. She was notoriously cunning. Wasn't this quest completion a bit too easy? Suddenly, the glowing system interface materialized. Achievement unlocked. You crafted an artifact worthy of personal use. SS rank divine alchemy proficiency has leveled up. 𝗚ciwoo stared at the status window. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. An artifact I would actually equip? I definitely use higher tier crafting materials. Compared to that old gauntlet. Out of nowhere, Pan Wang floated into view. Grinding your crafting skills while we talked? I never expected such a high-grade drop. Since 𝗚ciwoo dumped the annoying NPC paperwork on Cheryl, he could finally focus on his next main quest. But Pan Wang wasn't the only surprise guest. Sun casually strolled into the zone. She waved her hand cheerfully. Hey everyone, the cavalry is here. I haven't seen your status updates lately. What brings you to this coordinate? I just thought of you while roaming the map. 𝗚ciwoo flashed a wide, welcoming grin. It really has been a while. What kind of daily quests have you been doing? 𝗚ciwoo rubbed his neck awkwardly. Oh, just clearing some minor side missions. What kind of missions? She pressed. Flashbacks hit him like a critical strike. His daily grind consisted of brutal boss fights and ruthlessly interrogating low-level thugs. He offered a nervous laugh to dodge the question. Don't worry about my activity log. Sun sensed his hidden aggro. She decided not to pry into his private stats. All right, I understand. But if you ever need a party member, just ping me. Before she could finish her dialogue, 𝗚ciwoo jumped straight to the point. Actually, I have a fetch quest for you. It is nothing too extreme. I just need you to farm some building materials. Can you gather them for me? Building materials? That is an easy drop. But why the sudden crafting urge? Because I am unlocking my own base. A base? Wait, don't tell me. You are doing a solo base building quest? Seeing her figure out his blueprint, 𝗚ciwoo chuckled shyly. Spot on. I know your crafting stats are maxed out, but forging weapons and building a guild house are totally different. Here is my required material list. Sun scanned the item descriptions. Her eyes widened in absolute confusion. These are not construction materials. Hold on a second. Are these? Sun practically shouted in shock. Are you seriously trying to build a house out of high-tier monster drops? Exactly. Only S-class gear for my new base. Scene transition. The Hunter Inspection Bureau. What is the situation? Captain Park Ju-won is staying off the radar. His fear debuff is too strong, so he is covering it up. The man speaking was from the Hunter Inspection Bureau. Urban Investigation Captain, Park Tae-min. Hearing the report, the older man looked totally unfazed. Is that so? What a massive fail. Why are you glaring at me? Want an energy potion? You know this stuff restores stamina perfectly. But Taemin's expression remained dead serious. Why are you ignoring his massive threat level? You mean 𝗚ciwoo? Yes. Min Jung, captain of the 4th Guard. Already flagged his danger stats. But to Song Jae, 𝗚ciwoo was basically a low-level mob. He smirked, taking a sip. He might look like a raid boss, but his humanity stat is higher than anyone else's. Tell me, how long have you been in the Bureau? This is my 7th year grinding here. You have stacked quite the playtime. I awakened my class at age 51. Then my father trained my combat skills for 8 brutal years. Song Jae looked down, his voice heavy. He told me to explore the world map and level up. So I wandered the servers for 5 straight years. After that, I unlocked the Inspector class. I have held this title for 25 years. I have cleared countless player killers and rogue hunters. The amount of human blood on my hands far exceeds my entire monster kill count. I do not know when my morality bar depleted, but I am sick and tired of the human race. Their karma is worse than the foulest dungeon beasts. Honestly, I finally grasped the truth. Save a beast, it becomes your loyal familiar. Save a human, they will backstab you for loot. Fundamentally, my trust level in humanity is 0. So whenever a new player enters my field of vision, I immediately scan them for hostile intent. In my eyes, everyone is a potential final boss. But there is one specific class of people I still trust. Do you know what kind of background they have? Hearing the question, Taemin responded quietly. I do not have the data. Song-jae continued his grim monologue. Players who are forced to carry their family's survival. You know how insane that difficulty setting is. It is not a quest anyone can easily clear. True sacrifice requires draining your own health points. That is why parents in this cruel world are the absolute top-tier heroes. But Siwoo has an even heavier penalty. His main quest is curing his terminally ill sister. Taemin frowned, instantly countering the logic. But what about him masking his true hunter rank? That stealth skill is highly suspicious. More importantly, he solo cleared the entire criminal underworld. Song-jae suddenly interrupted the rant. Who said his status window is actually hidden? Taemin's eyes widened in absolute shock. What the hell does that mean? Song-jae explained the system anomaly. The masses usually classify them as slaughterers. That title is not exactly wrong. But never forget our guild's primary directive. Our blades must only target actual player killers. I dream of a peaceful server. A safe zone where everyone coexists, just like the territory my father used to defend. Seeing Song-jae equip his coat to leave, Taemin called out, "Where is your next waypoint?" The SH Group headquarters. Hearing the destination, Taemin was stunned again. You are entering the SH Group territory. At that moment, Song-jae paused. He glanced back with a dangerously sharp smirk. Did I not just say we only target actual criminals? Scene transition. Back to Siwoo's base camp. Siwoo smirked, his eyes gleaming with builder's pride. I am going to customize my base my own way. Hearing his absolute confidence, Soon's jaw practically dropped to the floor. Pan Wang was equally stunned by this hidden talent. Wait, you actually unlocked the construction skill tree. I haven't tested it, but my stats should handle it. Are these rare items hard to farm? Farming them is not the issue. Money is. Well, it is a massive currency problem actually. Dragon turtle shells, golem core ore, undead knight armor. The item grades on these drops are insanely high. You have to raid B rank to A+ rank dungeons, and those boss monsters are no joke. Plus, these are premium crafting materials for hunters. Clearing the required quantity will be a nightmare. Siwoo. Honestly, the marketplace drop rate is practically zero. Hearing this, Siwoo scratched his head awkwardly. Really? Sun sighed, calculating the auction house fees. It is not impossible if you throw gold at it. But you are looking at triple the market price. The total gold required will be 3 billion won. That astronomical number hit Siwoo like a critical strike. 3.3 billion won, but he instantly calmed down. Wait, Cheryl's tuition quest reward will cover this easily. The cost for tier 10 materials was astronomical. The main character rubbed his temples, deep in thought. Lowering the system requirements seemed like the only logical choice. But this fortress was meant to protect him. He couldn't just build some flimsy shack. Making up his mind, he turned to Soon. Just gather whatever resources you can find for now. Can you handle this quest for me? Her expression tightened with a heavy burden, but she swallowed her hesitation. I will do my absolute best. The protagonist fell into deep thought. The real issue? High-ranking hunters refuse to sell their loot. Wait a minute. I can just grind the dungeons myself. The demonic beasts I need are all B rank. But my official hunter license is stuck at D rank. The guild would never let me enter a B rank gate. Is it time to finally level up my official status? In this world, there were two paths to promotion. Path 1. Build massive guild merits to prove your combat skills. Path 2. Pass the reawakening assessment. Originally, only the first method existed. But after the Great Reawakening phenomenon struck humanity, the system evolved, adding the second path. A second awakening could manifest in two distinct ways. First, gaining an entirely new, overpowered trait. Second, an explosive evolution of an existing skill. The mechanics behind this were still a massive mystery to the world, yet these miraculous second awakenings were happening more frequently, which meant I can instantly boost my hunter rank through a reassessment. My currently awakened traits are more than enough. He summoned his system interface. Glowing blue stats reflected in his eyes as a confident smirk formed. I cannot waste another single second. The very next morning, a sharp voice shattered the silence. Has the sun risen in the west? Director Han Mina gracefully approached Cheryl, a teasing glint in her eyes. It has been an eternity since my dear niece graced me with a visit. Cheryl masked her emotions with a polite smile. It has been a while, Director Han. Mina chuckled softly. You must be drowning in guild paperwork lately. But thanks to your relentless grinding, the conglomerate is finally stable. I merely did my duty as a hunter, Cheryl replied. The pharmaceutical division's success is entirely your doing, Director. Mina elegantly lifted her porcelain teacup, taking a slow sip. You really have not changed one bit, have you? But seriously, how much longer will you keep calling me Director? Cheryl lowered her gaze, hiding the storm of emotions in her eyes. Because today, I am speaking to the corporate leader, not my flesh and blood. Reading her stoic face, Mina scoffed inwardly. Such a foolish girl. She used to be so painfully adorable, until my ruthless brother tossed her into the viper's nest of our family empire. A place where blood relations meant nothing but deadly rivalries. With her parents dying tragically in a dungeon break years ago, she was bound by endless, suffocating rules. Mina stared at Cheryl. A fleeting shadow of pity crossed the older woman's eyes. No wonder her personality grew as cold as ice. If not for her father protecting me back then, I would have never survived the guild wars. I turned a blind eye to her suffering in the past, but things are different now. So, what kind of quest brings you to my door? I need to build a private fortress, Cheryl stated firmly. Can I borrow the absolute authority of SH Construction? Mina's elegant brows furrowed in pure confusion. Wait, you want to build a luxury villa? No. I specifically said a fortress. Mina's eyes widened in sudden panic. Does she despise her current high-security penthouse that much? No, no, no. I cannot let this disaster happen. Forcing a terribly awkward smile, Mina quickly waved her hands. Hold on. I will personally contact the guild master of SH Construction for you. Skipping the subcontractors will skyrocket the building's speed. But Cheryl cut through her panic with an icy tone. I am not the one building it. Will you lend me your corporate authority or not? Mina was utterly speechless, her face draining of all color. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Hunter Association headquarters, a devastated young rookie stumbled out of the testing room. He kept muttering like a madman. I am supposed to be S rank. This is impossible. Watching this pathetic display, our main character smirked. Out of 100 hunters taking the reassessment, every single one delusionally believes they will awaken as a god-tier ranker. Absolutely pathetic. But honestly, I was exactly the same. After surviving the dimensional collapse and awakening my magic resonance. During that catastrophic dungeon break, I prayed for an A rank or S rank destiny. I walked into my first awakening test, radiating pure confidence, only to be slapped with the ultimate trash tier, traitless. I was lower than a miserable F rank, but the tides of fate have finally turned. The examiner's mechanical voice echoed through the grand hall. Next examinee, please enter the testing chamber. Without a shred of hesitation, he stood tall and marched inside. Reassessment is the divine judgment of an awakened soul. Please step onto the designated mana platform. Initiating system scan. Please remain perfectly still during the aura extraction. He smiled inwardly, feeling the surge of mana in his veins. I possess over 6 overpowered awakened traits now. He closed his eyes, bracing for the impact of his own greatness. Not just the association, the entire world is about to shake. Honestly, this is exactly why I wanted to avoid this test. Stepping into the spotlight only attracts deadly assassins, but surviving the battle against the forces of chaos forged my soul in fire. I am no longer weak. I have the absolute power to crush anyone who stands in my way. Why should I hide in the shadows like a coward anymore? Suddenly, deafening gasps and screams erupted from the observation deck. Oh my god, what is happening? Is this humanity's very first double S rank? A legendary double S rank has descended. Hearing the hype, he let out a smug sigh and opened his eyes. But as he stared at the system prompt, his jaw hit the floor. Awakened trait, none. Rank, unrateable, below F class. Are you kidding me? A hunter with literally 0 traits? How is this mathematically possible? This is a complete scam. Panic seized his heart as cold sweat drenched his entire body. Wait a damn minute. Your garbage machine is clearly broken. System warning. Examinees are permitted only 1 assessment. Please exit the chamber. After arguing with the staff to no avail, he was completely defeated. Please, just let me scan it one more time. I beg you. He collapsed onto a bench, his soul leaving his body. Why hasn't my pathetic status changed at all? This defies all logic. Is it because the human system maxes out at S rank? Can this junk machine not comprehend my divine level traits? But it literally labeled me worse than F rank. That theory makes absolutely no sense. If it could not read my divine aura, the system should have displayed an error code, not under F class. Wait, what if Harley's insane theory was right? Is my unique trait literally called traitless? I think being completely traitless is your divine power, master. Because my core essence never changed, the scanner just spit out the same trash result. The more he analyzed it, the more terrifyingly logical it became. It makes sense, but I cannot bet my life on it yet. Could it be a proficiency issue? Is it because I have not reached 100% mastery? I still have not fully synchronized with the divine authorities of the gods. Leaning his head back against the cold wall, he let out a massive sigh. I don't understand this broken system at all. At this rate, how the hell am I supposed to master the powers of the gods? Su's mind drifted back to the Black Queen's cryptic words. Because his system status displayed traitless, he possessed the ultimate cheat skill, the ability to copy the divine powers of the gods themselves. But who exactly was that mysterious blonde man? Did he already know Su's true identity from the very beginning? The stranger's echoing voice haunted his memories. You have granted me a second chance. I deeply apologize for dragging you into this mess. Those cryptic apologies barely made any sense at all. Brushing the thoughts aside, our main character fixed his intense gaze on his glowing phone screen. Relying on a standard system reevaluation was completely useless now. If he wanted to level up and shatter his limits, he had to grind through dungeons and farm those completion achievements. Right now, he was stuck at a mere D rank. But he desperately needed to reach at least C rank or even A rank. How many brutal raids would that take? Plus, his streaming channel had been completely dead lately. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed into a dangerously cunning smirk. He had found the absolute perfect strategy, a killer content idea that perfectly matched his current leveling grind. The scene dramatically shifts to Chief Inspector Song Jae, sitting directly across from a very powerful figure. The imposing man spoke up with a mock tone of surprise. Color me shocked, to think the legendary Chief Inspector would personally visit my humble domain. Song Jae mirrored the man's fake politeness with a chilling smile. The pleasure is all mine, he countered smoothly. Despite my unannounced arrival, your hospitality has been simply overwhelming. The man chuckled darkly, but of course, honored Chief Inspector. This arrogant speaker was none other than Kang Do-cheon, the formidable director of SH Corporation. Gesturing to an extravagant chair, he probed. So, what ill wind brings a big shot like you to my doorstep today? Taking his seat with heavy authority, Song-jae cut straight to the chase. Let us not play games here, Kang Do-cheon. Your massive SH guild is an absolute titan in the Korean hunter economy, is it not? I merely came to exchange pleasantries with the Grandmaster who pulls the strings of such an overwhelming empire. Despite the heavy tension, Song-jae's tone remained deceptively cheerful. You are known as the absolute apex predator in Korea's security sector, he praised venomously. But commanding a high-ranking guild of this magnitude, brute physical strength alone is completely meaningless, isn't it? You must kiss up to the association's higher-ups, maximize dungeon raid profits, and simultaneously, you have to ruthlessly backstab your own flesh and blood to secure the throne. At those razor-sharp words, Song-jae's entire aura shifted violently. His eyes gleamed with a predatory, menacing light. As the chief inspector, I have absolutely zero interest in getting my hands dirty with your pathetic guild politics. Let me make this crystal clear. I could not care less if the 𝗚ci Corporation plans to utterly destroy 𝗗𝗄𝗃𝗏. But the hunter named 𝗚cie, I am sure that name rings a warning bell in your head. The bombshell dropped. Kang Do-cheon's blood ran cold as pure dread washed over his pale face. His mind raced with terrifying calculations. Does this monster already know about our scheme to exile 𝗗𝗄𝗃𝗏? And worse, did he uncover that we used the Dark Chaos faction to track down 𝗚cie's stats? All because that overpowered freak carried her through the dungeon raid. This is a death threat. He will annihilate us if we ever ally with the Chaos forces again. But wait, this was the legendary 𝗤𝘃𝗍𝗄𝗃 standing before him. How could a man facing such massive system penalties act so impossibly arrogant? 𝗤𝘃𝗍𝗄𝗃 possessed a terrifying lineage. He was the sole heir of 𝗤𝘃𝗻𝗃𝗃, one of the 13 mythic heroes who saved humanity. Sending mere guild thugs to intimidate his office was a totally suicidal move. Even a massive conglomerate like theirs would be instantly wiped off the map if they dared to awaken the wrath of the hero 𝗤𝘃𝗻𝗃𝗃. So why on earth was a titan like 𝗤𝘃𝗍 acting as a shield for a nobody like 𝗚cie? Kang Do-cheon gritted his teeth, his killing intent leaking out. But Song-jae brutally hammered his final warning home. I do not give a damn why you are digging into his background, or what twisted plans you have brewing for his system skills. Keep your pathetic guild wars strictly inside your own bloodline. Are we crystal clear? I will be taking my leave now. With that chilling mic drop, the absolute powerhouse walked out. Earlier that very same morning, Park Do-cheon was desperately bowing her head, her voice trembling with panic. Guildmaster, it is totally fine if my monthly gold drops to 0. Just please, I beg of you, do not kick me out of the party. 𝗚cie's brain short-circuited completely. Wait, what the heck are you talking about? Did you seriously just ask to reject your own loot share? Do-cheon frantically waved her hands in defense. I mean, let us wait until our streaming channel hits the big leagues. Then you can pay me. Our main character was utterly lost in confusion. His editor's face was painted with pure, unadulterated terror. Seriously, what dialogue tree is this? He asked. Wait, were you not planning to permanently delete our channel? A massive question mark practically floated over 𝗚cie's head. Delete it? Why on earth would I do that? He furiously racked his brain for an explanation. Was it because his upload schedule had been absolute garbage lately? Taking a deep breath, he sat down to clear this massive misunderstanding. But why would you volunteer to work for 0 experience points? Do-cheon looked him dead in the eye, her loyalty shining through. Because being in your guild offers the absolute best stats and conditions for me. You are an incredibly generous boss. Meanwhile, my contribution to our raids this month has been completely 0. Hearing her tragic confession, 𝗚cie busted out laughing at her adorable innocence. I promised from day one that you would get a fixed base reward. And I am absolutely not abandoning our quest. I came here today to strategize our next viral dungeon content. Reality finally hit Do-cheon, and she blushed furiously in embarrassment. Wait, seriously? Yes, so let us keep leveling up this party together. Checking his system banking app, a warm smile spread across 𝗚cie's face. Oh, speaking of which, today is reward day. Your gold has just been transferred. Make sure you buy an epic feast for your younger siblings tonight. When I was a low-level kid, my dad would always bring home fried chicken after a long grind. It was the best buff ever. To those kids, you are the ultimate guardian, acting as both their father and mother. Struck right in the feels by his words, Do-cheon lowered her gaze. With a soft, emotional tremor in her voice, she whispered, just call me Do-cheon. The sudden intimacy caught our main character completely off guard. Come again. You can drop the formalities and just use my first name. Realizing how that sounded, she panicked, her face burning red. Wait, no. I just meant because your level. I mean, your age is much higher than mine. And you are the guild master. After all, seeing her frantically waving her arms, 𝗚cie just let out a gentle, reassuring laugh. All right then. But in return, you have to drop the stiff titles with me too. Let us keep the party dynamics casual. Just calling me brother is totally fine. I will definitely try my best. But wait, what was that new content strategy you mentioned? The scene cuts dramatically to a massive fortress. The Seoul Hunter Management Bureau, the heart of the Hunter Association. At the front desk, the guild receptionist locked eyes with 𝗚ciew. Her inner monologue raced as she recognized him. Wait, this is that viral awakened from a few days ago. The bizarre case who completely lacked any system traits. 𝗚ciew, was it? Slapping on a perfect customer service smile, she cheerfully asked, Welcome. What sort of guild business can I assist you with today? 𝗚ciew did not waste a single second. I need to review the exact requirements for a massive rank advancement. Do you have your official hunter identification card on hand? Right here, he said, slapping it on the counter. Scanning. Your current status is logged as D rank, correct? The moment those words left her mouth, a heavy shadow fell over her face. A D rank hunter possessing an awakening trait that is effectively worse than F rank. She thought, pitying him. Climbing the tower with those trash stats is absolute suicide. He will definitely be wiped out. This poor guy has already hit his absolute maximum level cap. No matter how hard a player grinds, raw effort can never defeat supreme talent. Snapping out of her grim thoughts, she pulled up the system interface. According to the rigid leveling protocols, you must successfully clear a staggering 200 D rank dungeon raids. Only then can you ascend to C rank. Checking your stamina logs, you average about 3 raids per week. At that painfully slow pace, this agonizing grind will take you over an entire year. And even after you hit that legendary 200 milestone, you will still be forced into a brutal final assessment dungeon to prove your worth. Do you have any questions regarding these hellish requirements? Sue's eyes burned with unwavering determination. None at all. The quest objectives are perfectly clear. A confident, almost arrogant smirk played on his lips. So, system check. How many clears do I currently have logged? Tapping her screen, she replied, your raid history shows exactly 16 successful D-rank dungeon completions, which means you only have a grueling 184 raids left to go. The two continued finalizing the party registration details. If you are planning to dive straight into a portal today, I will immediately fast-track your gate clearance protocols. If you do not mind the trouble, which dungeon would you like to select, sir? I have no specific preference, just assign me the closest coordinates. The nearest D+ rank instance is only a 5-minute walk away. Though her customer service smile was flawless, the receptionist's inner thoughts were filled with doubt. The power gap between D and D+ was massive. Could this low-level hunter really survive a higher-tier gate? Unaware of her concern, Siwoo calmly replied, please point the way. Without hesitation, she marked his mini-map. Cross the intersection, past 2 alleys, and you are there. Good luck on your raid, hunter. Fast forward to his next destination. Another receptionist greeted him with absolute professional courtesy. How can I assist you, Hunter Siwoo? Wait, why are you back so soon? Panic flashed across her face. It had not even been 10 minutes. She assumed the D+ dungeon had completely crushed him, staring at him in utter disbelief. Siwoo casually interrupted her racing thoughts. Sorry to bother you, but walking back and forth is ruining my grinding efficiency. Can you just dump the location data for all nearby D-rank dungeons at once? The system-like request made her brain lag for a solid few seconds. Meanwhile, turning to Park Do-gu, she asked, wait, what did you just call your new broadcast? Siwoo simply smirked with overflowing confidence. I call it the Zero to Hero route, reaching A rank in a single month. Park Do-gu broke into a cold sweat. Wait, A rank? Are you insane? But Siwoo completely ignored the shock, basking in his own grand master plan. This is my ultimate speedrunning guide. So, about those D-rank dungeon coordinates, just give me about 50 gates to clear. Cut to the Seoul Hunter Association branch. A staff member burst through the doors, screaming, Boss, we have a massive anomaly. The manager whipped around. What is all this screaming about? Did an S-rank gate suffer a dungeon break? Panting heavily, the staff member gasped out, Sir, the dungeon sweeper has returned. The manager froze in his tracks. What did you say? What is his clear count? 10, 20? Sir, he just obliterated his 150th gate. Ridiculous. Isn't he just an unranked awakener? He possessed absolutely zero special traits during his assessment just 2 days ago. We even ran a system recalibration, but still. Should we not report this massive glitch to the Inspector Bureau? He might be an illegal awakener exploiting system bugs. The staff member then shrieked at the top of his lungs. Boss. The sweeper is now demanding a promotion to C rank. The manager's face drained of all color. What? The baseline requirement for C rank is 200 dungeon clears. Did you not just say he only cleared 150? Panic setting in, he immediately barked orders. Send an emergency report to the Inspector Bureau. I will make the call right now. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Hunter Inspector Bureau, Sue stood at absolute attention. Captain, we just received an urgent cooperation request from the association. Sue's voice trembled with undeniable anxiety. A hunter has skyrocketed from D rank to C rank in a mere 3 days. They want us to launch a full-scale investigation into Hunter Mayung Siwoo. Who did you say? They requested an immediate background check. Hearing that name, Minjung instantly realized exactly who this chaotic player was. Hunter Mayung Siwoo. She flipped through the towering stack of stat sheets, calculating the variables. A growth rate, this explosive is usually classified as a second awakening. Under standard protocol, he would be dragged in for an immediate reassessment. But the system logs show he leveled up purely through relentless questing. That completely rules out a sudden, second awakening. There is only one logical explanation left. He bypassed the system using forbidden powers like dark arts. Could Siwoo really be that kind of corrupt player? Mid-thought, Minjung snapped her head up. Arena. The magic specialist stepped into the room. Yes, Captain? Minjung immediately locked eyes with her. You are an expert on awakeners who siphon power through dark arts, right? Arena nodded firmly. Of course I am. And just like that, the Lord Dump began. Unlike conventional mana manipulation, dark arts operate on an entirely twisted logic. Normal magic uses mana as a bridge to the world's natural laws. It binds spirits and higher dimensions. Think of it like bending the third or fourth dimension to manifest supernatural abilities. Summoning a blazing fireball or calling down heavenly lightning relies entirely on realigning these universal laws. The core principle of standard magic is simply rewriting the dimensional code. Min-jung sighed, rubbing her temples. Get to the point, Arena. The magic expert quickly shifted her explanation. Simply put, dark arts are fueled by raw, corrupted human emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire. Commonly known as the 7 mortal sins, dark magic forces its user to burn these emotions for fuel. The more intense their heart burns, the higher their dark proficiency skyrockets. But it is a double-edged sword. The faster their power surges, the faster their humanity crumbles. The tragic fate of all who seek power through the darkness is absolute madness. They eventually lose their human form entirely, mutating into bloodthirsty monsters. Hearing this chilling truth, Min-jung narrowed her eyes. How do we identify players corrupted by this debuff? Oh, one glance at their aura is usually enough. Aruna continued her passionate lecture. You do not even need the magic appraisal skill. Their very presence feels deeply wrong and twisted. You would feel the killing intent instantly, right? Arena's detailed breakdown sent Min-jung into deep contemplation. Wait, the bureau director had a private meeting with Siwoo. He even personally scouted him as an elite hunter. The director vouched for him directly. Min-jung's heavy aura instantly vanished into relief. Smiling brightly, she instructed Sue, tell the association to stand down. I have a grasp on the situation. She then sank back into her thoughts, pondering the absolute anomaly that was Myung-si-woo. Meanwhile, back in Siwoo's personal instance, system notifications violently flooded his vision. Ding, you have crafted a useless item. Divine Alchemy Mastery has slightly increased. Divine Alchemy Mastery leveled up. Reading the floating blue screens, he chuckled. Well, at least useless is officially a gear tier now. He mentally analyzed his crafting stats. The item quality is severely nerfed because of these low-tier crafting materials. But I am finally getting the hang of this system. My very first creation was literally tagged as an environmental disaster, so crafting pure garbage is actually a massive stat upgrade. I am definitely leveling up my blacksmithing tree. There is still plenty of time to grind EXP before I officially hit A rank. Before Seiyun returns with the base building loot, I need to max out my proficiency to construct my guild house. I wonder if her drop rate luck was good enough to gather all the required quest items. Suddenly, a voice chimed from behind him. I am back. Siwoo smiled warmly. Perfect timing. Seiyun stood there, flashing a bright, exhausted smile. Were you just grinding stats, Siwoo? He turned to face her, eyes gleaming. Seiyun, did you secure the construction materials? At that question, a dark shadow fell over Seiyun's face. The drop rate was absolute hell. I actually had to summon my younger sibling for an assist. It was still a brutal grind. Wait, you have a sibling? Siwoo stared at her, completely stunned. Sewell was just as stunned as the main character. She then dropped a massive lore bomb. Her 20-year-old little brother, Kim Ji-jun, had just awakened as a hunter. She casually mentioned sending him to farm the required materials. Hearing this, our hero's internal alarm bells went off. Those weren't exactly low-level drops. He turned to Seoul with a serious gaze. Those materials drop exclusively from B-rank dungeon bosses. Even he couldn't farm them easily yet. He asked for her brother's stats. Sewell proudly revealed her brother was a B-rank hunter, but his latent potential was an absolute A+ tier. The main character's jaw practically hit the floor. An A+ tier ability? That was insanely overpowered. Seeing his stunned reaction, Sewell puffed out her chest, radiating absolute sibling pride. She admitted he was a total newbie to the hunter world, constantly taking damage in raids, but she wasn't worried at all. Why? Because his exclusive awakened skill was super regeneration. The main character's eyes widened. Super regeneration? That was practically a cheat code in this leveling system. It heavily boosted cellular repair, meaning her brother could literally regrow severed limbs mid-battle. Seoul smiled warmly, telling our hero not to worry. Her brother was out grinding, and while the drop rates were low, he would definitely bring back enough loot for their quest. Their friendly chat was interrupted when an older guild member named Pan Guang approached. He warmly welcomed Sewell back. Her face instantly lit up as she greeted the elder respectfully. She immediately asked about the legendary gear being crafted for the upcoming World Alchemy Conference. The elder proudly pointed toward his workshop, stating the mythical crafting was still underway. While they caught up, our main character analyzed his inventory. The materials Sewell's brother was gathering wouldn't be enough to hit his required EXP. To reach A rank, he had to farm the drops himself. With a polite nod, he took his leave. He waved goodbye and headed out for his solo raid. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to his personal editor, Park Dok-gyu. She collapsed into her chair, screaming in pure exhaustion. The editing quest was finally complete. The file sizes were monstrous. 184 raw clips, totaling over 22 grueling hours of footage. She felt like her own HP was completely drained by this insane workload. A normal hunter took over a year of grinding to rank up from D to C, but her crazy boss, he cleared the leveling requirement in just 3 days. She was in absolute awe of his stats, but suddenly, a system-like notification popped up on her screen. It was a direct message from the main character. He casually dropped a new folder containing 300 fresh combat clips for the next episode. Dok-gyu stared at the screen in pure horror. Footage of a C rank ascending to B rank, her sanity gauge was plummeting at the thought of editing all that. But then, another notification chimed. A massive wire transfer hit her bank account, 10 million won. Her eyes bulged out of her skull as she stared at the astronomical bonus, 10 million won just like that. His message was clear. He paid her extra for the rush job, promising even more gold if the video hit high views. Instantly, the holy power of capitalism completely restored her mental stamina. Dok-gyu glanced at her peacefully sleeping younger siblings. Her resolve hardened like steel. For her family's sake, she was going to edit this leveling montage like an absolute god. The epic video finally dropped online. The title, Speedrun Guide, From D Rank to A Rank Hunter, Episode 1. The view count skyrocketed instantly, and the comment section completely exploded with hyped fans. Watching his subscriber count level up, our hero smiled at the screen. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏's editing skills were definitely S tier. In just a single day, the video smashed past 840,000 views. He never expected such an insane engagement rate, but solo filming during dungeon runs was a nightmare. He had shattered way too many cameras with his explosive aura. A normal civilian like 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 couldn't survive in a raid. He seriously needed to recruit a hunter-class cameraman for his party. Meanwhile, the atmosphere grew heavy. 𝗚elle was nervously staring at her phone. The main character approached, sensing her rising anxiety. 𝗚elle's voice trembled. She couldn't reach 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗏 at all. The main character frowned, recalling her younger brother's name. A dark shadow fell over 𝗚elle's face as she explained the ominous timeline. Ever since his party entered the Wyvern dungeon, his signal had completely vanished. The main character's tactical mind raced. He immediately asked if she had checked the Hunter Association's quest logs. She nodded frantically. The guild claimed the dungeon boss was already cleared that exact same day. She prayed her brother hadn't fallen victim to a hidden trap. Seeing her sheer panic, our hero felt a pang of sympathy. He quickly tried to diffuse her anxiety. Unless a hidden dungeon variant spawned, they should be fine. If the raid was successful, the party was probably just out celebrating their massive EXP gains. After all, he was a grown man of 20, but 𝗚elle violently shook her head, cutting him off. 𝗔𝘄𝗏 was never the type to ghost his family after a raid. The main character kept his voice steady, anchoring her spiraling thoughts. He reminded her of her brother's cheat-like super regeneration skill. In the hunter world, no news was usually good news. He would survive. But to be safe, he strongly advised her to file an official report with the Hunter Inspection Bureau. 𝗚elle thanked him and immediately dashed out. Watching her frantic departure, a heavy feeling settled in his gut. His intuition as a top tier awakened was screaming that something was wrong, but for now, they could only wait. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Deep within a pitch-black, hidden dungeon, a young man was bound by heavy, mana-suppressing chains. The captive panicked, fighting against the cold steel. It was 𝗔𝘄𝗏. His mind raced in pure confusion. His party had successfully subjugated the Wyvern boss. The raid was a total victory. They had gone out to celebrate their loot drops. Then, his memory completely blanked out. Realization hit him like a physical blow. He had been kidnapped. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from the shadows. The shadowy figure mocked his struggles. Those chains were forged with cursed alchemy. Not even an A-rank hunter could break that crowd-controlled debuff. 𝗔𝘄𝗏 glared at his captor, demanding to know his twisted endgame. The mad scientist let out a bone-chilling laugh. He leaned in close, his eyes gleaming with sheer insanity. He sneered, thrilled by the young hunter's desperate curiosity. He whispered a forbidden term. Had the boy ever heard of Illegal Awakened? 𝗔𝘄𝗏's eyes widened in horror. Illegal Awakened. Just hearing the words made the villain erupt into absolute madness. He proudly declared them as his ultimate masterpieces, but his pride quickly twisted into roaring fury. He screamed into the darkness, cursing his past test subjects for dying and rejecting his monstrous power buffs. He had promised them god-tier leveling, but when he injected demonic blood, their HP hit 0. When he severed their limbs to test their endurance, they simply perished from the trauma. It was utterly pathetic. Suddenly, the psycho grabbed 𝗔𝘄𝗏's jaw with a vice-like grip. A demonic grin split his face. He knew 𝗔𝘄𝗏 possessed the super regeneration cheat skill. This boy wouldn't die. He was the ultimate, unkillable test subject. The scene smash cuts to an epic training hall. Our main character and 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 stood locked in a fierce stare-down. The silver gleam of their drawn blades cut through the intense aura in the room. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 locked eyes with her master. She recited the ancient martial philosophy. The ultimate path of Taiji was built upon the balance of yin and yang, two entirely opposing forces that birthed the very universe. The main character smirked with supreme confidence. His gaze was razor-sharp, his voice echoing with profound authority. He explained that while light and shadow seemed like mortal enemies, they were perfectly bound together by fate. One could not exist without the other. They harmonized to forge the ultimate reality. Internally, our hero was plotting his masterstroke. Originally, he wanted to design a completely broken, custom sword art just for her. He planned to hand-feed her the ultimate skills, but to do that, he needed absolute mastery of the system. Even as he spouted these profound Eastern philosophies, he internally sweat-dropped, admitting he was still figuring out the meta himself. That was exactly why he activated his double S-rank Taiji core as the ultimate foundation. He was going to perfectly synergize it with 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏's innate S-rank sword talent. Her passive ability was legendary. She could transform a basic physical attack into a devastating, high-tier sword skill. He was going to guide her to awaken her very own mythical technique. And when that legendary moment finally arrived, we can no longer just call this the Tai Chi sword art, a legendary technique that no one else possesses. Its system rating has to be at least S rank. Suddenly, Siwoo closed the distance, dashing straight toward Cheryl. He roared with absolute authority. If you can truly grasp the profound flow of yin and yang, and channel that system energy into your blade, you will effortlessly dismantle any opponent's strike. Exactly like this. Cheryl's eyes narrowed as she watched the overwhelming display. The mechanics of this skill are far too complex. Seeing her struggle, his fierce aura softened. You are already leveling up incredibly fast, he comforted her. As Siwoo gazed at Cheryl, a warm smile escaped his lips. Truthfully, if it were not for the system's enlightenment, I would not have understood a fraction of this martial art, yet, merely by listening to his verbal guidance, her combat proficiency was already adapting to the technique. Siwoo immediately reassured her, "I will demonstrate this passive skill repeatedly. I will not stop until your body memorizes the flow, so there is absolutely no need to panic." She whispered with a breathless gratitude, "Thank you." Siwoo scratched the back of his head, suddenly flustered. "Let us end today's tutorial here. I should head back." But Cheryl suddenly interjected, "I believe the guild's main quest will be cleared within 1 month." Hearing this, Siwoo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Wait, what did you just say?" She repeated with absolute conviction. "I am talking about that special request you gave me." Siwoo's mind raced as he processed the hidden meaning. The request. Wait, do you mean the guild construction permit? Thank you so much. Cheryl casually brushed it off. Think nothing of it. Seeing her completely unfazed expression, Siwoo could not help but sweat drop. How could she speak of an impossible system barrier so easily? But then again, it made total sense. The SH conglomerate possessed enough influence to overwrite the nation's laws. 1 month perfectly aligned with his crafting materials cooldown. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, Sua's expression turned terrifyingly grim. Her words rushed out without a single breath. "Captain, it is regarding the missing person report for Hunter Kim Yoo-jun." Min Jung instantly snapped her head up. "Report the situation." Sua desperately slammed a classified document onto the desk. "Please, you need to review these party logs immediately. These are the members who entered the dungeon with Kim Yoo-jun." Min Jung crushed the system printout in her trembling hands. Her brows furrowed as a heavy, murderous aura filled the room. "Illegal dark awakened?" Sua quickly clarified the terrifying truth. "To be precise, they are rogue hunters, suspected of bypassing the system's legal awakening process. The entire raid party consists of them. Everyone except Kim Yoo-jun." Min Jung's eyes darkened with dangerous confusion. So they deliberately targeted his player profile, but for what purpose? Sua swallowed hard before dropping the bombshell. Rumor has it, his unique system trait is super regeneration. The underground market whispers that even if his limbs are brutally severed, his passive ability will instantly restore them. Min Jung's voice dropped to a horrifying whisper. "Are you saying?" Before she could even finish assembling the gruesome puzzle, Sua delivered the grim conclusion. "I believe they kidnapped Hunter Kim Yoo-jun to use him as an infinite human test subject." Cutting back to our main character, Siwoo stared at his system interface, groaning in sheer defeat. Still, no response from the master. Is he locked in a hidden training dungeon? I really needed to share the intelligence gathered from that mysterious video. The more Siwoo pondered, the deeper his panic grew. But I have been grinding so intensely these past few days, I completely neglected my communication logs. I even ignored the master's direct summons for my personal combat tutorial. A nervous, crooked smile crept onto his face. "Please do not tell me the great master is actually pouting over this. The moment my communication crystal rings, I have to report the video's hidden lore, before he decides to drop a penalty quest on my head." But right at that very second, a horde of monsters, blazing like hellfire, manifested out of thin air right before his eyes. The beasts unhinged their jaws, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The system identified them, B-rank or golems. Yet, facing this lethal threat, Siwoo remained terrifyingly calm. He merely lowered his gaze, silently channeling the double S rank 𝗤𝗙 passed down by the legendary Zhang Sanfeng. This mystical energy flowed completely differently from Hercules' double S rank super strength. In supreme martial arts, 3 core attributes exist: mind, aura, and mana. Confucius's noble mind dictates the mental stat, Hercules' super strength maximizes the physical stat, and Zhang Sanfeng's absolute 𝗤𝗙 commands the flow of aura. In that explosive heartbeat, a freezing, overwhelming aura erupted from Siwoo's palms. He sealed his eyes shut, trusting his heightened perception as he thrust his hands forward. Boom! An invisible, catastrophic force instantly detonated the charging golems into dust. Glowing experience orbs and pure mana slowly levitated, absorbing directly into Siwoo's leveling system. He analyzed the ultimate truth in his mind, the magical power that awakened hunters rely on. Mana is the absolute life force, coursing through every fiber of this vast universe. It flows freely through nature. The brutal grinding process required to absorb this cosmic energy is known as mana purification, depending on a player's class and technique. The efficiency of their stat growth varies drastically. However, the ultimate cheat code that forces mana to integrate flawlessly into the body, completely bypassing the painful purification phase, is the absolute 𝗤𝗙. Viewed from the heavens above, a blinding pillar of light eradicated the dense forest. The spatial dimension itself violently warped. Siwoo braced himself until the thick dust slowly dissolved. He finally opened his eyes to the aftermath. Countless golden loot drops and glowing cores littered the scorched earth. Staring at the unbelievable post-battle rewards, Siwoo stood completely paralyzed in awe. "This drop rate is absolutely insane," he muttered instinctively. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. "I knew Hercules mentioned that combining skills would trigger a buff, but this is beyond broken." A thrilling, arrogant smile took over his face. "That musclehead never warned me the multiplier effect would be this god tier." As the adrenaline faded, Siwoo looked down at his violently trembling arms. "Yet, I only synchronized 𝗤𝗙 with super strength. If the recoil damage from just 2 skills is this devastating, then with my current physical stats, attempting to fuse it with the martial saint art is an instant death sentence." Realizing his limits, a cocky smirk tugged at his lips. "Whatever. From the very beginning of this tutorial, 𝗤𝗃 was never a power meant for a frail mortal vessel. I practically hit the system jackpot. The rush of a massive power-up sent an electrifying thrill down his spine. Who would have ever guessed that 𝗗𝗄𝗲𝗲𝗄's divine medical art would be my ultimate saving grace? Legends dictate that if a player reaches the maximum level of this healing magic, even a lowly human can be reborn with the immortal vessel of a god. My current mana pool only allows me to tap into a fraction of it. But thanks to this passive regeneration, I can forcibly suppress the recoil of the absolute 𝗤𝗃. I originally subscribed to 𝗗𝗄𝗲𝗲's channel solely to cure 𝗤𝗲's illness, but this divine medical art is ridiculously overpowered. He sprang to his feet, his intense gaze locking onto the glowing blue system window. My HP bar is already refilling nicely. Ding! 𝗚cie suddenly received a miraculous system notification. Divine medical art skill proficiency has reached 30%. He burst into triumphant laughter, overwhelmed by the rapid leveling. At this rank, I finally have the stats required to completely cure 𝗤𝗲. Can she finally start her college life now? Filled with newly found purpose, 𝗚cie instinctively spun around. Right. The next quest objective. I desperately need to recruit a cameraman to record my dungeon raids. He could not hold back a frustrated groan. Why is the divine alchemy system incapable of crafting a simple digital camera? As he pondered his next move, the shadow of night swiftly swallowed the battlefield. 𝗚cie walked with heavy steps. His mind raced. He had just cleared 15 B rank dungeons today. But to break through to A rank, the system required a staggering 500 dungeon raids. At this grinding pace, it would take an eternity. He also needed to harvest B rank monster materials, which slowed his leveling progress down to a crawl. Maybe he could gather everything in a month? If it was not for his loyal summon Mun, clearing these gates would be a nightmare. He smiled to himself. He should buy some premium meat to reward his companion's hard work. Wait a second. 700,000 won for a single slab of meat? That could hardly be called a small snack. Was this system playing a joke on his wallet? Mun's appetite alone burned through 2 million won every single day. That was 60 million won a month. Why was feeding a summon as expensive as a premium GodTube sponsorship? He sighed. It was for his trusted companion, so he could endure it. Actually, no, it was a massive problem. Meanwhile, back home, 𝗤𝗲 was staring excitedly at the front door. Brother must be back. 𝗚cie stepped into the entryway with a warm smile. 𝗤𝗲, are you feeling better? He asked softly. Her face lit up instantly. Of course I am. But more importantly, someone is here to see you, she added. 𝗚cie froze in his tracks. A guest? At this late hour? Confusion washed over him as he hurried into the living room. He poked his head through the doorway. Who is it? Min-jung suddenly turned around, her expression serious. I have been waiting for you. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stop. Lee Min-jung, 𝗚cie's inner voice screamed in utter disbelief. A moment later, under Min-jung's horrified gaze, 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗏 was viciously tearing into the massive chunk of meat. She gulped nervously at the terrifying sight. Seeing her shaken, 𝗚cie could not help but smirk. How amusing. He always thought this elite inspector was an emotionless ice queen. Who knew she could make such a wonderfully human face? His amusement faded as he cut straight to the chase. Why are you here? Suspicion began to creep into his mind. Why did she look so rattled? Min-jung coughed awkwardly, trying to regain her composure. First of all, I apologize for showing up unannounced so late in the night. But I came because there is something urgent I must discuss with you. It is about Kim Joo-jeon. 𝗤𝗲 instinctively turned to look at 𝗚ciew. In that instant, he shot up from his seat. Her grim expression said it all. This was not a friendly visit. A heavy aura filled the room. Let us take this outside, 𝗚ciew muttered. They stepped out into the chilling night air. 𝗚ciew's eyes widened in absolute horror. He practically shouted into the darkness. Kim Joo-jeon was kidnapped, used as a human test subject. How is that even possible? Faced with his blazing anger, Min-jung hesitated for a split second before confirming the grim reality. The probability is extremely high. Memories flashed in 𝗚ciew's mind. Back when he was unawakened, he had endured countless experiments himself, and those were supposed to be the legal ones. Yet, his body had been pushed to the breaking point, leaving him with lasting trauma and agonizing scars. If the legal procedures were that horrific, 𝗚ciew's heart pounded with pure dread. Just how demonic would an illegal underground human experiment be? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Even with an S-rank super regeneration trait, the mental destruction was irreversible. They had to find him, now. He locked his intense gaze onto Min-jung. But why? Why come to me? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Her voice was heavy with dark secrets. The syndicate, known as 𝗤𝗲. They possess a terrifying artifact. It is an absolute stealth device used by top-tier criminals. Even if they are caught on camera, it erases every single trace, and the ones 𝗤𝗲 uses are of the highest magical grade. These artifacts are so incredibly potent that they can completely blind an S-rank hunter's senses. Because of this, our inspection bureau is currently flying blind. We cannot track their location. However, recently, the entire underworld of Seoul, including the 𝗤𝗲 faction, was annihilated in an unprecedented event. It happened overnight, and no one knows who pulled it off. In any kidnapping, the golden hour is everything. Once that window closes, the victim's survival rate drops to absolute zero. But the families left behind refuse to accept that fate. They cling to the desperate hope that their loved ones will return. As a protector of the bureau, admitting this is a crushing blow to my pride. Hearing her raw confession, 𝗚ciew's iron will wavered. He never expected the proud Lee Min-jung to bow her head for a stranger like Joo-jeon. His sharpened instincts told him she was sincere. He felt the crushing weight of her emotions, the burning shame, the shattered pride, and the desperate plea of a human being pushed to the edge. The silence stretched. Finally, Sue's lips parted, but he held his words back. He turned to her with a look of absolute resolve, so as inside. Stay with her and keep her safe until I return. He then shifted his gaze to his shadowy companion. I am counting on you, 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗏. The beast growled deeply, its aura flaring. Without another word, Sue walked into the shadows. His mind became a tactical supercomputer. Min Jung's intel stated 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗃𝗏's final raid was a specific dungeon. The Dragon Turtle instance. He cleared it 3 days ago. After securing the loot, the party went out to celebrate with drinks. The last confirmed sighting of him was at a local pub. Standard tracking protocols dictated that one should start sniffing around that final location. But Sue knew better. Any lingering scent would have faded by now. He came straight to the dungeon gate because 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗏𝗏 was no ordinary hound. It tracked far more than just smells. It was how the beast found him at the hospital. Was it tracking mana signatures, or the residual waves of magical power? Whatever it was, the dungeon entrance would hold the strongest magical residue. Far more than some random tavern. Suddenly, 𝗏𝗀𝗃𝗏's nose twitched toward the dark alley. It spun around and unleashed a deafening roar. Sue's eyes flashed with predatory intent. He gave the command. Let us hunt 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏. The scene violently shifted. A dark, blood-drenched torture chamber. Agonizing groans echoed against the cold stone. A psychotic voice rang out. Joseph stepped forward, a bloody buzzsaw humming in his hands. You are absolutely magnificent, he cheered. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗏 hung there, his face drained of all color. A wave of absolute despair washed over him. How much longer did he have to endure this hell? When would this nightmare end? Or was he doomed to suffer for eternity? His sanity was hanging by a single, fragile thread. If he just closed his eyes and gave up, the sweet release of death would take the pain away. Catching his drifting gaze, Joseph hissed with a twisted grin. Oh, do not die on me yet. If you kick the bucket, I will just have to drag your dear sister in here. 𝗔𝘄𝗛's eyes snapped wide open in sheer terror. His sister, his only reason to live. He screamed, do not you dare touch her. Joseph just shrugged with maddening indifference. If you die, I need a replacement. You two share the same bloodline. Who knows? Maybe she has a hidden awakening too. 𝗔𝘄𝗛 trembled violently against his chains. He forced his weak, raspy voice out. She is unawakened. She has no powers at all. Joseph's head tilted back as he unleashed a demonic cackle. We will never know until we slice her open, right? 𝗔𝘄𝗛 ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. A terrifying resolve ignited in his soul. I have to survive. I will never let this monster near her. At that exact second, Joseph brought the roaring saw crashing down. Time blurred. 𝗔𝘄𝗛 slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His vision was spinning. How long had he been unconscious? He stared blankly into the blood-stained dark, desperately trying to anchor his shattered mind. No, if I die here, I have to protect my sister. I must protect her. I can still hold on. Just at that critical moment, the wall behind 𝗔𝘄𝗛 exploded into rubble. Through the dust, slow, deliberate footsteps echoed. Sue made his unexpected entrance, his eyes locking onto the boy. Kim 𝗔𝘄𝗛. He had been searching everywhere, but Sue froze in pure shock. The boy's condition was critical. His entire body was torn apart. He had completely surpassed the limits of his super regeneration skill. His awakened ability was high tier, but his body had long passed its breaking point. At this rate, his mental state was likely shattered. In that fading moment, 𝗔𝘄𝗛 weakly whispered, Sister, my sister. Hearing this, Sue snapped back to reality. He quickly pulled out his divine healing needles. There is still time. For your sister's sake, please hold on just a little longer, Kim 𝗔𝘄𝗛. Moments later, 𝗔𝘄𝗛's eyes remained tightly shut, but his eyelashes trembled. Then, 𝗔𝘄𝗛 forced his eyes open. He weakly called out, Is my sister? Is she safe? Sue smiled in relief. Thank the heavens. The healing item was restoring his health points. Right at that moment, Joseph suddenly appeared from the shadows. He screamed, Who the hell are you? Pointing a trembling finger at Sue, he demanded, How did you find this hidden dungeon? His head dropped low, his voice shivering with madness. This is my private domain. Mine. Only mine. It belongs to me. Disgusting flakes of dead skin fell from Joseph's scalp. Seeing this grotesque display, Sue turned his head in disgust, letting out a low groan. Suddenly, Sue's eyes snapped wide open, glaring with intense fury. Bloodshot veins filled his eyes as he looked down at the horrifying scene. A chilling terror ran down his spine. Mangled bodies of all shapes and sizes littered the floor. Not just Kim 𝗔𝘄𝗛, but countless other awakened hunters were trapped here. Realizing the horrific truth, Sue's rage erupted. Is this really the work of a human? He turned and furiously demanded. Why did you do this? Answer me. Like a complete madman, the monstrous scientist shrieked. I asked who you are first. Then, a dead silence filled the room. His body kept shivering. After a long pause, Joseph finally spoke up. You are not a normal player, are you? Am I right? You are an anomaly. You are not normal. Not normal at all. 𝗔𝘄𝗛, barely conscious, desperately tried to warn the main character. Run, hurry and escape from this place. But Joseph just giggled wickedly. You are clearly abnormal, which means you have a special awakened skill, right? Tell me I am right. Of course I am right. I wonder what kind of overpowered skill you possess. And how should I experiment on you? Joseph originally had a useless fusion class. This weak ability allowed the user to merge different organic creatures together into a single unified entity. However, the one who possessed it absolutely despised himself for awakening such a pathetic, low-level attribute. Driven by an unstable mind and a hunger to level up, he committed the ultimate taboo. He did not just stop at experimenting by fusing the attributes of countless awakened hunters. He pushed the limits of the system by merging the abilities of dungeon monsters into a single supreme entity. And worst of all, this madman performed these horrific experiments on his own body. Joseph finally revealed his true, nightmarish boss monster form. He let out a deafening roar. Now, what kind of glorious experiment will you become? Facing this terrifying creature, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗏 once again begged Sue to run away. In a flash, countless grotesque tentacles shot straight towards Sue. But the overpowered main character did not flinch. He stood completely still. Contrary to all expectations, Sue simply raised his fist high into the air. He muttered with pure disgust, "How repulsive." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sue took a slow step forward and ruthlessly unleashed his fist. Watching this, 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What on earth? How is that possible? Joseph's monstrous body now had a massive, gaping hole blasted right through it. Chunks of rotten flesh continuously rained down from his torso. Then, suddenly, the horrifying tentacles on Joseph's body began to detach and fall off. Witnessing this brutal scene, Sue paused in surprise. Regeneration stats? No. That cannot be called simple healing. After a tense moment, Joseph growled, his voice echoing, "What kind of creature are you?" He stared intently at Sue, a wicked smirk twisting his face. "You will be the perfect test subject. You rely on your super strength, right? But you are still just a mere mortal. A pathetic human. As for me, I have evolved far beyond mortality. A weak, ordinary player could never even scratch me." As soon as he finished his arrogant speech, Joseph launched a massive, terrifying punch. Sensing the fatal danger, 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 screamed in panic, "Dodge it." Meanwhile, Joseph laughed with absolute madness. Too late. Suddenly, a massive shockwave exploded. Thick dust and smoke completely covered his face. Over on the side, 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in despair. But shocking everyone, Sue casually blocked the giant fist with just one hand. Joseph started mumbling in disbelief. "Impossible. How did you block my attack? This physical damage output is fused from an ogre-class monster. There is no way this could ever happen." In the next split second, without saying a single word, Sue effortlessly swatted the mutant away. Seeing this impossible feat, Joseph practically lost his mind. He screamed in absolute terror, "How? How is this happening?" Meanwhile, Sue dashed forward with lightning speed. Joseph glared at him, trembling. "You, what kind of monster are you?" But Sue did not care at all. He rushed the boss monster with insane velocity. 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 could not help but gasp in awe. "Oh my god, how is he destroying that mutant so easily?" No. The real monster here is him. Sue moved with unmatched agility, a blur of absolute destruction. Soon after, piles of shredded monster flesh hit the floor. Joseph choked out a whisper. "No. This is impossible. How can a normal human? How can a mere mortal possess this kind of broken cheat skill? You must have been born with this max-level talent. You were gifted this overwhelming power the moment you entered this world. I absolutely despise privileged players like you. I hate naturally gifted elites so much that I want to slaughter you all to feel alive. You overpowered bastards always act so high and mighty. You always act as if you stand at the very top of this world." Sue's freezing gaze locked onto the pathetic villain. He spoke with an icy tone. "Is that your excuse for committing these horrific crimes? Did you ruin lives just to level up your own stats?" The madman immediately snapped back. "What the hell do you know? How could you ever understand the agonizing pain of bowing down to everyone just because you have trash abilities? Do you even know how the weak are forced to survive in this system because you were born a top-tier ranker? You will never understand. You could never imagine how miserable our low-level lives truly are. Those born with S-class talent, and those blessed with ultimate power from day one. Whether it is innate talent or raw strength, you cheat characters never earned it through actual hard work. You elites were just born with it. And then you dare tell the rest of us that we are weak simply because we did not grind hard enough." 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 screamed, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated venom. "Blessed bastards, like you, are nothing but a massive pain in the neck." He roared like a cornered beast. "That is exactly why. I will slaughter every last one of you." In that tense moment, Seo lowered his voice. "I know how you feel." His gaze turned deadly serious, piercing right through the villain. "I used to think exactly like you." A memory flickered. Seo had once eagerly asked Hercules, "What was going through your mind when you cleared the 12 labors?" The mythic hero had to conquer 12 impossible quests just to achieve legendary status. Seo had smiled awkwardly, wondering if the constellation felt a rush of excitement, but caught off guard by the question, Hercules simply bit his lip. "Back then, I honestly just wanted to rush toward my own death." A sudden chill ran down Seo's spine. Was the great hero joking? But the somber voice continued echoing in his mind. "In those dark days, I was completely consumed by the flames of absolute hatred. A hatred directed at myself. For slaughtering my own family. The sheer guilt tore him apart from the inside, turning every breathing moment into a living hell. I truly felt that I no longer deserved to exist. However, Theseus stepped in and stopped me. He asked what dying would actually solve. So, you see, those mythic quests I cleared were never driven by some grand desire for glory. It was all just a desperate attempt at atonement. The hidden stages were brutally agonizing. He nearly met his end countless times. I constantly thought I would fail. Every single day, my mind screamed at me to just give up. Hard to believe, is it not?" Seo had stared at him in pure shock. He had always assumed that the great Hercules possessed an absolutely unbreakable iron will, a transcendent being who could effortlessly smash through any dungeon or trial. Then, Hercules brought the conversation back on track, letting out a dry cough. "Of course, the final rank matters. But if you ask me, if the end result is the absolute most important thing? My answer is no. He paused, his presence heavy like a mountain. I believe true power lies in the path you carve to reach that ending. It is about the brutal process you endure. People always claim that clearing those 12 quests was destiny. They say I succeeded simply because my stats belonged to Hercules. They think I unlocked those massive achievements because I was an innate genius, he scoffed. No one is born a legend. There are only legendary trials waiting to be conquered. True greatness and success, they are not as overly complex as the system makes them seem. Naturally, life throws terrifying disaster-level scenarios at you, and undoubtedly, there are doomed situations that simply cannot be salvaged or overcome, no matter your level. But achieving greatness is not about logically solving a hopelessly rigged game. It comes down to one single, ultimate core truth. Why must you be the one to ascend? Your personal motivation does not need to be noble, even if it is childish or utterly ridiculous. Remember, it is never about having 100 or 1,000 excuses for why the odds are against you. When you truly desire an absolute victory, you only need one single reason why it absolutely must be you. That singular conviction will teleport you to any height you wish to reach. Just like how my mythic presence stands before you right now, that is all there is to true power. The system interface of his memory faded, violently pulling 𝗚cie back to reality. Those profound words pulsed like an aura through 𝗚cio's mind. The ultimate wall dividing the strong from the weak was never just about cold logic or innate talent. His eyes blazed with furious clarity as he challenged the villain. Stop obsessing over the rank screen in front of you. You're just crafting pathetic excuses for your own weakness. Right at that moment, 𝗤𝗄𝗏 unleashed a beastly roar. A terrifying surge of dark mana began to gather. But 𝗚cio stood entirely unfazed. The righteous mind of Confucius, the flowing tai chi of Zhang Sanfeng, the explosive, mythic strength of Hercules. He instantly synchronized them, all achieving the ultimate harmony of mind, mana, and physical vessel. A blood-curdling screech echoed violently throughout the entire boss room. 𝗚cio's brow furrowed in supreme concentration. He muttered the skill activation phrase under his breath. Divine martial arts of Hercules. 𝗚cio thrust his glowing fist forward, commanding the system interface. Second, stance. In a split second, a blinding pillar of divine energy crashed down from the heavens. A catastrophic explosion of pure light eradicated the darkness. It spiraled outward like a cosmic hurricane, mercilessly devouring every single thing in its path. The very fabric of the dungeon trembled. Shockwaves obliterated the debris, wiping the battlefield completely clean. Only a hazy, deathly silent void remained in the aftermath. From a safe distance, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗏𝗏 stared upward. His eyes were wide with sheer terror, his voice quivering. In just a fraction of a second, the entire zone was vaporized. Meanwhile, 𝗚cio tightly gripped his violently trembling hand. The mana recoil was absolutely brutal. He let out a low, pained groan. Damn it, that hurts like hell. I honestly did not plan to trigger the yin-yang divine art. The backlash penalty from the system is just too severe. The memory of the villain's pathetic final tantrum echoed in his mind. You know absolutely nothing. You have never felt this pathetic despair. You never had to beg the heavens, just because you were born a trash-tier hunter. Recalling those words, 𝗚cio let out an exhausted sigh. He just kept endlessly whining like a sore loser. 𝗚cio glanced down at his smoking fist, a confident smirk touching his lips. Still, this skill is ridiculously overpowered. With my normal stats, my health points would have hit 0, and I would be unconscious by now. A moment later, a faint groan broke the silence. 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 was shifting on the ground. 𝗚cio casually turned his head. Hey, are you able to move? 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 froze for a second before frantically responding. Huh, yes. My passive regeneration seems to have kicked in, but these binding chains are completely paralyzing me. That monster bragged that not even an S-class hunter could break this item. How are we supposed to shatter it? Without skipping a beat, 𝗚cio casually grabbed the cursed chains and effortlessly snapped them like dry twigs. Dusting his hands off, he shifted his unbothered gaze back to 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏. How about now? Can you move? The rescued hunter looked utterly bewildered. Yes, I can. 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 forced a stunned, awkward smile. I am incredibly sorry, but who exactly are you? 𝗚cio sighed inwardly. You are seriously asking my identity only now? He quickly threw out a cover story. I am your sister's guildmate. I mean, friend. Hearing this, the boy's curiosity spiked. My sister's friend? Wait, are you her secret boyfriend? 𝗚cio practically choked on his breath and hastily corrected himself. I am a friend. Wait, no. I am her son. 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 stared at him, completely mind-blown. Seriously? You? 𝗚cio immediately shot him a deadpan, unimpressed glare. What possible quest reward would I get for lying to you about that? Left without a comeback, 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 quickly shifted to panic concern. Is my sister okay? The guild did not harm her, did they? 𝗚cio replied with cool indifference. She is a mess. She has been grinding her gears worrying about you every single day. How about you receive the rest of the lore directly from her? I might look like I have full health, but my stamina bar is completely depleted. I cannot speak another word. My passive healing rate is not quite as broken as some people's. Hearing this, 𝗔𝘄𝗏𝗏 fell completely silent. Pushing past his limits, he struggled to his feet and bowed deeply. Thank you so much for saving my life. Seeing the boy's sincerity, a faint, genuine smile tugged at the corner of 𝗚cio's mouth. Turning his back toward the dungeon exit, he spoke with quiet warmth. Quest complete. Let us go home. Several hours later, Julian stood completely paralyzed by the catastrophic ruin before him. He ground his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. And what about 𝗤𝗄𝗏's status? The guild subordinate hesitated for a terrifying second before bowing his head. We believe he was annihilated, sir. Our tracking magic cannot detect a single trace of his mana signature or physical remains. Julian's voice dropped to a freezing, lethal whisper. Are you telling me? The attack was so overpowered it erased the very spatial dimensions. What about the hidden research items? The lackey answered in a frantic panic. We deployed our best recovery mages, but all the critical blueprint data has been completely wiped from the server. It is entirely gone, sir. Hearing this disastrous report, Julian lowered his darkened face. He crushed his fists until his knuckles turned white. The grand scheme, to mass-produce human bioweapons by harvesting the unique traits of awakened hunters, was in ruins. Pandemonium's twisted chimera project. Years of forbidden genetic research. All reduced to ashes in a single night. Jugun's eyes darted frantically across the ruined cavern. Not a single sword mark in sight. He roared in blazing fury. This wasn't the Azure Emperor. Then what kind of monster did this? A subordinate frantically interrupted. Branch manager, we need to move. The inspection bureau hounds are closing in. Please, you must evacuate immediately. Jugon spun around, his murderous aura leaking. Find the bastard who ruined my empire. Bring him to me at all costs. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifted. Siu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, 𝗟𝗯𝗏 already knows everything? Minjung nodded with a serious expression. She definitely knows you're an awakened hunter. She's even aware of your secret YouTube channel. She paused, choosing her words carefully. I kept the deadly details hidden, but she definitely sensed you were tied to this incident. I had to reassure her. I told her a bureau inspector visiting was just standard protocol. Nothing for her to lose sleep over. I know you had your own tragic reasons for hiding your power. Siu lowered his head. A heavy ache squeezed his chest. I kept my awakened status a secret, terrified that the shock would worsen her illness. To think she had figured it out all along. His little sister had been his silent guardian, cheering from the shadows. And he was completely clueless. The desire to protect went both ways in their family. Minjung offered a warm, comforting smile. She truly is an incredible sister. Not to mention brilliantly sharp. Siu rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks flushing slightly. Yeah, she really is. Minjung's gaze softened even more. And you are a remarkable older brother, completely different from my own. Siu blinked, caught off guard by the sudden revelation. Wait, you have an older brother? Her expression darkened with a hidden sorrow. I did. He was trapped in a 14-year-old's body. Time simply stopped for him. He was an awakened with a terrifying binding trait, a cursed power that could steal other hunters' traits. He could even graft monster DNA onto his own flesh. Siu's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Is a cheat skill like that even possible? A memory flashed through his mind. The Blackwind Guild master had sworn that awakening traits were unique, an absolute rule of the system. A mortal soul couldn't just overwrite. Their assigned power was someone else's. Minjung clenched her jaw, her eyes burning with dark intensity. If you're talking about that specific forbidden ability, yes, it's horrifyingly real. But the cost is your very humanity. You lose yourself completely. Pandemonium's ultimate goal was absolute madness. They planned to mass-produce illegal, mutated hunters, weaponizing that very trait to build a dark army. If you hadn't shattered their base, the death toll would have been utterly catastrophic. I can't officially speak for the Inspection Bureau, but she suddenly bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. The Bureau had launched a massive cover-up, sweeping Pandemonium's twisted chimera project strictly under the rug. A disaster of this magnitude couldn't reach the light of day. The media and the public were kept entirely in the dark. Panic would only breed more chaos in the city. Meanwhile, the rescued hostage, Kim Joo-jeon, returned home safely. The nightmare was finally over. A few days later, Siu was back on the grind, plowing through monsters to harvest pure system energy. He stared at his smartphone screen. A satisfied smirk spread across his face. My martial St. Art's proficiency is skyrocketing from combo attacks, but his smile quickly shattered into despair. Wait, just how many cameras did I destroy this time? The replacement fees are bleeding my YouTube revenue dry. Siu dramatically wailed, shedding anime tears. Isn't there anyone out there who can hold a camera without dying? Thank the system, the memory cards survived the impact. At least the battle footage was safe for his next upload. He beamed with pride, admiring his hard-earned loot. These restricted dungeons are absolute hell. But I finally cleared one all by myself. He patted the massive dragon turtle shells. A brilliant crafting scheme began to form in his mind. These will make indestructible building materials. The durability rivals actual dragon scales. Grinding for the rest of the materials would take time, and his promotion to an A-rank hunter was just over the horizon. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered his thoughts. Found you, boss. Siu flinched and whipped around. Kim Joo-jeon? How the hell did you track me down? Aren't you supposed to be resting? The young hunter grinned brightly. The hunter management office gave me a hint. Siu blinked in pure confusion. The management office did what? Joo-jeon proudly whipped out a crumpled piece of paper. He began to ramble at lightning speed. Well, they didn't exactly tell me your exact coordinates, but I grabbed the list of recently cleared restricted dungeons. By process of elimination, you had to be here. Siu let out an exhausted sigh. Wait, you ran through all those danger zones just to find me? Joo-jeon nodded, completely unfazed. Yep, I almost died a few times, but it was worth it. Siu rubbed his temples in sheer disbelief. Kid, if you needed me, you could have just called. But I don't have your number. Hyung Nim, Joo-jeon protested. Siu had to bite back a string of curses. Are you crazy? You could have just asked your sister. 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃 froze, enlightenment washing over him. 𝗵𝗛, you are an absolute tactical genius. 𝗚cie glared at him. Why are you even here? 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃's goofy demeanor instantly vanished. He stood tall, offering a fiercely loyal proposition. My sister mentioned you're hunting for specific monster byproducts. You pulled me out of hell and saved my life. Please, 𝗵𝗛, let me fight by your side. 𝗚cie awkwardly stepped back, creating some defensive distance. I solo grind just fine. I really don't need a party. And stop calling me 𝗵𝗛. Besides, you're only a B-rank hunter. Dragging you into my chaotic boss fights is basically a death sentence. 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃 clasped his hands together in pure desperation. You won't even have to split the party loot with me. Instantly, golden dollar signs flashed in 𝗚cie's eyes. He snapped to attention. Wait, rewind. You want to be my free labor? 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃 eagerly pushed his advantage. I also know you've been secretly protecting my sister. 𝗚cie immediately masked his greed with a cool, detached turn. Don't sweat the details. We're even. Your sister has been a massive help to me too. 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃 panicked, waving his hands frantically. Wait, please don't leave. Just one dungeon raid together. Before you reject me completely, hear me out. I managed to secure entry rights to a dragon turtle dungeon. 𝗚cie spun back around so fast, he nearly caused a sonic boom. A dragon turtle dungeon? His jaw practically hit the floor. The legendary farming spot that top guilds are literally shedding blood over. 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃 clenched his fists, his eyes burning with shonen protagonist resolve. Let's clear that absolute gold mine together. Just give me one chance to prove my worth in battle, and like I promised, every single drop of loot is yours. 𝗚cie stood entirely motionless. The gears in his head were spinning at maximum overdrive. This stubborn kid isn't going to take no for an answer. Plus, a zero-split loot party means pure, unadulterated profit for me. Slowly, a calculating smirk crept onto 𝗚cie's face. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a spherical object. An absolute genius realization struck 𝗚cie like a lightning bolt. Hold on a second. Kim Joo-jun is a B-rank hunter, but his awakened trait is the A+ tier, super regeneration. Even if he takes damage, his auto-recovery will kick in, and if things go south, I always have my divine healing arts ready. So there is zero need to babysit him in battle. 𝗚cie suddenly closed the distance, resting a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. He smirked. Do you know how to work a camera? Suddenly, deep within the lush forest, a ferocious azure aura erupted, shattering the silent space. From the epicenter of the blast, 𝗚cie emerged. His gaze was absolute ice. Surging mana coated his clenched fist, crackling with the destructive force of violent lightning. It was pure, annihilating power. With just one strike, the earth shattered. The colossal, armor-scaled monster was sent flying backward. 𝗚cie glanced down. Guess its defense was not that high. Wait, he did not just break its armor. He bypassed it completely. How do I explain this? There was not even a sensation of impact. When I used the Heavenly Annihilation Fist before, I did not notice. But after hunting that dragon turtle, it all makes sense. The true essence of the Supreme Ultimate. Dot is the power to return all things to nothingness. The system skill completely nullified the monster's absolute defense. It syncs perfectly with my superhuman stats. No wonder Black Queen recommended it. The moment 𝗚cie's fingers grazed the monster's remains, they crumbled to dust. He panicked slightly. Oops, forgot to control my output. He turned back. Is the camera still rolling? 𝗏𝗏𝗃 stared ahead in absolute shock. He slaughtered 20 dragon turtles in 60 seconds. What kind of monster is he? Unbothered, 𝗚cie stated. Your base salary is 10 million won. You will not get a cut from the view count revenue anymore, but do not sweat it. I will add hazard pay and extra dungeon allowances. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 grimaced for a split second before his eyes burned with determination. I will give it my all, boss, he roared. The scene transitioned to a modest guild hideout. Daku's jaw dropped. The guildmaster actually hired a personal cameraman. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 just beamed with rookie enthusiasm. Brother, just leave everything to me. I will hold the mob aggro. On the monitor, a grotesque, high-level beast lunged. Then, thud. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 dramatically face-planted into the dirt. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 smirked, bleeding but defiant. You think a trash mob like you can take me down? This camera is the sacred quest my boss entrusted to me. I will protect this lens with my very life. Watching the cringeworthy footage, Dogu face-palmed. 𝗏𝗏𝗃. What on earth is this edited garbage? On screen, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 was acting like a dying martyr. Do not worry about me, boss. Go without me. 𝗚cie was staring at him with utter disgust. What the hell are you doing? But the rookie's eyes shone with pure admiration. It is my absolute honor to be your dedicated cameraman. Daku muttered to herself, well, with some heavy editing magic, I might salvage this recording. Later that day, the heavy wooden door creaked open. Siwon offered a faint smile. Soan, you came to the workshop too? She immediately bowed. Hello, Siwon. Actually, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 told me that you have been mentoring him a lot lately. Siwon awkwardly waved off the praise. Mentoring? Not at all. Honestly, I am the one getting carried by his support. A wave of relief washed over him. He finally did not have to worry about shattering expensive cameras. Plus, the kid handled dungeon bookings, looting monster drops, and even cargo transport. The rookie was the ultimate utility player for all the annoying side quests. Meanwhile, Soan's cheeks flushed bright red. She shifted nervously. Back then, my mind was so chaotic. I never properly thanked you for saving 𝗏𝗏𝗃's life. 𝗚ciew brushed it off casually. Hey, we are practically family now. Soan gasped, her heart skipping a beat. Excuse me. 𝗚ciew took a step closer, confused. What is wrong? She stammered. Family? Realizing the misunderstanding, Sue quickly clarified. I mean your brother. Do-cheon is your actual flesh and blood family. What kind of romance plot did you think I meant? So-eun waved her hands frantically. Nothing. It is just. Do-cheon keeps calling you his brother-in-law. So I. Wait, what did she just expose? Never mind, forget I said anything. Mortified, Sue spun around and bolted away. Just ignore my idiot brother. Sue stood there, utterly baffled by the sudden retreat. What on earth was that about? Shaking his head, Sue checked his status window. Whatever. I am about to hit A-rank hunter status anyway, and his streaming channel was closing in on 100,000 subscribers. The crafting materials for the guild base are nearly gathered. Even the construction permits are clearing. A thrill of anticipation coursed through him. Everything was finally falling into place. His ultimate stronghold was about to become reality. The very next morning, his phone buzzed violently. He squinted at the screen. Who was calling me at dawn? Then a terrifying system prompt appeared. System alert. The Black Queen requests a video call. Accept. Sue flinched like he had been struck by lightning. Oh crap. The Black Queen. He gripped his phone, sweating bullets. I have been grinding so hard, I completely ghosted her last few calls, and I forgot to call back. His finger trembled as it hovered over the accept button. She is going to murder me, is not she? Actually, if she is just angry, I should consider myself lucky. A cold chill ran down his spine. Should he just let it ring? The system alarm blared, forcing his hand. System warning, the Black Queen's video call is pending. Accept. Swallowing his fear, Sue gritted his teeth. Bracing for impact, he tapped the glowing green icon. Whatever happens, happens. The screen flickered, and that chillingly familiar voice echoed out, my absolute favorite follower. You have been quite the ghost lately. Sue's heart hammered against his ribs. Why is she sounding so dangerously calm? Did she somehow miss my absence? But then, the terrifying reprimand began. Do you have any idea how worried sick I was? How dare you ignore my summons? Sue's jaw dropped in sheer terror. The killing intent was real. She was furious. He desperately tried to salvage his survival. Actually, I was locked in a critical questline. So, the Black Queen narrowed her eyes sharply. Is that so? Because otherwise, you would never dare ignore me. Right? Sue swallowed hard, sweating profusely. I swear upon my stats, it was not intentional. The guild quests just kept piling up. Surprisingly, her aura softened into understanding. I know the burden of a high ranker. I figured you had far more vital things to manage than little old me, especially since my own channel plummeted to just 90 subscribers. And yet, you said absolutely nothing. Sue froze, his gamer brain short-circuiting. Hold on. Did not your last stream push you over 100 subs? How on earth did your subscriber count tank that hard? Instantly, the Black Queen's menacing tone vanished into a breezy sigh. Whatever, it is in the past. Let us drop the drama. Anyway, you have enjoyed enough off-screen rest days. Today, we are initiating a full-body torture. Training regime. Shall we begin? Sue forced a painfully strained smile. His eyes screamed out in absolute despair. Moments later, he was planking in the dirt, muscles screaming in agony. The Black Queen barked from the screen like a demon drill sergeant. Hey, your form is absolute trash. 0 points. Reset. This crazy tyrant. Sue cursed violently in his head. She shrieked, totally unsatisfied. Do not you dare slack off on this rep. That one does not count either. Sue's stamina gauge was completely flashing red. Without an ounce of mercy, the Black Queen commanded. You are way too sluggish. Add 10 more penalty reps. In the desolate training ground, her tyrannical voice was the only sound echoing through the void. 1, 2, 3. Sue gasped for air, his lungs burning like wildfire. He hastily checked his system interface. Proficiency increased, he pondered deeply. Just from this brutal PT session, it went up by 3%. I can feel an overwhelming power surging through my veins. It's like a dormant energy is finally awakening within me. Unable to hold back, he let out a thunderous roar. Sue's mind screamed in rebellion. I cannot take this anymore. I am literally going to die at this rate. I would rather die using divine palm techniques and taiji than suffer like this. Hercules suddenly chimed in, his voice booming with authority. My dearest gym member, the training session is far from over. Who gave you permission to stop halfway? Did someone put a knife to your throat? Sue's eyes widened in absolute horror. Even if my muscles tear to shreds, this muscle freak is definitely trying to kill me. There is no doubt about it. He wants to destroy me today. Hercules casually clapped his massive hands. The real workout has just begun. Now, give me 3,000 burpees. Sue let out a soul-crushing shriek. For the next video's content, the scene shifted to a vast desert. Majestic step pyramids stood proudly in the center. From the heavens, the Sphinx slowly descended. Hercules landed fiercely on a tower's peak. The Sphinx widened its eyes in utter shock. What on earth? Why are you here? How did you even reach this sacred place? The demigod smirked, overflowing with arrogance. It is nothing major, really. I just came to challenge you to a riddle duel. The Sphinx trembled uncontrollably. The mythical beast asked suspiciously, a riddle duel. Hercules grinned and nodded firmly. Exactly, but just solving riddles is too boring. His voice suddenly dropped, oozing menace. So, let us add a new rule. Back to reality, Hercules had been confused. A riddle contest with the Sphinx, Sue patiently explained the grand plan. You will challenge the beast directly. To a literal battle of wits. From what I know, there is a trending video on the Sphinx channel. The first subscriber to solve its riddle gets a full-day dining pass with Egypt's most beautiful woman, Cleopatra. By the way, nobody has won yet. Hercules pressed for details. Have you noticed that absolutely no one has succeeded? The muscle freak answered honestly. I did see that, but is this even possible? 𝗚cie let out a soft sigh. There is no reason it would fail, right? A riddle is just a riddle. Hercules immediately protested. No, my lord, you cannot think so simply. He frantically reminded 𝗚cie. You know Thoth, the god of wisdom, right? Even he lost to the Sphinx. Ever since losing to Oedipus ages ago, that beast became obsessed with riddles. This revelation completely shocked 𝗚cie. What? Seriously? That makes it even better. If we defeat it, we will crush its terrifying ego. Hercules' eyes sparkled with battle intent. Do you possess a secret method to defeat it? 𝗚cie bluntly denied it. Huh? I have no idea. Hercules instantly lost his excitement. What? 𝗚cie waved his hands dismissively. How could we possibly win? Even the omniscient god of wisdom was defeated. Hearing this, Hercules turned purple with rage. For your next set, do 5,000 burpees, he demanded ruthlessly. However, our main objective is not to win, right? Hercules looked deeply confused. What do you mean by that? Is it not a competition? 𝗚cie burst into villainous laughter. It is, but victory is completely unnecessary. The only thing we need to focus on is attracting massive traffic to our channel. Back in the desert, Hercules confidently proposed. Let us add a brand new rule. The Sphinx narrowed its eyes in suspicion. A new rule? The muscle freak nodded firmly. Exactly, he suggested with a smirk. Every wrong answer earns 1 physical strike. How about it? The Sphinx turned pale with absolute terror. It stammered frantically. Do you want to take my life? Your punches are literally weapons of mass destruction. The demigod scoffed arrogantly. Then you ask 2 questions, and I ask 1. Is that fair enough? You get to strike me one-sidedly. If you manage to answer my question correctly. Or perhaps, the legendary Sphinx is terrified of getting an answer wrong. Left with no choice, the beast agreed. Fine. The mythical creature jumped down in excitement. This is my golden opportunity. The chance to beat down this muscle-headed freak. Hercules voiced his deep satisfaction. An excellent choice, Sphinx. Now come at me with your 2 riddles. The beast eagerly began. All right then. First question. I am born from water. But if I return to water, I die. When out of water, I live. What am I? The demigod calmly answered. A whale? The Sphinx interrupted fiercely. The answer is salt. Seeing the beast frozen in place, Hercules raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? The Sphinx hesitated, doubting reality. Can I actually hit him? He will not tear me limb from limb. The moment my attack lands, right? The muscle freak urged impatiently. Hurry up and strike. We swore an oath on the rules of the game. Throwing caution to the wind, the Sphinx squeezed its eyes shut. A devastating critical hit was unleashed. Hercules coughed up a mouthful of blood. Annoyed, he wiped his mouth. Damn desert dust. The beast trembled violently, reminding him. You promised. These are the official rules. Hercules casually spat out blood. Did I complain? What is the next riddle? The Sphinx gloated internally. He actually is not fighting back. This is absolutely perfect. Without wasting a second, the beast continued. Next question. What never changes color? No matter how many times it changes clothes? Hercules answered in a heartbeat. Black clothes. The beast sneered mockingly. The correct answer is a shadow. Just like that, an agonizing blow landed instantly. This time, I will strike with full force. In a flash, the impact triggered a localized earthquake. Hercules bled profusely from the strike. The demigod chuckled darkly. Now it is my turn, isn't it? The Sphinx forced a nervous smile. That is correct. Whatever he asks, I just need to answer right. Blazing with terrifying fury, Hercules spoke. Here's my ultimate question. You are familiar with centaurs, right? When a centaur becomes pregnant, which of its bellies actually swells? Faced with this logic-defying riddle, the beast fell into dead silence. Seeing the Sphinx's dumbfounded expression, Hercules provoked it ruthlessly. Do you not know the answer? The creature panicked, begging for time. Hold on. I am still thinking. The Sphinx's mind plunged into absolute chaos. A centaur has a human upper half and a horse lower half. Both sections are theoretically capable of pregnancy. Which one is it? Hercules lowered his voice menacingly. You do not know, do you? The beast quickly denied it, but dread consumed its very soul. Is there a riddle I cannot solve? That is completely impossible. Hercules tilted his head with a deadly glare. You have to guess. Now, it is your turn to take a hit. Absolute despair washed over the Sphinx. I am going to die. I will definitely be erased from existence. It shrieked in terror. What is the answer? The muscle freak replied chillingly. 1 strike. Cold sweat poured down the beast's face. What? Hercules reminded his prey. Did we not agree on the rules? 1 physical strike for every wrong answer. The Sphinx's blood boiled. But why won't you tell me the answer? The demigod shrugged nonchalantly. I said I would give you a riddle. Watching this entire masterpiece unfold, 𝗚cie burst into uncontrollable laughter. I never said it actually had an answer. The Sphinx scrambled away in absolute terror. Spare me, I beg of you. I do not want to die. A wicked smirk crept across Black Queen's lips. If you lack the courage to face me, you should never have provoked me. The war god did not hesitate for a single second. Second form, Super Heaven-destroying fist. Black Queen's aura erupted, manifesting as a legendary ferocious tiger. An overwhelming wave of destructive energy shattered the ground. A system alert chimed loudly. You have witnessed Black Queen's flawless martial saint technique. 𝗚cie chuckled in absolute disbelief. Wait, is that actually real martial arts? The system screen flashed frantically. Black Queen's martial god art proficiency has slightly increased. His eyes widened in pure shock. My proficiency leveled up. Just from watching a live stream, he grinned. Well, at least I raked in a massive amount of views. My subscriber count exploded from 90 straight to 783. It seems the audience absolutely loves this power fantasy. Meanwhile, a tense conversation unfolded at the massive SH Group headquarters. Have you reviewed the report? Yes, Secretary Nam. The executive swallowed hard. Lady Charon has officially requested our corporate resources to assist a man named 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄. Mina's eyes narrowed in sheer confusion. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄? Are you telling me my precious niece pulled strings just to help out some random guy? What exactly is their relationship? Secretary Nam bowed his head apologetically. We have not fully verified the details yet, but Miss Han Charon and 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄 have been meeting 2 to 3 times every single week. Mina's expression instantly darkened. They are seeing each other. The secretary gulped. Furthermore, they meet secretly inside the SH Group building. Her hands trembled with rising panic. Just the two of them. My Charon is secretly dating a man. This was the same ice queen who rejected every single A-list celebrity. An elite second-generation billionaire heir without batting an eye. My niece is entangled with a man. Who on earth is he? I cannot just sit back and watch this happen. Back in the system space. Black Queen bowed so deeply his forehead nearly touched the floor. Thanks to your supreme grace, I have reached 1,000 subscribers. Thank you, master. Please forgive my past arrogance. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄 burst into laughter. 1,000 subscribers? You gained 300 followers in a single night? He waved his hand. Just stand up already. But Black Queen was drowning in regret. I dared to harbor resentment toward you before, master. How could a sinner like me dare to raise my head after committing such an unforgivable offense? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄 scratched his head awkwardly. Look, it is understandable, since I was late for your training session. So please, just stand up. Hearing this, Black Queen panicked even more and slammed his head against the ground. What are you saying, my lord? It is only natural for a supreme master to be busy. It is my fault for being impatient and rushing you. 𝗚cie sighed, completely giving up on stopping him. All right, enough of that. So, what happened to the Sphinx? You did not actually annihilate him, right? Black Queen puffed out his chest with pride. He is still alive. My heart was moved with mercy when he desperately begged for his pathetic life. So, I restrained my overwhelming aura and merely graced him with a gentle tap. 𝗚cie's face twitched. A restrained, gentle tap? Black Queen smirked, and then I completely ripped him to shreds. Cough. I mean, he voluntarily offered me a tribute as thanks. The system chimed brightly. Black Queen has gifted you a channel subscription ticket. 𝗚cie stared at the floating holographic window in shock. A subscription ticket? Black Queen boasted proudly. I originally claimed ownership of the Sphinx's channel. By brutally tearing. I mean, I was graciously gifted his channel. But what use does a humble servant like me have for it? So I thought of my glorious master and decided to ruthlessly plunder. I mean, elegantly transfer it to you. 𝗚cie's eyes gleamed with pure greed. Wait, does this mean I get a premium channel subscription for absolutely free? This ultra-rare item is worth at least 10 billion won on the market. I just hit the ultimate jackpot. He joyfully bumped fists with his monstrous disciple. You are honestly the best, Black Queen. The martial artist beamed with pride. I am honored by your praise, master. The Sphinx dropped one more legendary item. Allow me to present it to you. A dazzling notification lit up the screen. Black Queen has gifted you an exclusive dining voucher with Cleopatra. 𝗚cie's jaw hit the floor. Wait, a dining voucher with the legendary Cleopatra? Black Queen rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Rumor has it her beauty transcends mortal limits. They say she rivals the goddess Aphrodite herself. Please, master, you must grace her with your presence. But instead of excitement, all the color drained from 𝗚cie's face. Cold sweat cascaded down his back. What kind of terrifying death trap is this? The scene instantly transitioned to a wildly extravagant VIP restaurant. A highly nervous waitress bowed respectfully. Your gourmet meal is served, sir. 𝗚cie swallowed his anxiety. Ah, thank you. He forced a painfully awkward smile. How did my life turn into this crazy romantic comedy? Sitting across the table from him, the breathtaking 𝗵𝗃 smiled warmly. Hello there, 𝗚cie. He stared back nervously, his mind racing at light speed. Having a romantic dinner with Cleopatra through a holographic screen. If anyone saw me right now, they would definitely think I lost my mind. But wow, her beauty is truly god tier. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Confucius once said, a true gentleman values supreme wisdom over mere physical beauty. He furrowed his brows and took a slow sip of water. Wait a minute. Can staring at a ridiculously gorgeous woman actually level up my gentleman's mind skill? 𝗵𝗃's soft, enchanting voice broke his focus. 𝗚cie. She leaned in close, dropping an absolute bombshell. Let us get married. 𝗚cie nearly choked on his water, his face turning pale. Excuse me, what? He frantically wiped his mouth. Has this woman completely lost her mind? 𝗵𝗃 giggled, easily reading his expression. You are probably thinking I am completely insane, right? He nodded slowly. Well, I am not going to lie. She gasped playfully. 𝗚cie cleared his throat to regain his composure. But did you not just say, gentleman's mind? She gave him a dangerously flirtatious look. I was just teasing you. I did not expect you to be so painfully serious about it. Are you secretly a bad boy? 𝗚cie frowned defensively. I am just being completely honest here. 𝗵𝗃 bowed her head, an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. You are the very first man to ever treat me so casually. Usually, fools fall to their knees, begging to sacrifice their lives for me. He screamed internally, obviously. When you smile with such heart-stopping charm, who would not willingly throw themselves into the fire for you? Her bell-like laughter echoed through the room once more. So, with that settled, let us get married. Siu was totally dumbfounded. Why are we back to this insane plot twist? He glared at her. Are you seriously messing with me right now? 𝗵𝗔 shook her head gracefully. No, I am completely serious. Siu crossed his arms defensively. If you are serious, then I have to reject you even harder. She tilted her head, genuinely confused. Am I not your type? Do you not find me utterly irresistible? Siu waved his hands frantically. That is absolutely not it. It is just. We exist in different dimensions. We cannot even touch. 𝗵𝗔's eyes narrowed playfully. Does true love truly require physical contact? Siu turned his head to hide his blushing face. Well, not entirely. But a little bit is definitely required. Okay, honestly, a lot of it is necessary. 𝗵𝗔 rested her chin on her hand. But you do not harbor any earthly desires for me. Do you? Siu sighed, finally dropping his guard. I just have not fallen into temptation yet, but once I truly fall in love, I give everything I have. Suddenly, she completely froze. A deep blush spread across 𝗵𝗔's cheeks. Oh no, I think I have truly fallen for you. Siu face-palmed, groaning internally. Great, she is sprouting absolute nonsense again. She smirked. You are thinking I am just saying random nonsense, aren't you? Bingo. She leaned in, her eyes sparkling with dangerous charm. Could you not just play along with my little fantasy for once? He shut her down without a second thought. Not a chance in hell. Ding. System alerts flooded his vision, sending a chill down Siwoo's spine. His proficiency leveled up again, and worse, it was the Death Monarch's mind, a passive skill notoriously impossible to grind. One wrong move and my entire playthrough is ruined, he thought. Swallowing his nerves, he stammered out, I am just a mere mortal. Stepping into your realm is utterly impossible for me. Cleopatra elegantly shrugged her shoulders. You certainly do not act like a mortal, darling. Especially since your mental resistance has completely nullified my charm skill this entire time. Or perhaps, your hardware is malfunctioning down there, she teased. Flustered and annoyed, Siwoo quickly cut her off. Can we please just end this meal right here? She burst into a melodic laugh. My apologies, just a little joke. But tell me, what if you achieve godhood? Siwoo's eyes widened in shock. What kind of hidden quest is that? I told you, my base stats are strictly mortal. Cleopatra's gaze softened with ancient wisdom. I know, but my original class was mortal once, too. Ascend, and our realms will merge. Actually, even without an awakening, there are still loopholes to cross servers. Siwoo's mind short-circuited. Wait, what? Her playful aura vanished into pure dominance. My words are absolute law. God or not, I will find a way to you. To be precise, I can completely bypass the dimensional barrier and manifest in your world. Siwoo gasped, utterly bewildered. Is that even possible? The system rules strictly state that cross-dimensional interaction is locked. Cleopatra smirked. Under normal parameters, yes. Siwoo's face drained of color. Normal parameters? You mean there is a cheat code? Leaning in, she whispered. Have you forgotten the anomalous player you already encountered? The Dark Knight from Gotham. Siwoo's brow furrowed in deep suspicion. How do you know about that entity? She leaned seductively close to his ear. That, my dear. With a dazzling wink, she pulled back. Is a top-tier maiden's secret. Stop trying to peek at my hidden stats. Meanwhile, outside the reality distortion field, voices echoed. Is Siwoo really inside this restaurant? Confirmed. A suited secretary reported. He ordered a duo party meal. Yet his solo player status remains active. He is literally eating with thin air, awaiting your command. Menezela froze, her brain lagging. A solo player, dropping credits for a duo meal? Rumor has it that Cheryl is deeply obsessed with. I had to see this so-called hunter for myself. Sure, Cheryl is usually a highly capable player, but when a girl falls under the debilitating spell of romance, her rational stats drop completely to zero. This guy possesses a genuinely mysterious aura. But how dare he approach my precious niece? I need to assess his true level with my own eyes. Her expression hardened as she issued the absolute command. Let us move out. Understood. Siwoo paled at the constellation's outrageous teasing. A secret. The goddess leaned in closer to her screen. But if you become my legendary husband, I will reveal all my hidden stats to you. Even the exact number of moles on my divine body. Siwoo's gaze remained deadly serious. Enough with the pointless games. The divine being puffed her cheeks in utter frustration. How strange. Normal NPC men would be drooling over an epic offer like this. Yet, our main character just stood there, completely immune to her high-tier charms. You are deliberately holding back the quest details, aren't you? How exactly do I summon you into this realm? 𝗵𝗔 flashed a mischievous, godlike smirk. What makes you think I would hand over the cheat codes so easily? If I spoil the entire main storyline right now, you might just abandon this quest line forever. A sigh of pure exhaustion escaped his lips. So you really refuse to drop the essential lore? A musical giggle echoed from the virtual display. You think my lips are permanently sealed, do you not? Our leveling hero nodded without a single second of hesitation. Exactly. The goddess marveled at his zero hesitation dialogue. Such brutal honesty from a mere mortal. 𝗵𝗔 pushed the romance plotline. One last desperate time. Do you truly reject a marriage alliance with a supreme being? Absolutely not. Siwoo practically bolted from his chair. I think it is time we terminate this dinner event. There are 0 dialogue options left to explore here. Besides, if I keep engaging in this virtual date, the background characters are going to flag me as a complete lunatic. Any ordinary person walking by would only see a crazy player talking to a completely pitch-black smartphone screen. The divine entity pouted her celestial lips. But I truly wish to cross dimensions and meet you, my dear Siwoo. Could you please hit that subscribe button on my holy channel? A vein instantly popped on his forehead. So farming subscribers was your hidden agenda all along? No wonder you were spamming those blatant flirtation skills. Her celestial cheeks burned bright red. That was the initial quest objective. But my feelings have leveled up since then. I genuinely want to initiate a real-world encounter. Our hero raised a highly skeptical brow. And how exactly does boosting your subscriber count trigger that special event? Facha quickly explained the system mechanics. Because leveling up my channel is the only dimensional portal bridging our worlds. To prove my absolute sincerity, I will drop a piece of exclusive god-tier lore. Not every constellation in the heavens possesses a YouTube channel. Striding away from the chaotic scene, Siwoo could not help but analyze the bizarre data. Not every celestial being runs a streaming channel. He furrowed his brows at the absolute absurdity of the system. And what is her actual endgame for wanting this marriage alliance anyway? Whatever. I should just ignore the missing plot pieces. Still, my gentleman's heart passive skill, which had been stuck at a total standstill, just experienced a massive 7% proficiency boost, just from surviving a single dinner event. Grinding this specific mental stat through occasional virtual dates might actually be an optimal leveling strategy. Plus, clicking subscribe literally costs 0 gold. Wait, what kind of corrupted thoughts are invading my brain right now? How many more dungeon raids do I need to clear? Before I finally reach the rank 100 tier, I need to start grinding immediately. Suddenly, an unexpected system notification halted his tracks. An incoming call from Sioa. A text message materialized on his screen. Appa, today is my special leveling up day. My birthday. Can you log off early and come home? The revelation hit Siwoo like a critical strike. Today is Sioa's birthday. I was so consumed by my daily quests that the date completely slipped my mind. I was 1 second away from failing a crucial family quest, but today is not just a simple birthday celebration. Meanwhile, Mina found herself caught in a heavy moment of hesitation, navigating straight from a high-class dining zone all the way to a desolate graveyard. Her male secretary wore a deeply puzzled expression. Director, is this gloomy side quest truly necessary for a guild master like you? A hint of icy irritation flashed across her face. What exactly are you implying with that tone? I understand your desire to gather intel on this mysterious player, but do you absolutely need to confront him in person? A fleeting shadow of sorrow darkened Mina's sharp eyes. I must, because this unpredictable anomaly holds Cheryl's heart. The secretary finally grasped the gravity of the mission. I shall hold the perimeter right here. Please return to the vehicle and restore your stamina, Director. Mina waved her hand with an absolute, frosty authority. Cancel that suggestion. Our target should be exiting the zone any minute now. Listen closely. Scout the area for a secure dialogue zone. Conducting an interrogation in the middle of a cemetery drops the mood stats entirely too low. Engrave this absolute rule into your mind. This is strictly an information-gathering dialogue. Do not trigger any unnecessary aggro with a hostile attitude. The secretary bowed in absolute compliance. Understood. I will keep my hostility levels at 0. Suddenly, a blaring system emergency alarm shattered the silence. Critical warning. Signs of a dungeon break detected within a 30-meter radius. I repeat, dungeon outbreak imminent within a 30-meter radius. All civilians are ordered to. Mina's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated horror. A sudden dungeon break? Only 30 meters away. A dreadful realization began sinking with her racing thoughts. Could it be right here? The mechanical warnings escalated into a frantic symphony of chaos. Critical emergency condition confirmed. Scanning indicates a devastating level 8 dungeon eruption is unfolding. All non-combatants must evacuate to the nearest fortified structure. Move out immediately. Seek absolute shelter before the monster wave hits. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the looming apocalypse, Sioa was giving gentle commands to her familiar. You sit right here and maintain a stealth state, understand? She smiled, thoroughly impressed by her summoned beast. Our little Becky truly possesses maximum intelligence stats. Such a perfectly obedient creature. If only the zone restrictions allowed familiars inside the main hall. We absolutely need to introduce our new party member to Mom and Dad. Siwoo offered a gentle, confirming nod. Yeah, we should. After all, this little beast has officially joined our family guild. Let us head inside, Sioa, crossing the heavy threshold of the morning room. A devastating wave of sorrow crashed over Sioa's heart. Mom, Dad, your children have arrived. Siwoo observed his sister in heavy, mournful silence. A dark cloud drifted through his memories. Today marked the anniversary of Seoe's birth, but it was also the exact date their mother's life force hit 0. The day she logged out of this cruel world forever. A catastrophic event etched permanently into his very soul. No matter how hard I try to wipe the mental save file, the nightmare remains. It was supposed to be a joyous family quest to celebrate Sioa's special day, but fate dealt them a cruel, twisted hand, when an unranked dungeon break suddenly swallowed their reality and mercilessly claimed her precious life. The suffocating silence broke as Sioa suddenly spoke up. By the way, Appa, there's a hidden piece of lore I need to ask you about. Regarding the day Mom perished, Siwoo's eyes widened in sudden alarm. The day she died, Sioa pushed forward. That final, devastating fraction of a second. when she used her own body as a meat shield against the dungeon's explosive shockwave. Do you have any memory of her final dialogue? I am not even sure if your low-level stats could process it back then. But for some inexplicable reason, my intuition screams that it was a crucial legacy. A final message she desperately needed to transmit before her system shut down completely. Siwoo froze as the hidden memory forcefully unlocked. Of course I remember. It was a horrific scene branded into my consciousness with agonizing hellfire. I could experience 100 deaths and never forget that exact moment. Yet, forcing his trembling lips into a painful, synthetic smile, Siwoo chose to lie. Honestly, I cannot recall it either. Suddenly, an apocalyptic siren shattered the very fabric of reality. Critical warning. A catastrophic rank B dungeon explosion has been detected. Attention all hunters and civilians. A total dungeon outbreak is underway. A disastrous phenomenon, triggered whenever the internal mana core of a dungeon suffers a fatal distortion. This cataclysm unleashes two devastating phases upon the human realm. Phase 1 is the infamous dungeon quake. The spatial barriers completely shatter, vomiting an endless tide of bloodthirsty monsters straight into our world. As long as the local hunter guilds can slaughter the beast wave, it remains a highly manageable raid scenario. Unless it is a mythical tier catastrophe, mere monsters are just free experience points. However, the true nightmare awakens during Phase 2, the dreaded dungeon explosion. The concentrated, highly toxic magical energy violently detonates into the civilian zone, and we are not just talking about the physical devastation of the blast wave. If an unawakened, level 0 human absorbs that raw demonic aura, their survival rate drops to absolute 0. Instant death is the most likely outcome. Even if the heavens intervene and they somehow survive the blast, severe mana corruption and endless physical agony become their new reality. Only in the most astronomically rare 1 in a million 𝗗𝗄𝗃𝗀 does a survivor undergo a spontaneous hunter awakening, forcing their fragile bodies to violently resonate with the explosive external magic. Back in the present, Mina's voice cracked in sheer, unadulterated terror. What in the world? A full-scale dungeon break? The system alarms amplified drastically, transforming the once peaceful zone into a frantic death trap. Attention all human targets receiving this emergency broadcast. Abandon all current activities and sprint to the nearest fortified structure immediately. Panic infected the air as Mina's party bolted for their lives. Their frantic dash for survival finally led them to crash into an abandoned, desolate room. Mina's stamina bar was flashing critical red as she gasped for precious oxygen. Just outside the safe zone, a random non-combatant civilian was sprinting with everything he had left. His face was a twisted mask of pure, unadulterated despair. But fate offered zero mercy today. The tsunami of corrosive dark mana instantly locked onto its prey. The sinister energy drained his life force in a single devastating tick, sending his withered body crashing violently against the cold concrete. A blood-curdling shriek of agony echoed through the entire corridor. Witnessing the brutal game over screen, Mina forced her trembling eyes to look away. It was already way too late to save him. A familiar silhouette dashed forward. Mina froze in absolute shock. It was Siwoo. She screamed for him to retreat. It was way too late to save that NPC. But Siwoo stubbornly hoisted the dying man onto his shoulders. The man groaned in agony. My child. Siwoo did not hesitate for a single second. He unleashed a massive burst of mana. The dark energy from the dungeon break was closing in fast. Siwoo gritted his teeth. Damn it. We cannot reach the safe zone in time. What is the next move? The overwhelming boss-level aura was swallowing the distance. Eyes burning with resolve, he threw a desperate punch. But the magic barrier did not even leave a scratch. Sweating profusely, Siwoo recalled his ultimate skill, the 𝗤𝗄𝗙 martial art, the cycle of creation and shifting energy following nature's absolute laws. It is the core of existence, the universal flow of all things. Everything in this world can be altered and reshaped through two fundamental forces: void and existence. The friction between these absolute stats birthed the world itself. Since the dungeon's raw magic is just another cosmic element, it must bow to nature's balance. In a fraction of a second, Siwoo dominated the colossal energy wave. The bystanders gasped in pure disbelief. What kind of skill is that? He is compressing the explosion. Muscles screaming, Siwoo held back the blast. I can use 𝗤𝗙 to absorb this massive area of effect attack, but my current level cannot fully neutralize it. Lethal dark mana is leaking out. This is too dangerous. Siwoo suddenly shouted a command. 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃. The loyal beast companion charged in. Acting on pure instinct, the familiar devoured the toxic dark aura. 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃 stood tall, guarding the critically injured NPC. Siwoo let out a breath of relief. Thank the system for 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃. The mana leak is handled, but the main boss mechanic remained. Agony ripped through his veins. My health points are dropping. I cannot hold this barrier much longer. I have to face reality. Can my current stats survive a compressed blast from a B-rank dungeon? I need a serious power-up. Something to seal this massive damage. With my current physical level, this blast will definitely wipe me out. But if I trigger an evasion skill... Siwoo's heart ached as he looked at 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃. In a split second, his fighting spirit reignited. No, what the hell am I thinking? Siwoo roared with unyielding resolve. The devastating explosion was completely nullified. Mina watched, totally paralyzed by the sheer scale. Heavens, how is that even possible? From the distance, 𝗤𝗏 sprinted toward him in pure panic. Closing the gap with desperate strides, 𝗤𝗏 dropped to her knees right beside Siwoo's exhausted body. Tears streamed down her face. Why would you take such crazy damage? Please do not die. Stay right here with me. Siwoo managed a weak, blood-stained smile. 𝗚cie, remember that hidden quest? When you asked about Mom's final words. 𝗚cie sobbed uncontrollably, trying to interrupt him. Stop, I do not want to hear it. Please stop talking. A sad shadow crossed 𝗚cie's eyes. Back then, Mom told you not to worry, that she was totally fine. It is your special day, is it not? She wanted every birthday of yours to be filled with absolute luck. She swore she would never let you associate this day with her death. She promised with everything she had. I am fine. I am truly okay. Because today is my precious baby's birthday. Snapping back to the brutal reality, 𝗚cie's heart clenched. It felt as if her protective aura had absorbed the blast's lethal damage so he could survive this stage. Just as she promised, she miraculously defied her limits that day. She passed away exactly one day after 𝗚cie's birthday. But the tragic twist, 𝗚cie's birthday became the eve of her mother's memorial. By tradition, memorials are held the day before the death anniversary. It seems her only desperate wish was to protect 𝗚cie's special day. She fought the Reaper just to delay her final breath. Thinking of this, 𝗚cie smiled bitterly. That is exactly what she said. He then pointed at the bleeding NPC. When his health hit rock bottom, standing at death's door, he screamed out, I absolutely cannot die. Today is my daughter's birthday. It is my little girl's birthday. I refuse to get a game over today. But when he saw the boss's lethal strike, he broke down crying. Daddy is so sorry. Sorrow flickered in 𝗚cie's eyes. He said the exact same words. It forcefully triggered my memories of Mom. There was zero chance I could ignore that. 𝗚cie suddenly jolted awake, laughing hollowly. Respawn at the 𝗚liche𝗶𝗃𝗶𝗲𝗄𝗏 hospital. Again. I must have blacked out near the guild headquarters. Did Cheryl hand drag my body here? Only then did he notice the high-level VIP sitting across from him. It hit him like a lightning attribute strike. 𝗚cie's senses instantly sharpened. Wait a minute, he scanned his surroundings. This was definitely the S-rank VIP suite. I have never unlocked this zone before. The insane layout, the massive space. Is this the legendary VIP ward? Seeing his utterly confused status, Mina smiled gracefully to explain. I am Cheryl Han's aunt Mina. I actually went to the guild building earlier because I had an important quest for you. She then forced an awkward chuckle. Aren't you going to ask about the crazy raid that just happened? Or why a top executive is in your room? 𝗚cie gave a faint smile, dodging the aggro. Well, to be perfectly honest, this is not my first time surviving a wipe. Suddenly, his aura flared with panic. More importantly, did you see my sister, 𝗚cie? Mina's expression dropped. Your sister took massive psychological damage. Right after your health hit zero and you fainted, she completely collapsed as well. The system prompt made 𝗚cie want to break his bed. 𝗚cie fainted too. Where is she right now? Are her vitals stable? Mina's calming buff finally reached him, letting him exhale in relief. She is safe in the safe zone. She is receiving S-class healing in the next room and recovering her stamina incredibly fast. That lifts a huge debuff off my mind. He locked eyes with the executive. Right, back to the main quest. You mentioned you came looking for me. What did you need to discuss? Mina dropped a single, cryptic line. I approve. 𝗚cie's brain short-circuited completely. Excuse me? What exactly are you approving? He had zero clue she misunderstood his bond with Cheryl. I am talking about your relationship with Cheryl. You two party up all the time, right? 𝗚cie could only sweat drop, failing to find the right dialogue option. Yes, technically, we do. We only grind sword mastery twice a week. But why the sudden dialogue? Mina's intense gaze inflicted the confusion status on 𝗚cie. You approve? Approve of what exactly? Then, a brilliant theory sparked in his mind. Cheryl Han's aunt is blood related to the absolute master of the guild. She is a high-ranking executive at 𝗚liche Corporation. My monthly tactical training fee with Cheryl is a staggering 1 billion yen. The board must be heavily protesting this massive gold drain. Even without fully grasping the guild politics, 𝗚cie figured this was a massive win. Thank you so much, ma'am. Her elite approval means she definitely recognizes my rank and stats to be Cheryl's combat instructor. Mina let out an elegant laugh, dropping the cliffhanger. However, even though you have my blessing. But I don't know if her older brothers will approve of this, she remarked. Even so, 𝗚cie quickly caught on. I understand, he replied respectfully. Of course, they have every right to decide. He answered nonchalantly, completely unaware of the massive misunderstanding brewing. Honestly, getting the chairman's approval will be like clearing an impossible boss raid. Wait, what? Cheryl told me the chairman already gave her the green light. Mina practically jumped out of her skin. What? She said that? 𝗚cie frantically nodded, his anxiety spiking. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. She specifically said her grandfather had granted his permission. Hearing this, Mina let out a heavy sigh of relief. Good heavens, would you look at that? Since when did that girl manage to bypass her grandfather's ironclad defenses? She beamed with sheer delight. Well, if that quest is already cleared, I won't need to interfere. 𝗚cie sweat dropped. Was that reaction even normal? Suddenly remembering her main objective, Mina turned back to our overpowered main character. I heard you're building a new house by yourself. If you need anything, just say the word. I'd be happy to assist you. 𝗚cie's eyes widened in pure shock. How did you know about that? I run 𝗚liche Construction, a massive subsidiary of the 𝗚liche Guild's conglomerate. His jaw practically hit the floor when he realized that Cheryl was the one secretly pulling the strings for him. Cheryl isn't the type to ask for favors. So, I was utterly speechless when she reached out to me. Mina leaned in, her tone shifting to serious business mode. Have you secured all the required crafting materials? Actually, the blueprints require far more resources than I anticipated. On top of that, they're extremely rare high-tier items. That's why I've been relentlessly grinding in dungeon raids lately. Mina stared at him, utterly bewildered. Come again? You're building a house, so why on earth are you raiding dangerous dungeons? Siwoo chuckled, explaining his unconventional crafting method. Well, that's because I'm planning to use the rare loot drops harvested from monsters as building materials. Is that even physically possible? He offered a sheepish smile, tactfully dodging the question. Probably, though honestly, I have no idea when the construction will actually finish. If my crafting skill fails, I'll definitely reconsider your generous offer. But Siwoo was completely blindsided by Mina's next words. I'll procure all the building materials for you. Wait, excuse me, you would do all that for me, Auntie? Mina offered a gentle, knowing smile. Auntie, for some reason. She really liked the sound of that title. She clapped her hands, sealing the deal. Then it's a confirmed quest. I will cover every single expense related to the construction, regardless of the success rate. Only then did the heavy reality of the situation hit Siwoo. Are you being serious right now? A rough estimate alone would cost at least 3 billion won. But for the almighty 𝗚liche conglomerate, that astronomical amount was basically spare change. Unable to hold back, he asked her, but why would you go to such extreme lengths for me? Oh, my dear nephew-in-law, isn't it obvious? This new house is going to be the ultimate love nest for you and 𝗗𝗄𝗯𝗲. Am I right? Instantly, Siwoo felt a petrification debuff hit his brain. Did she just take this way too far? Unbothered, Mina cheerfully scribbled something on a piece of paper. Anyway, I'll handle this quest as fast as humanly possible. The sooner, the better, right? Wait a minute. Without a second of hesitation, she shoved the paper into Siwoo's hand. Here is my private number. I wanted to give you my official guild business card. But the top executives of the 𝗚H group manage too many subsidiaries, so we don't carry specific ones. Honestly, it's just a sneaky loophole to bypass commercial guild laws. With that, she turned on her heel to leave. Anyway, I just gave you the direct VIP hotline to my personal desk. If you need any high-level support, don't hesitate to summon me. For now, just focus on recovering your HP. Even long after Mina had logged out of the conversation, Siwoo stood frozen in pure confusion. A family love nest? What was she even talking about? A while later, our main character and Siwoo headed to the 𝗚H Hospital's private park to rest. Suddenly, Siwoo's mind flashed back to the chaotic encounter. Both 𝗗𝗄𝗯𝗲 and her Aunt Han Mina were treating him like an S-class VIP. I really need to clear up these massive misunderstandings before things spiral out of control. Seeing Siwoo smiling so brightly beside him, his racing heart finally calmed. But still, thanks to their top-tier guild perks, we get to stay comfortably in this luxurious 𝗚H hospital. And because of that, Soa's physical debuffs are finally healing. However, a heavy shadow of worry still lingered in his mind. How in the world should I explain my awakened status to her? He furrowed his brows, lost in a difficult internal monologue. Lee Minjung mentioned that Siwoo already knew bits and pieces about my double life as a hunter and a streamer. In that case, I should at least explain this recent dungeon incident, but I have absolutely no idea where to even begin, or how to break the news without scaring her. Suddenly, a voice sliced through his spiraling thoughts. Excuse me, yes? The middle-aged man Siwoo had saved in the dungeon had spawned out of nowhere. Mister? The main character offered a warm smile. So you were admitted to this hospital too. How are your HP levels holding up? The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Yes, thanks to your heroic carry, I'm perfectly fine. Luckily, the top healers confirmed I didn't suffer any permanent damage. Just as the two were conversing, a tiny, curious voice chimed in. I'm glad to hear that. Daddy, who is this mister? A little girl clutching a lollipop stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. This is the legendary hero who saved Daddy's life. This mister? The little girl blinked, processing the epic information. When the realization hit, her face lit up with a blinding smile. Mister, thank you so much for saving my daddy. Then, her eyes darted to the side, sparkling with pure excitement. A puppy. She eagerly dashed toward 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏, giggling uncontrollably. Puppy, let's play together. 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏 happily wagged its tail, instantly joining the little girl's mini-game. Catch me if you can. Her mother abandoned our party right after she was born. Thinking back to his tragic backstory, massive tears welled up in the father's eyes. If I had hit a game over in that dungeon, I truly don't know what would have happened to her. Heavy tears cascaded down his weathered face. I really don't know how to repay this monumental debt. For a fleeting moment, our overpowered main character was rendered completely speechless. Thank you for saving my daughter's entire world. Thank you. Thank you so much. It wasn't until the father and daughter slowly walked away. Bye-bye, puppy. See you next time. 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏 let out a sad whimper, watching its new playmate leave the zone. Out of nowhere, Siwoo broke the comfortable silence. The other night, I had a dream. I dreamed about the fateful day our mother passed away. Usually, whenever she visited my dreams, she looked so devastated. A faint, melancholic sorrow flickered in Soa's eyes. Mom always looked incredibly sad. Like there was a hidden quest she desperately wanted to give us, but her lips were magically sealed. But then, a soft, beautiful smile bloomed on her face. But this time was completely different. Mom actually said thank you. Siwoo gazed at her, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. When I asked her what she was thanking me for, she just kept repeating those comforting words. He quietly took a seat beside Siwoo, offering a mountain-like presence. I don't think Mom will visit my dreams anymore. Siwoo let out a long, shuddering sigh, looking up at the vast sky. That's okay, but honestly, I still hope she returns to visit us sometimes, right? Because she left our party way too early. 𝗚cie playfully squinted her eyes, trying to hide her lingering sorrow. But everything is fine now. Even if it's sad, I have my overpowered big brother protecting me. She scooped Blackie into her arms, affectionately nuzzling the divine beast. Siwoo merely gazed at the heavens. He suddenly wondered why he felt like an epic new story arc was approaching. I have a strong feeling that starting from 𝗚ci's next birthday, our lives are going to completely level up. As he returned to his VIP hospital suite, Siwoo smirked to himself, his inner confidence soaring. Next time, I'll be strong enough to save everyone without having to tank a devastating dungeon explosion with my bare body. A smirk crossed his face. If Hercules were here, that musclehead would have crushed the explosion with his bare hands. Suddenly, Siwoo bolted upright. Even S-rank hunters could probably pull that off. Wait a minute. I just earned a free channel subscription, right? Is it time to finally acquire a specialized movement skill? He furrowed his brows at the system screen. For crucial decisions like this, consulting the God of Strength was the smartest move. He hit send, and in a flash of divine light, Hercules materialized right inside his room. You called, Master. The demigod panted heavily, sweat dripping from his massive frame. You caught me on back day, so I'm a little winded. Siwoo blinked in disbelief. He dropped his legendary workout just to answer my summon. Good thing I helped him record that Sphinx raid video earlier. How heavy were you lifting anyway? Hercules rubbed his neck sheepishly. I've been slacking off to edit my channel's content. I think I lost some gains. I was only deadlifting 34 million tons today. Excuse me. 34 million tons. Siwoo's brain short-circuited as he did the math. Wait, isn't 1 megaton equal to the explosive force of 1,000,000 tons of TNT? Does that mean his casual deadlift generates the exact same destructive energy as 34 million tons of TNT? The sheer scale of a deity's physical stats was absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, the musclehead was happily flexing his ridiculous biceps. I probably interrupted your grind, didn't I? Nonsense. When my master calls, I answer instantly. What do you need? Siwoo's sweat dropped at the overwhelming aura. How am I supposed to relax when you're flexing like that? But fine, let's get down to business. Hercules finally stopped posing and focused. So, what's the mission? After Siwoo explained the situation regarding his free skill ticket, the demigod crossed his massive arms. Honestly, I highly advise against it. I don't recommend learning an independent movement skill. Have you forgotten? You are already inheriting my divine martial arts and within my supreme combat system. We don't just use footwork. We utilize perfect full-body synchronization. Siwoo analyzed the logic behind those words. If you forcefully equip a different movement, passive now, it will completely shatter the combat flow of the divine martial arts. Siwoo nodded slowly. Since abandoning the martial god's path wasn't an option, a standalone movement ability was off the table. However, Hercules grinned sharply. If you merely want a raw agility stat boost, that's a different story. Siwoo's eyes widened. Just a pure speed buff. Exactly. A devastating punch requires more than just arm strength. The demigod dropped some combat wisdom. Power generates from the lower body, twisting through the core and snapping off the shoulders. Every single muscle fiber must fire in perfect harmony. To truly master this explosive kinetic chain, Hercules pounded his massive chest with absolute pride. Simply put, if you acquire a buff that only drastically multiplies your velocity, it won't corrupt our martial arts stance at all. In fact, it will amplify your destructive output to god-tier levels. The realization hit Siwoo like a truck, a pure stat multiplier without forced animations, a pure speed enhancement passive. That actually makes perfect sense. With that kind of insane velocity, you might even execute the divine martial arts better than I do. Siwoo immediately waved his hands to deny such a crazy claim, but Hercules cut him off. I'm serious. Once you maximize your skill proficiency with a god's trait, it elevates your baseline technique to a completely different dimension. A chill ran down Siwoo's spine. That meant more hellish, bone-breaking training sessions were imminent. I'm genuinely looking forward to your growth. Are you really? I can't even fathom surviving that kind of workout. Pushing the dread aside, he focused on the system interface. But who exactly is the god of speed? My mind is completely blank. He glared at the glowing UI. The worst part of this system is flying blind. I can't even see the skill drop table before spending my ticket. I wish there was an undo button. Then, Hercules spoke up. Master, want a pro tip from an Olympian? You should definitely subscribe to Hermes. Siwoo's jaw nearly dropped. Wait, Hermes. Exactly. Even with my godly strength, I can't even touch his shadow. If that annoying speedster seriously decides to run. An image flashed in Siwoo's mind. Hermes, the legendary messenger of the gods from Greco-Roman mythology. Just like Hercules, he was a core member of the Olympus pantheon, but more famously known as the god of thieves. He served as the ultimate cosmic courier, solely because his movement speed defied the laws of physics. Yet, a heavy knot formed in Siwoo's stomach. Beyond his unmatched agility, Hermes was infamous for a much darker divine trait. Hercules was still grumbling in the background. Every single time he pranks me, I chase him across the realms, but I never even graze his heels. Siwoo swallowed hard. That's right, the god of deception. I don't tell lies, I merely omit inconvenient truths. Hermes' smug voice echoed in Siwoo's memory, even when Zeus unleashed an apocalyptic storm of lightning upon him. Not a single bolt connected. Evading the absolute wrath of the king of gods without a single scratch, Siwoo could only chuckle nervously at the sheer absurdity of it. If he can outrun divine lightning, his agility stats must be completely broken. Well, choose your passive wisely, master. After a tense moment of deliberation, 𝗚cie typed Hermes into the system search bar. If the strongest demigod vouches for his speed, I guess the performance is guaranteed. But a sudden terrifying thought halted his finger. Hold on. What if the RNG gives me a fraud skill instead of a speed buff? He forcefully shook his head to clear the anxiety. Screw it. Fortune favors the bold. Hercules practically endorsed it anyway. If this gacha roll ruins my build, I'm making that musclehead refund my ticket. He hit confirm. A blinding golden notification hijacked his vision. Ding! Channel subscription successfully established. 𝗚cie's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. SS Plus rank super speed. Holy jackpot. Thank the heavens it wasn't a scammer passive. But then, he scrolled through the channel's feed. What the hell? What is wrong with this content? Every single upload was just Hermes executing elaborate cosmic pranks. Prank vlog, tricking a mortal woodcutter into losing his axe. He gave him a fake golden axe and laughed as the guy cried. He even had a video titled, Trolling King Solomon with 2 fake mothers. The sheer disrespect was astronomical. Haha, he practically monetized his divine mischief. 𝗣cie, I catfished Zeus by shapeshifting into Hera. You won't believe his reaction. Ha ha ha, 𝗚cie just stared blankly at the floating hologram. Is this a god's channel or a professional scammer's archive? He sighed deeply. There's zero chance I'm gaining skill proficiency by watching these troll videos. If I want to level up this SS Plus rank speed passive, I'm going to have to grind the proficiency out in the real world. Stealing his resolve, 𝗚cie sneaked out to the hospital's quiet garden courtyard. My physical conditioning is fully recovered. A fierce grin spread across his face. It was time to test the limits of his new cheat skill. Let's see just how fast a god can run. Activate. Super speed. Even at a miserable 0% proficiency. Whoosh. Brilliant azure mana violently erupted beneath his soles. I need to calculate my current maximum velocity ceiling right now. He pushed off the ground. Boom! Like a bullet fired from a sniper rifle, he vanished from reality. When the absolute G-force finally forced him to skid to a halt, he was gasping for air. Dizzy, he surveyed his new surroundings. Cough. Since kinetic energy scales infinitely with velocity, the backlash on my flesh and bones is absolute torture. But as his vision cleared, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Wait a second. Is that a literal mountain? This towering silhouette, Mount Guanac? Don't tell me. Trembling, he whipped his head around to check his trail. Absolute disbelief washed over him. From the hospital all the way to Mount Guanac, I crossed multiple city districts in a single stride. 𝗚cie stared at his steaming legs in pure terror. This SS Plus rank super speed is an absolute glitch. Just what kind of monstrous realm have I stepped into? He pulled out his phone to analyze the system interface. What happens if my skill proficiency actually levels up? Could I somehow surpass my current godlike speed? Or perhaps gain absolute control over this overwhelming momentum? 𝗚cie eventually shoved the device back into his pocket. There was only one way to unlock that knowledge, grind that proficiency level to the absolute max. Still, he needed to heavily restrict his maximum velocity for now. He had been incredibly lucky so far. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips as devastating worst-case scenarios flashed through his mind. If he lost control and crashed into a building at Mach speed, the civilian casualties would be unimaginable. Not to mention the catastrophic destruction of the architecture. With Seoul's astronomical real estate market, he would be paying off that nightmare debt for 10 lifetimes. 𝗚cie furrowed his brows at the sky. I should restrict my super speed training strictly to dungeons. The scene shifted dynamically shortly after. He and Do-cheon stepped into the ominous depths of an unsealed dungeon. The cavern was already swarming with bloodthirsty beasts lying in wait. B-rank monsters, the demonic underworld hounds. Do-cheon trembled violently as he stared at the menacing pack. B-plus rank demonic hounds. These were the notorious abyssal beasts that had once spearheaded the catastrophic invasion of Earth. Seeing the monsters lunge forward, the poor guy screamed at the top of his lungs. Boss, watch out. The ravenous hellhounds charged straight at 𝗚cie, their guttural snarls echoing through the cave. Facing this demonic horde, Do-cheon shuddered involuntarily. Even the boss cannot possibly handle this, he thought. The hypersonic movement of the demonic hounds was pure nightmare fuel. While not quite breaking the sound barrier, their lethal velocity was practically unmatched by ordinary hunters. However, 𝗚cie instantly obliterated the first beast with a single, devastating strike. As a second hound lunged for his throat, he intercepted it midair. With raw, brutal force, he literally ripped the creature's jaw apart. Do-cheon's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated terror. 𝗚cie moved like an absolute demon of war. In the literal blink of an eye, he teleported to the next target. Trembling uncontrollably, Do-cheon desperately gripped his recording camera. What on earth? Just what level is the boss's speed? Is he actually outspeeding the hypersonic hounds? In mere fractions of a second, the entire demonic pack was completely and utterly annihilated. Standing alone amidst the carnage, 𝗚cie calmly dusted off his hands. He had single-handedly slaughtered the entire horde without breaking a sweat. Flashing a confident smile, he turned to his terrified cameraman. Did you manage to capture all of that? 𝗚cie felt a massive surge of satisfaction at his evident stat growth. His skill proficiency had successfully leveled up. Pure thrill coursed through his veins as he calculated his new limits. The absolute maximum velocity he could now achieve, combined with flawless physical coordination. Operating at those godlike speeds would feel completely natural. I was already a walking anomaly of speed. Can I truly evolve to become even faster than this? Unable to contain his rising excitement, a wicked grin spread across 𝗚cie's face. If I reach max proficiency with this awakening ability, wouldn't I straight up surpass the legendary Black Queen? He was riding a massive high, but the moment he reviewed the actual dungeon footage, his mood instantly soured. What are we supposed to do with this garbage? I am so incredibly sorry, boss, Siwoo scowled, glaring intensely at the recording device. No amount of video editing magic could salvage this blurry mess. He replayed the clip over and over again, but his brain could not compute a viable solution. It was nothing but a chaotic blur with loud whooshing sounds. Who in their right mind would stream this online? Tracking his god tier speed was clearly way beyond Do-cheon's physical capabilities. I need to aggressively grind my proficiency level, so I cannot afford to nerf my speed just for a video. He furrowed his brows, observing his completely helpless cameraman. The guy was practically sobbing in defeat beside him. Looks like he needs an extreme training montage of his own. I can force his stats to level up. He needs enough raw power to track my hypersonic movements. After all, he was an awakened hunter with an A+ potential trait. Suddenly, a rather diabolical idea sparked in Siwoo's mind. The Black Queen had once imparted a brutal philosophy. When the physical body reaches absolute exhaustion, the mind learns through pure agony. If I subject him to a relentless, unyielding hell training, his survival instincts will force his body to adapt. Just as he was plotting his minion's torment, his smartphone rang. Now, where should I even begin? Siwoo stared at the glowing screen in pure astonishment. An unknown number had sent a highly unexpected message. Greetings, my name is Park Jimin. I am the executive chairman of the 𝗚liche Construction Corporation. I received your personal contact information directly from Director Han Mina. I am reaching out to officially inform you that the highly classified building materials you requested have been fully secured and prepared for deployment, as expected of the legendary 𝗚liche conglomerate. How did they gather such insanely rare dungeon drops this fast? A thrill of pure excitement sparked a massive smile on Siwoo's face. The time had finally come to construct his ultimate guild base, but suddenly, a confusing thought halted his mental celebration. Wait a minute, did I ever actually give her my phone number? I am pretty sure I only received the corporate business card from their side. Did she secretly investigate his background through 𝗵𝗔? Shortly after, Siwoo and Do-cheon arrive at the massive drop-off zone. You guys actually managed to hunt down all of this epic loot. Since Director Han Mina issued a top priority special request, I bypassed protocol and pulled these straight from our deepest vaults. Siwoo blinked in genuine, unhidden astonishment. Wait, you just had these legendary items sitting in a vault? Even without immediate deployment projects, our guild always hoards premium materials in advance. That way, we are always prepared to initiate construction instantly. The corporate architect seemed intensely invested in Siwoo's grand blueprint. No wonder your guild's acquisition speed is absolutely broken. I was briefed on your rather bizarre request. You actually intend to construct a stronghold using absolutely nothing but monster byproducts and boss drops, correct? The architect offered a stern, professional warning. That is a highly ambitious blueprint. Utilizing dungeon-grade materials will undoubtedly grant your fortress absolute durability. However, constructing a functional, living sanctuary requires far more than just raw defensive stats. But Siwoo merely flashed a carefree, arrogant smirk. If the build fails, I will just pivot to a new strategy. What did he just say? Does this lunatic comprehend the astronomical gold cost of these drops? How could he speak of changing plans like it was a cheap game tutorial? The architect clenched his fists, trembling with barely contained fury. Do you have any idea the immense blood, sweat, and resources my guild sacrificed to gather this inventory? I am a master craftsman of the highest caliber. I can proudly swear on my professional honor that I could execute any S-rank architectural demand flawlessly. But just looking at the amateurish way this punk eyes the loot, I can confidently declare this guy possesses zero actual knowledge of architectural mechanics. However, the mere thought of Director Mina forced him to swallow his blazing pride. If this ridiculous request had come from the Iron Lady herself, now she was a truly awe-inspiring dominant figure in the industry. Despite her elite status, she despised managing from a comfortable desk. She constantly threw herself into the grueling reality of the construction zones to learn. She wore the scent of concrete and sweat like a badge of absolute honor. She proved her supreme leadership by commanding the treacherous front lines herself. Driven by his unyielding respect for his director, the architect finally sighed deeply and chose to assist Siwoo. Regardless of your crazy plans, have you ever actually crafted anything before? Nope, this is my very first time. Do not worry, though. I brought my own gear. Siwoo's ridiculously casual response immediately triggered the architect's rage gauge all over again. His blood pressure practically skyrocketed. Listen here, swinging a damn hammer around does not equal construction. This is a sacred art. It is the divine process of crafting safe havens for humanity to thrive and survive. It is about building societal foundations and contributing to the survival of the human race. He face-palmed in utter, crushing defeat. And yet, this absolute novice had crawled out of nowhere, casually stating that he was going to forge a stronghold equipped with nothing but a single basic hammer. If I do not curse this idiot out right now, I might explode. But biting his tongue, the architect realized he had zero alternative. Director Mina's orders were absolute. Your name was Hunter Siwoo, correct? He had no clue how a guy like this was connected to the formidable Director Han Mina. But considering the pure desperation in her voice when she assigned this escort mission, he turned his piercing gaze back to Siwoo. Perhaps her true intention was not just to supply the loot, but to force me to mentor this fool in the art of building. He sighed. Have you at least drafted a schematic blueprint? Siwoo hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Just a really rough sketch, honestly. Have you even analyzed the geographical terrain for the foundation? More or less? The architect's voice dropped to a dead serious, commanding tone. Architectural mastery is not a game you can just wing. To execute a flawless fortress design, your absolute first priority is calculating the elemental properties of your foundation. Based on civil engineering stats, he lectured the CEO. Environmental psychology is key. You have to check if the vibe is green, clean, and comfortable. It all depends on the ultimate quest objective. No matter how flashy the exterior of the building is, it is total trash if the user feels uncomfortable. Jae-hoon threw his hands up, totally immersed in his own lecture. Finally, the blueprint phase. Must calculate the feng shui and spiritual energy of the user. He was getting way too hyped. You must merge tech and mechanics into the design. It is a sequence of elimination, substitution, and applying true mechanics into a real building. He spun around, pointing directly at the CEO. Architecture is the ultimate peak of human progression. It seems I totally underestimated this quest. Siwoo just scratched his head, completely lost. Didn't you say you already drafted a blueprint? Yes. He casually handed the plans to Jason. Let me see. Thanks, mister. Looking at the paper, Jae-hoon sneered inwardly. Do I even need to ask? A total newbie's stats are always garbage. This is going to be a disaster. But upon closer inspection, his jaw dropped. What is this glitch? How did you map out such a complex design? Jae-hoon trembled, denying reality. Impossible. 15 years in this guild, and I have never seen such a flawless build. This blueprint shatters all industry logic. Jae-hoon stammered in absolute shock. Aren't you a hunter? I also run a YouTube channel. Is your channel about architecture? No. The content is just my hunter raids. Jae-hoon tried to cope with his shattered pride. Fine, a blueprint is just theory. It is just imagination mapped out on paper. Jae-hoon shouted, signaling the start. Let us begin the real quest. Turning imagination into a physical reality is a completely different raid. Your theory is solid, but let us see your actual stats in practice. Siwoo stretched casually. Guess I will just smash this terrain first. Boom. A devastating strike vaporized the ground. Siwoo casually dusted off his shirt. Jae-hoon lost his mind. Who demolishes a zone like that? But the madness continued. Siwoo effortlessly lifted a colossal iron beam. Is that even a human strength stat? Suddenly, a notification popped into Siwoo's head. Right, Hephaestus told me to dig first. He raised his leg and a blue dragon aura coiled around him. He stomped with overwhelming force. Smash. A massive earthquake erupted. Jae-hoon recoiled in pure terror. I am pretty sure the god meant dig, not nuke the ground. He stared at the overpowered hunter. He did not tell you to obliterate the earth. For the first time, Jae-hoon witnessed true monstrous power. He stood completely paralyzed. I know hunters have high stats, but is this even a realm a human can reach? Oblivious to the terror, Siwoo focused entirely on the build. Digging quest complete, he tossed a massive iron beam into the air with terrifying ease. Standing in one spot, he hurled the beams into position like mere darts. Yeah, I am logging out. As Jae-hoon surrendered and walked away, Yoo-jun sprinted over enthusiastically. Boss, I am here to carry. Can you move those materials for me? He excitedly ran toward the iron beam. Say less, boss, but the B-rank hunter could not move it an inch. His strength stat was way too low. Yoo-jun gritted his teeth in fury. Bring it on. Watch me lift this, or I will drain my HP trying. Suddenly, the stack of iron beams violently collapsed. Yoo-jun screamed in agony under the crushing weight. Siwoo rushed over in a panic. What happened? Why did you get crushed? He lifted the debris, clicking his tongue. What kind of B-rank hunter has such low endurance? You seriously need to grind your physical stats. Yoo-jun writhed on the ground, completely immobilized by the pain debuff. Are you injured? Let me check your HP bar. Siwoo finally realized the critical damage. Are these materials really that heavy? From his shoulder down, his entire right ribcage was completely shattered. But remembering his sidekick's passive skill, Siwoo sighed. It is not a fatal debuff. Just activate your super regeneration skill. Stop acting. Yoo-jun bawled his eyes out. I am not faking it. I can heal, but the pain debuff is still 100% real. I need a healer at the hospital. Siwoo stared blankly. Hospital? Just use your regeneration buff. I cannot do it. My joints are dislocated. If I heal now, I am doomed. Suddenly, Siwoo pulled out a needle and pierced Yoo-jun's neck. Really? You should have updated your status earlier. Yoo-jun's eyes widened in shock. My super regeneration is active. Boss, what did you just do? Siwoo gave a quick tutorial. Your physical alignment was distorted. It was blocking your mana flow. I just struck a pressure point to clear your blocked meridians. Meridian channels, basically. Anyway, I am going back to grinding the construction quest. Just lie down and recover your HP. But suddenly, Siwoo stopped. A demonic aura flared as he looked back. Hey, Yoo-jun, yes? It does not matter how many times your bones break, right? The next word sent a chill down Yoo-jun's spine. I can heal you instantly anyway. So, let us break them a few more times. Wait, what did you just say? Siwoo grabbed another colossal iron beam. Since we are already doing this, I am going to power level you. When will you ever get a VIP training session from me again? Before Yoo-jun could cancel the party, the iron beam hurled toward him. Boss, wait. Over his tragic screams, Siwoo smiled like a true villain. This is for your own stat growth. Looking at the cleared material zone, Siwoo nodded in satisfaction. I thought this raid would take 2 weeks, but we cleared it in 3 days. Behind him, Yoo-jun wailed in pure despair. He trembled, begging for mercy. Boss, please spare my life. You only took a hit to the right arm this time. Siwoo got another evil notification. Oh, I think I found a method to bypass the pain debuff. I am going to die. After surviving the extreme iron beam grinding session, Siwoo applied the healing needles. Yoo-jun sobbed helplessly. Boss, I am totally useless to this party. You are helping, and your stats are leveling up. Siwoo smiled warmly. Look at your progress. You could not even lift one before, but now your strength stat can handle 2. He was technically right. I feel my stats rising every time you train me. Seeing his disciple level up bit by bit, our main character, Siwoo, smiled with satisfaction. Though his learning curve was painfully slow, his growth rate was undeniable. Ji-jun was now deflecting massive iron beams without breaking a sweat. Even using a different training method than Han Chae-rin, he is actually absorbing the Tai Chi arts. Still, our overpowered protagonist harbored a secret worry. The SS-rank Tai Chi technique is a legendary skill that even an S-rank genius cannot master naturally. So how is a mere A+ awakener like Kim Ji-jun pulling it off? The secret cheat code lay in Siwoo's acupuncture. He had been secretly injecting his divine aura into Ji-jun's mana pathways, fully exploiting the boy's super regeneration passive skill. I practically forced the Tai Chi energy into his mortal vessel. Siwoo thought, healing his shattered bones repeatedly with my holy medical arts. But pushing past the physical limits was the whole point. Through this brutal power leveling, Ji-jun successfully evolved from a B-rank hunter to a solid B+. And the best part? The kid did not even realize he was being power boosted. Siwoo pulled out his device to check his own status window. His eyes gleamed as he scanned the system interface. My holy medical arts proficiency went up again. With his healing skill at this high tier, I can finally cure Seiya's condition. Just as this hopeful thought crossed his mind, a pathetic scream shattered the silence. Maybe I should craft a new buff potion for him. Buried under a mountain of heavy steel, Ji-jun cried out, Boss, save me. Please make it stop. Siwoo effortlessly flicked the massive iron beams away like twigs. Extending a hand to his battered disciple, Siwoo declared, I will finish building the base. Go rest. But moments later, our MC stood completely stunned by his own creation. By the hammer of Hephaestus. You call this a cozy cabin? A towering, majestic fortress now stood before them, constructed entirely by a single man's bare hands. You literally watched me build it, Siwoo deadpanned. I know, but my brain still refuses to process this. Suddenly, a cascade of system notifications flooded Siwoo's screen. Wait, my construction proficiency skyrocketed from just one build. A crazy, min-maxing idea flashed through his mind. Should I just farm experience points by building bases? I could destroy and rebuild until my mastery hits 100%, but he quickly dismissed the insane grind. Manifesting raw building materials out of thin air drained too much mana. Breaking the silence, Ji-jun chimed in. Big boss, aren't we throwing a housewarming party for this epic guild house? Siwoo blinked in surprise. A party? You just built a literal mansion. It is tradition. Siwoo rubbed his chin in deep thought. True, but who is actually close enough to receive an invitation to my domain? Wait, actually, I received a ton of support from various allies to construct this place. With a rare, genuine smile, our protagonist nodded in agreement. Your logic is flawless. Let us do it. Awesome. When is the event dropping? Calculating his quest log, Siwoo replied, I need time to prep. Let us say, 3 days from now. Ji-jun immediately threw up a salute. Roger that, boss. See you in 3 days. I gotta go tell my little sister. Siwoo raised an eyebrow. Wait, you're logging off right now. Before Siwoo could even finish his sentence, the kid bolted like his life depended on it. At least let me buy you a stamina recovery meal. I am good. Just feed me at the party. Siwoo watched his disciple's dust trail with a sigh. Why did he use a movement skill to escape? Did he think I would give him another hidden quest? Now, the real challenge, the guest list. Even if I send invites, most NPCs probably will not show up. It might just be Moon, Seiya, and me. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the corporate headquarters. Director Mina, it is Park Ji-jun. May I enter? The elegant director looked up, expecting a normal progress report. How is the construction quest proceeding? Any glitches? Ji-jun gulped nervously. Well, regarding the building phase, the entire base is already complete. Mina froze, refusing to believe the absurd claim. Excuse me? Complete? Sweating bullets? Ji-jun doubled down on the unbelievable truth. It is 100% finished. The crazy part is, he canceled our guild's construction support entirely. Mina's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How is that even mechanically possible? Are you telling me a solo player built a whole fortress? Did you not say the quest just started 3 days ago? Ji-jun frantically tried to explain the overpowered spectacle he witnessed. Director, the man has god-tier strength. He was carrying tons of raw materials with his bare hands. Watching Ji-jun panic, Mina felt her grip on reality slipping. He launched himself into the sky like a rocket, crushing bedrock as if it were soft tofu. What kind of broken hack are you even describing? Ji-jun finally bowed his head in defeat. Honestly, I do not even know what game he is playing anymore. Mina sat completely speechless. Back at the newly spawned territory, Siwoo was giving 𝗚cie the grand tour. Do you like our new safe zone? He asked softly. Her face lit up with pure joy. I love it. Is this massive place really ours? She spun around, marveling at the insane spatial dimensions. The architecture is incredible. It feels like stepping into a fantasy castle. Seeing her health and spirits so high, Siwoo's heavy heart finally melted. Hey Moon, is this not the best drop ever? I cannot believe she loves it this much. Suddenly, 𝗚cie whipped around with sparkling eyes. 𝗚𝗶𝘃𝗶𝗃. Did the system say we are hosting a housewarming event? Yes, I sent out a few party invites. Grabbing his arm, she instantly dragged him toward the exit. Then let us go. Go where? To farm ingredients for the feast, obviously. 𝗚cie stared at her in shock. You want to handle the cooking quest? Are your debuffs fully gone? 𝗚cie was a master chef, but her HP was still a concern. Flashing a reassuring smile, she replied. My stamina is fine. I can easily clear this. 𝗚cie finally noticed the healthy glow returning to her face. The elite healers at the 𝗚liche had really done their job. She looked completely revitalized. Before setting off, she happily summoned her party members. Come on, Becky, you two, Moon. Meanwhile, in the dark underworld, an absolute nightmare was brewing. Julian, the boss of the Pandemonium Guild, was practically foaming with rage. He wanted to tear 𝗚cie limb from limb. That bastard wiped out our entire soul dungeon branch. He completely derailed our grand scheme to mass-produce illegal awakeners. Years of grinding, ruined. His demonic eyes locked onto his subordinate. Where is the target right now? We have successfully tracked his coordinates, sir. Teleport me there immediately. The minion flinched in terror. Director, are you planning to enter the battlefield personally? Chasing after his enraged boss, the assistant pleaded. If you deploy now, the holy inspectors will flag your aura. The aggro is too dangerous. But Julian was utterly blinded by bloodlust. Gritting his teeth, he snarled. That rat's name is burned into my mind. Open the portal. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from the shadows. Please, allow me to take his head instead. 𝗏𝗃 stepped forward with a deadly smirk. Why draw a legendary ogre-slaying blade just to crush a low-level orc? But Julian shot down the arrogant high-ranker instantly. Your stats are not high enough to face him. To ensure a flawless critical hit, I will execute him with my own hands. 𝗏𝗃 simply flashed a treacherous, knowing grin. If the boss insists, who am I to argue? The fool had no idea he was provoking an absolute madman. He continued to run his mouth about the school faction's suspicious movements. Before the words even settled, 𝗏𝗃 stepped right behind Jugon, whispering dark secrets. What did he mean? Those Inspector Bureau hounds sure had a sharp sense of smell. But before the lackey could finish his report, a brutal punch sent him flying. I will forgive you. Jugon's eyes burned with murderous intent. For that little joke, just this once. Coughing up blood and clutching his stomach, 𝗏𝗃 frantically explained, the school is crossing the line. They are hunting for a perfect human vessel. A sacrifice for the grand resurrection ritual. Hearing that 𝗏𝗃 had set his sights on this, Jugon's expression turned pitch black with rage. 𝗏𝗃, the school tried to hold him back, but that monster stepped onto the battlefield himself. Every word pouring from 𝗏𝗃's mouth only pushed Jugon further into the abyss of madness. That is exactly why I came to you, branch manager. You are the only one with the power to stop that beast. The dark plot regarding the illegal awakener training facility was merely a stepping stone for the school's ultimate master plan. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up Jugon's spine. His high-level senses screamed that he was being watched. If the school was involved, the elite blood shadows were definitely lurking in the dark. He abruptly clamped his hand on 𝗏𝗃's shoulder. Even the mighty Myong Ji Wang fell by his hands. Jugon furrowed his brows, issuing a deadly command. You can handle this, right? 𝗏𝗃 tried to protest the unfair comparison, but Jugon's sinister mind control skill activated, leaving the puppet no choice but to obey. Leave it to me, branch manager. Meanwhile, back at the main character's base, 𝗚cie was left absolutely speechless. Good heavens! He stared blankly at the legendary feast covering the dining table. Why did you cook an entire banquet? 𝗚cie puffed out her cheeks. We have important guests coming. The spread needs to be epic. 𝗚cie sweated nervously at the overwhelming scale. Isn't this a bit too much for a simple housewarming? Better to have extra than not enough. Right on cue. Blackie trotted over with an empty bowl in its mouth. Moon, you must be starving. But remembering the divine beast's bottomless appetite, 𝗚cie had to hold back. If he let this little glutton eat now, the guests would be left with scraps. Sorry, buddy, not yet. Seeing the majestic Blackie look so heartbroken, our overpowered main character frantically searched for a snack to appease it. 𝗚cie turned her head, asking, Appa, when are they arriving? 𝗚cie checked his smartphone. I told them to come right at dinner time. They should be here any second. Suddenly, his system interface flashed bright red. System notification. Warning, an unauthorized entity is approaching. The radar pinged with approaching energy signatures, but the overpowered main character knew it was just his guests. Looks like they are here. Right on cue, the 𝗔𝗄 siblings stood before his gate. Boss, we finally made it. 𝗚cie blinked in surprise at their massive haul. Why did you guys bring a mountain of loot? It is your housewarming party. We could not arrive empty-handed. 𝗚cie stared in pure awe at the magnificent estate. Did you seriously build this entire fortress yourself? 𝗔𝗄 chimed in. Hope we did not miss the start. Not at all. Your timing is perfect. 𝗔𝗄 leaned in, whispering to his boss. Thank the heavens. My crazy sister took forever doing her makeup for you. Hearing her brother running his mouth without a filter, 𝗚ci's aura flared with terrifying sisterly rage. She swung a devastating fist. You literally said you had to look gorgeous for the boss. You little punk. Do you want to die today? When did I ever say that? Instantly shifting her murderous intent, she flashed an angelic smile. Please ignore this idiot. His intelligence stats are dangerously low. 𝗚ci could only chuckle awkwardly. The chaotic comedy scene continued. You are just beating me up because I exposed your crush. Shut your trap before I mute you permanently. Suddenly, 𝗚cie gracefully stepped into the battlefield. Hello. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you both. I am 𝗚ci's younger sister. Seyun's jaw dropped at the revelation. Wait, you are his sister? Yes, I am. But before Seyun could properly introduce herself, Joo-jun instantly stole the spotlight. So nice to meet you. This is my sister Kim Seyun, and he turned his sparkling, fanboy eyes towards 𝗚cie. And I am Boss Seyun's absolute greatest right-hand man. Kim Joo-jun, was it? Yes. Honor to meet you. Amidst the introductions, Seyun's radar locked onto a completely different target. Blackie was standing nearby, looking majestic. Oh my goodness, a puppy. She charged forward with hard eyes, but the legendary beast instantly used evasion skills to flee. It is too cute. Seyun just smiled wryly. He knew his pet's personality too well. Even Moon had run for its life meeting her. The chaos finally settled as Seyun remembered something crucial. What about Mr. Seyun? Joo-jun looked disappointed. He could not make it. He is locked in a major convention. Our main character smiled. He already called me about it. That convention must be a massive S-rank event. Seyun tapped her chin in thought. They call it a convention, but it is actually a global battle royale for the world's most elite blacksmiths. That is one way to put it, and the champion gets an epic tier reward. Seyun's eyes sparked with sudden interest. A reward for the victor. Exactly. That is why he was so fired up. He wants to showcase the legendary forging arts he learned directly from you. The more they talked, the more Seyun's excitement leveled up. The grand prize changes every single time. But rumor says Grandmaster Aelin will personally bestow the artifact. Hearing that legendary name, Seyun's gamer instincts flared up. Grandmaster Aelin himself? Maybe I should enter this tournament too. No wonder, he was so determined to win. Right at that moment, the system interface flashed red once again. Warning, another unauthorized entity is approaching. Give me 1 second, guys. Seyun casually pushed the grand doors open. Ji-yoon, you made it. Ji-yoon froze, her jaw dropping in shock. What the heck? How did you sense my presence? Ignoring her absolute bewilderment, Seyun just peeked outside to check for more auras. I have my own advanced detection skills. Are you riding solo today? Where is Auntie? Mom said she got tied up with a sudden quest and could not come. Nodding, our overpowered main character escorted her into the stronghold. What a shame. I really wish she could make it. Ji-yoon's eyes lit up. Sewa, it has been ages. Have you been leveling up well? The two girls instantly locked into a joyful reunion. I have been great. How long has it been since our last party? Over a whole year. Has it really been that long? Suddenly, Seyun turned to the host with a shocked expression. Wait, boss Seyun. Did you invite every single faction to your housewarming on the exact same day? Sue blinked, completely clueless about social norms. Was that a bad tactical move? I do not exactly have experience hosting civilian events. Seyun facepalmed at her overpowered boss's zero social stats. No, you technically can, but... How do I explain this? Ding. Unauthorized entity approaching. Hold that thought. Meanwhile, a heavy scene transition. The Inspector Bureau's elite squad was busy investigating a bloodbath. Those cursed plague-bringing bastards. Captain Taemin gritted his teeth in sheer fury. What the hell was their objective here? I never expected them to slaughter an entire settlement. Dong-gun approached with a grim tactical report. Captain, we have fully swept the perimeter. Taemin's voice trembled with rage. Are there any survivors left? Taemin ground his teeth, bloodlust leaking from his aura. Those demonic scumbags. Dong-gun then revealed a chilling anomaly about the crime scene. What did the scan show? Did you find any clues? We found something deeply disturbing. For some twisted reason, every single corpse in this village is male. Taemin's eyes widened in sheer shock. Not a single female body? Did you find any of their personal artifacts? Negative, sir. The trail is completely dead, and as you know, it is all because of Ojugon's sinister interference. The villain's name triggered a dark memory. Taemin frowned, demanding answers. We are just lucky to be breathing after that clash. Where is the Inspector General? He initiated a high-speed pursuit after Ojugon. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended. Songri materialized from the shadows. There you are, boys. Inspector General, you have returned. Taemin asked, his heart pounding with tension. What happened to Ojugon? The master investigator clenched his fists. That slippery bastard, he managed to escape my grasp. His power. It completely eclipses mine. Inspector Songjae's vision spun as he staggered forward. He gripped his bleeding head, trying to anchor his crumbling senses. Sir, are you all right? It is merely a wave of dizziness. Forgive me for showing you such a pathetic state. But as his subordinate reached out, crimson blood dripped steadily from the inspector's devastating wounds. The subordinate caught his falling body in sheer panic. Sir, I am fine. Keep this hidden from the main bureau. Despite his life-threatening injuries, Song Jae's command was absolute. If word leaks that a chief inspector fell to a mere criminal, the public will descend into absolute chaos. He trembled violently, swallowing the agonizing pain. So, I am perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the antagonist Ju-won fared no better in the aftermath. His terrified assistant rushed forward. Master, are you all right? What is the status of the school? The subordinate bowed deeply. Thanks to your divine intervention, the dark ritual proceeds without interference. Did those bureau hounds detect our grand design? Thanks to your grace, it remains perfectly hidden. Ju-won clutched the ruined, bleeding half of his face. His mind drifted to the chief inspector. This was their first true clash of auras. Yet, the rumors had woefully underestimated that monster's true combat prowess. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh erupted from his throat, sacrificing his left eye to measure the enemy's strength. It was a remarkably cheap price to pay. Cut to our main character. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗄, happily greeting his housewarming guests. 𝗏𝗃, welcome. Greetings, boss. Trailing behind him were his two younger siblings. Hurry and greet him, you too. Hello, mister. It is nice to meet you. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄's face lit up with a warm, main character smile. Welcome, everyone. Please, step inside the safe zone. The moment little 𝗏𝗃 stepped into the hall, his jaw dropped. Wow, this mansion is amazing. He eagerly tugged at his sister's sleeve. Sis, can we buy a giant castle like this too? Huh? Do you have any idea how much a place like this costs? Yeon put her hands on her hips, speaking with serious gravity. It would probably cost over 1,000 won. 𝗏𝗃 gasped in pure horror, counting on his tiny fingers. Over 1,000 won? How many fried chickens is that? He stared at 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 with sparkling eyes. Mister, are you a super billionaire? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 chuckled awkwardly. What are you kids talking about? 𝗏𝗃 flushed bright red, bowing his head repeatedly in deep apology. I am so sorry, boss. My brother is still young and foolish. Haha, it is perfectly fine. Right then, a sudden realization hit 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄. It seems our entire party roster has gathered. Uncle Pan, Kwang, and Auntie could not make it due to prior quests. With the final guests arrived, our main character guided the group deeper into his domain. Since the squad is complete, let us head to the dining hall. Still, a lingering thought troubled his mind. Would that terrifying woman actually show up? He had only sent an invitation out of basic guild courtesy. Surely, a top-tier hunter would ignore such a trivial gathering. Suddenly, 𝗚cie blinked at the empty surroundings in shock. Wait, did you seriously not buy any furniture? Well, I just finished constructing the building. I only had enough time to craft this dining table and chairs myself. You crafted them with your own bare hands? Ding! A sudden system notification flared on 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄's interface. His eyes sharpened, darting toward the front gates. Did you not just claim all the guests had arrived? They should have. But the system warns of an unauthorized entity. Outside the gates, the villainous 𝗏𝗃 scowled with venomous disgust. He spat on the ground in pure frustration. That lowly trash dared to gather a squad. Who are these extras? His subordinate quickly analyzed the situation. They appear to be his associates, sir, though their combat power levels remain unverified. Hearing this, a wicked, bloodthirsty smirk stretched across 𝗏𝗃's face. It seems that arrogant fool has no grasp of his impending doom. The subordinate's expression grew grim with urgency. Sir, if we miscalculate even a single step, this entire assassination mission could spiral out of control. Your orders. 𝗏𝗃 rolled his shoulders with chilling arrogance. What else is there to do? He cracked his knuckles, murderous aura leaking from his grin. We slaughter every last breathing soul inside. With that brutal declaration, 𝗏𝗃 commanded his death squad to mobilize. Meanwhile, back inside the safety zone, our main character was utterly bewildered. I thought you said our party roster was completely full, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 muttered back in confusion. It definitely should be, but the glowing red system panel flashing before his eyes told a different story. Warning, unregistered hostiles have breached the perimeter. Moments later, the bizarrely assembled group gathered around the wooden dining table. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 noticed 𝗏𝗃 and 𝗔𝘄𝗲𝗃 sweating bullets, their faces locked in sheer terror. The suffocating aura in the room kept everyone dead silent. Breaking the heavy tension, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 delivered a sharp, fake cough. Do something, host, she signaled with her eyes. Caught off guard, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 snapped out of his daze. Stepping up to his duties, he quickly broke the awkward ice. How about we start with a round of introductions? I shall go first. He flashed his signature, charismatic smile. As most of you know, I am the owner of this domain, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄. 𝗚cie𝗱 immediately chimed in to claim her territory. And I am his brilliant younger sister, 𝗚cie𝗱. Following the natural flow, Yeon bowed gracefully. My name is Dong-yeon. I was the daughter of the former landlord here. She smiled bitterly, though not anymore. Catching the cue, the energetic CEO stepped up next. I am Kim Se-yeon, the chief executive of our rising media guild. Her brother offered a bright, enthusiastic wave. And I am her younger brother, Kim Joo-jeon. I serve as the main combat cameraman. I directly support boss 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄's streaming operations. Next in line, 𝗏𝗃 scratched his head, completely overwhelmed by the elite company. I am the humble video editor for the World Conqueror channel. And these are my little brother and sister. The little girl puffed out her chest bravely. I am Kang Do-cheon. The boy bowed respectfully. I am Kang Do-cheon, sir. But directly across from this wholesome squad sat the absolute heavyweights. Min-jung's piercing gaze scanned the room like a seasoned veteran. I am Lee Min-jung, captain of the 4th Squad, Seoul Investigation Bureau. Finally, an icy, suffocating pressure washed over the room as the last guest spoke. I am Han Chae-ryul, Guildmaster of the SH Hunter Syndicate. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 was sweating waterfalls internally, his heart racing in sheer panic. I only sent them invites as a standard diplomatic courtesy. I never expected these S-rank monsters to actually show up. Are the city's top rankers really this unemployed? Shattering the terrifying silence, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 let out a sweet, echoing laugh. All right. The introductions are complete. Let the feast begin. Little Yeon's eyes sparkled like stars, practically drooling at the massive spread. Are we truly allowed to eat all this buff food? 𝗏𝗃 raised his fork like a weapon. I claim the braised short ribs. 𝗏𝗃 panicked, waving his hands frantically. Hey, mind your manners in front of the elites. But 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 instantly stepped in with a warm, protective aura. Let them be, 𝗏𝗃. We prepared a mountain of high-tier loot. Food, for everyone to enjoy. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗄 nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. I burned through a lot of stamina crafting these dishes. Minutes into the feast, 𝗏𝗃 let out a cry of pure culinary euphoria. This flavor is legendary. Yeon bounced in her seat, shoving a plate forward. Sis, you have to taste this magical buff. Yielding to the cozy atmosphere, Do-cheon finally relaxed his tense shoulders. Then, I will humbly accept this glorious meal. Seeing everyone dig in, Se-ah urged the high-ranking guests to join. Suddenly, CEO Se-eun clapped her hands, shifting the scene's momentum. Oh, right. It is time for the main event, the housewarming quest rewards. Joo-jun flashed a confident, knowing smirk. Allow us the honor of revealing our legendary item first. With a swift motion, he pulled a luxurious, mana-infused lockbox from his inventory. Behold, an authentic ogre tendon. Se-eun tilted her head, watching the main character's reaction. Well, does it suit your crafting needs? Siwoo's heart practically exploded with pure gamer hype. This is an absolute god-tier material, exactly what my stat build requires. I was planning to unlock my personal blacksmithing skill tree once this base was built. Yet, despite the massive system upgrades sitting before him, Siwoo's smile turned incredibly stiff. Wait, is this not way too massive for a simple housewarming gift? This market value is easily 100 million won. Se-eun immediately waved off his panic with a calm, business-like smile. True, it is a high-tier relic. But this is not merely a party gift. Siwoo blinked, his brain buffering. Then what kind of transaction is this? Joo-jun stepped forward, his eyes burning with deep gratitude and respect. This is our guild's token of absolute appreciation for saving my life in the deadly dungeon last time. You are my ultimate savior, big brother. Hearing this heartfelt confession, Siwoo felt a wave of humble embarrassment crash over him. There was truly no need for such an epic quest reward. But Se-eun shoved the precious loot into his hands. Just equip it without complaints. Now, on to the next item. Sitting nearby, little Yeon fired a playful, dramatic wink. My gift feels a bit lacking now. It's just study materials and a recommendation letter. Soa, you're heading to university soon, right? I'll help you prepare for the exams. Just keep leveling up your studies, Soa beamed brightly. Thank you, Zion. I'll give it my all. Meanwhile, Do-cheon hesitated. She looked incredibly nervous. She handed over a camera, her voice trembling. You said your old one kept breaking, so... The main character instinctively took the gift. He felt a sudden warmth in his chest. She must have remembered his complaints from his streaming videos. But her financial stats weren't exactly high. Gripping the gift tightly, Sue smiled. Thank you, Do-cheon. I'll record all my future dungeon raids with this. He then glared at Kim Yoo-jun. Don't you dare break this. Yoo-jun immediately stood at attention. Yes, sir, he shouted confidently. I will protect this camera with my very life. Right then, Min-jung lowered her head. I'm so sorry. This is my first housewarming party. I didn't know I needed to prepare a gift. I feel terrible. Hearing this, the awakened hunter Sue quickly reassured her. No gift? That's totally fine. Just having you here is a massive reward. Despite his words, Min-jung kept her head bowed in heavy guilt. Suddenly, Cheryl broke the silence with a wild guess. Wait, you're not planning to gift the interior set 7, are you? Sue's eyes widened in shock. Set 7. Cheryl quickly scrolled through her phone. Here, look at this. Taking the phone, Sue was completely baffled. What even are these? Carafe sofas? Sue's jaw practically hit the floor. What did you just say? Carafe sofas, she gasped in disbelief. Why? What's wrong? He asked cluelessly. Let me see that, she shrieked. Sewell was trembling. Oh my god. A carafe sofa and a Harry Wotton wardrobe. Are they that expensive? Sue asked, still clueless. Expensive? They cost billions of won, she fired back. The sheer scale of the price tag hit him like a boss monster's critical strike. Billions? For furniture, Sewell whispered in awe. They are incredibly rare. Carafe only crafts 10 pieces a year, and there are only 1,000 Harry Wotton wardrobes in the entire world. They are exclusive VIP items from Korea's elite 𝗚cie department store. Sue slowly turned to Cheryl. How on earth did you even buy these? Director Han Min picked them out, she answered casually. She's the manager of 𝗚cie department store, and my aunt. Sewell leaned in, totally serious. If I were you, I'd only pick one. Either the S-rank carafe sofa or the Harry Wotton wardrobe. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. But Cheryl, she tilted her head, looking genuinely confused. But all of these are gifts for you? The moment those words dropped, the entire room froze. Everyone stared at Cheryl in absolute disbelief. Min-jung flinched, looking at her with strict eyes. It took Sue a solid minute to reboot his brain. Wait, you mean ALL of it? He panicked. The wardrobe, desk, robot vacuum, fridge, washer, dryer, dishwasher, television? The cabinets, ironing board, toaster, display cases, bed, bedding, and the air fryer. She nodded casually. Yep, every single one. Hearing her confirmation, the group's jaws dropped to the floor. Sue slammed his hand against the glass table, sighing helplessly. The SH group really is built different, gifting a whole VIP catalog for a housewarming party. The wealth gap in this world is insane. Wait a minute. A terrifying thought flashed through Sue's mind. Is this a dowry? Is Han Charon's aunt misunderstanding our relationship? Why is this misunderstanding leveling up so fast? Sue forced a laugh. Whatever. Let her think what she wants. Later, he was taking a casual stroll. Suddenly, a system alert blared in his head. Ding! Unauthorized entity invasion detected. Sue froze in his tracks. Wait, what? A trespasser? But the system window kept flashing. Ding! Massive magic power detected. Switching to emergency mode. Before Siu could even react, absolute chaos erupted. "What the hell is this?" he yelled. The building across the street suddenly exploded. At that exact moment, 𝗵𝘄𝗻's gang rolled up. The villain looked up, smirking evilly. "That bastard's got a pretty sweet house." 𝗵𝘄𝗻 narrowed his eyes at the glowing building. He let out a dark, arrogant chuckle. Without a second of hesitation, 𝗵𝘄𝗻 gave the order. "Smash the door down." "Yes, boss," a thug shouted confidently. He grabbed the door handle and yanked with all his might. But suddenly, the thug's entire body began to tremble violently. "What the hell are you doing?" 𝗵𝘄𝗻 growled in annoyance. "Be boss." "It's not." The minion stuttered. The villain's patience hit zero. "You worthless pieces of trash, and you call yourselves members of the Chaos Guild." Gripping his weapon tightly, 𝗵𝘄𝗻 swung it back with explosive force. "Get out of my way." But 𝗵𝘄𝗻 suddenly stopped. He glanced around cautiously. If they caused too much noise, the S-class inspectors would swarm the area. A wicked smile crossed his face. "I just need to finish this hidden quest before they arrive." A thick cloud of dust rose into the air. 𝗵𝘄𝗻 stepped forward slowly. "Let's end this quick," he commanded. But right then, his subordinates stared in absolute terror. "Be boss." "The door." 𝗵𝘄𝗻 scowled, clearly irritated. "What now?" he snapped, looking back. His arrogant eyes locked onto the entrance. "It's completely intact." Seeing the undamaged door, panic started creeping into the villain's mind. What kind of overpowered defense is this? Right then, Minjung slowly stepped outside. Her voice was as cold as ice. "Committing such a brazen crime in a residential area? You've got some nerve." The thug stared at her in sheer terror. Lee Minjung. 𝗵𝘄𝗻's eyes widened. "Lee Minjung, boss." The thug panicked. "That's the infamous butcher inspector of Seoul." The villain gritted his teeth in rage. "Why the hell is that monster here?" Minjung lowered her gaze, her aura leaking out dangerously. "Low-level trash wouldn't dare pull a stunt like this. You must have a specific target to come here." She slowly raised her head, her voice echoing with commanding authority. "You're from the Chaos Guild, aren't you?" Just then, Yoo-jeon peeked outside. "What's going on out here? Do we have more guests?" But 𝗵𝘄𝗻 wasn't looking at him. His eyes were locked in pure shock. "You're Han Sharon?" Standing right there was the real Han Sharon. 𝗵𝘄𝗻's face drained of all color. "Why is 𝗚cie here?" A cold shiver ran down his spine. "That's the heir to the 𝗚H group." The thugs cautiously backed away. "Boss, what do we do?" 𝗵𝘄𝗻 cursed viciously in his mind. "Damn it. Messing with Korea's elite 𝗚H group is a death wish. But we've crossed the point of no return." His eyes went bloodshot as he roared. "Leave Han Sharon alive. Slaughter the rest." The assassins drew their blades and charged forward like a swarm of monsters. Meanwhile, Yoo-jeon just stood there blinking in total confusion. Wait, what is even happening right now? Right at that moment, Minjung blocked her path and instantly countered the attack. She screamed at the top of her lungs. "These are the villains from the Chaos faction." "What did you just say?" He was completely baffled. "Chaos? Why is a dark guild spawning here?" Her expression turned grim. "There is no time to explain." Without a single second of hesitation, Minjung rushed straight at the enemy mobs. She stomped hard on the ground, launching herself high into the air. Hovering in the sky like a high ranker, she gripped her blade. With zero hesitation, Minjung slashed down, instantly executing one of the grunts. Witnessing this absolute bloodbath, Joo-jeon was completely stunned. Good heavens. Back to Minjung, her blade danced as crimson blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Joo-jeon turned his head. Cheryl was wielding her sword with terrifying precision. Her eyes overflowed with killing intent, wiping out the mob enemies in a flash. Piercing through the pitch-black night, the screams of the dying echoed. 𝗵𝘄𝗻 glared forward in sheer annoyance. "These useless, low-level trashes. You cannot even handle 2 players? Fine then. It has been a while since I gained some combat experience." Suddenly, a massive pillar of fire blasted toward Minjung. She barely raised her sword to block the incoming magical attack. After a tense moment, the smoke cleared. 𝗵𝘄𝗻 clicked his tongue. "Oh, you actually managed to block my attack? I guess your combat stats are not completely useless after all. Let us test your limits." He scraped his foot against the ground. In an instant, 𝗵𝘄𝗻 swung his staff wildly, taunting his prey. "Can your health points survive this one?" 𝗵𝘄𝗻 let out a maniacal laugh. "Is the difficulty level too high for you?" Looking at Minjung's agonizing expression, the villain was thrilled. "Have you reached your mana limit already? Entertain me a little more." Watching this desperate boss raid, Joo-jeon muttered in absolute panic. "I have no idea what is going on, but those villains are trying to raid his house. Even Cheryl is struggling against their high stats. If I knew this would happen, I would have equipped a shield. What should I do now?" Suddenly, Joo-jeon's eyes widened in realization. A rattling sound echoed from inside the house. He immediately bent down. He grabbed a heavy wooden table. He stared down at it. This is the item the main character crafted. Using this as a defensive gear should work, right? Suddenly, Seon called out from inside. Her voice trembled as she asked Joo-jeon, "What kind of event is happening out there?" Joo-jeon warned her with extreme urgency. "You absolutely cannot step outside. Do you understand? Stay in the safe zone." Back to the battlefield, Cheryl was coldly overpowering the enemy mobs. Right at that critical moment, Joo-jeon charged in using the table as a shield. He let out a fierce battle cry. 𝗵𝘄𝗻 immediately locked onto his new target. The villain sneered at the low-level player. "What a pathetic mob." 𝗵𝘄𝗻 mercilessly swung his weapon at Joo-jeon. "Get lost." Joo-jeon collapsed, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. His attack power is way too high. 𝗵𝘄𝗻 suddenly dashed forward. Joo-jeon panicked. Since when did his speed stat spike? He frowned in pure terror. "He is too fast. I cannot dodge this." In that brutal second, the villain mercilessly sliced off Joo-jeon's arm. Seeing this, Minjung immediately spun around. 𝗏𝗃 was beating him to a pulp. The villain grumbled, "You are disrupting my combo." With a cold glare, he launched 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗲 high into the air. But the combo was not over. 𝗏𝗃 reached his hand toward the falling boy. Die. He spun his staff mid-air, casting a deadly ring of fire. Just then, Cheryl stomped the ground and leaped. High in the air, sparks flew as two weapons clashed. 𝗏𝗃 glanced at her and chuckled. "You blocked that? Not bad for a zero-tier skill and a decent weapon." His voice suddenly dropped into a sinister tone. "But your level is still way too low. Acceleration S- rank." This passive skill made him an executioner, a top-tier class of the Chaos Guild. It did not just buff his physical speed and vision, it overloaded his hormones, supercharging his brain's processing power. With his metabolism maxed out, the world around him went into slow motion. Everything moved at a pathetic frame rate. 𝗏𝗃 calculated his next strike. Pushed to the absolute limit, he could casually break the sound barrier while walking at a normal pace. Everything in existence, except for himself, moved like sluggish snails. I am the only one who can move freely. In this frozen dimension, I am the absolute god. Suddenly, a system error seemed to hit him. What the hell is this? His body began to violently tremble against his will. A terrifying chill crawled up 𝗏𝗃's spine. His survival instincts were ringing like a max-level alarm. His passive death sense was screaming at him. If I do not dodge right now, my health points will drop to 0. Right behind him, a blinding flash of light ignited. Sensing the fatal aggro, 𝗏𝗃 slowly turned his head. A terrifying flame manifested before his eyes. It flared up and violently detonated. 𝗏𝗃 was blasted backward. He was utterly shocked. What is this glitch? My evasion stat is maxed out, yet I still got hit? Impossible. That makes 0 sense. In this domain where I rule like a god. Just then, a plastic bag hit the ground. 𝗏𝗃 stared in utter disbelief. Ice cream. Sue bent down, reaching for the fallen items. He clicked his tongue. My ice cream is ruined. The overpowered main character glared at the villain. What kind of mob boss are you? He looked around in utter confusion. What kind of chaotic event is this? From the sidelines, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 poked his head out, his voice trembling. Boss. Sue stared down at 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 in absolute shock. Why are you using a dining table as a shield? And where the hell is your left arm? Okay, I think I understand the quest scenario now. The real question is, what is their guild name? Minjung immediately gave the status report. They are criminals from the Chaos faction. Hearing this, Sue's aura turned demonic. Chaos? I thought I gave you a warning. Standing before Sue's overwhelming pressure, 𝗏𝗃's avatar completely froze. Sue basically roared, I told you to never spawn in my territory. Standing under the night sky. Sue slowly turned around. His gravelly voice echoed like a death sentence. I distinctly remember giving you a warning. Sue's killing intent grew overwhelmingly heavy. You are not allowed. In that terrifying second, the main character's eyes glowed crimson. His voice was dripping with a boss-level menace. To ever show your faces near me again. Witnessing this absolute monster, a terrifying chill ripped down 𝗏𝗃's spine. A single thought hijacked his brain. System warning, this kid is definitely Sue. 𝗏𝗃 vaguely recalled a past warning. You cannot win this boss raid. Even the high-ranker Myung-ji-won was wiped out. Do you really think you can handle his stats? A flashback played in his mind. Sue suddenly teleported forward, instantly landing a devastating critical punch, snapping back to reality. 𝗏𝗃 slowly forced himself up. He gritted his teeth. When I heard Myung-ji-won got logged out, I knew your level was abnormally high, but you are going to regret this. You should have killed me with your first strike. 𝗏𝗃 sneered, drawing his 1-meter staff with absolute arrogance. Welcome to the one-particle realm, where time flowed at a terrifying 1.96 seconds. As the devastating fist hurled toward his face, 𝗏𝗃's muscles tensed. He calculated with godlike superiority. In this domain, I alone rule. Only I have the speed stat to move. But right as Sue's knuckles grazed his cheek, the trajectory shifted. A brutal punch sank deep into the villain's gut. Instantly, a fountain of crimson blood erupted from 𝗏𝗃's mouth. The combo was not over. Eyes burning with absolute fury, the main character surged forward again. Panic shattered the villain's arrogance. Impossible. How is he moving inside my absolute time domain? Do not tell me. Did he tear through the very fabric of my high-speed world just to enter? 𝗏𝗃's eyes widened in sheer terror, desperately rejecting the thought. Ridiculous. Yet, he was already backed against the wall. There is absolutely no way. Pushed to his limit, 𝗏𝗃 channeled all his aura, swinging his staff at Sue. In a flash, two explosive energies violently clashed. When the dust settled, the villain was left coughing violently, his face smeared with fresh blood. His trembling hands gripped the staff in pure desperation. Chaos swallowed his mind. I blocked it perfectly. Where did this overwhelming shockwave come from? At that exact second, Sue stomped onto the battlefield. The entire dimension violently trembled. Without a single word, the overpowering presence stepped closer, sending bone-chilling shivers down the villain's spine. It makes no sense. Is my supreme domain truly failing to keep up with his speed stat? In a blink, Sue materialized right before him, eyes radiating pure, terrifying murderous intent. 𝗏𝗃 frowned in absolute despair. What the hell is this? It is not just his speed, the sheer weight, this overpowering aura. I am completely helpless. The branch manager was right all along. I am utterly outclassed. In that heart-stopping fraction of a second, raw fear completely consumed him. No, I am actually going to die here. Reading the fatal warning from his instincts, only one cowardly thought remained. I must escape. At any cost. Do-cheon unhinged his jaw, unleashing a desperate, blood-curdling roar. Across the battlefield, Cheryl's eyes widened in sheer confusion, while Min-jung instinctively spun toward the deafening sound. What kind of monstrous level is this? Joo-jin was left utterly speechless, his jaw dropping as his eyes completely failed to track the blinding speed of their clash. Can this one-sided massacre even be called a battle? Back to the villain, his battered body was ruthlessly blown backward. Do-cheon stared at the main character in sheer horror. You absolute freak of nature. How are his stats still rising? Pushed to the brink, the villain decided to gamble everything. I will break my own speed limit. Let us go all out. Clenching his fists, he unleashed an earth-shattering roar that shook the heavens. Meanwhile, our overpowered hero dashed straight for him, as a blinding pillar of energy suddenly slashed through the crowd. Suddenly, 𝗚ci's god-tier momentum slowed. His fists remained tightly clenched as he tilted his head toward the sky, an unfathomable rage boiling deep within his soul. So you treat your own subordinates like trash. Exhaling a heavy, terrifying sigh, the very atmosphere around him glitched. In a heartbeat, the sky was painted in an apocalyptic blood-red hue. His eyes had already shifted into a sinister, glowing crimson. Behind him, the party desperately cried out his name. Min-jung's anxious voice pierced the air. "Sue, do not kill him." Hearing her plea, Sue responded with bone-chilling calmness. "I know the quest rules, but I make absolutely no promises, because right now, even I cannot control this newly awakened power." Piercing Do-cheon with a deadly glare, a sudden revelation flooded the main character's mind. Up until this very moment, I only invested my stats into pure speed. I unknowingly chained myself to the basic concept of movement, but after analyzing this trash's skill, I have achieved a system breakthrough. I can evolve the very concept of speed, accelerating every single physical capability to an absolute god-tier level. The ultimate conclusion hit him. With this buff, I am practically a god. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted the system command. Skill unlocked, break the boundaries of speed. Erase all self-imposed limiters. Evolve the SS rank super speed concept. As the system accepted his command, the moonlight above flared with divine, blinding intensity. The lunar glow cascaded down, as a mystical night breeze shook the very foundations of the earth. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the universe shifted. From our normal 24-hour reality, to the realm of 1.48 seconds. The system authority activated. Everything warped into slow motion, freezing even sound waves in midair. Then came the one-particle realm, the territory of 1.96 seconds. A hyperspeed dimension accelerated to its absolute, unimaginable maximum limit. The forbidden zone that no mere mortal could ever breach. But in that supreme silence, 𝗚ci's eyes snapped open. His mind rapidly calculated the Hermes speed trait. If this is the authority of a god, he muttered. 1.75 seconds. Welcome to the 𝗔𝗄𝗸𝗲𝗄 realm. His glowing eyes instantly locked onto his prey. Target acquired. The pathetic villain was desperately sprinting away, but suddenly glanced over his shoulder in pure dread. In a reality-bending flash, 𝗚ci teleported right behind him. His voice dripped with icy mockery. "Game over. I caught you." Trembling in absolute horror, the villain choked out. "You, monster." He desperately swung his weapon, but a devastating blast of aura struck him head-on. Do-cheon was brutally launched into the air, screaming in agony. Moments later, our overpowered hero casually rolled his wrists. Checking his system interface, a smirk crept up his face. A single level up boosted it by a massive 8.9%. That is insane. A thrill of pure excitement rushed through him. Is this massive stat boost because I successfully unlocked the 𝗔𝗄𝗸𝗲𝗄 realm, which means I finally have total control over my supreme speed abilities. This passive skill will definitely prevent friendly fire, he chuckled softly. To think this is only 10% of my maximum output, simply overpowered. Legend says that when Hermes sprints, not even the Black Queen can catch him. Now I fully understand that lore. Snapping out of his thoughts, he noticed Min-jung approaching his location. 𝗚ci's gaze shifted to the unconscious villain, his expression turning painfully bored. "Well, my quest is complete." I reluctantly dragged this half-dead trash back from the brink. Hearing his casual report, she offered a stiff, awkward smile. "You really carried this raid, thank you." Instantly, his imposing aura faded, replaced by genuine, heartfelt gratitude. "No, you deserve the MVP title, Miss Min-jung. Thank you for holding the front line while I was away." Watching her, 𝗚ci could not help but analyze her stats. She is a high-tier bodyguard, so she must have cleared deadly survival missions like this countless times. Her mental fortitude is definitely maxed out. With a reassuring nod, he spun around to check on the party. "Status report, Joo-jun. Are you still breathing?" The boy scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. "Yes, sir. My HP is stable." 𝗚ci smiled, noting the system's recovery buff. "Good. It looks like your hands debuff is fully cured too," he concluded. 𝗚ci slowly turned to check on Cheryl. Physically, her stats seemed fine, but the mental debuff was obvious. This was her first time experiencing such a bloodbath. He glanced down, knowing the trauma was severe. Slaying monsters was one thing, but taking human lives? The psychological toll was completely different, especially for a rookie. Han Sharon was hailed as a rare genius, always acting like an emotionless android. Shielded by the massive SH group, her immense talent blinded everyone. They forgot she was still just a kid. She was young, barely crossing the threshold of adulthood. 𝗚ci sighed heavily. His simple housewarming quest had turned into a nightmare raid. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Thank you, Miss Cheryl." She blinked, completely caught off guard. Sioux chuckled inwardly. She looked just like a startled baby deer. He made sure to express his gratitude. Without her awakened abilities, the party members would have taken critical damage. But as long as the Chaos Guild was involved, these deadly encounters would keep spawning. If the pressure drops your HP too low, just walk away. Sioux advised her gently. Retreating from a high-level zone is a valid strategy. His piercing gaze locked onto Cheryl. His philosophy was clear. Fighting to break your limits is incredible. But sometimes, avoiding the battle entirely is the true path to a flawless victory. Even ancient scholars knew this truth. Choosing not to engage is never the same as surrendering. It is a tactical decision opening up a different route to level up. A true martial artist doesn't need to fight every mob to gain EXP. Siu's aura suddenly shifted. His voice dropped into a heavy, commanding register. Do not force yourself to conquer everything. Never let your emotions hijack your system. As she stared at him in awe, Siu delivered the final truth. No matter what raid we face, your safety is the ultimate priority. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively grasped her wrist. A heartbeat later, Cheryl's pale face lit up with a soft, radiant smile. Thank you so much, she whispered. Siu found himself completely captivated. A subconscious smile graced his lips. And Cheryl simply lacked the harsh flames of combat experience. As long as her spirit didn't shatter against these towering difficulty walls, then one day, she would undoubtedly awaken as a transcendent hunter who could conquer any dimensional rift. So until she reached max level, keeping her safe was the sacred duty of her mentor. Besides, I am looting 10 billion won a month for this escort quest. Siu laughed heartily to himself. So I should be the one thanking you, Charon. Shortly after, the Hunter Association inspectors arrived, and the chaotic party was forced to clear. Fortunately, the NPC guests had all logged out safely. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. Siu looked down, genuinely impressed. Those Chaos Faction grunts could not even breach the front gate. With Minjung, Charon, and Jujun holding the front line, Becky didn't even have to unleash her power. He felt immense gratitude, but the guilt of dragging them into this PvP zone weighed heavily. Meanwhile, Minjung urgently questioned Han Shu. Have we finished scanning their IDs? The subordinate nodded sharply. Yes, Captain. All targets are confirmed members of the Chaos Faction. Every single one has an active bounty. The female inspector beside them froze. Wait, this mob is still breathing. What should we do with him? Terman did not hesitate for a microsecond. What else? Execute him. Siu's facial muscles completely froze. The female inspector sighed, expecting nothing less. Terman remained chillingly indifferent. If we let him respawn, he will just trigger another massacre. Leaving him alive only guarantees innocent casualties. It is far better to stay in our own hands. The female inspector chimed in. The captain agreed to this protocol anyway. Terman simply grunted in agreement. So that is how it is. Siu forced an awkward smile. Now I understand why the association inspectors earned the title of butchers. Just then, Min Jung turned to report. The mini-boss you captured, Mr. Siu, is Buck John. He is an elite enforcer of the Chaos Guild. If possible, can we take custody of him? We need to verify his exact stats and identity. Siu agreed without a second thought. Be my guest. That is the association's main quest line anyway. I deliberately spared his HP so you guys could do your jobs. At that exact moment, Terman stretched his arms, utterly unbothered by the carnage. Man, all this slashing makes me crave a massive pork cutlet. The female inspector instantly agreed. Let's make that our lunch buff today. Siu felt a drop of sweat roll down his neck. He had planned to solo this mess, but handing the loot over to the pros was definitely the right call. Then, he cast a sharp glance over his shoulder. Oh, by the way, if you manage to track down the Chaos Guild's hidden dungeon, send me the coordinates. Minjung's eyes widened with intense curiosity. Sharing intel with you is fine, but why the sudden interest? In a flash, Siu's entire demeanor darkened. He ground out every single word with lethal intent. I need to show them exactly what happens when they ignore my warning. Siu's fists clenched with explosive aura. Minjung hesitated for a fraction of a second, then accepted the hidden quest. Understood. And regarding your housewarming gift, how about we schedule daily patrols around your safe zone? Her squad instantly stared at her in shock. Han Zhu stammered nervously. Captain? Siu side-eyed the confused party members. Is that really okay? He immediately sensed a glitch in the system. It looked like the squad hadn't agreed on this route. You shouldn't abuse your administrative privileges for personal favors. Minjung declared with unyielding confidence. Patrolling a designated zone is a core inspector mission, the residence of a registered hunter. In Seoul falls perfectly under our branch's jurisdiction. Siu offered a wry smile. Technically true, she quickly added. Plus, you are currently a high-priority target for chaos. It is our sworn duty to cast a protective shield over citizens in the danger zone. And just like today's encounter, we might finally catch the tail of the Chaos Guild's main force. Siu lowered his head, processing the strategy. He nodded with a knowing smirk. So basically, if I act as bait, you guys get a free pass to hunt the Chaos Guild? That is your master plan, right? Minjung didn't even try to hide her smirk. Pretty much. And more importantly, she stared directly into Siu's soul. Consider it your official housewarming reward. Seeing her resolve, he politely accepted. If you put it that way, I had absolutely no reason to refuse. Honestly, I was overwhelmingly grateful. Sure, I just built a brand new shelter. But the defensive system was still lacking. It could block low-level intruders, but completely eliminating them was impossible. Having Becky here eased my mind, but what if a boss-level threat appeared? Regular patrols from the Hunter Association would guarantee the shelter's absolute safety. And keep 𝗚liche safe, too. Taking a breath, 𝗚cie respectfully shook Min-jung's hand. I am leaving this in your guild's capable hands, Inspector. At that exact moment, her usual cold demeanor melted into a radiant smile. No, Hunter, I should be the one thanking you. 𝗚cie blinked in pure shock, so the Ice Queen actually knew how to smile. Turning back to her elite squad, Min-jung issued a swift command. We will wrap up the dungeon break cleanup right here. Hearing that, a soft grin escaped 𝗚cie's lips as he watched her work. But suddenly, his expression twisted in pure agony. Gritting his teeth, 𝗚cie stared down at his violently trembling hands. Damn it, feels like every bone is completely shattered. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. 𝗵𝗃, the severing 𝗤𝗃𝗸𝗃𝗃 from the Chaos faction. That bastard's combat stats were terrifyingly high. Far beyond 𝗵𝗃, the despair 𝗤𝗃𝗸𝗃 he defeated last time. The power gap between their ranks was like heaven and earth. Just a single tier difference in the system, yet the combat power scaling was absolutely insane. That spear 𝗵𝗃 hurled during his escape. And I actually blocked that lethal blade with my bare hands. Thank the gods for my SS rank superhuman strength. Otherwise, my arms would have been sliced clean off. If that strike had landed properly, it would have been an instant game over for me. Chaos will definitely send higher-level assassins for revenge. Enemies with stats dwarfing even 𝗵𝗃. 𝗚cie clenched his trembling fists, a burning frustration rising in his chest. Is this my absolute level cap? I can't keep clearing stages barehanded. It is time to craft some high-tier equipment. Humans lack razor-sharp fangs, and our natural defenses are pitifully weak. The only way to level the playing field is weaponry. Wood harder than nails to pierce armor, stones tougher than bone to shatter skulls. By exploiting external resources to boost our stats, humanity completely dominated the natural leveling system, hunting down apex predators that once seemed like impossible boss raids. In the end, mankind climbed to the very top of this brutal evolutionary server, breaking free from the food chain to become the ultimate high-level players. You could say human history itself is built on the endless upgrading of legendary weapons. Yeah, that is exactly right. Staring at the blazing forge, 𝗚cie pondered. What item class should I craft? A heavy gauntlet is the optimal choice. He analyzed his current skill tree. It perfectly synergized with his close combat martial arts. Without a doubt, for my SS rank Hercules martial arts, I need gear that massively buffs physical damage. Having made his choice, 𝗚cie's eyes burned with determination. Gauntlets it is. He pulled out the core crafting material, the exact same A-rank giant goblin tendons he used last time, but there was one massive difference. His SS rank divine alchemy skill. His current proficiency level was insanely high, nearly 6 times stronger than his beginner days. Same base materials, but a completely different tier of output. Raising his heavy blacksmith hammer high, 𝗚cie roared with burning passion. Let the crafting quest begin. Bam! He smashed the hammer onto the glowing magical steel, one hand gripping the white-hot material, the other bringing down a storm of furious strikes. Refining and tempering the core elements, pushing his mana to find the perfect point of fusion. Suddenly, a golden system notification popped up. Crafting successful. Stats have heavily surpassed expectations. 𝗚cie carefully inspected the iron-plated gauntlets. Tier 0? Are you kidding me? He gasped in awe. His mind raced with the market value. A top-tier consumable gauntlet once sold to the Hansung Guild for 4 billion won. If the system graded this as an absolute tier 0, wouldn't this easily fetch over 10 billion won at the auction house? Should I sell it? No, wait, my gold inventory is perfectly fine right now. Muttering excitedly to himself, he slowly slid the gauntlet onto his right hand. Let us test the equip stats. 𝗚cie's eyes widened in pure amazement. The ergonomics are insane. It feels lighter than air. Crack. A web of horrifying fractures suddenly spider-webbed across the metal. 𝗚cie froze, pure panic flashing across his face. In a split second, the legendary gauntlet shattered into a million pieces. The color drained from his face as his jaw dropped. Wait, what the hell? It turned to literal dust, he screamed in despair. That was 100 million won worth of materials. Did the crafting system glitch? Why would a tier 0 item break like glass? Was the item durability bugged? 𝗚cie trembled violently from head to toe. The giant goblin tendon is the core channel for its immense magic power. It is supposed to be one of the toughest materials in this server, designed to withstand an A-rank boss's brute force. So why did it fail? Suddenly the system interface lit up. A horrifying realization struck him like a critical hit. Could it be? The A-rank materials cannot handle my SS rank Hercules superhuman strength? Which means I need to farm materials from an S-rank tier or higher. 𝗚cie's brain went into overdrive, calculating the impossible odds. Are there even mobs on Earth with a higher strength stat than an A-rank giant goblin? After a moment of dreadful silence, his soul completely left his body. There are none. I am doomed. Is there any boss monster capable of tanking the power of Hercules? Wait a minute, does that mean the original Hercules could not equip any gear either? No, that is not accurate. The lore proves otherwise. His most famous legendary item was the Nemean lion helm. The beast's skin had an impenetrable defense stat, making it completely immune to physical damage, so Hercules spammed a continuous guillotine chokehold for 30 straight days in a pure battle of stamina. I am not sure if the myth is 100% accurate, but the boss finally died with its internal organs completely crushed. Snapping back to his current reality, 𝗚cie stared up at the dark ceiling, a crazy glint appearing in his eyes. Only the indestructible scalp remained to be crafted into a helm, just like the legendary system intended. To craft gear capable of withstanding my overpowered stats, I'd need materials on the level of the mythical Nemean lion. Yeah, right, like that's just lying around. Wait a second. Even if the system spawned one, how would I even hunt a boss like that? Am I cursed to fight barehanded for the rest of my life? They say with great power comes great responsibility, but this is ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Why is the forge still burning at this hour? It was Mr. Pan Guang. He blinked in surprise at the sight of 𝗚cie standing there. Are you crafting new gear? 𝗚cie turned around, his face pale with sheer defeat. I tried, but my stats completely shattered the durability. Pan Guang's eyes widened in pure shock. Shattered it? 𝗚cie stared down at the ruined gauntlets, looking entirely heartbroken. Mr. Pan Guang, I think my level is too high for normal equipment now. Never mind, it is nothing. Seeing the young hunter's despair, the veteran blacksmith offered a warm, awkward smile. I don't know exactly what system penalty you hit, but maybe this will lift your spirits. Take a look at my latest creation. With a swift motion, Pan Guang presented a stunning weapon to 𝗚cie. The protagonist turned, his eyes locking onto the blade. You forged this sword yourself? Internally, 𝗚cie was absolutely blown away. As expected of a master craftsman, his base stats were already incredible, but now, he actually perfectly integrated the divine forging techniques of the constellation Hephaestus that I taught him. A genuine smile spread across 𝗚cie's face. This is top-tier work, Mr. Pan Guang. The older man nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. Curiosity sparked in 𝗚cie's eyes. Did you get a commission from a high-ranking VIP? Is this for an S-class hunter? Pan Guang immediately shook his head. No, this is my display piece for the upcoming global convention. A convention? 𝗚cie blinked, the gears turning in his head until the hidden lore clicked. Ah, the World Blacksmith Summit I heard about in passing. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of 𝗚cie's mouth. You are entering this masterpiece into the summit? He chuckled softly. This event must be a much bigger questline than I realized. Pan Guang nodded with absolute conviction. Exactly. It is the most prestigious crafting tournament on the entire server, though honestly, if you entered, the champion title would be yours without a doubt. Hearing this, 𝗚cie pointed at himself in total disbelief. Wait, could I actually trigger that quest? Pan Guang hesitated, waving his hands. Well, hypothetically. To formally register, you need official membership in the Global Blacksmith Association. You need verified crafting licenses, dozens of bureaucratic documents, and most importantly, an officially awakened production class talent. Overwhelmed by the massive requirement list, 𝗚cie let out an awkward, defeated laugh. Yeah, that questline is completely locked for me. A wave of embarrassment hit him. Forget about having a dedicated production class system. My official profile literally shows 0 crafting skills, but right at that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Oh, right. I heard there was an epic loot drop for the winner. Is that true? Pan Guang instantly nodded. It is, but I am not grinding this hard for the item. It is purely for the honor and reputation. Besides, the ultimate reward for this tournament is completely useless. Even though it was personally offered by the legendary Grandmaster 𝗚cie, 𝗚cie's brain practically short-circuited at that revelation. Wait, what? An item dropped by a legendary Grandmaster is considered trash tier? How is that even possible? What exactly is the final boss-level reward? The veteran blacksmith answered with one word, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃. 𝗚cie blankly repeated the legendary name, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃, the divine metal discovered after the 5th Industrial Awakening. Because its durability stats are literally maxed out, it is deemed completely indestructible. Its only known state is raw ore, because no one has the stats to process it. After a moment of rapid calculation, 𝗚cie sighed. You are right, that is completely useless, no matter how divine the item grade is. If it cannot be crafted, it is just a high-resolution piece of trash. An unforgivable metal. Rumor has it that even Grandmaster 𝗚cie lacked the required level to smelt 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. Unable to contain his burning curiosity, 𝗚cie bluntly asked. Then why would the Grandmaster offer an item he cannot even equip or craft as the ultimate prize? Pan Guang let out a booming, hearty laugh. That is exactly why I said it is purely for the flex. It is a symbolic trophy. Hearing this, 𝗚cie crossed his arms, his mind entering overdrive. A global summit where the highest-ranking craftsmen in the world gather. I have no data on the crafting levels of international players, but with the insane stats of this blade, Mr. Pan Guang actually has a solid chance of clearing this event and taking first place. Hold on a second. An indestructible item with infinite durability. A god-tier material that no mortal blacksmith on this server can process. That is exactly why the lore refers to it as. In that breathtaking fraction of a second, an absolute revelation struck him like lightning. The metal of the gods. I have already witnessed the secret formula for smelting 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. The divine weapons forged by the constellation Hephaestus were made entirely of that exact metal. If I use the SS class divine crafting skill, I might actually be able to break the system limit. No, there is no maybe about it, I definitely can. Hephaestus literally spammed the creation of mythic tier gear using pure 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. If I can just secure that loot drop. No, I absolutely must acquire it. But my character class is banned from entering the tournament. Am I really just going to abandon this hidden quest? What if I log in under his name as a proxy? No, his honor level is too high, he would never accept a carry like that. But wait, what if I buff him and guide him to the championship myself? After a long, tense moment of plotting, a thrilling surge of adrenaline coursed through 𝗚cie's veins. He called out, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Mr. Pan Guang, before we go any further, how about we form a little party and make a trade? Cut to the blazing forge, where Pan Guang was hammering away at the anvil, while 𝗚cie stood entirely in boss mode, barking orders. No, Mr. 𝗵𝗃, your technique is completely off. You have to follow the natural grain of the mana. That is the only way to max out the attack power and durability. Sweating bullets, the veteran hastily adjusted his stance. You mean, like this? He brought the heavy hammer crashing down with explosive force. 𝗚cie practically facepalmed, groaning in frustration. Come on, watch the flow of energy. The kinetic force is scattering everywhere. Aim right at this exact pixel. He stepped in, meticulously micromanaging the veteran's movements. No, shift your hitbox slightly inward. Can you not see the critical strike zone? 𝗵𝗃 looked completely lost. Not at all, 𝗚cie sighed deeply. That is because you are still relying on your physical eyes to read the stats. The complex system jargon sent 𝗵𝗃's brain into an absolute tailspin, his face scrunched up in pure confusion. If not my eyes, what the heck am I supposed to look with? 𝗚cie tapped his temple, revealing the ultimate cheat code. Your aura. You have to use your absolute senses to read the hidden pathways of the metal. My aura? That is way too high level for me. It only feels like a boss fight because you haven't unlocked the muscle memory yet. If you were just an NPC or a normal civilian, I wouldn't even waste my stamina trying to teach you. But you are a fully awakened hunter. Stop doubting your stats and just try it. Here, grip the hammer. Can you feel the mana pulsing? 𝗵𝗃 focused deeply. I think I can read a faint signal. Perfect. That is phase 1 of the awakening. Now, you need to strike this exact coordinate with maximum output. Maximum output. How much force are we talking about? 𝗚cie held up his hand, calculating the exact damage multiplier. Around this much. Boom. An overwhelming burst of divine aura erupted from the forge, blinding everything in sight. 𝗵𝗃 screamed over the roaring energy. That is literally S-class power. How am I supposed to replicate those stats? Seeing the sheer panic in the veteran's eyes, 𝗚cie quickly patted his shoulder to cancel his fear debuff. Hey, do not panic. We just need to grind the repetition until you level up. For now, just initiate the first strike. Reinvigorated by the main character's coaching, 𝗵𝗃 grabbed the hammer, his spirit reignited. Alright then, let's see if this old dog can learn a new skill. Channeling every single drop of his awakened mana, he brought the hammer crashing down like a meteor. But the system stayed completely silent. Seeing this, 𝗚cie smirked. Uncle, drop that hammer. It is time to start your real leveling quest. The older man blinked in pure shock. A training quest? Why so sudden? 𝗚cie just chuckled. If you want to unlock the hidden skill I am offering, you must boost your base physical stats first. Hearing this crazy requirement, Uncle Kwang rolled his eyes and replied, Are you crazy? We have less than 7 days left until the main guild seminar begins. Even with grueling physical training, how much more stamina can an old man like me gain? 𝗚cie sighed, explaining the buff effects once more. 𝗚cie, just drink this special stamina potion I crafted. Your fatigue stats will vanish instantly. The old blacksmith blinked in disbelief. Wait, what do you mean? The blacksmith guild does not test for performance-enhancing buffs, right? After a moment of hesitation, 𝗵𝗃 dropped to the floor, grinding out push-ups. He pushed his physical limits to 𝗚cie's relentless counting. 1, 2. Inside 𝗚cie's exclusive domain skill, the old man finally earned a single gulp of water. He drained it in one breath, his aura flaring up again. 𝗚cie stood like a strict dungeon master. Mana breathing is crucial, but do not overthink the flow. Just focus on the muscle memory for now. But the pressure of 𝗚cie's spatial domain was overwhelming. The veteran collapsed under the insane leveling requirements. And so, this hellish hidden quest continued. The ultimate training montage dragged on for 7 grueling days. 1 week later, 𝗵𝗃 turned to 𝗚cie, his eyes blazing with absolute triumph. It is finished. The ultimate masterpiece is finally complete. Gripping the newly forged blade, even 𝗚cie was left in sheer awe. This craftsmanship is legendary. The hilt molds to my grip perfectly, as if it were a soul-bound weapon. Hearing the system-level praise from his master, the old blacksmith's confidence soared. The hilt is woven from the facial muscles of a doppelganger. 𝗚cie's mind instantly raced, analyzing the monster's lore. A doppelganger is a high-ranking shapeshifter, capable of mimicking any target perfectly. I extracted its mimicry skill and forged it directly into the hilt. It passively alters its shape to match the user's exact hand dimensions, infusing a monster's innate skill into gear. That was an alchemy technique far beyond normal human limitations. 𝗵𝗃 bowed with deep respect. I have leveled up more under your guidance than in my 25 years of forging. This single week of secret arts was worth more than a lifetime. 𝗚cie smiled warmly, incredibly proud of his elderly disciple. In just 7 short days, 𝗵𝗃 had shattered his own level cap. But this explosive awakening was not a miracle. It was the 25 years of foundational grinding that made this sudden evolution possible. Even with flawed techniques, he had unwittingly practiced the divine blacksmithing art. Confucius once spoke of the 4 noble plants: plum, chrysanthemum, orchid, and bamboo. Among them, the bamboo takes 5 long years to mature. Yet, during that agonizing wait, its roots spread silently in the unseen depths. Then, after 5 years, the sprout finally breaks the earth. It pierces the heavens in a mere 5 weeks. So, did it grow in 5 weeks or 5 years? It took 5 years of silent endurance. A true master awakens in the exact same way. As 𝗚cie recalled the ancient teachings of his past lives, the truth resonated deep within his soul. Even if the experience bar barely moves, even if the world mocks your low stats, pouring your entire spirit into your craft eventually forges an unbreakable foundation. Snapping out of his philosophical monologue, 𝗚cie scratched his head awkwardly. I I just gave you a few quest hints, that is all. The stat boosts are all thanks to your own grinding. Yet, Pan Guang showed zero arrogance despite forging an epic tier item. I speak the truth, thank you, Master. Siwoo nodded with a confident smirk. This artifact is more than enough to conquer the upcoming forum. Now, we leave the final judgment to the system. Meanwhile, in Paris, France. Inside the breathtaking Palais Garnier, the legendary blacksmith forum was underway. This was the ultimate gathering, a sacred battleground where the world's highest-ranking crafters clashed over theories and artifacts. The hyped-up announcer took the center stage. Let the main event of the 51st Blacksmith Forum commence. The first artifact to be unveiled today is crafted by the renowned Grandmaster, Antonio. The massive audience erupted in whispers, their eyes widening at the legendary name. Grandmaster Antonio? Is he not the undisputed #1 blacksmith of Italy? On stage, the announcer dramatically pulled away the velvet cloth. Behold, the epic-grade sword, Dragon's Breath. The moment the crimson blade was revealed, thunderous applause shook the hall. As expected of a Grandmaster, his stats and weapon design are unmatched. Wow. Did we just find the S-rank winner on the first try? But suddenly, a cold, piercing voice shattered the hype. Garbage. Absolute trash, the crowd gasped. Who dared to insult a Grandmaster's work? Looking down from the VIP balcony, Master Alchemist Aurelian narrowed his sharp eyes. The arrogance in his gaze was heavy enough to crush bones. You dare call this pathetic toy a masterpiece? The audience shuddered. It was the undisputed alchemy sovereign, Aurelian. Someone bravely shouted back, but calling it trash. Is not that going too far? He is Grandmaster Antonio. After all, how could he publicly humiliate another high-ranker's creation? As the defender tried to argue, Aurelian coldly cut him off. To achieve that cheap, crimson glow, the blade's surface was chemically dyed. Paint fades too quickly, but this primitive method absolutely destroyed its durability stats. Sure, it kept some flexibility, but one clash with an aura user and it shatters like glass. If he wanted true elemental crimson, he should have farmed the bones of a red-boned dragon. Or at least a red wyvern. Aurelian's sneer grew wider, absolutely dismantling the Italian's reputation. Farming those drop items is not even a high-tier raid. So, avoiding those materials means only one thing. His crafting level is too pathetically low to refine monster bones. And what is with this useless dragon motif? Does that gaudy hilt offer any stat boosts? Is it meant for actual combat? Or just to flex in a display case? If it is just for show, then it belongs in the trash bin. He waved his hand in disgust. This one is garbage. That one is a waste of mana. Unrecyclable trash, all of it. Having nuked the entire forum, he turned to leave. Well, maybe this one is decent. As a one-time disposable item. The announcer's face drained of color. Trembling, he forcefully moved to the next item. Next up, an artifact by a Korean blacksmith named Pan Guang. Its name is. It does not have a registered name. Aurelian scoffed, about to interrupt again. Let us just call it unnamed gear, the audience murmured, sensing something incredibly strange about the blade. But suddenly, Aurelian froze. His two walking canes clattered to the floor. He began gasping for air. His voice trembled, stripped of all its previous arrogance. This sword, who in the world forged this system-defying artifact? Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, a terrified scream echoed through the halls. What did you just say? The alchemy sovereign is coming to Korea. Why am I only getting this alert now? The lower-ranked staff bowed desperately. Sir, Master Aurelian just triggered a sudden quest to visit us. A sudden visit? Even if it is a random event, what the hell are we supposed to do? Jong-gu's face darkened with stress, his mind racing as he demanded answers. Why exactly did he come to Korea? The assistant bowed his head deeply. I am not entirely sure, sir. Then when exactly is his expected arrival? His flight just landed at Incheon Airport. Hearing this, Jong-gu slammed his hands onto the desk. What did you just say? Panic completely overtook his face. Cancel every single appointment on my schedule today. Right now. But sir, you have a crucial meeting with Assemblyman Kim Sang-kyu today. Jong-gu snapped his head around, pointing a trembling finger at his subordinate. Do you seriously think some politician is more important right now? He roared with absolute authority. No more excuses. Cancel everything. As long as Master Aurelian remains on Korean soil, my schedule remains completely empty. Without another word, he stormed out of the room. Meanwhile, at the absolute pinnacle of human existence, the greatest achievement a mortal can reach, the S-rank hunters. An elite faction comprising only a handful of superhumans worldwide. In South Korea, only 6 individuals hold this title, and right now, an A+ rank monstrous beast, the white ape, stood amidst the ruins. The massive creature charged at Seo-jun, roaring with bloodthirsty intent. Yet, the hunter remained perfectly composed. Surging magical aura erupted from his body, attempting to suppress the beast. The white ape resisted, howling even more ferociously. Seo-jun simply pushed up his glasses with a calm smirk. So, this monkey is completely immune to lightning magic? Refusing to back down, the monstrous ape unleashed its wild fury. It lunged forward, slamming a devastating punch right where he stood. Observing its fearless reaction, Seo-jun's mind raced. Total lightning resistance. Huh? Let us test something else. With a casual snap of his fingers, the very atmosphere shifted. Droplets of condensed mana rained down, before instantly igniting into a roaring inferno. Engulfed in raging flames, the colossal beast crashed violently to the ground. Without batting an eye, Seo-jun muttered, looks like it has zero resistance to explosions. Or perhaps, just no defense against shockwaves. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from behind him. Did you really have to overkill it so loudly? You do realize a burnt corpse drops absolutely zero valuable loot, right? The one speaking was none other than S-rank hunter, Ha-rin. 𝗄𝗎𝗲 turned his head, glancing at the mountain of slaughtered monsters trailing behind her. As expected of you, he praised. Absolutely flawless. One clean strike to the head every single time. Anyway, Ha-rin, did you catch the breaking news? She raised an eyebrow. What news? Grandmaster Aurelian has officially entered South Korea. Hearing this name, Ha-rin's expression darkened. Why would someone like Grandmaster Aurelian suddenly visit this country? 𝗄𝗎𝗲 shrugged casually. I am not entirely sure myself. I just overheard the rumors before arriving at this gate. I do not know the exact details, but it might have something to do with Han Chae-rin's new gear. Ha-rin's voice dropped, laced with undeniable tension. What is so special about her anyway? Why is the entire Hunter Association obsessed with Han Chae-rin? She is nothing but a rookie. She is not even awakened to S-rank yet. 𝗄𝗎𝗲 chuckled softly. Everyone has to start somewhere, you know. It is not like you were born an S-rank hunter from day one either. Ha-rin shot him an icy, deathly glare. Are you seriously taking that little girl's side right now? No. I am merely stating facts. Are you feeling an inferiority complex? Me? Inferior to Han Chae-rin? Do you honestly think I am intimidated by some brat? Are you sure? Because you definitely sounded like it when you complained before. Did the fact that she received a custom weapon from Aurelian wound your pride? Okay, that part is actually annoying. Why would the Grandmaster forge a masterpiece exclusively for her? So you do feel overshadowed. Provoked by 𝗄𝗎𝗲's relentless teasing, Ha-rin's eyes blazed with intense frustration. How is that being overshadowed? It simply pisses me off. It is infuriating to watch a divine tier item be handed to a completely undeserving rookie. It makes zero logical sense. Observing her defensive and explosive reaction, 𝗄𝗎𝗲 struck the final nerve. So, it boils down to pure jealousy and envy, huh? Realizing he was pushing his luck, Ha-rin sharply changed the battlefield of their conversation. Oh, then are you jealous of you, Hana? The public constantly compares you too, since you are both elite mages. Caught off guard, 𝗄𝗎𝗲 could only offer an awkward, self-deprecating smile. Honestly, I think Hana is completely out of my league. Does admitting that count as jealousy? Ha-rin let out a massive, exhausted sigh. Good grief. I can never hold a normal conversation with you crazy mages. I am leaving. Do not bother following me. Without a backward glance, she waved dismissively and vanished into the shadows. Left alone amidst the monster corpses, 𝗄𝗎𝗲 murmured to himself. Is she secretly rushing to find Grandmaster Aurelian? Actually, it is probably not just Lee Ha-rin. Every single S-rank hunter in the nation is likely hunting for his exact coordinates right now. Should I join the chaotic race too? Scoring a custom magic staff from him would be legendary. Scene transition. Deep within the SH Hunter Guild's underground training facility, Han Chae-rin was pushing her limits. She launched a relentless barrage of deadly strikes directly at Shiwu. Watching her absolute killer intent, Shiwu's eyes narrowed sharply. That was dangerously close. Refusing to hold back, he instantly activated his counter technique. Boom! Two catastrophic torrents of aura collided midair. Yet, Chae-rin proved to be an overwhelmingly terrifying opponent. She fiercely pushed forward, unleashing her ultimate hidden card, the Supreme Pinnacle, double S-rank Taiji Arts. In that split second of life or death, Shiwu miraculously evaded the fatal blow. Without missing a beat, he channeled devastating dark mana to crush her defense, the double S-rank Dark Extreme Demonic Power. The sheer force blasted Chae-rin backward like a broken doll. She slumped to the ground, entirely motionless. Seeing the catastrophic impact, Shiwu's heart skipped a beat. Chae-rin, are you okay? I am fine, she gritted out. Let me see that. Guilt washed over Shiwu as he examined her injury. I am so sorry. I did not mean to unleash that much power. Her collarbone was not shattered, but the swelling was horrific. Her final desperate strike was so brutally lethal, it forced my body to instinctively trigger the demonic power. Even though I pulled the punch at the last millisecond, the recoil damage must be agonizing. Seeing his deep concern, Chae-rin turned her head away proudly. I said I am fine. Besides, I was attacking with full intentions to kill you. Hearing her bold confession, Shiwu let out a dry, helpless laugh. Because I completely annihilated 𝗄𝗶𝗃𝗶𝗲 last time, she firmly believes that no matter how hard she strikes, she cannot actually end my life. Talk about blind, terrifying faith. Having a once-in-a-millennium combat genius hurling fatal ultimate skills at my throat is absolutely exhausting. But then again, this deadly sparring session is my 10 billion won per month tutoring job. I guess I have to endure it. Ding. Suddenly, the glowing blue system window materialized in his vision. Status indicators skyrocketed. How fascinating, Chae-rin whispered under her breath. Shiwu gave her a massive side eye. You do not look fascinated at all. Yet, internally, his mind was blown. My skill mastery just leaped by a massive 3%. Just from surviving one single clash. The experience gain is equal to dismantling and reassembling 𝗔𝗄𝗲𝗲's limbs 1,627 times. Is this insane growth rate entirely because of her martial god physique? The human body is a microscopic cosmos. Every individual carries an entire universe within their mortal vessel. Accordingly, certain chosen beings are born with unique physiological blessings, widely known as innate physical attributes. Among humanity, extremely rare anomalies enter this world with heaven's defying potential. The extreme yin body, the extreme yang body, the three calamities vessel, the absolute overlord physique. The 5 elements core, the lunar shadow vessel, the 4 divine beasts body, and the heavenly demonic physique, yet reigning supreme above all these legendary prodigies, the singular entity known as the martial god physique. A flawless vessel perfectly harmonizing every single universal energy. The only physical constitution capable of enduring the destructive backlash of the supreme Taiji arts. The realization hit Shi-Wu like a freight train, cold sweat drenching his back. No wonder she wields the supreme Taiji arts with such terrifying precision. She was literally born as the incarnation of the martial god, which means healing 𝗗𝗄𝗏 is equivalent to fixing a divine weapon itself. Just studying the human anatomy is a massive quest in itself. Sue pulled out his silver acupuncture kit, preparing to heal the wounds of an S-rank prospect. Grinding hard is great, Cheryl, but dropping your HP to 0 is a rookie mistake. Speaking of which, he asked, when exactly is your S-rank advancement quest? She rotated her shoulder, sighing softly. Exactly 1 month left. It was the most explosive topic within the Korean Hunter Association, the absolute powerhouse of the SH Guild. Han Cheryl's ultimate promotion trial, would she finally break the ceiling, becoming the nation's 7th S-rank awakened. Between the recent housewarming chaos and the looming exam, her relentless grinding was becoming terrifying. Her determination is top tier, Sue thought, but her mental state is completely redlining. He gave her a stern warning. Don't catch a physical debuff before the big day. But she probably wouldn't listen anyway. Healing session complete. Suddenly, Cheryl's eyes locked onto his. Do you want to party up and come with me? Sue blinked, entirely caught off guard. Wait, accompany you to the rank-up exam. Master Aurelian is arriving soon. A cold sweat broke out across Sue's back. Why would the legendary blacksmith suddenly enter this zone? Ding! A system alert flashed. Passive skill. Zhuge Liang's intellect S+ activated. The puzzle pieces slammed together. The blacksmith convention, he cheered inwardly. Did that crazy old man actually clutch the win? But wait, my 𝗚𝗄𝗃𝗶𝗃𝗶 can't be graded yet. It's only been a few days since we shipped the item. An official system appraisal takes 2 entire months. If the Grandmaster is coming to see Han Cheryl, he must be doing a pre-raid gear check, inspecting her weapon before the S-rank trial begins. Facing Cheryl's hopeful invitation, Sue casually waved his hand. I'll pass. You go ahead without me, Master Blacksmith, absolute crafting legend, whatever. I literally possess the SS rank divine blacksmithing skill. Going there would just drain my daily stamina. Scene shift. The heavy scent of fresh blood filled the air. 2 figures stood in a completely wrecked room. A sinister smirk curled on a man's face. So, Master Aurelian has entered the board? This was Chuck, the S-rank annihilator, the absolute menace of the Chaos Faction's Korean branch. Meanwhile, outside the SH Hunter Guild headquarters, a VIP stepped out of a luxury sedan. Cheryl bowed respectfully. It has been far too long, Master Aurelian. How is your vital energy holding up? The old man let out a booming, arrogant laugh. An artisan's health stats are completely irrelevant. Decades pass, and your aura remains unchanged, sir. We've prepared a massive banquet for your arrival. Cheryl froze as the old man raised his hand. Skip the feast. My stamina is already full. More importantly, his eyes flashed with an intense, terrifying light. What is the meaning of this? He unsheathed a blindingly radiant blade. His voice dropped to a deadly serious tone. Bring me the one who forged this absolute masterpiece. Let's rewind a bit to Siu's daily grind. Since upgrading his base camp, his daily quest log was pretty standard. Filming content for YouTube, speedrunning dungeons, crafting epic gear from monster drops, and surviving Hakin's brutal hell mode training. Just a normal hunter's life, he thought. Thanks to this insane grinding schedule, his channel, The Craftsman, was exploding. 177,885 subscribers. Siu stared at the system window, grinning like a madman. His A-rank dungeon speed run video had gone totally viral, achieving absolute mainstream fame in just 1 month. And I uploaded that right after my B-rank awakening. He scrolled through the explosive comments section. Bro, if you just grind raids, anyone hits level 8 in 2 weeks. Another user fiercely replied, Are you blind? Who clears a boss room in exactly 3 seconds? Siu counted his total dungeon clears. Honestly, it's a miracle my editor kept up with my agility stats. He chuckled to himself. Diego definitely earned a massive gold bonus for this. Rumor had it, he even unlocked an official fan guild now. The 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗶𝗃 Club, or whatever they call themselves. Siu stretched his aching muscles, analyzing his current status. The channel's revenue is hitting new peaks. I'm literally inches away from A rank, and Hakin's death camp training is actually buffing my stats. He let out a long, exhausted sigh. Now, my main quest is forging my own legendary gear. That old man better win his tournament. Ano was his masterpiece, so the win rate is high. But RNG can always ruin everything. Wait, it's already 4 in the afternoon. He hasn't logged into the workshop today. Must be completely out of mana from the training. I just hope he didn't permanently damage his HP. If he shows up, I'll cast my S+ divine healing on him. But first things first, should I grind some EXP for my divine blacksmithing proficiency? He opened his inventory to check the raw materials. Honestly, farming these drops was an absolute nightmare. Transporting and storing this loot drains way too much stamina. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before his eyes. A new system prompt appeared. Siu stared at it, his mind racing with possibilities. An infinite inventory system would be god tier right now, something like a spatial pouch, but my crafting tree doesn't have the blueprint for it. A spatial pouch isn't just a physical equip item. It requires high-tier dimensional magic. It's literally a pocket universe connected through a wormhole. A completely separate dimension hidden from their reality. This type of magic bends the absolute laws of physics. Even Hephaestus, the god of blacksmiths, couldn't forge one. Spatial manipulation is strictly locked behind the Grand Mage class. Siu stopped dead in his tracks, a crazy theory forming in his head. Wait, my S plus Hermes speed. It already passively amplifies my physical damage output. Hekin literally stated that this power is a force that completely shatters human limits. Meaning, if I channel divine power into my strikes, the raw output gets multiplied exponentially. So, what happens if I apply that same broken logic directly to my crafting skills? Siu's eyes widened with sheer thrill. If I can imbue dimensional magic directly into the forge, could I actually craft an infinite inventory bag? The success rate isn't zero. I just need to unlock a new elemental attribute, something that can synergize with my SS rank, Divine Blacksmithing. He frantically scrolled through his smartphone. Which mythology tree should I invest my skill points into? To buff an SS rank skill, I need absolute overwhelming power. Ding! A massive revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. He let out a loud gasp. The Egyptian pantheon, the goddess of magic, Osiris' wife. The great mother of Horus, the goddess of magic, Isis. With her absolute divine authority, she possessed more than enough power to support the god of blacksmithing. But I needed to figure out the exact magical attribute to extract. I racked my brain but drew a blank. Should I consult Hercules? No. Terrible idea. That musclehead only knew how to utterly destroy magic. Better check out 𝗚ci's video channel first. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps shattered his deep concentration. He turned his head and blinked. Han Sharon? What was she doing here? But wait. An incredibly formidable presence stood right beside her. It was none other than Master Alan. The main character frowned in sheer confusion. Why were they both at this humble forge? The legendary blacksmith looked exactly like his broadcast appearances. Charon stepped forward, utterly baffled. Why are you here? I work here, he replied deadpan. Really? Realization suddenly flashed across her gorgeous features. Ah, right, you mentioned it back when you inspected my S-rank dungeon gauntlet. Our hero simply nodded in quiet confirmation. Yeah, I did. He quickly shifted his gaze toward the legendary artisan. Setting Charon aside for a moment, why was Master Alan gracing this workshop? Master Alan spoke with deep reverence. I wish to meet Master 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. The protagonist's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The old man, out of nowhere? Seeing his dumbfounded reaction, Charon quickly chimed in. He says Master 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃 is the one who forged this magnificent blade. The pieces of the destiny puzzle finally clicked. Right. Master Alan was the chief judge for the blacksmithing workshop. To think he traveled all the way to Korea just to visit 𝗚ci's forge, bringing the masterpiece with him. This could only mean one epic thing. The old man actually won. Finally, I can forge equipment capable of withstanding Hercules' double S-rank power using 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. It was time to craft some legendary gear. Snapping out of his glorious fantasy, he smiled awkwardly. But the old man is not in today. He is currently unavailable. Is there any way to meet him? Charon swiftly translated the master's desperate plea. He wants to know if there is any possible way. Our hero immediately fell into deep thought. His mind raced through the tactical options. The old man was feeling under the weather. But 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃, I should let him rest. But 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃, this is a special case, right? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. This will be a legendary milestone for him. And sweet 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. Greed overpowering his conscience, he grabbed his phone. I will call him right now. He says he will be here shortly. Oh, thank the heavens. Master Alan expressed his deepest gratitude. Feeling quite accomplished, our hero turned away, grinning like a sly fox. The moment I get my hands on that epic 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃, the crafting begins. But while waiting for the old man, I should probably finish 𝗚ci's video. He fired up the magical stream. Restoring it is not difficult at all. He chuckled at the bold claim. Even the legendary physician Hua Tuo would say one wrong move means total ruin. Could she really fix something so delicate? On screen, the divine entity began her introduction. Dear viewers tuning into this stream, I am 𝗚cis, the goddess of magic. Are any of you experiencing physiological dysfunctions? The protagonist's face instantly drained of color. Seriously, do ancient myths always have to cross these wildly inappropriate boundaries? The magical deity continued unabashedly. Physiology is a sacred life-giving force. There is absolutely zero reason to feel shy or avoid the topic. Losing that sacred vigor is a devastating debuff for both men and women alike. Honestly, my husband completely lacked in that department, so I understand your crushing sorrow perfectly. All because some random fish in the Nile ate Osiris's. You know, I got absolutely zero action from my man. Our hero's jaw practically hit the floor. He stared at the screen in wide-eyed horror. Greek and Roman myths are a total mess 5 minutes before a disaster. Norse mythology is 5 minutes after the disaster. But Egyptian mythology, it is a living catastrophe every 5 minutes. My head hurts just thinking about it. Suddenly, 𝗚cis struck a dynamic pose, beaming with pride. So, I took matters into my own hands and crafted a brand new one for my husband. Just like this, she slammed her divine staff into the ground. What on earth was she doing? Was this some sort of ancient Egyptian sacred ritual? But right after planting the staff, the goddess began aggressively shaking her hips. She was fully doing the viral internet dance, bouncing side to side and shooting finger hearts right at the screen. Our hero screamed internally. Where did an ancient goddess learn that? No, seriously. What exactly is being buffed here? Following the cursed dance break, Isis unleashed a massive wave of magic, levitating a giant cactus into the air. Her sheer magical output was undeniably terrifying. Yet, after witnessing the bizarre spectacle, he slumped in his chair. What in the world did I just watch? Is this really something a sane person should be viewing? Regardless, one fact remained crystal clear. Isis possessed the divine ability to add highly specialized attributes. To enhance literally anything, she could probably even imbue spatial magic into my gear. If she had the power to recreate Osiris's lost organ from scratch, then this was entirely within the realm of possibility. Let us check out her channel membership fee. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance as someone barged into the forge. Panting heavily, Jong-gu burst into the room. Is Master Alan really here? The doors flew wide open, and a sweaty 𝗚cie𝗱𝗸𝗲𝗃 rushed in, gasping for air. I cannot believe the legendary Master Alan is actually standing in my workshop. This is unbelievable. Alan greeted him with a warm, radiant smile. I have been dying to meet you. And congratulations on dominating the blacksmithing workshop. Pang Wang blinked in utter confusion, scratching his head at the foreign words. I have no idea what language he is speaking. Charon quickly stepped up to translate. He was eagerly anticipating meeting you, Master Seal, and he congratulates you on clearing the workshop event. The old blacksmith looked like he had seen a ghost. Me? I actually won the competition. Standing off to the side, our hero smirked triumphantly. So the old man really pulled it off. Time to get back to my own main quest. He scrolled through his phone screen. Let us see. Membership fee. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. His face completely froze. 4 billion won? Zhang Sanfeng's channel only costs 2 billion. This is literally double the price. He stared at the screen in pure disbelief. Is this number even accurate? Checking his status window, he realized he only had 8.4 billion left. Time to calculate the monthly cash flow. First, the income. 10 billion from tutoring Han Charon, around 300 million from crafting gear, and a measly 8 million from YouTube. Grand total, 10,308,000,000 won. Now, for the brutal expenses. 3.3 billion here, plus 17 million won there. So the total monthly operating cost sits right at 3.3 billion and 170 million won, leaving a clean net profit of 6.9 billion and 907 million won. Well, I definitely have enough to subscribe. That sweet allowance from Han Charon. Tutoring fee is truly a lifesaver. It perfectly funds my leveling journey. Alright, let us lock in this subscription. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen and secured his new magical upgrade. Siu froze completely. 4 billion won. Not 400 million, but 4 billion. His hands trembled as he calculated the sheer absurdity of the cost. A normal family of 4 could live comfortably on 3 million won. This amount, it could fund their entire existence for 111 years, and this was just the monthly fee. Mountains of cash would vanish with a single tap. Plus, adding his other system channel memberships, his monthly drain hit a staggering 7.1 billion won. Cursing his brutal fate, Siu finally bit the bullet. The system interface glowed brightly. Notification. You have successfully subscribed to the Isis channel. He squeezed his eyes shut in pure agony. When he finally opened them, the chilling ping of the system echoed. 4 billion won, gone every single month. This is absolute madness. Suddenly, a golden alert flashed. Reward acquired. SSS rank skill. Reality manipulation. Siu gasped in shock. What on earth is this? This was no ordinary buff. Reality manipulation was a divine cheat skill. It allowed the user to warp their immediate surroundings entirely at will. At higher mastery, it could rewrite the very laws of the universe, using pure mana to bend reality itself. An SSS rank ability was truly terrifying. Considering the legacy of Isis, it made perfect sense. She might be a forgotten deity now, but in the ancient era, her influence was absolute. Regardless, he needed to grind his proficiency level immediately. The system offered 2 paths. The first was consuming trait-related content. His eyes widened. Did he really have to dive back into the demonic realm? Facing cosmic horrors beyond the abyss? Absolutely not. That suicide mission was instantly rejected. One wrong move, and his sanity would shatter. It could even corrupt his SSS rank mental fortitude. Siu took a deep breath, steadying his resolve. That left only one option. Clenching his fists with a confident smirk, he decided, I will just have to level it up through actual combat and crafting. Time for a test run. Let us forge the spatial bag he originally planned. The system flared to life, activating his S+ rank knowledge. Spatial magic engaged. The core principle was simple, reaching into the void to retrieve items. If he could just warp reality to forge a dimensional pocket, he would not need physical gears. That should be enough. Staring at the swirling mana in his palms, Siu sighed. Brute force would not work. It all depended on his reality manipulation level. The cosmic blowback could multiply the mana cost exponentially. In the worst-case scenario, the user's very existence could be erased from the world. Reduced to absolute nothingness. What a massive headache. He needed to craft a physical pouch first, just to anchor the dimensional concept in his mind. To store his epic loot, since this was his first time sewing, should he check a tutorial? Shaking his head, he pushed forward. Whatever, let us just craft it. Wasting points on a tailoring stream was pointless. Nobody cared about the aesthetics anyway. Durability was king. Meanwhile, Master Alan examined a blade with deep reverence. The raw destructive power of this sword, its perfect balance, while maintaining lethal sharpness. But above all, the grip was an absolute masterpiece. It leaves me utterly breathless. The Dwarven Master realized the hilt actively morphed to fit its wielder. How could such mythical craftsmanship even exist? Alan fell into deep thought. Master 𝗤𝗏𝗏𝗏's blade is undoubtedly top tier, but I too could forge a weapon of this caliber. No, I could forge something even greater. However, that adapting hilt remains a mystery, a grip that reads its master, changing its very structure for perfect synergy. Honestly, I traveled all the way here just to uncover this secret. Pan-Wang smiled humbly. I infused it with the facial muscles of a doppelganger. The translator relayed the shocking truth. Alan's face twisted in sheer disbelief. Doppelganger tissue? The master blacksmith was struck by lightning. You mean to tell me you successfully bound a monster's active skill into the steel? Wait a minute. Is that even scientifically possible? Ever since monster byproducts were introduced to the alchemy and forging systems, the metallurgical world experienced a massive revolution. Monster parts offered godlike durability over normal ores, but extracting their living skills was a dead end. Physical traits like extreme hardness remained after death, but the monster's unique magic, that was impossible to forge into equipment. Their aura dissipates the moment they die. It cannot be harvested, unless this man is a god of blacksmithing. Alan demanded answers. How did you trap a monster's soul skill inside a weapon? The translator echoed the master's desperate curiosity. He begs to know your secret. How did you achieve this legendary fusion? Pan-Wang puffed out his chest and pointed into the distance. I learned this sacred art from artisan 𝗚cie over there. The revelation hit Alan like a warhammer. He learned from that mere rookie, let alone possessing the skill to instruct a master like Pan-Wang. That kid does not even have the aura of a blacksmith. Alan felt deeply insulted. Are you mocking my pride right now? The translator flinched. Master Alan asks if this is a joke. Pan-Wang chuckled deeply. I did not believe it at first either. But look, he is currently crafting something. Let us observe his technique together. Alan narrowed his eyes in suspicion. I do not understand this anomaly, but Master Pan-Wang must have a reason. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. It seems the boy is attempting to forge. The absolute law of blacksmithing is extreme heat and heavy strikes. That is the only way to purify the dark iron. Yet, he is just standing there, staring. He lacks even tutorial-level knowledge. What a farce. Suddenly, a massive hammer strike shattered the silence, followed by a blinding flurry of explosive blows. Alan gasped. Wait, is he intentionally initiating a cold forge? Hot forging is the standard meta for enhancing raw materials. It makes shaping intricate designs child's play. But extreme heat sacrifices microscopic precision. For a true cold forge, the legendary ore must be superheated just past its breaking point. The critical threshold where its physical stats completely mutate, shifting from a raw state into something profoundly different. And instantly snap-cooled precisely below the deformation limit. That is the exact moment the metal's soul becomes malleable. 1 millimeter of error, and the weapon shatters. Overcool it, and the stats lock permanently. In other words, this requires god-tier control. He pinpointed the exact melting point using nothing but touch. Master Alan's mind was blown. This was absolute madness. Such sensory mastery was strictly forbidden for mere mortals. Yet right before his eyes, our main character, 𝗚cie, relentlessly hammered away. I can't believe my eyes. This realm of blacksmithing completely shatters human limits. Even I wouldn't dare attempt it. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding! You have crafted absolute garbage. However, your 𝗶𝘃 rank alchemy of God has leveled up slightly. Hearing this, 𝗚cie's face instantly dropped. Just scrap? Just as I suspected. Extracting pure thread from solid metal is no walk in the park. Whatever, as long as it boasts insane durability and perfect flexibility, we're good. He rubbed his chin. Should I inject some spatial magic into this bad boy? But wait, do I seriously need to bust out an ancient dance like 𝗚ci𝗱𝗧 right here and now? This is utterly ridiculous, Master Alan roared. Meanwhile, at Incheon Airport, a desperate voice shattered the silence. You said what? Are you kidding me? The legendary Master Alan actually visited 𝗚ci𝗱𝗧's humble forge. Jong-gu was completely baffled. Why on earth would he go there? He barked urgent orders. Move out, now. We have zero clue about his next destination. Command the local management guild to track his every single move. Just then, a shadowy figure blurred past. The mysterious stranger flashed a bone-chilling smirk. Montibum, the sinister leader of the Chaos Faction's Korean branch, stepped into the light. With a demonic grin, he declared, Your pathetic run as a silver rank leader officially ends today. I am taking my rightful throne back at the forge. Alan was still losing his mind. This defies all logic. An overwhelmed 𝗚cie pleaded, Look, can you just let me go? Cheryl calmly intervened. She translated, Master Alan was simply too shocked and deeply apologizes for his lack of manners. 𝗚cie ruthlessly cut her off. Tell him I am grinding levels and incredibly busy, but Cheryl stubbornly pushed on. He desperately wishes to discuss the sacred art of alchemy with you. 𝗚cie's aura turned ice cold as he rejected it. Tell him I have zero interest in chatting, he sighed internally. Honestly, binge-watching Hephaestus tutorial videos would yield way more EXP than this. Cheryl refused to back down. She pressed further. He asks, what will it take to earn an audience with you? 𝗚cie flashed a brilliantly wicked smirk. Well then, tell him I might consider it. If he hands over some pure 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃. She relayed the insane demand. He asks, is that truly all you desire? And why do you need such a legendary ore? 𝗚cie radiated absolute confidence. I plan to refine it and craft some overpowered gear. Meanwhile, his inner monologue was doing backflips. Jackpot, another piece of 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃 secured. Hearing the translation, Alan froze like a statue. Wait, you can actually refine 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃? Cheryl frantically translated his shock. Is refining 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃 even physically possible? 𝗚cie stroked his chin, lost in thought. maybe I can? Suddenly, Alan screamed at the top of his lungs. This is absolute madness. The sudden outburst scared the living daylights out of Sioux. Cheryl swiftly translated. He says he will return immediately to fetch the legendary ore. Sioux snapped his head back in pure shock. Say what? Wait, return where? France? She nodded seriously. Exactly. Sioux raised his voice, practically shooing them. Fine. Whatever. Just come back when you have it. Cheryl sprinted off. I will take my leave too. Sioux suddenly froze. He bowed deeply to his uncle. I am so incredibly sorry, uncle. I swear I didn't mean to ruin your moment. He suddenly remembered. Meeting a legend like Master Alan should have been his uncle's golden moment, but Pan Wang simply beamed and waved it off casually. Nonsense, kid. Do not even sweat it. Grinding in this forge with you is a million times luckier than meeting some master blacksmith. Ding! The system panel flashed, revealing an S+ rank divine medical skill. Sioux pondered secretly. It seems uncle has been battling an illness, but looking at his hidden stats, his overall health is holding up. Pan Wang took the initiative to step out. My quest here is done, so I will be heading back first. Sioux called out with genuine concern. Make sure you don't drain your stamina. No overworking. His uncle warmly agreed. You got it, kid. Sioux let out a massive sigh of relief. Finally, he could focus his aura back on the craft. Ding, ding, ding. System notifications spammed his vision. Triple S rank skill activated. 𝗚ci's reality manipulation. S+ rank skill engaged. Wisdom of 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗃. The system echoed. Space is the ultimate foundational law that constructs this very universe. It is the absolute realm where matter and phenomena collide. Sioux made his move. He initiated the spatial expansion. Instantly, a terrifying, god-tier surge of energy erupted around him. He froze in sheer terror. What is this? A direct cosmic backlash from the universe itself. This overwhelming gravitational pull. It feels like my soul is being devoured. Fight back. Sioux ground his teeth, veins popping. I have to overpower this system penalty. In a flash of blinding light, that catastrophic cosmic energy was forcefully sealed into the tiny pouch. Ding. Completion percentage stats have skyrocketed. Sioux collapsed, panting heavily as his stamina drained. He trembled, realizing the truth. This hardcore crafting session was way more brutal than Hakuin's hellish training. This wasn't just some basic cheat skill. Sioux wiped his sweat and inspected the loot. Looking at the outer skin, it hasn't leveled up visibly at all, right? He slowly peeled open the crafted pouch. Let us see the stats. Instantly, a mesmerizing, otherworldly glow erupted from within. Sioux threw his fists up in absolute triumph. Yes, I actually pulled it off. A wicked grin spread across his face. Holy system, the inner dimension is as massive as a football field. Every drop of sweat and mana spent was totally worth the grind. But right at that epic moment, a booming scream shattered the peace. Impossible! Sioux's triumphant face instantly flatlined. He snapped his head back, absolutely annoyed. Who's trying to aggro me now? In the blink of an eye, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗃 materialized, his face frozen in utter disbelief. What kind of divine artifact is this? Sioux narrowed his eyes. Who the hell are you people? Cut to the crimson sunset. A sleek black car tore down the desolate highway. Jong-gu stared out the window, a shadow of disappointment on his face. To think Master Alan would abandon the Korean server so quickly. These words sent Ha-Rin into deep confusion. Why did he log out of the country so fast? Just moments ago at the forge, Sioux had bluntly dropped the truth bomb. Master Alan teleported back to France. That revelation had hit them both like a critical strike. He left. Ha-Rin was burning with curiosity. What epic quest was he pursuing at that tiny forge? A wave of heavy regret washed over her. I was really hoping that I could farm some legendary gear from him this time. Ha-Rin shot a puzzled glare at Sai-Jun. Speaking of which, why were you acting so glitched out back there? Was it because of that spatial inventory pouch? He shook his head, still haunted. That anomaly. It wasn't standard magic, she pressed the interrogation. But you literally wield the exact same abilities, right? S-rank mage hunter, Lee Zi-jun? He just sat there, completely dumbfounded. How? How is that level of manipulation even possible? Jong-gu tilted his head. Is a spatial bag truly that game-breaking? Hana chimed in, eyes dead serious. It is not just mind-blowing. The S-rank flame witch, Yu Hana declared. It entirely defies the laws of our reality. It is impossible. Si-jun slowly backed her up. Any form of science that reaches an ultimate, god-tier advancement becomes completely indistinguishable from magic. You have heard that legendary quote, right? Jong-gu nodded grimly. Yeah, I have. Si-jun continued his lecture. True magic does not break the sacred laws of physics. Hana expanded on the lore. To the NPCs and ordinary civilians, magic looks like some miraculous, supernatural glitch. Ha-Rin was utterly lost. Wait, hold up. Isn't it literally a supernatural phenomenon? In a flash, he effortlessly merged two swirling streams of mana. Hana demanded sharply. What do you think causes water to reach boiling point? Ha-Rin stuttered. Because you inflict heat damage with fire. The visual glitch before her eyes left her completely paralyzed. Hana maintained her ice-cold composure. Wrong. I simply cast a stealth buff to hide the fireball with transparent mana. She shrugged casually. That is the true system of magic. Fire generates thermal energy, and water reaches its boiling threshold at 100 degrees Celsius. By hacking these immutable physical laws, we simply recalibrate the atmospheric pressure stats. This forces the water to boil even when the temperature is way below 100 degrees. In other words, We observe the absolute laws of elemental realms. In the domain of fire, there is no heat, only bone-chilling frost. Water refuses to boil, defying all logic. These universal rules are completely unchangeable. Yet, breaking the heavy silence, 𝗤𝗏𝗃 hesitated before dropping a massive revelation. That spatial inventory bag, it had just shattered the very laws of the universe. Heron's gaze snapped toward Hana. Didn't you claim creating such an item was mathematically impossible? Hana nodded grimly. Even if the system allowed it. Crafting it was a forbidden taboo. The world's will itself would reject its existence. Therefore, the only existence capable of such a feat must be an entity transcending the system's absolute laws. A divine being, an absolute god. So how did he do it? Heron swallowed her shock, turning to Jong-gu. Do you grasp the magnitude of this, Vice Director? He shook his head, thoroughly overwhelmed. Not in the slightest. Meanwhile, a sudden realization struck Hana like lightning. That overwhelming presence. I swear I have encountered that boy's aura before. Ring. The piercing sound of a phone shattered the tension. Jong-gu immediately demanded a sit-rep. The trembling voice on the line delivered terrifying news. Sir, the legendary Master Allen was just spotted in the high-rise. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a much darker atmosphere. A sorrowful voice echoed in the shadows. The healing process was a complete success, but I deeply apologize, boss. Your right eye's vision cannot be restored. Ju-won coldly dismissed the crippling penalty. It is merely a battle scar. As the silver rank enforcer of the Chaos faction, Ju-won sharply demanded an update on the 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 situation. The subordinate bowed his head nervously. No new system alerts, sir. However, the Hunter Inspection Bureau has completely frozen all operations. In response, Ju-won had issued a guild-wide gag order to the Chaos faction. Lay low and avoid drawing aggro. Suddenly, the lackey stammered, sweating bullets. Boss, were you aware that Master Allen recently entered the Korean server? Ju-won scoffed. Obviously. But the next words dropped like a bombshell. It seems our Gyeonggi branch just triggered an event by attacking him. Ju-won's expression instantly twisted into pure demonic rage. The lackey swallowed hard. Furthermore, the incident dragged in Han Charon from the mighty SH group. Ju-won erupted, his killing intent overflowing. They did what? Crack! The armrests shattered under Ju-won's crushing grip. Which brainless mutt dared to provoke them? With our current guild treasury drained, they dared to declare war on the SH group. He roared, his aura flaring. Explain exactly what you mean by provoked. The lackey trembled violently. They kidnapped him. Sir, Ju-won ground his teeth, murderous intent leaking from his pores. Master Allen's value in the hunter world was astronomical. An internationally revered VIP. If a single hair on his head was harmed, the entire globe's top rankers would launch a crusade against Korea. That was the exact reason they had avoided his aggro radius. Calculating the risk-to-reward ratio, it was suicidal. But how? Ju-won's mind raced. How did those low-tier trash pull it off? Piercing through Allen's divine-class defensive barriers was near impossible, let alone bypassing the monstrous Han Charon. The terrified subordinate quickly explained the raid mechanics. Master Allen's Korean server visit was a completely unannounced solo mission. Because of this, the French Hunter Association failed to deploy his vanguard. Capitalizing on this gap, the destruction rank enforcer Montebel bypassed the system and took action personally. Ju-won's eyes narrowed with venomous suspicion. So, Montebel hijacked the raid? That bastard definitely tracked our faction's weakened status. Stepping onto the battlefield himself, is he plotting to usurp my throne in the hierarchy? He dares to treat me like a low-level mob. The subordinate frantically interrupted. Boss, there is a critical update. I need to report a massive variable. Intel suggests Master Allen and 𝗤 share a hidden connection. Hearing that name, Ju-won's mana violently exploded. Pure, unadulterated wrath consumed the room. Meanwhile, inside a dungeon, an arrogant beast roared. It was a B+ rank elite monster, the Death Serpent. A storm of devastating strikes rained down. The beast shrieked in absolute agony. With just one casual strike, 𝗤 instantly obliterated the boss monster. Watching from the sidelines, 𝗤 was paralyzed with shock. His jaw hit the floor. He solo cleared a B+ rank dungeon in exactly 47 seconds. Hey, a commanding voice snapped him out of his trance. Stop lagging and staring into space. Loot the drop and throw it in the inventory bag. 𝗤 blinked, utterly bewildered. Say what? Yes, brother. He scrambled to hoist the massive serpent corpse onto his shoulders. Damn, this weight is no joke. Staring at the comically tiny pouch, his brain completely short-circuited. Is my audio bugged? He expects me to shove a boss mob into this tiny thing? Well, if the overpowered older brother says so, I just have to trust the process. Whoosh. The gigantic monster corpse was instantly sucked into the pocket dimension. 𝗤's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. What kind of broken glitch is this? 𝗤 smirked, his tone casual. If you are done looting, step back from the drop zone. In a flash, 𝗤 casually hoisted another monster corpse onto his shoulder. One that was twice as colossal. 𝗤 stared blankly, his mind failing to process the sight. Did you seriously craft an infinite spatial inventory yourself? 𝗤 chuckled proudly. Obviously. Did you actually think Master Allen forged this? 𝗤 let out a dry laugh. Of course not. Even a legendary crafter like Allen couldn't break the system like this. 𝗤 softly hummed in agreement. But then, 𝗤 noticed something off. Wait, isn't your stamina draining from carrying that? 𝗤 shrugged, perfectly relaxed. Just a tiny bit. Since the mass is stored in a separate dimensional void, the physical penalty is heavily nerfed. Want to check its stats? 𝗤 frantically waved his hands. Hard pass. I am good, thanks. A memory suddenly flashed in Si-yoon's mind. Last time, he claimed those massive building materials had 0 weight. But this boss mob actually gave him a minor weight penalty. Shaking off the thought, Si-yoon pointed forward. "Brother, let us speedrun the next dungeon." Si-woo stretched his neck leisurely. "The quest log says we have 4 raids left, right?" Si-yoon quickly corrected him. "Only 3 left on the map." Si-woo nodded sharply. "Make sure you guard that camera Jong-gu handed over with your life." Si-yoon gripped it tightly. "Understood. Perfectly safe." The scene seamlessly transitioned to a bustling metropolis. Suddenly, Si-woo halted, his eyes narrowing as he recognized a familiar face. "Go Min-jung?" His voice laced with suspicion. "What quest brings you to this zone?" Min-jung stepped forward, her expression unreadable. "Hunter Si-woo, can we open a private chat for a moment?" At that exact moment over at Incheon International Airport, Jong-gu's face drained of color. "Give me the exact details. What happened?" His agent urgently delivered the grim report. "Sir, Master Allen was abducted straight from his private aircraft." Jong-gu's mind reeled from the sheer absurdity. Kidnapped, mid-flight on a private jet. The operative nodded grimly. "We suspect the hostile entity had already infiltrated the cabin pre-flight." Jong-gu's eyes widened. "How is that mechanically possible?" "That means the traitor is one of his closest guild members." The agent swiftly handed over a thick file of system logs. "Our intelligence division concluded the same. We cross-referenced the flight crew roster and interrogated all non-player characters and staff." Jong-gu's eyes scanned the data at superhuman speed. Suddenly, his breathing hitched. He froze completely. "Monibel." He muttered the name of Alan's oldest comrade and trusted party member. But there is a massive glitch. The name Monibel is completely wiped from the passenger logs. Si-jun slowly approached from the shadows, his aura grim. It appears his cognitive data was forcibly overwritten. Jong-gu blinked, stunned. "Mind control." Si-jun adjusted his glasses, analyzing the clues. "To be precise, I suspect a high-tier mental interference spell was cast. Furthermore, scanning the aircraft interior, there is absolutely 0 trace of combat mana." Jong-gu felt a cold sweat run down his spine, and Han Charon was in that party. She possesses stats rivaling an S-rank hunter. "Are you telling me they were suppressed without even triggering a battle phase?" Si-jun's voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. "The invisible enemy orchestrating this must be a transcendent archmage wielding god-tier mind magic." Jong-gu gasped in horror. "You mean, they bypassed and one-shotted a pseudo S-rank?" Haran instantly cut in. "An S-rank hunter? Han Charon is still just a low-level rookie." Jong-gu immediately followed up. "Even so, isn't it too early to assume mind control magic?" Hannah then dropped a crucial report. Faint traces of teleportation magic lingered at the scene. Her expression darkened. "At the very least, a high-tier mage is among the culprits." Jong-gu could only sigh in defeat. "If your analysis is that solid, then it must be true. But the real quest is, can we actually track their mana signatures?" Si-jun turned away sharply. "Judging by their methods, these aren't beginners. They intentionally scrambled the mana waves to block any tracking. This hidden quest just went up a difficulty tier. We are definitely dealing with an archmage. Their stats might even eclipse mine." Meanwhile, in a completely different location, the dark wine swirled in a glass, as a shadowy voice echoed. "Siu." Ju-won gritted his teeth in sheer annoyance. "That is the 4th time that cursed name has popped up. I would annihilate him myself right this second if the system allowed it. But establishing dominance comes first. The timing is not right yet." Suddenly, a subordinate delivered grim news. "Siu's network goes deeper than we thought. He is connected to both Alan and Han Charon." Ju-won narrowed his eyes. "This means the main character himself will likely crash our raid." His blood boiled with killing intent. "Siu and Monibel. Both of them are massive obstacles in my path to absolute power. But inevitably, those 2 titans are bound to clash." A twisted smirk crept onto Ju-won's face. "This event is unfolding far differently than my original strategy. Even if Siu manages to clear the Monibel boss fight, or if Monibel outright deletes Siu from existence. Either way, my HP and resources remain completely untouched." With that chilling thought, the villain slowly rose from his throne. Thrill coursed through his veins. The more chaotic the guild war, the richer the final loot will be. Suddenly, a system monitor flashed with a lethal directive. "Assassinate 𝗵𝘃, the very captive currently in your dungeon. Complete this quest, and the coordinates for Alan and Han Charon will be unlocked." Min-jung handed the chilling tablet to Siu. "This clip went viral on YouTube this morning. Since it targets the mob you personally defeated and captured, I suspected the Chaos faction was pulling the strings. That is why I brought this quest directly to you." Siu's brows furrowed in pure confusion. Why would kidnappers escalate their aggro this much? What is the point of drawing the entire server's attention? Min-jung looked conflicted. The Inspector Bureau suspects the Chaos Guild, but honestly, they might just want to trigger a worldwide cataclysm event. He nodded grimly. Their ransom demands completely defied standard villain logic. Siu's mind raced. Normally, hostiles demand a prisoner exchange to free their guildmates. But demanding an execution if the Chaos faction really orchestrated this raid. Ding! A system prompt suddenly echoed. S+, rank skill activated. Wisdom of Zhuji Liang. His intellect stat spiked. 𝗵𝘃 must possess some critical hidden lore. Otherwise, they would never issue such a bizarre kill order. Siu locked eyes with Min-jung. "What is the Bureau's final ruling?" She answered with a heavy heart. "Standard protocol forbids negotiating with PKers, but this involves Master Allen and the 𝗚cie Corporation's top rookie, Han Charon. Because of that viral upload, the aggro is not just locked onto Korea, but the entire global server. If even a single point of damage falls upon those two, the Bureau will face an unstoppable wave of backlash. Realistically, we might be forced to accept their twisted quest. Siu's voice turned incredibly cold. Deny the prompt. Do not accept their terms. Min Jung was completely stunned by his dominating aura. But wait, Siu instantly cut her off. I know exactly what your strategy is. You have cleared dozens of hostage scenarios before. When enemies use NPCs or players as leverage, what is their usual loot drop requirement? Her expression shifted to pure business. 9 out of 10 times, it is a gold extraction quest. They demand a specific currency payout within a strict time limit, promising to release the captured party once the trade is complete. Suddenly, the realization hit Min Jung like a debuff. Siu pressed his advantage. They normally promise a safe return, not just dropping map coordinates, which proves their control over the event has completely shattered. The only data they can actually provide is the location. The player who uploaded this video is definitely not the one holding the hostages. Min Jung gasped. Then what was the strategic purpose of leaking this video? Siu's eyes gleamed with analytical light. They are either trying to trigger a worse disaster, or they farm massive EXP and loot from the ensuing chaos. His voice carried absolute certainty. I do not know which boss is pulling the strings, but accepting that quest is a guaranteed death trap. However, we cannot simply abandon this mission either. Time to see if the main character can flip this raid entirely. Cut to the Hunter Bureau's Sihung Guild branch. A deeply familiar voice broke the silence. Guildmaster, you have returned. The junior member looked extremely anxious. Did the quest update? Suddenly, the rookie froze in her tracks. Her eyes went wide upon spotting the legendary Hunter Siu. Min Jung immediately asked, "What is the target 𝗵𝘃's current status?" The rookie flinched. "Excuse me, the prisoner is secured in the interrogation room." Min Jung gave Siu a sharp nod. "Let us move." She then barked a cold command to her subordinate. "Get back to your farming route." In a flash, Siu breached the heavy blast doors of the containment cell. 𝗵𝘃 scrambled back in pure terror. "Who the hell are you?" Ignoring the aggro, our main character casually dropped into the chair opposite him. 𝗵𝘃's HP bar felt like it was dropping just from the pressure. "What are you trying to pull?" Siu remained dead silent. He simply grabbed the villain's hand and ruthlessly snapped a finger like a dry twig. Critical hit. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the captive. Outside the cell, the two guards jumped in absolute shock. What the hell was that? Isn't this dungeon supposed to have maximum soundproofing magic? The sheer volume of his agony shattered the barrier. Siu had officially entered his rage phase. His voice dripped with pure venom. The human body has over 100 critical strike zones and endless nerve endings designed to process pure torment. Do not worry. Your HP will not hit 0. Instead, I will trap you in a permanent status effect of agony until you beg for a game over. But honestly, compared to the slaughter of low-level players you caused, this little torture session is practically a tutorial. Crack. Another sickening snap echoed as 𝗵𝘃 howled to the heavens. Meanwhile, inside the secure monitoring room, the system operator practically jumped out of her skin in fear. Fast forward through this brutal sequence, Min Jung ordered sharply, "Yes, Guildmaster." The operator scrambled, skipping the gruesome cinematic to the next timestamp. The wretched screams bled through the speakers. "Just delete my account. There is a curse. A restriction. Pause it right there." Min Jung slammed her hand on the console. "Play it back from that exact dialogue box." "A restriction?" Siu's killing intent flared. 𝗵𝘃 sobbed uncontrollably. "Yes. A high-tier silence curse has been forcibly bound to my soul." Min Jung's eyes widened. "So that is the hidden debuff that blocked our interrogation tactics." The broken villain choked on his own blood. "I want to leak the intel, but the system literally forbids it. This absolute command seal. It does not just paralyze my physical movements. It completely censors my very thoughts. And only the original Dark Mage can cleanse this debuff. It is a forbidden demonic binding spell. If forced open, it triggers an instant death penalty." Without a word, Siu planted his glowing palm directly onto 𝗵𝘃's skull. Min Jung watched the monitor in absolute disbelief. What insane skill is he about to cast? And in that split second, a catastrophic tsunami of raw mana exploded within the tiny cell. 𝗵𝘃's entire avatar completely froze in space. The system operator gasped in sheer terror. Did he just trigger the instant death penalty? But suddenly, the villain gasped for air. The system curse has been forcefully shattered. Min Jung's jaw dropped to the floor. The instant death binding spell was actually cleansed. Her mind went completely blank. Did our physical damage Hunter Siu just cast God tier, dispel magic? I have no idea, the supervisor stammered, trembling uncontrollably. What on earth was that power just now? Siwu just let out a chilling, triumphant laugh. "Now, spit out everything you know." A few moments later, Min Jung stood frozen outside the interrogation room, Siwu's earlier words still echoing dangerously in her mind. "I am not entirely sure how the guild usually handles dangerous fugitives, but I guarantee you one thing. He will not be using his legs for a very long time." A whirlwind of confusion gripped her heart. Hunter Siwu. Usually, he seemed so wonderfully ordinary, almost carefree to a fault. Sure, his methods could be a bit eccentric, but facing down villains, he transformed into a ruthless predator. Was that merciless monster his true nature? Yet, watching him with his little sister, his eyes would melt with pure, overflowing warmth. He showed more deep-rooted humanity than anyone she knew. The longer she stayed by his side, the more layers she uncovered. A soft smile escaped her lips. Just being near him felt like standing in the warm sunlight. Minjung snapped back to reality and issued the order. Release Buk-cheon immediately. Almost instantly, the breaking news alerts fired off. Chaos Guild attacks. Buk-cheon escapes during intense interrogation. Reading the headlines, the CEO let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Well, I have extracted every drop of intel from Buk-cheon anyway. The enemy will assume we followed their exact script. They would never guess the truth. The restriction curse has already been shattered. The reality manipulation of the SSS rank item 𝗚cie𝗱𝗧𝘂𝗯𝗲. It is proving far more overpowered than I ever calculated. Suddenly, Siwoo clutched his head in agony. Of course, using absolute power always demands a heavy toll. My skull feels like it is splitting open. Gritting his teeth, he calculated his next move. Very soon, they will leak the hostages' coordinates to the inspection bureau. But once the pieces are on the board, no one can predict how this chaotic chessboard will shift. And worst of all, there is zero guarantee those coordinates are not a death trap. I need to move solo, faster than the wind, striking from a blind spot they could never possibly anticipate. Time to hunt, Becky. Let us move. Meanwhile, at the enemy stronghold, the dark mage was relentlessly chaining his spells. Cheech. She is resisting my mind control far better than I expected. This is not just raw talent holding me back, but no matter how strong her will is, I am Moon 𝗵𝗃𝗻, a destruction rank executioner of the Chaos Guild. My mental suppression trait is absolute. A twisted smirk crept across his face. Her mind will shatter soon enough. Deep within Sharon's subconscious, a tragic childhood memory began to replay. Little Sharon sat heartbroken, clutching her teddy bear. Sharon, a cold voice echoed. From now on, you are completely alone. The man's hollow words offered zero comfort. Your mother and father have gone somewhere very, very far away. It will be a long time before they ever return. Her innocent, tear-filled eyes looked up. A faraway place? How far is that? Ever since she was brought back to this massive, empty estate, she had not seen her parents a single time. Yet, the tiny girl refused to shed a single tear. I have to be brave, she told herself. If I am strong, Mom and Dad will come back. But one fateful day, the illusion of peace shattered. The man's furious roar shook the entire mansion. Can you even call yourself human after pulling a stunt like this? You raised the young miss with your own two hands, and yet you tried to assassinate her over mere pocket change. Speak, which bastard guild hired you for this hit? Hiding behind the grand staircase, little Sharon watched the horrific betrayal unfold. A desperate prayer echoed in her tiny heart. I just want everyone to stop fighting. I just want us to be a family. But the very next morning, her beloved nanny was gone forever. They told her the nanny had quit because the work was too stressful. The little girl's heart sank with heavy guilt. Was I too difficult to handle? Was I acting like a spoiled, annoying brat? From that agonizing day forward, she locked away her childhood innocence. She swore never to act spoiled, never to throw tantrums, never to be a burden to anyone else. If I become a perfect, obedient girl, maybe then, people will stop abandoning me. Yet, buried in the darkness, there was one shining memory, a moment of pure, unadulterated bliss. Dumplings, she recalled with a bittersweet ache. The heavenly taste of the head chef's handmade dumplings. The day the kitchen felt alive with warmth and laughter. But that warmth was brutally ripped away. The chef's terrified, bloodshot eyes haunted Sharon's nightmares. Save me, please, God, save me. I do not want to die like this. A cold system notification shattered the memory. Lethal poison detected. Cause of death confirmed. Toxins located within the consumed dumplings. Trapped in her own mind, Sharon retreated further into the agonizing darkness. She curled into a pathetic ball, clinging to her frayed teddy bear. I never saw the kind chef ever again. It is always a curse. The moment I allow myself to be happy, they vanish. Mother, father, my nanny. Even the sweet chef. The entire world has turned its back on me, just as despair threatened to swallow her whole. An imposing figure eclipsed the light. From this day forward, you shall reside under my roof. Little Sharon flinched back in sheer terror. The memory of that massive, scarred hand reaching for her was burned into her soul. His aura was utterly terrifying, suffocating her tiny frame. But what choice did a broken bird have? She took the monster's hand. Survival dictated my choice. I was only 6 years old. Snapped back to the grim reality. The dark mage 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗃 let out a wicked, mocking sneer. I heard you were born with a golden spoon, princess. But looking at your shattered mind, we are practically kin. Prying open her deepest psychological trauma was absolute child's play. At this rate, her ego will completely collapse, and she will be my perfect puppet. Suddenly, a raspy, desperate voice sliced through the tension. She is nothing but a little girl. The master blacksmith Alan practically begged from his bindings. I implore you, release Han Sharon. That child bears no sins in this war. Let her go. 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗃's eyes widened in genuine shock. The old man was still conscious. A twisted thrill ran down the executioner's spine. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. As expected from the absolute pinnacle of the blacksmithing realm. To think your raw willpower could resist my mental suppression. Your mental fortitude is legendary, old man. But resisting me just means you get to watch the tragedy unfold. Aolin glared fiercely. I thought I was your primary target. 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗃's expression darkened into a nasty scowl. You were. But the scales have tipped. Han Sharon's bloodline makes her vastly more valuable than a mere craftsman. The old master gritted his teeth, desperate. Is it wealth you seek? Is this about gold? Name your price. I can forge enough wealth to drown your entire guild. 𝗵𝗲's hand clamped down on 𝗚lon's shoulder like a vice of pure malice. Money? He spat the word like venom. Leaning in close, his voice dripped with sinister arrogance. Do you really think the Chaos Guild gives a damn about something as pathetic as human currency? 𝗚lon's blood ran cold. Then what is your endgame? The old man demanded. 𝗵𝗲 swatted the question away with lethal indifference. Dead men need no answers. Suddenly, the heavy iron doors burst open. A terrified grunt scrambled into the chamber, gasping for air. Executioner Moon. 𝗵𝗲's lethal aura flared. Why are you interrupting my hunt? The underling fell to his knees, utterly frantic. We have a catastrophic breach, sir. The vanguard from the Inspection Bureau is already storming the perimeter. 𝗵𝗲 bit his lip so hard it drew blood. What did you just say? His mind raced with furious calculations. Impossible. How the hell did those Bureau dogs track our coordinates? I completely erased our mana signatures. We were ghosts. There is absolutely zero chance they breached my stealth arrays. How could they pinpoint us with such terrifying speed? This makes absolutely no sense. The trembling subordinate swallowed hard, offering a grim theory. Sir, it is highly probable that 𝗚_1 sold us out. That treacherous bastard, 𝗵𝗲 roared, his aura cracking the floor. But the bad news was not over. That is not all, sir. An elite strike force of Korean S-rank hunters is inbound, led by the bureau director herself, Lee Haran. 𝗚_𝗲𝗲 is with them. And even the legendary 𝗚cie_𝗱𝗲𝗃. A total of 4 S-rank hunters have descended upon us. Pure, unadulterated terror finally cracked 𝗵𝗲's arrogant facade. 𝗚_𝗲𝗃 and 𝗚cie_𝗱𝗲𝗃. Are you out of your mind? Madness swirled in his eyes as he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The ultimate nightmare for any spellcaster is facing a superior mage. Damn it, my strategic advantage is completely gone. There is no time to calculate variables. Abandon the stronghold immediately. 𝗵𝗲 roared, desperation lacing his command. All Chaos units, abort the mission and initiate emergency evacuation protocol. Move your asses before those monsters obliterate us all. Understood, sir, the grunt screamed, scrambling for the exit. But before he could take a single step, K-boom, the entire facility violently fractured apart. 𝗵𝗲 was thrown off balance, his eyes wide with absolute horror. What in the bloody hell? The stronghold was instantly reduced to absolute rubble. From the choking dust of the collapsed ruins, a heavy boot slammed onto the debris. 𝗚cie descended upon them like an absolute god of destruction. 𝗵𝗲 gritted his teeth in sheer confusion. Who the hell was this overpowered freak? His face was not in any known database. Was he an elite from the Inspection Bureau? Yet, his mana detection picked up absolutely no one else. Where was his raid party? 𝗵𝗲 sneered and demanded. Did you seriously march into this boss room all alone? 𝗚cie just flashed a cocky smirk. Well, my relationship status is currently single, if that is what you are trying to find out. Veins popped on 𝗵𝗲's forehead as pure fury took over. You arrogant bastard, you dare mock me? Do you have a death wish, walking into my domain? Instantly, the mage chanted a high-tier spell, vanishing into thin air like a phantom. A catastrophic surge of mana instantly locked onto the target. Crimson needles. 𝗵𝗲's arrogant voice echoed from the void. I will turn your mortal body into a bloody pincushion with this absolute strike. Yet, 𝗚cie stood as immovable as a legendary mountain. He did not even flinch at the approaching storm of death. Instead, he casually drew back his fist, ready to show the difference in their levels. Boom! The devastating magic barrage was utterly annihilated, erased from existence in a mere fraction of a second. 𝗵𝗲's smug face twisted into pure, unadulterated horror. What the hell? This cannot be real. My magic was completely shattered. The bastard just swung his bare fist. Are his physical stats completely maxed out? This terrifying brute force completely defies human limitations. The arrogant mage began to stammer, his confidence crumbling into pathetic dust. This has to be a system glitch. It makes absolutely zero sense. What kind of monstrous aura is that? 𝗵𝗲 felt a cold sweat run down his spine. His power output keeps leveling up. Trembling with humiliated rage, he refused to accept reality. Like a cornered rat, 𝗵𝗲 screamed at the top of his lungs. I will banish you to the endless abyss. A high-tier spatial domain spell was instantly cast. The illusion dimension completely engulfed the battlefield. In that exact moment, a memory flashed in 𝗚cie's mind. The Black Queen had given a strict warning before this raid. Never drag out a fight with a spellcaster. Try to recruit them into your guild if possible. But if they refuse to bend the knee, you must completely annihilate them before they can cast again. Snapping back to the deadly present, 𝗚cie's eyes burned with resolve. He perfectly understood the assignment. Gripping his fist, his aura exploded to a godly level. Black Queen's Divine Martial Art, Second Stance, the heaven-destroying demonic fist. The true essence of this legendary technique was terrifying. It possessed the overwhelming system-breaking authority to violently warp and shatter the very laws of physics. On the other hand, ISIS's reality manipulation magic rewrote the world's code, turning mere imagination into absolute truth. Two completely opposite paths to absolute power. Ultimate destruction versus ultimate manipulation. Because these forces belong to entirely different combat classes, comparing their power scaling seemed absolutely impossible. At least, that was what 𝗚cie used to believe before he leveled up. 𝗚cie's battle-hardened instincts analyzed the situation perfectly. Warping reality is undeniably an S-rank cheat skill. However, even if you can rewrite the system's absolute rules, what good does changing the rules do when facing a force that simply shatters the entire game board? Before this heaven-defying punch, magic was rendered completely useless. Everything would be erased without a single trace. Boom! The very fabric of the spatial domain shattered like cheap glass. 𝗚cie smirked proudly, honoring the Black Queen's legendary name. His heart swelled with deep respect. It was no coincidence that the master earned the god-tier title. As the absolute supreme being of Gotham, 𝗚cie casually cracked his knuckles, warming up his perfectly honed muscles. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗏 collapsed in a pathetic heap. Gritting his bloody teeth, he clutched his brutally severed arm in absolute disbelief. How the hell can such a glitch-like power exist in this world? 𝗵𝗏 gasped for air, his heart pounding out of his chest. He recalled the terrifying fraction of a second just now. If his reaction time had been even a millisecond slower, if he had been foolish enough to actually block that apocalyptic strike, he had barely survived by spamming his emergency blink skill, burning every last drop of his mana to dodge just in time. And yet, look at this pathetic state he was in. Just getting grazed by the shockwave of that devastating aura was enough to rip his arm clean off his body. A direct hit from that absolute monster would have instantly deleted his character. But suddenly, a twisted, psychotic laugh escaped 𝗵𝗏's lips. Pushed beyond his limits, his mana core forcibly overloaded, unleashing a torrential flood of dark energy. 𝗵𝗏 grinned like a madman, muttering about finding a golden hidden root in a death trap. 𝗚cie's gaze turned frosty as he mocked the pathetic mage. Resorting to a hostage situation, isn't that a bit too cowardly for a so-called elite boss? Shut your mouth, 𝗵𝗏 roared, his ego completely shattered. 𝗚cie's blood pumped with the thrilling adrenaline of a high-rank raid. Just as his combat instincts predicted, executing this slippery bastard was not going to be a simple one-shot clear. The Black Queen's stern lecture echoed in his mind once again. Minimize your combat engagement time with magic users at all costs. 𝗚cie had asked why a supreme being would avoid them. The master had sighed, admitting that tricky mages were annoying mob types. How do I put this? They always pull the most infuriating, logic-defying bullshit out of nowhere. The master had strictly hammered the absolute rule into his head. Never let a mage buy enough time to cast. You either conquer them and add them to your party, or he had clenched his fists with deadly killing intent. If they refuse the recruitment prompt, you execute them on the spot before they can trigger their trap cards. Snapping his focus back to the intense battlefield, 𝗚cie made his choice. The system's hidden truth finally clicked in his brain. This was exactly why you must speed-run a mage fight. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝗏 desperately barked out a pathetic final threat, hoping to leverage his sudden hostage advantage. Go ahead and try your best final attack, you muscle-brained freak, he arrogantly declared with venom in his eyes. If my HP hits 0 today, I am dragging someone down to hell with me. Without hesitation, 𝗵𝗏 fired a lethal magic blast straight at Alan. 𝗚cie's legendary instincts momentarily paused. His original strategy was to instantly clear the stage by spamming the heaven-destroying demonic fist. However, checking his current stamina and mana limits. The absolute strongest ultimate skills in his arsenal right now were the demonic fist and the dragon descent kick. He could safely execute each ultimate move exactly one time. If he forcefully broke his limiter, maybe he could push for a 2-combo attack. But the severe rebound penalty on his body would be catastrophic. He could not afford to recklessly spam his ultimate cooldowns. Yet, with his absurd double S rank agility stats, combined with a reaction speed that practically froze time, he was absolutely confident he could blitz across the room and secure the rescue. But there was one deadly variable. The enemy was an elite high mage wielding spatial authority. And in the realm of advanced magic, space and time were tightly bound twins. They were utterly inseparable, which meant if this bastard could warp spatial dimensions, he definitely had some time-altering tricks up his sleeve. Even if 𝗚cie moved faster than the system could process, the unpredictable raid variables were simply too high to risk. Erasing all hesitation from his mind, 𝗚cie exploded forward like a cannonball. He would violently force the boss phase to end right here and now. 𝗵𝗏's face twisted into a deeply psychotic grin. I have no idea what your true level is, or how you unlock such a broken class. But congratulations, you just walked right into your own game over. The moment the words left his mouth, a sinister aura erupted. He instantly activated his trump card, S-rank, mental suppression. 𝗵𝗏 proudly gloated over his absolute unique trait. His S-rank mind control magic would instantly lock onto any conscious life form within the domain. It was an unavoidable, auto-target psychic death sentence. Even if your physical stats reach the god-tier maximum limit, your raw strength cannot protect your fragile mind from my absolute control. In a blinding flash of mental energy, 𝗵𝗏 projected his soul into a bizarre dimension. The mage's eyes widened in absolute shock. He had successfully hacked directly into the monstrous warrior's inner mindscape. Normally, diving into a fighter's consciousness was like walking through a chaotic storm. The standard tactic was to seek out their darkest, most irregular traumas, violently ripping open their emotional scars by weaponizing their worst nightmares. Once their psychological defense dropped, absolute mental domination was guaranteed. However, as 𝗵𝗏 scanned this inner dimension, a chilling confusion crept over him. He blinked in utter disbelief. Why was this mental landscape completely and terrifyingly empty? Suddenly, the heavy, rhythmic clanking of cold iron echoed from the void. 𝗵𝗏 whipped his head around, his heart dropping into his stomach. Right in the center of the mindscape, the legendary Black Queen was aggressively pumping iron. All the color instantly drained from the arrogant mage's terrified face. A suffocating, mountain-crushing pressure choked the very air out of his lungs. The absolute supreme being turned his glaring eyes and growled. Can you not see? I am in the middle of my lifting routine. Do not interrupt my sets. The terrifying spiritual pressure caused 𝗵𝗏's soul to violently tremble in pure agony. The furious inner demon roared with the force of 1,000 thunders. Get the hell out. An apocalyptic shockwave of sheer mental agony absolutely vaporized 𝗵𝗏's psychic projection. Thrown violently back into the real world, the broken mage questioned his sanity. What in the world did I just witness? His bleeding hands frantically clawed at his own face in absolute, mind-shattering despair. But his memories absolutely refused to surface. It felt like a heavy chain had locked them away deep within his mind. His eyes suddenly widened in absolute terror. What the hell? Just what kind of monster are you? Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the very earth. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗶𝗲 stumbled, panic-lacing his voice as he shouted, "What on earth is happening right now?" Hana's eyes narrowed as she caught the unmistakable sound of clashing aura. A battle? Did someone actually beat us here? While the others panicked, Jonggu remained dead silent, falling into deep thought. His mind raced with dark suspicions. The coordinates we received from the Chaos faction were strictly classified. Only the people in this very room should know about this hidden location. As a sudden landslide echoed violently in the distance, his expression hardened like unbreakable steel. I do not know what kind of chaos is unfolding, but for now, we must push forward. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of blood and dust, T-Bell was fighting desperately for his life. He spammed wave after wave of defensive magic, but his mana core was crying out in agony. All color had drained from his face, leaving behind the pale mask of a dying man. Seizing the opening, our main character launched forward like a bullet. Did you really think you could escape me? He unleashed a devastating punch that tore through the air. T-Bell violently twisted his body, dodging the fatal strike by a mere hair's breadth. Grinding his teeth in pure rage, the dark mage screamed out, "Stay the hell away from me." He recklessly fired a barrage of venomous spider silk to trap his enemy. Saiwu halted his advance for a split second, before raising his glowing fist and charging straight through the trap. "You absolute freak of nature." T-Bell cursed in sheer terror. In a desperate gamble, he quickly summoned dozens of shadow clones. Channeling every last drop of his corrupted mana, he roared, "Let us see if your overpowered stats can dodge this." I am completely out of time. A catastrophic storm of lightning crashed down from the heavens. Boiling with overwhelming killing intent, Siwu instantly countered with the legendary divine palm of the Black Queen. First form, he stomped the earth with earth-shattering force. Dragon Descent Kick. A shockwave erupted as his majestic, aura-infused strike ripped through the battlefield. Siwu clicked his tongue in deep frustration. That cowardly bastard used a spatial gate to dodge again. Where the hell did he teleport to? But in that brief moment of confusion, T-Bell had already taken Grandmaster Aolan hostage. Damn it all! Our hero cursed inwardly. My mana reserves are running dangerously low right now. I cannot afford to hesitate for another second. I have to push past my limits and burn everything I have left. Suddenly, T-Bell made a ruthless, heartless move. He violently tossed the injured Aolan right into Siwu's path as a living shield. A sinister smirk crept across the villain's face. Too late, hero. Catch you in the next life. Just as the spatial portal began to swallow the enemy, Siwu's eyes darkened with an apex predator's focus. He bit his lip, tasting blood. It is not over yet. The magical residue is still lingering in the air. If I track that mana signature right this second, I can drag him straight back to hell. SSS rank skill, reality manipulation of Isis, activated. The very moment the divine system triggered, Siwu violently coughed up a huge mouthful of black blood. A wave of terrifying dizziness assaulted his mind. Did I burn through too much life force during the clash? How am I even keeping this god-tier ability active with my vessel in such a shattered state? He was literally tearing the fabric of space to force open a gateway to chase his target. But the devastating recoil of breaking the world's laws was destroying his internal organs. If I lose focus for even a millisecond, the system will completely erase my existence as the ultimate penalty for wielding this power. But the image of Han Chae-rin flashed in his mind. Her fragile mind was already buckling beneath heavy psychological torment. If her mental core shatters completely, even an S+ rank divine healer will not be able to save her. Siwu squeezed his eyes shut, sealing his absolute resolve. So if I do not risk it all right now, there will be no tomorrow. I have to hunt that bastard down, even if I have to bet my very soul on the line. Just then, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗸𝗲 arrived and gasped in absolute shock. What in the heavens is happening here? Hunter Siwu! Wait, you are that mysterious guy from the secret forge. And what is that terrifying aura around you? Recognizing the elite mages, Siwu swallowed his pride and made a massive gamble. Yes, it is me. And right now, my mana pool alone is not enough to maintain this. I am trying to rewrite the fundamental laws of physics. But if Yu Hana and 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃, two of the greatest magical geniuses of our generation, can act as my catalyst to pierce through the dimensions, then we actually have a chance to pull off this miracle. His voice roared over the howling winds of magic. There is no time to explain the lore. Can you two channel high-tier spatial displacement magic? That scum just warped away, and he took Chae-rin with him. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗶𝗲 froze, completely lost by the sheer madness of the request. Wait, what are you asking us to? Hana bravely stepped forward, interrupting him. I can cast the spell, but how are we supposed to track him without coordinates? Siwu's gaze was lethal as he laid out the impossible quest. We are going to forcefully reconstruct his teleportation trail. We will piece his mana signature back together and hunt him to the ends of the earth. 𝗤 violently shook his head, bound by the common sense of magic. Are you crazy? Once a dimensional gate closes, the pathway shatters completely. Even if we track the lingering magical aura, it is mathematically impossible to lock onto the exact coordinates. I am incredibly sorry, but chasing him through the void is pure suicide. But against all logic and reason, our overpowered main character stood firm. Just tear a hole in the fabric of space. Leave the rest to me. I will forcefully stitch the two dimensions together. Without waiting for an answer, he poured his life force into the SSS rank reality manipulation of 𝗚cie𝗱𝗧𝗂𝗯𝗲. The system interface blazed blindingly bright. Hana panicked, overwhelmed by the insane request. What are you talking about? Right now, the concept of merging dimensions is a myth. Veins bulged on Siwoo's neck as he furiously roared out. I said we are out of time. The sheer pressure of his killer intent made the two elite mages tremble in absolute fear. Fine, we will cast it. I will pour every ounce of my mana into this. Without a second of hesitation, the mage duo began chanting their highest tier spells. In the blink of an eye, a blinding, transcendent light erupted. Standing at the epicenter, Siwoo rapidly gathered an astronomical amount of cosmic energy. With absolute authority, he slammed his power straight into the dimensional rift. He was literally rewriting the absolute laws of the universe, turning the impossible into reality. The devastating backlash made Siwoo grind his teeth in agonizing pain. My skull feels like it is being crushed by a mountain. My mana heart is beating so violently it might actually detonate. Blood dripped down his face. But I refuse to stop right here, even if my physical body crumbles to ash. An unyielding flame of determination burned wildly within his supreme will. In an instant, a celestial light engulfed and blinded the entire spatial zone. System notification: proficiency for reality manipulation has massively increased. Completely drained of all stamina, Siwoo collapsed to his knees against the cold earth. Saijin's jaw dropped as he stared into the glowing vortex. He actually forced the dimensions to connect. Hana turned pale as a ghost. This defies all logic. Trembling, Siwoo whispered hoarsely, "Please, go through the portal first. I need a second to regenerate, then I will follow right behind you." Hana stared at him with intense disbelief. "How did you do that, Hunter Siwoo? Just what kind of divine entity are you?" Jong-gu suddenly stepped forward, his warrior spirit blazing. "We can ask questions after we win," the guild master commanded with heavy authority. "Move out immediately. We have to rescue Han Chae-rin from the shadows. The support squad will stay behind to secure the perimeter and protect Grandmaster L Lan with your lives. The assault team will take it from here." Meanwhile, across the void in a desolate pocket dimension, 𝗵𝗏𝗃 collapsed against a ruined wall, his body utterly destroyed. He gasped for air like a dying beast. Leaving that old fool Ao Lan behind is a massive loss, but just escaping that overpowered freak of nature alive is the greatest blessing the dark gods could grant me today. A sickening grin twisted his bruised face as he looked at his ultimate prize, and the best part is, Han Chae-rin is still right here. Looking at her hollow eyes, her mental defenses are about to shatter completely, which means, very soon, she will become my perfect, mindless puppet. A sudden spike of agonizing pain shot through his battered body, but the arrogant villain just threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Losing my left arm to that monster is a pathetically small price to pay. My internal mana circuits have been completely fried by his final attack. At this rate, I might be permanently crippled and never cast magic again. But who cares? The only thing that matters is that I survived. The dimensional coordinates are locked and the gate is shattered. There is zero chance that bastard can track me across the void." But the very moment 𝗵𝗏𝗃 turned around to claim his victory, the air tore open as a massive spatial rift violently ignited behind him. He snapped his neck back in sheer, unadulterated horror. "What, in the devil's name?" Jong-gu stepped through the portal alongside the reinforcements, radiating an ocean of bloodthirsty killing intent. 𝗵𝗏𝗃's throat seized up, completely paralyzed by fear. They forcefully reconnected the dimensional tear. That is mathematically impossible. Panic struck his core as he frantically scanned the glowing portal. Is that overpowered monster here too? But after a moment of desperate searching, a sinister, arrogant smirk crept back onto 𝗵𝗏𝗃's face. He burst into a maniacal, mocking laughter. Heron glared at him with pure disdain. "Did the arrival of 4 S-class hunters completely break your mind? Do you find this amusing?" 𝗵𝗏𝗃 sneered with absolute arrogance. "Of course it is hilarious. You must really thought you could march in here and defeat me." He challenged them with a sinister grin. "Do you even know why I brought you here? You fools willingly stepped into the boss room just to throw your lives away." Hana froze in absolute horror. She recognized the sprawling magical array. It was an amplification spell, a massive magic circle designed to multiply a caster's magical output by several terrifying magnitudes. Saejun's face drained of color as he shouted, "That bastard's dark mana is completely swallowing this entire dimension. This domain is my personal stage," 𝗵𝗏𝗃 boasted with overwhelming pride. In the blink of an eye, countless glowing magic circles locked into place. The pressure instantly crushed the group. 𝗵𝗏𝗃, now in his demonic awakening state, cackled with insane delight. His innate trait, mental suppression, had just broken through to a completely new realm. "In this domain, I am absolute. The flow of air, the speed of the wind, even the very fabric of space and time. Every single law of this world bows to my command in this territory. If I command you to kneel, you will shatter your knees. And if I command you to die, your only option is to perish inside my territory. In this realm, I am God," 𝗵𝗏𝗃 roared with supreme arrogance. "Now, all of you will." But before the villain could finish his sentence, an unimaginable force exploded into the room. 𝗵𝗏𝗃's confident face instantly twisted in pure terror. "It is him, that monstrous bastard." He tried to force a desperate smile, but even an overpowered main character is still just a mortal standing before a god. So what if he entered my domain? So what if he stepped into? Suddenly, 𝗵𝗏𝗃 froze. A chilling realization struck him. Wait a minute. If he walked into my trap, does that mean I just pulled that absolute monster directly into my own mental suppression space? Desperate to escape, 𝗵𝗏𝗃 tried to rip open a dimensional tear. His entire body trembled in absolute dread, but the dark aura instantly shattered. 𝗚cie materialized with an earth-shattering presence. I clearly warned you. 𝗚cie roared with blazing fury, pulling back a fist, radiating legendary power. I told you never to mess with me, didn't I? The sheer shockwave of the devastating blow blasted 𝗵𝗄𝗻's hair back. The villain unleashed a blood-curdling scream as the impact launched him into the air. After taking the catastrophic strike head-on, 𝗵𝗄𝗻 collapsed into a pathetic heap on the ground. The endless array of magic circles shattered like fragile glass in an instant. Hannah gasped in pure disbelief. The ultimate spell was completely nullified. Jong-woo could not hide his absolute shock. What the hell is going on? 𝗵𝗄𝗻, now beaten into an unrecognizable pulp, thrashed backward in sheer panic. Do not come any closer. I said, stay back. Stay away from me. Please, I am begging you, stay back. But 𝗚cie completely ignored the pathetic trash. He walked right past him, his voice trembling with deep concern. Miss 𝗚. 𝗚 looked as though her very soul had been drained. Her hollow eyes held absolutely no spark of life. 𝗚 gently reached out to her, his voice softening to a warm whisper. Miss 𝗚, please do not try to endure this. All by yourself. If you carry the weight of the entire world, it will only crush you in the end. Sometimes, you need to know how to let go, and understand when to walk away from the battlefield. Looking at her shattered state, his heart ached deeply. The youngest granddaughter of the SH group, the leading figure of their elite hunter division. She was a young woman bearing the suffocating expectations of everyone around her. I do not know, and I have no way of truly understanding, just how crushing the burden on her shoulders must be. With a heavy heart, he placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. Listen to me, the way this world views you does not have to be your reality. You do not have to suffer trying to force the broken pieces of your life together. Those stupid, painful puzzle pieces can just be thrown away. Even if you are not perfect, that is okay. Even if everything falls apart, it does not matter. Forget about sacrificing yourself and start putting your own life first. Only then can you truly protect the ones you care about. Ding! A system notification echoed as 𝗚cie suddenly unlocked a hidden achievement. 𝗵𝗃 class skill acquired. The righteous sovereign's heart. He gently urged her to make herself the priority. It takes true courage to be selfish and risk being hated. 𝗚cie lowered his voice tenderly. You do not need the whole world to love you. At those words, the light finally returned to 𝗚's eyes. She blinked in quiet confusion. 𝗚cie, why are you here? He let out a deep breath of immense relief. Thank goodness. He smiled brightly, calling her name, Miss 𝗚. Now, there is just one last boss to take care of. With those chilling words, he stood up, leaving 𝗚 bewildered. 𝗚cie turned his piercing gaze to Jong-woo's team. Could you all do me a small favor? The intense rescue mission of Alan and 𝗚 became a legendary tale. By the next morning, news channels broadcasted 0 casualties. Praise poured in from across the globe as the French spokesperson expressed deep gratitude for Korea's flawless rapid response. Meanwhile, a phone sat silently on a luxurious chair. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 let out a dark, mocking chuckle. So, that fool 𝗵𝗄𝗻 finally got his neck snapped, huh? A trembling subordinate quickly reported, Sir, you might find this leveling system report hard to believe, but it was not the S-class hunters who took down 𝗵𝗄𝗻. It seems this was entirely the work of 𝗚cie. I will investigate his status window immediately just to be certain. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 casually waved him off. Forget it. That bastard 𝗚cie is clearly hiding a monstrous true power. To think he could solo a destruction-class executive without breaking a sweat. He smirked, his mind racing with dark ambition. 𝗵𝗄𝗻's arrogance knew absolutely no bounds. But his pathetic downfall works perfectly in my favor. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 smiled wickedly and asked, So, what about the Chaos faction hiding out in the 𝗵𝗲 sector? The subordinate quickly replied. Since their leader has been completely wiped out, absorbing their remaining forces will be an absolute breeze, sir. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 nodded with deep satisfaction. Excellent. He calculated his grand master plan. 𝗵𝗄𝗻 and 𝗵𝗄𝗻. Those annoying thorns in my side have finally been eradicated. Everything is progressing exactly as I designed. Suddenly, another subordinate burst into the room in pure panic. Sir, we have a catastrophic situation. The entire Chaos faction in the 𝗵𝗲 sector has been completely wiped off the map. The news struck 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 like a devastating lightning bolt. He stared in sheer disbelief. What the hell did you just say? The terrified subordinate stammered out the grim report. Following that, Suwon, Paju, Buchan, and Ansan. Every single Chaos hidden dungeon in the 𝗵𝗲 area was entirely decimated by S-class hunters and the Elite Inspection Bureau. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲's mind reeled in furious denial. What kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting? The entire 𝗵𝗲 network flipped upside down. There is absolutely no way those Inspection Bureau rats could have tracked down our secret bases. The subordinate swallowed hard, offering a terrifying guess. Perhaps 𝗵𝗄𝗻, the one who ruled the 𝗵𝗲 sector, leaked the coordinates of our bases. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲's eyes widened in sheer horror. But he had a high-tier restriction spell placed on his soul. Could it be that the absolute seal was forcefully broken? The color completely drained from the villain's face. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲 desperately tried to deny the horrifying reality. That is absolutely impossible. A supreme restriction spell cannot just be shattered. It should be impossible. But if this nightmare is real, Buchan's restriction seal has been shattered. That pawn knew too much. That is why I ordered the hit. Dugon cursed violently. If the seal is broken, our top secret intel is compromised. We aren't the ones pulling the strings. We are just dancing in their palm, he roared in blazing fury. Which bastard disabled the system restriction? Who dared to play us like fools? His terrified subordinate fumbled forward. Boss, there is one more critical update. You need to see this now. Do-cheon snapped back. What is it? On 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏's video channel. A new upload just dropped. It perfectly mirrors our last broadcast. What kind of trick is this? The clip started playing. Right on screen, 𝗚cie pointed dead ahead. You are the next target. Crack. Do-cheon crushed his phone to dust. His murderous intent exploded. Scene transitioned to the SH Group rooftop. A man of immense authority spoke softly. I owe you everything. This was the legendary chairman Han Tae-seon. He bowed his head in deep respect. You saved our precious Charon. Name your absolute price. Ask for anything in my power. I will grant it without hesitation. 𝗚cie looked completely caught off guard. Hana nervously spoke up. Are we really allowed to accept this quest reward? The four rookies exchanged panicked looks. All we did was scream and pass out. Jong-gu admitted in pure defeat. Sir, to tell the absolute truth, the chairman's aura darkened. Have you ever heard of a hunter named 𝗚cie? Flashback to the Morning Forge. Min Jung bowed with deep sincerity. Thank you, Hunter 𝗚cie. Because of you, the Gyeonggi Chaos and the Underground Syndicate, they have been completely eradicated. Though their dark guild remains dangerous, you dealt them a fatal critical hit right as the Korean server chaos began. No top ranker has ever achieved this. Her voice trembled with awe. I can never repay this debt. 𝗚cie simply waved it off. No need for rewards. Min Jung continued with bright eyes. Director Baek of the Inspection Bureau. He also sends his deepest gratitude. 𝗚cie instantly froze in place. That terrifying man's face flashed in his mind. 𝗚cie awkwardly cleared his throat. I only cleared that dungeon for my own reasons. He mentally sweated. I am never dealing with that monster again. This was the penalty for ignoring the system warning. I only stepped onto the battlefield to protect my inner circle and keep my people safe. Min Jung's cheeks turned a bright shade of red. Hunter 𝗚cie, she murmured. The romantic tension spiked, but suddenly, Alan stormed in with a heavy presence. Found you, his subordinate gasped. Master Alan has been searching everywhere. The proud elder looked utterly humbled. Words cannot express my gratitude and my deep regret for disrespecting you. 𝗚cie blinked in total confusion. Alan confessed with a heavy sigh. I was born a genius. My awakened class was an S-tier alchemist. I easily leveled up past my peers. I conquered crafting domains that others wouldn't even dare to enter. And before long I held the title of world's best blacksmith. But my status window wasn't enough. I hungered for a higher ascension. I pushed past my physical limits, running blindly like a madman until I slammed into the ultimate barrier, the realm of the gods. I grinded endlessly to break that wall, but my stats wouldn't budge. I thought I was an unrivaled player, but the devastating truth was, I couldn't even defeat my own limitations. Looking at my reflection, it hit me. I despised alchemy. I who once loved the craft more than life itself. That is why the blade I forged for Charon was meant to be my final masterpiece. My crafting confidence had completely hit rock bottom. I couldn't forge anything greater. But then you entered my zone. I was shocked to my very core and consumed by overwhelming jealousy. I must apologize for my arrogant behavior. I was blinded by my own ego. If our paths crossed earlier in the storyline, could I have changed my fate? The old master smiled bitterly. Maybe my passion for the forge would have survived, but now I choose to drop this quest. My health points are too low to bounce back from failure. If only I had partied up with you sooner. I will transfer the 𝗚liche𝗃𝗏𝗃 to your inventory as soon as I warp back to France. I once dreamed of seeing it smelted with my own eyes. But now I am logging out of this life. 𝗚cie let out a confident smirk. You don't need a god-tier skill to forge greatness. Have you ever heard the lore of Confucius? Alan's eyes widened. Confucius? You mean one of the three great sages? 𝗚cie kept his cool. Even that ultimate grandmaster had similar doubts. The same thoughts plaguing you right now. What if I started grinding yesterday? Back in those ancient servers. The level cap for a human lifespan was just 37, but Confucius began his true quest at level 50. In modern terms, he was over a century old, yet within that frail, aging vessel. He ignited his aura and started his main quest, right in the middle of a chaotic, blood-soaked world, where the flames of war never stopped burning. At the end of that brutal survival game, he ascended as one of the world's top 3 absolute masters. So why can't a legend like you shatter your own limits and reach the top? Alan trembled, his voice breaking. Do you really think my stats are high enough? 𝗚cie looked at him with piercing intensity. Absolutely. The tutorial isn't over yet. It is never too late to start a new game. 𝗚cie stepped forward, his hand firmly gripping the master's shoulder. You already know your hidden class potential. You just need to awaken it. The old blacksmith stood paralyzed in silence. Slowly, a burning passion reignited in his eyes. Kid, you have saved my life twice now. A new playthrough, huh? 𝗚cie smoothly dropped his next quest objective. Why don't you sharpen your crafting skills and forge a test item right here? In fact, how about making an exclusive drop? For Miss Min Jung? Min Jung practically jumped out of her skin. An S-rank item for me? 𝗚cie flashed a warm main character smile. I was only able to clear the rescue mission because you held the defense line perfectly. Min Jung waved her hands frantically. No way. Hunter 𝗚cie did all the heavy lifting. That legendary gear belongs in your inventory. 𝗚cie rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I could focus on my leveling grind, all because you protected my base. You are a vital party member, Min Jung. That is a fact. Blushing bright red? Not at all. He quickly signaled to Master Alan. After all, she was an elite inspectorate guard. She completely deserved an artifact forged by Alan's own hands. The master blacksmith agreed without a single ounce of hesitation. I have heard legends of the Korean inspectorate. They are the unsung heroes protecting our world from dungeon breaks. Very well, I shall craft an exclusive item just for you. Minjung practically exploded with absolute joy. Are you completely serious? She screamed. All-in just smiled, radiating a master's warmth. But first, I must return to France. I need to deliver the refined 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 to you, my boy. And, though it might be slightly presumptuous of me, would you permit me to witness and study your 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 smelting process? Siwoo's eyes gleamed with a playful merchant's cunning. My exclusive tutoring fees are incredibly high, you know. All-in cleared his throat, proposing a legendary deal. Consider this a quest reward from the seminar and a token of my life debt to you. And let us call the rest my observation fee. How does 3 pure 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃s sound? Siwoo chuckled, pretending to calculate his stats. Not the highest profit margin, he smirked, crossing his arms. But to celebrate your grand new system beginning, I will give you a VIP discount. The old master beamed with absolute satisfaction. I shall return in exactly 2 weeks' time. And then, I will forge a legendary artifact for this kind lady. The heavy doors clicked shut behind them. Siwoo internally screamed like a gamer hitting the jackpot. 3 whole pieces of pure 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. This is absolute god tier. With this much epic loot, I can craft way more than just gauntlets. What kind of overpowered gear should I build next? Minjung stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sudden carry. Thank you so much, she managed to say. Siwoo chuckled, waving off the massive favor. I truly owe you my life, she added, bowing deeply. Because of you, I get to wield a master-tier weapon. An item forged by All-in himself. Siwoo stepped closer, his aura calm and collected. Consider this an advance payment for your future party support. So please, keep guarding our base camp while I am away. Minjung accepted the daily quest with fierce pride. I will defend it with my life. I will take my leave now, she declared, dashing off instantly. Siwoo let out a long breath, finally opening his inventory window. All right, time to draft some S-class equipment blueprints. Suddenly, a high-pitched squeal shattered the silence. So amazing. Startled, he whipped his head around. In the distance, the strict inspector was literally skipping with joy. Siwoo was completely speechless at her out-of-character emote. Later that afternoon, inside the SH Guild chairman's private office, a heavy, commanding voice echoed through the room. Did you summon me, Guild Master? Taesun's eyes narrowed as he issued an absolute command. Prepare my schedule. I need to meet this player named Siwoo. The subordinate flinched in shock. A direct encounter, sir? He bowed deeply, showing ultimate respect. I will arrange the VIP meeting immediately. Taesun stared out the penthouse window, lost in dark thought. His sharp gaze was swimming with heavy, dangerous suspicion. Meanwhile, back in Siwoo's personal training dimension, Hakwon roared, his voice shaking the very air. This is the final set, rookie. Focus your spirit, lock those hips, keep your spine straight as a greatsword. Deep inside a B+ rank dungeon instance, you are not even squatting 5,000 tons yet. Stop whining. Siwoo trembled violently under the crushing system penalty. It is too freaking heavy. Hakwon barked back with divine authority. You must risk your very life to forge legendary muscles. Stop complaining and squeeze those glutes, boy. Tighten your core and breathe. Siwoo gritted his teeth, cursing his brutal stat grind. How is this physical conditioning harder than a boss raid? Fighting the monstrous Monty Bull was a total joke compared to this. I mean, this is exponentially worse. This is absolute hell. Moments later, his stamina hit 0, and he collapsed onto the dungeon floor. Hakwon nodded, tossing a rare compliment. Good work out there. Then, his tone instantly shifted to massive disappointment. 𝗔𝘄𝗶𝗃𝗃𝗃, you truly are a pathetic, fragile mortal. Still, Hakwon continued, crossing his massive arms, you are slightly better than that annoying bug from the other day. Siwoo blinked, his exhausted brain lagging. Bug? The mighty master sighed, recalling a minor nuisance. I was busy doing my divine reps recently, and some pathetic little fly kept buzzing around my spiritual domain. I did not want to waste stamina squashing it, so I just told it to get lost. And the weakling practically wet itself in pure terror. Looking back, my conqueror's 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 was pretty cool right then. Siwoo stared in utter disbelief. Wait, it literally got scared completely out of its mind. Suddenly, a golden system notification popped up. Zhuge Liang's knowledge S+ rank activated. A chill ran down Siwoo's spine as the puzzle pieces clicked. Wait, do not tell me. Is that the hidden reason Montabum suddenly lost his mind during our fight? I was always wondering how a boss monster ended up in such a pathetic state. Montybum's core skill was S-rank mental suppression, and back then, his stats were magnified 100 times by that magic circle. He must have tried to dive past my mental defenses and accidentally entered the GodTube dimension. Siwoo forced a dry laugh, struggling to his feet. I wonder if those Chaos Faction admins, are they bound by some strict system restriction spell? Even though his mental binding was supposed to be unbreakable, he offered absolutely zero resistance and spilled all the quest intel. He basically speedrun through every secret location of the Chaos Guild in Gyeonggi Area 2. Hakwon scratched his chin, guessing the mechanics. Maybe it is just because he was a squishy mage class. What an incredibly fragile weakling. Siwoo swallowed hard, the terrifying realization hitting him. So, Hakwon was the one who broke the boss's restriction spell. Actually, he completely obliterated it with his sheer divine presence. Just saying get lost was enough to deal that much psychic damage. Not only did it shatter the boss's sanity, it completely vaporized a top-tier restriction curse too. An elite enemy that I could barely scratch in a life-or-death brawl. Got his soul deleted by a single casual phrase. Unbelievable. Siwoo turned pale, staring at his overpowered master. God-tier characters are truly built differently. Never mess with the muscular gods. Ding! The system window flashed brightly. You have successfully completed 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's brutal training regime. Passive skill superhuman strength proficiency has increased. Siwoo's eyes widened, completely shocked by the sudden stat pop-up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift. What is it, mortal? Siwoo stuttered, pointing at the invisible screen. My skill proficiency actually went up a tiny bit. How much did you gain? The master asked. Siwoo checked the decimal points, feeling utterly defeated. 0.002%. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 went silent, crossing his arms in deep thought. Then, his voice dropped to a dead serious rumble. It seems that critical threshold has finally arrived. Siwoo tilted his head, confused by the sudden heavy lore drop. What threshold? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 explained the brutal reality of the leveling system. I mean the exact moment your rapid leveling phase ends. Your physical growth rate has hit a hard plateau. Honestly, with your utterly trash-tier talent, reaching this stat level is a statistical anomaly in itself. Siwoo smiled bitterly, totally unable to deny the harsh truth. You are right. When I first started, I was basically a zero-trait NPC. That is exactly why I had to rely on the GodTube system to survive. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 nodded, diving deeper into the divine mechanics. The God-tier powers you download through the GodTube platform. They do not artificially boost your skill mastery. To be more precise, that proficiency percentage on your screen is merely a reflection of your true physical container limit. If your base vessel stops expanding, your mastery percentage will remain completely frozen. If your stat is hard stuck around 30%, then that is the absolute ceiling of your current potential. Siwoo gasped, the heavy truth hitting him like a truck. Does that mean my other downloaded traits, like superhuman strength, are going to hit their level caps soon too? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 flashed a confident, booming smile to reassure him. But do not let your spirit break just yet, rookie. If you refuse to surrender and keep grinding through the pain, you will shatter those system limits one day. Siwoo clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. He is absolutely right. If I keep clearing these daily quests, one day, the glowing blue panel will finally flash. Superhuman strength reached 100%. Just imagining the max level power trip made his heart race. But then, logic crashed down on him, and he froze. Wait a minute, if I only get 0.002% per brutal workout, I will literally be grinding until the server shuts down. Ding! The system gleefully flashed again. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗏𝗏𝗏's knowledge S+ rank deactivated. Siwoo rubbed his chin, a massive sweat drop forming on his head. The ultimate core issue here is, I seriously have 0 innate protagonist talent. But wait, what if this method works? If I can max out my S+ rank divine art proficiency, I could reach that legendary realm. A complete transformation into a true divine body. I've been grinding this routine consistently, but lately, these standard potions just aren't hitting like they used to. At first, I thought my body was just building a basic resistance. But maybe. My divine art has completely hit its leveling ceiling. He let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Well, there has to be another way to craft high-tier elixirs. That alchemist channel actually covered this in a stream. Healing herbs and lethal poisons are practically two sides of the same coin. Nature's vitality manifests as venom just to protect itself. By truly comprehending that hardcore survival philosophy, a player can absorb the raw life force of nature itself. And that is the absolute pinnacle of alchemy. Siwoo hesitated for a split second. Still, forcing myself to consume straight poison is a bit extreme. Maybe if it was just a low-level toxin. Wait, even that sounds completely insane. He cursed under his breath. Mixing pufferfish venom with liquid mercury? What kind of lunatic thought of this recipe? That's basically speedrunning my own funeral. Siwoo was officially backed into a corner. Of course, my dumb self actually decided to test it out, and I literally almost got a game over screen right then and there. He forced a bitter smile, realizing his mistake. I could probably survive if I just microdosed it drop by drop, but grinding like that would take an eternity, which means my one and only choice left is... Suddenly, Siwoo remembered a specific GodTube broadcast by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Eat together, die together. The secret meat recipe harvested straight from my own severed head is dropping right now. Time to craft the ultimate immortal barbecue. All thanks to my regenerating skull. I need to hit subscribe on another channel. This sudden declaration left the Dark Queen completely baffled. Why bring up the 9-headed dragon out of nowhere? The legendary multi-headed serpent, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. That monster's center head possesses the absolute authority of immortality. Its other heads can respawn infinitely, even after being sliced completely off. He let out a dry chuckle. Man, this really brings back some crazy memories. I heard that freak makes a living by chopping off his own heads and selling them like premium pork at the market. Word on the street is the meat actually grants crazy stat boosts, too. The Dark Queen offered a suggestion. Why don't we go grab a bite of it sometime? Hearing this, Siwoo was absolutely speechless. He chops off his own heads for profit? Seriously. You have to be out of your mind to be a GodTuber. The Dark Queen pressed further. But why are you suddenly stalking that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's channel? Siwoo quickly explained his master plan. I'm theorizing a new strategy to acquire the poison resistance skill. The Dark Queen couldn't hide her curiosity. Poison resistance? He nodded firmly. Among all of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's terrifying cheat skills, its ultimate weapon is a lethal toxin capable of slaying a literal god. The Dark Queen instantly grasped his logic. Ah, right. Lord Karen was actually inflicted with that very venom and eventually chose to delete his own character. Siwoo shivered at the thought. he thought to himself. The Hydra's venom, notoriously known as the god-slaying toxin, the real reason it can destroy an immortal being is the sheer, agonizing pain it inflicts. It's an absolute status effect with zero cure. Driven to madness by the poison, Karen sought out death itself, willingly surrendering his immortal authority just so he could finally rest in peace. And that terrifying lore is exactly why it's dubbed the god-slaying toxin. It doesn't just kill deities, it forcefully drives any living entity to crave the sweet release of death. The bodily fluids of the Hydra carry a catastrophic toxicity level. But the Hydra itself is completely immune to its own venom, right? In other words, its passive poison resistance is ranked higher than the gods themselves, thanks to its limitless immortality. Subscribing to Hydra's premium channel might just grant me that exact resistance skill. The Dark Queen nodded in agreement. Honestly, that's a pretty viable exploit. He cheered internally at his genius leveling strategy. If I can just copy the Hydra's poison resistance passive, I could chug 10 bottles of that S+ rank lethal toxin like water, and still walk away completely unscathed. Grinning wildly, he suddenly froze in his tracks. However, there's one massive final boss in my way. The system window quickly flashed. GodTube Hydra channel membership. Please select your desired subscription tier. Premium ad-free viewing for exactly 1 month. Sio's entire body began to violently shake. The subscription fee was a soul-crushing 8 billion won. A short while later, back at his personal crafting workshop, Cio was pulling his hair out in sheer financial agony. Even if I sell off 3 whole chunks of legendary 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗶𝗲𝗃, the gold I get in 2 weeks still won't be enough? Forget about crafting new OP gear. How the hell am I supposed to farm 8 billion won every single month? Thinking about the grind, he let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Suddenly, the workshop door slowly creaked open. Cio flinched and immediately snapped his head around. Who's invading my base? Right at that moment, an unexpected voice echoed through the room. Tell me, are you the hunter known as Cio? Sio's expression tightened instantly. His eyes widened as he recognized the VIP before him. Chairman Han Tae-san, the absolute ruler of the SH Mega Corporation. Why is a max-level guild master like him visiting a place like this? Cio stared at Tae-san, completely dumbfounded. He awkwardly broke the heavy silence. What brings a titan like you to my humble shop, Mr. Chairman? I apologize for the unannounced intrusion. These polite words sent the older man into a deep state of reflection. Standing face to face with Cio, Tae-san couldn't hide his inner shock. He thought to himself, it is truly unbelievable that this young man, a guy who looks like a complete beginner in the hunter industry, is the same legendary figure who saved both Alan and Cheryl. But as the old saying goes in this awakened world, stats don't always match the physical appearance. Besides, I've seen this exact hidden boss trope countless times before. The ones who hide their aura and look perfectly average always end up being the monsters who pull off impossible feats. In this era, evaluating a player by their cover is a fatal mistake. After a moment of careful calculation, the chairman spoke with unwavering calm. The reports have reached my desk. I was told you are the one who rescued our precious Cheryl. As her grandfather, I offer you my deepest, most sincere gratitude. Hearing this, Cio let out a loud, nervous laugh. He replied with a slightly awkward expression. Oh, it really wasn't a big deal at all. The credit for this raid does not belong to me alone, but I must repay your profound favor. Repay me? How exactly? As if waiting for that very question, Chairman Tae-san immediately offered a blank check. I will compensate you with absolutely anything within my guild's immense power. Yet, internally, the veteran hunter was carefully weighing his next move. To high-ranking awakened beings, mortal currency was nothing but useless scrap paper. At least, that was the unspoken rule among every elite hunter he had ever crossed paths with. For absolute powerhouses of his caliber, the ultimate pursuit was always breaking past their limits and achieving new awakenings, not amassing mere wealth. Their true desires transcended earthly riches. Sitting across from him, Cio simply smirked, a deeply amused glint in his eyes. Is that so? Misinterpreting the pause, Tae-san urgently pressed on. Name your price. The chairman's mind raced with anticipation. What legendary artifact or forbidden skill book would this monstrous youth demand? Despite receiving a literal blank check, our main character still looked incredibly awkward. Well, could we maybe bump up my tutoring fee just a little bit? The sheer absurdity of the request made the chairman's eyes practically bulge out of their sockets. Utterly bewildered, he stammered, Your tutoring fee? Hold on, you actually just want cash. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Cio nodded instantly. Yep, how about 5 billion won? He paused, scratching his head. Wait, 5 billion a month might be pushing my luck, right? If that is too steep, how about 4 billion? Or maybe 3. He quickly backpedaled. I am just kidding. 2 billion won is perfectly fine. The chairman sat there, his brain completely short-circuiting at this mundane negotiation. Was this overpowered monster seriously haggling over a paycheck right now? Seeing the chairman's stunned silence, Cio panicked and kept lowering the bar. Okay, 1 billion might be undercutting myself. So let us settle somewhere between 1 and 5 billion, all right? Every word out of his mouth only deepened the chairman's utter bewilderment. Just what kind of chaotic entity was this young man? Meanwhile, inside the ultra-secure underground training facility of the SH Hunter Guild, Charon was pushing her physical limits in a brutal training session. She was gasping for air, her stamina gauge completely depleted. Yet, her slender fingers maintained a death grip on her exclusive weapon. Watching this agonizing grind, Kang Min-ji could not hide his sheer astonishment. My lady, he whispered, his heart heavy with an undeniable sense of dread. She had been grinding relentlessly for 20 hours straight without a single potion break. He knew he had to force her to stop, but as someone who had guarded her like a shadow, ever since she was just a child, he could vividly see the psychological trauma the recent dungeon break had inflicted upon her. The overwhelming guilt was eating away at her soul, crushed by her own weakness and the absolute helplessness she felt on that battlefield. As the youngest heir to the massive 𝗚liche Guild empire, she was carrying a mountain of terrifying expectations on her fragile shoulders. Refusing to yield, Charon explosively dashed forward once more. Her severely injured arm was trembling uncontrollably from the sheer recoil. Minji stepped forward, his voice laced with pure anxiety. "My lady, please." Cut back to our overpowered main character. A brilliant system notification flashed across his smartphone screen. Reading the glowing digits, his jaw hit the floor as he stuttered in pure disbelief. 14.4 billion won? He actually doubled Charon's premium tutoring fee and wired the missing 10 billion won instantly. Chairman Taeson's absolute flex of wealth echoed loudly within Siu's spinning mind. I get that he is rich, but a wave of profound suspicion washed over him. Can a person really just sit on a couch and casually drop 10 billion won in a single click? Still processing the financial shockwave, he muttered to himself. The 𝗚liche Guild really operates on an entirely different plane of existence. Forget about mythological gods or cosmic constellations. Chairman Han Taesan was the true transcendent being of capitalism. Well, whatever. Thanks to this massive loot drop, I can finally unlock the exclusive Hydra channel, securing a guaranteed 20 billion won every single month. Paying that outrageous 1.1 billion won monthly subscription fee was now just a drop in the bucket. Oh, who am I kidding? This is absolute extortion. Our main character was mentally weeping tears of blood. Just the thought of burning over 1 billion won every 30 days felt like taking a critical hit straight to his wallet. Biting the bullet, he fiercely pumped his fist to hype himself up. But I cannot afford to stay completely free to play anymore. If I want to break past the absolute limits of my unique trait, this system upgrade is absolutely mandatory. Suddenly, a blinding system interface violently materialized above his smartphone. System alert, Hydra Channel Premium Membership. 8 million won monthly package. Subscription successfully initiated. The iconic metallic chime of the system echoed in his mind. You have successfully subscribed to the constellation Hydra. Hidden trait unlocked, lethal poison. Wow, acquiring an overpowered skill was surprisingly anticlimactic. A surge of sheer adrenaline pumped through Siu's veins at the sight of his new status window. He grinned deviously, thinking to himself, honestly, I was kind of hoping for a legendary title like God-slaying demonic venom. But a split second later, his excitement turned into utter confusion. Wait, did my stats even change? I do not feel any different at all. Then, the lore clicked in his head. The mythological Hydra carried its absolute toxicity within its bile and its blood. Does this mean my very own blood has evolved into a biological weapon? Only one way to find out. Live combat testing was the golden rule of any hunter. Fast forward to a B+ ranked dungeon. The target? A terrifying doom hellhound. His loyal party member, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗲, watched the scene unfold with absolute, mind-numbing horror. B-boss. What in the world are you doing? Hearing his lackey's terrified scream, Siu casually glanced over his shoulder. Oh, this little science experiment? I just needed to test out a brand new system mechanic. At that very moment, Siu was literally force-feeding his own blood to the ferocious demonic beast. A chilling, almost villainous laughter began to echo wildly throughout the damp dungeon cave. Watching the monster violently dissolve, Siu whispered with morbid fascination. Fascinating. So this is the specific elemental property of the venom. 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗲 stood completely paralyzed by the sheer lunacy of the scene. Taking a deep breath, the poor sidekick finally accepted his fate. Forget it. Trying to understand the thought process of a monster will only break my own brain. Ah, speaking of which, hey 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗲, where did you stash the dungeon herbs we harvested from the second floor? Oh, I sorted the inventory and placed them right over here, boss. The moment the words left his mouth, Siu practically teleported to the loot pile, his eyes gleaming with mad curiosity. Why did you separate these specific ones? Sweating bullets, 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗲 frantically explained the dungeon mechanics. Because those are absolute trash loot, boss. The only fatal counter to my super regeneration ability is high-grade toxicity. That is why my passive skill gives me extensive knowledge on lethal flora. If you consume even a single leaf of that demonic weed, the ultra-corrosive venom will literally melt your internal organs into sludge within 60 minutes. Wait, boss, are you insane? Are your intestines melting right now? While 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗲 was having a full-blown panic attack, our completely unhinged main character was casually munching on the deadly dungeon herbs like they were a high-class salad. Chewing thoughtfully, Siu gave a Michelin star review. Not really melting, it just leaves a slightly bitter aftertaste. On the inside, however, he was throwing a massive victory party. Thank the heavens I unlocked the Hydra constellation. System notification, consuming lethal flora has boosted skill proficiency by 0.02%. It felt as if the mythical Hydra venom in his veins was violently devouring and purifying the lesser toxins. The acidic plant venom was desperately trying to inflict critical damage upon his internal organs, but the absolute authority of the Hydra's lethal trait forcefully subjugated and neutralized the foreign threat. In pure martial arts terms, this was the legendary concept of fighting poison with poison, using absolute toxicity to conquer a lesser venom. If I truly want to achieve the ultimate bodily regeneration, I need to violently grind this proficiency level. I must push my poison resistance stat to the absolute limit. Snapping back to the chaotic reality of the dungeon, Siu spoke with terrifying calmness. Hey Ju-jun, be a good subordinate and request some extra lethal herbs from Miss Sun, would you? Completely broken, the poor guy sighed in defeat. I will do my best, boss. But setting your insane diet aside, there is a massive rumor I have been dying to ask you about. Is it actually true? Did you really solo save Guild Master Alan, Miss Han-charon, and a whole squad of elite S-rank hunters? That explosive question finally made our overpowered protagonist tilt his head in genuine confusion. Huh? The guild kept that classified. How on earth do you know about that raid? The sidekick did not even skip a beat before dropping the bombshell. How could I not know? Literally every single media network is going absolutely viral broadcasting your insane achievements, as expected of my monstrous boss. Though, the dark web forums are saying the mastermind behind the dungeon break was actually a rogue S-rank awakening. Even senior Han-charon struggled with it. Hearing this explanation, Siwoo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Hold on a second. Did you just call her Senior Charon? Wait, are you actually younger than her? Ju-jun didn't miss a beat. Yes, sir. I'm a year younger. I'm 20, and she's 21. Siwoo's jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? Han-charon is only 21? Ju-jun stared back, completely dumbfounded. Huh? You're her guy and you didn't know? The main character quickly waved his hands, getting defensive. Well, it's not like her age matters, but the younger hunter crossed his arms, clearly dissatisfied. How does that not matter? Isn't she your girlfriend? Siwoo's face flushed red. Caught completely off guard, he snapped back out of pure instinct. What kind of nonsense is that? Since when was Han-charon my girlfriend? Ju-jun flashed a teasing grin. Oh, come on. You two were holding hands and getting all cozy at the housewarming party. Siwoo immediately went on the defensive. Does holding hands once automatically make her my girlfriend? But the younger hunter just shrugged, dropping some so-called wisdom. Bro, pure friendship between a guy and a girl doesn't exist. Siwoo was still fuming at the ridiculous logic. Clearing his throat, he countered sharply. Of course, it exists. Just look at me and your sister. Wait. Don't you have any female friends? Ju-jun answered with absolute innocence. Nope, not a single one. Siwoo raised an eyebrow, sensing an opening. So what, every girl you know is your girlfriend then? Ju-jun chuckled awkwardly. Well, no. Actually, I've never dated anyone in my entire life. The main character stared at him, processing this pathetic revelation. Not even once? The kid nodded firmly. That's right. Seriously, Siwoo pressed again. But this time, Ju-jun didn't back down. Instead, he fired back a lethal counterattack. Is it that hard to believe? What about you then, bro? If you're not dating Senior Charon, have you ever actually had a girlfriend? A critical hit. Siwoo's face instantly froze into a stiff, awkward grimace. He started stammering. Well, you see. Heavy silence fell over them. Two single guys, drowning in their own pitiful thoughts. Suddenly, tears streamed down Ju-jun's face as he declared with burning passion. Forget romance. We are going to clear every single dungeon in Seoul today. Beside him, Siwoo wiped his own manly tears and yelled back. Hell yeah, we will. Where is the next dungeon raid, Ju-jun? Meanwhile, during his intense potion crafting session, Siwoo couldn't stop grumbling. What kind of toxic herb costs a massive 200 million won? Right on cue, the leveling system chimed with a crisp notification. His proficiency percentages were skyrocketing without stopping. This sudden growth sparked a brilliant realization. Wait a minute. Just by consuming these poisonous herbs, he could massively farm his skill proficiency. But subconsciously, his mind drifted back to Si-yoon's naive face. She had completely missed the point back then, joking that at this rate, all the toxic herbs on the market would be drained. 200 million won. He couldn't shake off the sheer absurdity of the cost. Snapping back to reality, the main character started calculating his next move with extreme caution. If he kept buying these materials until his body reconstruction was fully complete, I'm going to burn through 500 million won a month just on weed. Suddenly, another system prompt captured his full attention. Ding! You have successfully crafted a basic elixir. You have comprehended the core principles of the alchemy system. Siwoo gasped in pure shock, accidentally blurting out loud. An actual elixir? According to the legends, this legendary potion could grant a completely normal person power, rivaling an S-rank hunter the moment they drank it. They always said that mastering deadly poison was the true peak of divine healing arts. Immediately, the system announced continuous proficiency level ups. Watching his stats surge, Siwoo froze like a statue. He swallowed hard, stammering to himself. Should I actually drink this? Is this toxic sludge even safe for human consumption? Well, it was still classed as an elixir. Yet, deep down, his soul felt utterly defeated. Whatever, bottoms up. He chugged it. Immediately, a barrage of system notifications exploded in his vision. Ding! You have consumed the basic elixir. Your overall physical stats have been permanently enhanced, but Siwoo instantly spat the remaining liquid out. He gagged, hacking and coughing. If the taste alone is a lethal poison, an ominous feeling washed over him. Then this thing is definitely absolute toxicity. His face twisted into a horrifying grimace of pure disgust. His voice came out as a raspy wheeze. Why the hell does it taste like absolute garbage? I just mixed it with some herbs, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, the sweet sound of the leveling system chimed again. His combat stats were skyrocketing one after another. This incredible power surge left Siwoo completely baffled. The proficiency of his super strength skill had leveled up. A thrilling hypothesis formed in his mind. Did this mean he had finally broken past his own attribute limits? But before he could even process this epic milestone, The system dropped another bombshell. S-rank knowledge attribute increased by a massive percentage. The main character stood completely paralyzed. Wait, why is my intelligence leveling up too? His brain was practically overloading with the system's logic. Did my brain just reach a higher realm of enlightenment because of this disgusting potion? In the end, 𝗚cie let out a heavy sigh, accepting his tragic fate. Fine. To keep leveling up and shattering his attribute limits, he had to keep drinking this biological weapon from now on. Why do things that are good for your body always taste like death? Is this some cursed universal law? Wait, a universal law? A wicked, triumphant smirk slowly crept onto 𝗚cie's face. He analyzed his overpowered arsenal. Hold on. Can't I just use 𝗚ci's reality manipulation skill to rewrite the taste entirely? If he altered reality to change the potion's flavor, he could make it taste delicious, while effortlessly farming his skill proficiency at the same time. His smirk widened into a villainous grin of absolute satisfaction. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Let's test this god-tier cheat skill right now. Suddenly, the skill activation prompt flashed before his eyes. 𝗚ci's reality manipulation. The main character stood proudly in the center of the room, holding the pink-colored elixir. He channeled his aura and confidently declared, "This is cola. This is sweet, delicious cola." System notifications spammed his vision continuously. Reality manipulation proficiency increased by a percentage. Seeing the massive jump, 𝗚cie exhaled sharply. He muttered in disbelief. Just changing the flavor causes this much reality distortion? But whatever, as long as it tasted better. Time for a taste test. He took a confident gulp. Instantly, 𝗚cie's face darkened like a stormy sky. He made a grim internal evaluation. It's the exact same trash taste, just with carbonation added. He cursed his own lack of power. Damn it. Looks like my proficiency level isn't high enough to completely overwrite the fundamental flavor. Well, at least it's sparkling garbage juice now. A wave of intense nausea hit him. Ugh. Right then, another system alert rang out. Ding! You have crafted a nutritional supplement for 𝗤𝗏. Despite the gag-inducing taste, 𝗚cie called out with fake enthusiasm. 𝗤𝗏, it's time to take your medicine. 𝗤𝗏 poked her head out of her room, looking absolutely exhausted. Medicine? Acting completely innocent, the main character handed her the cursed cup. He gently urged her on. It just cooled down, so drink it while it's fresh. Beside them, the dog 𝗤𝗃 suddenly barked. Woof! As 𝗤𝗏 sat down, 𝗚cie asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" But she completely ignored the main character. Instead, she looked at her dog with teary eyes. "𝗏𝗃, thank you for everything." She took a sip and instantly gagged. This tastes exactly like my unwashed gym socks." Seeing her dramatic reaction, 𝗚cie panicked and started bombarding her with questions. "You actually tried eating your own socks during gym class?" The moment those words left his mouth, she frantically waved her hands in denial. "No way. I was just saying that is what it tastes like." 𝗚cie could not help but chuckle at her dramatic reaction, his mind wandering. But one truth remained absolute. 𝗚ci𝗲𝗏𝗄's condition had drastically improved compared to those dark days. His system window confirmed it. Proficiency for his divine medical art, rank S+. The mastery level had finally broken past the 50% mark. While her terrifying illness had not been completely eradicated just yet, absolute confidence surged through his veins. By the end of this year, she would be completely cured. Suddenly, a sharp bark shattered his train of thought. 𝗏𝗃 the dog stood there, wagging her tail with an impossibly smug expression on her furry face. 𝗚cie let out a sigh. That greedy pup definitely licked the leftover divine medicine from the cup again. Ding! Without warning, a glowing red system window flashed before his eyes. Emergency alert. An unauthorized presence is rapidly approaching the premises. 𝗚cie immediately went on high alert. "Who dares?" he muttered, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. But before the system could even calculate a response, a remarkably familiar voice echoed from beyond the door. "Please forgive the intrusion. I am the personal secretary to Lady Cheryl. My name is Kim Min-ji." Moments later, the heavy atmosphere in the reception room grew thick enough to cut with a blade. An awkward, suffocating silence blanketed the space as they took their seats. Unable to bear the tension, Min-ji finally broke the ice. "I received intelligence that Lord Aelin has returned to France." Sitting across the table, 𝗚cie's expression remained calm as he smoothly countered her statement. The master mentioned his return to South Korea would take approximately 2 weeks. Judging by the timeline, we can expect his shadow to grace this estate by today or tomorrow. This revelation visibly rattled the composed secretary. Her professional mask slipped, her voice trembling slightly. "I see. But if I may be so bold, why exactly have you sought me out?" She hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "Could you please save our young lady? She has carried the weight of the world on her fragile shoulders since childhood, constantly surviving in a pit of vipers." With desperate eyes, Min-ji poured out the heartbreaking lore of Cheryl's tragic past. The heavy revelation plunged 𝗚cie into a sea of deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Min-ji's desperate plea continued to echo. Because of those endless assassination attempts, her desire for power mutated into a devastating obsession. In her mind, achieving absolute strength is the only way to stop the people she cares about from abandoning her to the wolves. Hearing this, a sharp realization pierced through 𝗚cie's mind like a silver needle. So that was the hidden truth. That was exactly why the Ice Queen, Han Cheryl, guarded her true emotions behind an impenetrable fortress. Min-ji's voice shook with lingering trauma. Ever since that horrific kidnapping incident, she has been punishing her own body, grinding through monstrous training routines for over 20 hours a day. 𝗚cie instantly interrupted, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "That crosses the line of madness," he thought to himself. This was not growth. This was self-destruction. She was burning her own life force just to swing a sword. This force overloading of her mana circuits would inevitably cripple her physical vessel and shatter her future potential. For a brief moment, the shadow of worry clouded the healer's eyes. But hesitation was not in his nature. 𝗚cie abruptly stood up, replacing his grim expression with a reassuring, radiant smile. 𝗚cie, I need to go see Lady Cheryl for a moment. Without missing a beat, the young girl beamed back at him. Go get her, big brother, and tell her that the next time she visits, I am cooking up an absolute feast for her. Turning his attention back to the desperate secretary, 𝗚cie gave a firm, decisive nod. Understood. Lead the way. Meanwhile, deep within the heavily fortified underground training facility of the legendary 𝗚liche Hunter Association, the air itself screamed as Cheryl's blade tore through the empty space. Inside the hidden arena, Cheryl's ragged breaths echoed like a dying storm. Her violently trembling eyes fell upon her own hands, wrapped in bandages soaked thick with crimson blood. She gritted her teeth. I cannot afford to collapse yet. I must break past my limits. I must claw my way to absolute power. Only by standing at the very apex could she form a shield absolute enough to protect those she cherished. Only then would they stop walking away from her. Only then will I never be left behind again. Suddenly, her vision violently spun, plunging into absolute darkness. Just as her body gave out, strong, gentle arms caught her falling figure. Cheryl's half-conscious eyes fluttered open in sheer bewilderment. A weak, trembling whisper escaped her bloodless lips. 𝗚cie? He stood there, anchoring her to reality, his face a canvas of profound heartache. The scene suddenly shifted to a dark memory. Chairman Tae-san stood like an immovable mountain, his back turned coldly as he issued a merciless decree. Starting tomorrow, you are banished from the main house to survive on your own. The heavy words had barely landed when a younger Minji stepped forward in absolute panic. Chairman, sir, I know I am overstepping my boundaries. But the young lady is still practically a child. She desperately needs the protection of this family. Before her desperate plea could even echo through the grand hall, the absolute patriarch crushed her rebellion with an iron tone. As long as the cursed blood of the 𝗚liche conglomerate flows through Cheryl's veins, the shadows will constantly hunt her. If she shatters from a mere exile, she will never survive the bloodbath waiting for her in the future. Cheryl was merely 13 years old during that fateful judgment. Therefore, pack your bags and leave this estate by dawn. Yes, father. That was an era when the fragile girl was entirely ignorant. Ignorant to the terrifying, bloodthirsty nature of the massive world waiting to devour her. Snapping back to the present reality, a warm, grounding voice pulled Cheryl out of her trauma. Are you finally awake? The moment her blurred vision focused on his face, she jolted upright like a startled deer. 𝗚cie, why on earth are you here in my training grounds? However, the master healer completely ignored her frantic questioning. Instead, his piercing gaze scanned her condition. Report your status. Has the mana backlash settled down? Realizing she had exposed her pathetic state, Cheryl nervously lowered her head to hide her shame. Yes, I am perfectly fine. Hearing her stubborn lie, a mischievous spark ignited in 𝗚cie's eyes. Flashing an unnervingly bright smile, he declared, what a massive relief. In that case, let us begin your next hellish training phase immediately. His sudden proclamation struck Cheryl like a lightning bolt. Her brain short-circuited as she stared at him in utter disbelief. Wait, you want to train right this second? 𝗚cie's grin only widened as he flawlessly trapped her in her own words. You just confidently stated you were perfectly healed, did you not? Therefore, I deduced our special masterclass could commence immediately. Or wait, was your recovery a lie? If your body is still crying out in pain, I suppose we could humbly postpone today's session. But before he could even finish the bait, Cheryl fiercely snapped the trap shut. Absolutely not. I am at my absolute peak. Her foolish pride roared, though a dark, desperate mantra continued to furiously chant within the deepest corners of her fractured mind. I do not have the luxury to rest while my enemies grow stronger. Pushing past the phantom pain, she forced her battered body off the infirmary bed. Locking her fiery eyes with his, she declared, my aura is stabilized. Let us begin. Show me what you have planned. However, upon being escorted to her personal training sanctuary, it was 𝗚cie's turn to be completely dumbfounded. His jaw dropped as he took in the massive, blazing facility. By the gods, is this place? Before he could even finish his awestruck sentence, Cheryl smoothly filled in the blanks. A master rank forge, correct? Stepping into the heat, 𝗚cie regained his composure. Exactly. Today's brutal curriculum will take place entirely within these walls. Cheryl's eyes widened in sheer protest. She immediately crossed her arms, fiercely pushing back against this absurdity. Hold on, did you not promise me a high-level combat training session? Noting her deeply frustrated and confused combat stance, 𝗚cie calmly raised a finger to silence her doubts. Today, you will master the ancient art of alchemy. The absolute ridiculousness of the word shattered Cheryl's tough exterior. Alchemy? Are you out of your mind? Unfazed by her outburst, the master healer dropped his voice to a serious tone. This is a vital stepping stone in your evolution to the next tier. Hearing the promise of genuine power, her annoyance instantly melted into eager determination. If it makes me stronger, I accept. And just like that, the unexpected masterclass commenced. 𝗚cie began pouring out the fundamental secrets of the craft. Listen closely. The genesis of creating legendary equipment always begins with liquefying the raw magical ore. Once the metal reaches its absolute boiling point, you must unleash a barrage of rhythmic, calculated strikes to purge the hidden impurities. In the realm of alchemy, we call this sacred process forging. Care to test your might? That was all the provocation she needed. Cheryl hoisted the massive forging hammer into the burning air. Watch and learn, she roared confidently. In the blink of an eye, the heavy hammer came crashing down with explosive kinetic force, violently colliding with the glowing, red-hot steel block as her aura flared with unyielding resolve. Beads of glowing sweat soon cascaded down her fiercely focused face. Yet, after minutes of unleashing her relentless fury upon the anvil, her confident rhythm faltered. Panic leaked into her voice. Wait. The structural integrity. Something is horribly wrong. Standing beside the chaotic sparks, Sue delivered the harsh lesson. That is the consequence of striking without proper heat preparation. If you force the forging process before the core is completely ready, the vessel will merely warp and shatter into a grotesque failure, and completely abandon the craft. So, do you want to test your absolute limits again? These heavy words plunged Cheryl into a deep, contemplative silence. Her next hammer strike fell with unshakable, mountain-like resolve. Crimson sparks exploded like a meteor shower, but suddenly, a strange phenomenon manifested right before her eyes. Cheryl gasped in pure, unfiltered astonishment. Seeing this, Sue could only shake his head with a helpless smile. Standing beside her with an imposing aura, his deep voice echoed through the forge. When crafting high-tier gear, the final stats depend entirely on your base materials. If we compare this to human awakeners, you could call it innate, God-given talent. However, forging legendary equipment requires this exact grueling process to burn away every single impurity. Humans are no different. The hammering process is pure, sweat-drenched effort. Miss Cheryl, your base stats are like a mythic-grade ore. But no matter how godly the material is, as you just witnessed, if you strike it before the core temperature peaks, the durability shatters, leaving only trash. Pouring your soul into a craft is amazing, but striking an unyielding, cold metal only debuffs your true potential, just like this ruined scrap. In my eyes, Miss Cheryl, you are the highest grade crafting material in this entire world. Yet, to forge the ultimate weapon, the greatest ore must endure the most agonizing, scorching hellfire for an absolute eternity. I cannot fathom the hidden quest driving you to push your limits this far. At those words, the lingering shadow of Minji suddenly flashed through his mind. A wave of realization hit Sue. Secretary Kim clearly wanted Han Sharon to break free from her past trauma, but that dark, looming obsession was actually her core driving force. It acted as the very hellfire, refining the mythic ore known as Han Sharon. That raging blaze is what buffs her massive resolve. There was absolutely no need to extinguish it. With that revelation, he spoke up. Right now, you must harness that internal flame. Use it to supercharge your own core. Forging your own path with the hammer is the next stage of your awakening. And do not fear the shadows, even if your entire party abandons you. Even if the whole world logs out on you, I will remain as your guardian. Uttering those epic lines, Sue inwardly cringed. Well, I still need that 20 billion won monthly tutorial fee anyway, he thought. As his mental monologue ended, Cheryl beamed with a radiant, heart-fluttering smile. Thank you, Mr. Sue. Suddenly, Sue firmly grasped her wrist. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. Today's masterclass concludes here. Oh, wait just 1 second. The sudden physical contact triggered a massive, flustered debuff on her. She stammered, completely caught off guard. Smoothly, Sue pulled an item from his inventory. Consider this a hidden quest reward for surviving today's special tutorial. Here, Miss Cheryl, equip this. As the crafted bracelet locked around her wrist, a wave of pure emotion washed over her. Thank you. I will never unequip this item. Thank you so much, Sue. Hearing her heartfelt pledge, he felt a slight pang of awkwardness. Honestly, the base design is pretty low tier for a gift, he thought, but applying a transmog now would be pointless. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Miss Cheryl, could you extend your hand just one more time? Though slightly stunned, she immediately complied. Yes, right here. Ding, ding, ding. The system notifications spammed his vision, activating 𝗚ci's reality manipulation. A massive theory clicked in Sue's mastermind. Wait, this system exploit might actually work. Just like how I hijacked 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗲𝗃's passive to unlock a new super speed variant. Just like how Montabel spammed amplification buffs to max out his innate trait. If I stack those amplification magic circles and apply the exact same logic here. Ding, the system chimed with a god tier alert. You have successfully engraved the concept of amplification. Cheryl's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The stats. The energy feels completely different, but before she could finish analyzing the buff, the system interface crashed into Sue's vision. His skill proficiency bars were skyrocketing. The massive experience point gain left Sue utterly speechless. The exploit actually worked, he realized, even though I can't check the exact multiplier yet. Cheryl's crystal clear voice broke his trance. Mr. Sue, this masterclass was legendary. I will never forget what you taught me. I think it is time I log out and head back to the hospital. I probably need to recover my health points for another 1 or 2 days, depending on my status window. Before the moment could fade, Sue firmly locked eyes with her. No matter what catastrophic events unfold, I will remain in your party, Miss Cheryl. Hearing this absolute vow of protection, her morale peaked. Thank you so much for the carry today. As she left, a terrifying realization hit Sue. Wait a minute, if I can stack amplification buffs on gear, doesn't that mean I can glitch my own equipment? Hold on, does this mean the passive traits on GodTube can also get an infinite multiplier? Meanwhile, in a completely different zone, Jong-gu was sweating bullets, looking absolutely horrified. He smashed his fist on the desk in panic. Is it true? Has Lord Allen initiated a fast travel to Korea? Jimin flinched at the intense boss-level pressure. Yes, sir. The coordinates are confirmed. Jong-goo's sanity gauge nearly hit 0. He barely just spawned in the French server. Why the hell is he teleporting back to Korea already? Facing this high-level interrogation, Jimin nervously swallowed his absolute terror. Well, his primary quest objective is to meet Hunter Sioux. Suddenly, the heavy doors crashed open. A new challenger rudely hijacked the dialogue. This Sioux guy is trending across the entire server. But who the hell is he? Why would an absolute apex predator like Lord Allen personally travel to meet a mere hunter? Cut to Ashley Jae-jun, inside Cell's legendary forge. Sioux stood silently, analyzing his status window. Ding. A heavenly system alert echoed in his mind. Your base strength stats have successfully leveled up. Reviewing the battle log, he muttered to himself, guess I should end the grinding session here. But a slightly awkward expression crossed his face as he surveyed the hundreds of crafted items filling his inventory. This mass crafting raid revealed 2 critical mechanics. Number 1. When I spam the exact same engraving technique across different weapon tiers. Right at that moment, the system interface glitched with endless stat boost notifications. Ignoring the spam, his genius mind kept calculating. The legendary gear with a higher Hephaestus stat multiplier scales exponentially with the engraving buff. Higher base rarity equals a massive power spike. Coming to this god-tier conclusion, Sioux muttered under his breath, which basically means, if I want to power level my divine forging mastery, I just need to continuously craft higher-tier mythic gear. However, a dark, menacing shadow suddenly fell over his face. A massive roadblock had appeared in his master plan, but the second, much more brutal mechanic is, the engraving buffs do not stack. Realizing this brutal system nerf, Sioux practically cried rivers of blood. He let out a soul-crushing sigh of defeat. I should just dump this entire trash loot at the auction house. I will separate the decent drops and hand them over to Miss Seal. And speaking of epic loot, with that massive shipment of 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 Lord Allen is delivering, I can finally start crafting true endgame gear. I will attempt the god-tier forging process then. For now, I should go farm some video tutorials on 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 refining. Meanwhile, shifting the camera to Thor's coordinates, the man was throwing his head back, roaring with maniacal laughter. His face glowed with absolute euphoria. This is not just some basic pay-to-win financial therapy. This time, the healing process is for Hephaestus gear. Hand it over right now before I blow this entire forge to dust. Did you really dare to steal my Mjolnir? As soon as the thunder god roared, Hephaestus flinched in absolute panic. Come on now, I said I was sorry. You didn't think I'd snatch Mjolnir that easily, did you? Thor's rage blazed like a roaring inferno. What did you say? He bellowed, yet the divine blacksmith showed zero fear. Hephaestus flashed a confident grin. As an apology, I will craft you a brand new legendary item. Thor froze, his anger replaced by pure shock. Wait, really? He asked with heavy suspicion. Are you serious? The great Hephaestus is actually going to forge me a weapon? The blacksmith awkwardly scratched his head, quickly nodding his agreement. Yes, I swear it. But since we are at it, let me borrow your Mjolnir one last time. Thor's mighty face suddenly flushed crimson, and he awkwardly tried to refuse. Well, since you are crafting a top-tier item for me, the Thunder God finally gave in, handing over his supreme weapon without another word. Fine, do it. Let us melt this down while the forge is blazing. We start the crafting process right now. Siwoo, watching this epic myth unfold through his screen, muttered under his breath. That material looks exactly like the 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 of our world. Suddenly, Hephaestus's voice grew incredibly stern. But 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 cannot be melted by heat alone. To temper this god-tier metal, to liquefy and purify its core, I must strike it directly with this cute little hammer. Don't worry, I am making your gear. I will return it the second I am done. It will be an absolute masterpiece. Hephaestus raised the massive warhammer high into the air, his eyes burning with absolute determination. With a deafening roar, the blacksmith brought the legendary weapon crashing down. In a single heartbeat, a catastrophic earthquake shattered the ground, sending massive boulders flying everywhere. Yet Thor simply stood there, radiating absolute arrogant majesty. Siwoo watched in pure, unadulterated shock, his jaw dropping wide open. The entire forge just got wiped off the map. But the 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 is still perfectly intact. Do not tell me this stuff has an indestructible status. A barrage of earth-shattering strikes followed, burying the ruined forge beneath thick black smoke. Hephaestus's wild screams echoed through the chaos. Siwoo stared intensely at his smartphone screen, a chill of pure awe running down his spine. Can I really actually learn a divine skill like this? Suddenly, a heavy presence nearby snapped him back to reality. The man stepping into the zone was none other than Sun Font. The veteran hunter spoke with a slow, measured tone. It has been quite a while, Siwoo. Seeing the old man, the overpowered main character secretly rejoiced. Jackpot, my living source of 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃 is here. Right now, Siwoo was standing before a colossal boss monster inside a deadly B+ ranked dungeon. Meanwhile, Sun Font kept demanding answers. Speaking in a rapid foreign tongue, he demanded to know why Siwoo crashed this raid. Facing the sudden interrogation, Siwoo froze, his confidence slightly faltering. Well. While stumbling over his words, the main character rapidly analyzed the guild master's intense glare. Judging by that scary expression, he is definitely asking why I am in this dungeon. Those bodyguards are giving off intense killing intent. Well, considering he was kidnapped in Korea before, they probably think I am using this raid to commit a crime. Finally, He replied with an awkward, shifty gaze. To refine some 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗂. But without a system translator, the language barrier was driving him crazy. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗂 silently prayed to the heavens. Please, let the leveling system translate my pure intentions. In a flash, he forcefully calmed his racing heart. Whatever, who cares? I am an S-rank hunter. I do not need to explain myself. 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗂 slowly closed his eyes, entering a deep state of concentration. He recalled the divine blacksmith's tutorial video. Even in the legendary Norse mythology, no one had ever successfully forged 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗂. Not even Mjolnir, the absolute weapon that one-shot the world's serpent. This meant that refining this god-tier metal would require an impossibly massive impact. Suddenly, a blinding aura erupted around 𝗚cie𝗱𝗂's body. The system activated his S+ rank, knowledge skill. Instantly, a brilliant revelation pierced through his mind. In other words, I need to generate a shockwave even more devastating than Mjolnir to force the refinement. The absolute key is raw, overwhelming impact force. Even Mjolnir, the omnipotent weapon of destruction, could not shatter Ragnarok, the apocalyptic end of Norse myths. But looking over to the Greco-Roman legendary lore, the ultimate final battle was the 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗸𝗲𝗄. If I harness the legendary strength of Hercules, the hero who tore through that very battlefield, if my system can simulate that exact divine power, I can recreate the devastating tremor of Mjolnir, martial god Hercules' secret art. First form, Dragon Descent Kick, with a cataclysmic stomp from the overpowered main character. The colossal dungeon boss instantly began to disintegrate. Its agonizing shrieks echoed through the raid zone as it turned to dust. The apocalyptic shockwave drew the terrified gaze of every hunter present. Even the veteran guildmaster's elite subordinates were trembling, grinding their teeth against the suffocating aura. Yet, 𝗚cie𝗱𝗚𝗂 just stood there, brushing off the dust like an absolute boss. As if he had not just nuked the entire area, he calmly analyzed the result. The Dragon Descent Kick actually outdamaged Mjolnir, though the refined metal looks way more warped than I expected. This is not blacksmithing. I just obliterated the damn thing. Well, at least the martial god's skill works for tempering. I just need to nerf my own strength output next time. Meanwhile, a system notification popped up on an editor's monitor. Diego here. Got a fresh recap video for you. Please work your editing magic on this one too. Park Dok-gu read the message and violently choked on her breath. What the heck? A brand new video file already. I have not even finished cutting his level up to A-rank guide. How does he clear dungeons this insanely fast? She sighed deeply. Well, I guess a top-tier hunter has to maintain his insane growth rate. Her tired eyes scanned the exploding view counts on the monitor. Park Dok-gu could not help but marvel at her boss's insane stats for a newbie channel that launched less than 6 months ago. She muttered her brilliant deduction. That recent kidnapping incident with the Outland Master practically shot our boss's name to the top of the trending hunter rankings. Suddenly, a violent shiver ran down her entire body. She hugged her arms, her face paling with genuine fear. I heard that raid involved an incredibly dangerous criminal syndicate, and the boss fight happened right during his housewarming party. That is terrifying enough, but what if a villain kidnaps me too? If I get caught in a dungeon break, would the boss actually come save me? If I get abducted, would 𝗚cie𝗱𝗸𝗂𝗂? The second those words left her lips, Park Dok-gu jolted like she had been struck by lightning. What kind of crazy romance webtoon nonsense am I spouting? 𝗚cie𝗱𝗸𝗂𝗂? Her face burned bright red as she grabbed her head, screaming in pure embarrassment. What on earth is my brain doing? Her trembling hand desperately slammed down on the computer mouse. She furiously hardened her resolve. Stop daydreaming and focus on the editing quest. Suddenly, on the raw video footage, a godly force crashed down from the heavens, triggering a catastrophic earthquake on screen. Park Dok-gu nervously pushed up her glasses, letting out a horrified gasp. Hey. The very fabric of the world is being torn apart. On screen, the overpowered 𝗚cie𝗱𝗚𝗂 stood amidst the absolute destruction. Holding a warped chunk of rock, he flashed a dangerously handsome smirk. Looks like the extreme melting process is finally complete. Park Dok-gu stared at the catastrophic boss room in utter disbelief. What kind of insane overpowered hunter content is he even filming out there? Another incredibly familiar face flashed on screen. Dok-gu let out a startled scream. Master Alan and Dok-gu simply could not believe their own eyes. Why on earth was Alan starring in the boss's latest video? Wait, was that the legendary YouTuber Clement? No, the woman standing there was none other than the S-rank hunter from France, Carmen, the monster chef boasting a massive 33 million subscribers. Her jaw-dropping menu included recipes like Minotaur thigh steak and vintage wine fermented with the blood of a cyclops, the absolute peak of extreme dungeon cuisine. She was a world-renowned celebrity, famous for cooking the terrifying monsters she hunted with her own 2 hands. Dok-gu frantically pushed his glasses up his nose. He squinted closely at the screen, muttering in pure disbelief. Why were these massive celebrities hanging out in the boss's video? Meanwhile, on the screen, 𝗚cie cleared his throat. It is time to head back to the forge, he announced smoothly. Hearing this, Dok-gu felt his brain short-circuit. He stammered, wait, huh? What? What in the world was this monstrous guy planning now? The scene shifted to 𝗚cie's personal forge. Flames crackled fiercely inside the giant furnace. 𝗚cie stared intently at the blazing inferno, swallowing hard. Gazing at the glowing, superheated stone fresh from the fire, he nodded in pure satisfaction. Perfectly refined, he praised. Hiding a sly smile, 𝗚cie thought to himself. I had to completely obliterate 31 dungeons just to gather these materials. Well, at least the YouTube algorithm will love this content. But more importantly, a glowing system window instantly materialized before his eyes. Streams of green data endlessly cascaded downward. Reading the text, 𝗚cie smirked in realization. My control over the divine strike has evolved. My skill proficiency has absolutely skyrocketed. Now, only one crucial step remained. But suddenly, shattering his concentration, Alan approached quietly from behind. He let out a polite cough and asked, "What exactly are you trying to pull off?" 𝗚cie met the old man's gaze and declared, "I am getting serious about my crafting." A confident smirk played on 𝗚cie's lips. "Now, I just need to forge this 𝗚cie𝗱𝗲𝗃 into god-tier gear." Suddenly, an invisible, overwhelming aura wrapped completely around 𝗚cie's bare hands. He raised his glowing fist high into the air, his eyes burned with absolute determination. Seeing 𝗚cie about to smash the metal barehanded, Alan frantically pointed aside. "The blacksmithing hammer is right over there." But 𝗚cie simply smiled with absolute confidence. His voice echoed with terrifying resolve. "I do not need a tool. I will become the divine hammer Mjolnir itself." Alan's eyes bugged out. Mjolnir? Without hesitation, 𝗚cie slammed his bare fist downward. He struck the superheated stone with a cold, ruthless expression. Boom! The sheer shockwave instantly blew everything in the room to absolute pieces. Alan stood frozen, his jaw completely unhinged in shock. He watched in utter disbelief as 𝗚cie rapidly worked the metal, but 𝗚cie stared down at the glowing stone, biting his lip in frustration. Strange. Is this just my imagination? The alchemy effect isn't triggering at all. This makes no sense. Do I need to output even more raw power? My superhuman strength buff should have been more than enough to forge this blazing metal. Wait a second. A sudden realization struck 𝗚cie like lightning. He gasped out loud. Is the core temperature simply too low? Could it be that the 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃 hasn't reached its melting point? Instantly, a golden system window popped up above his head. Passive skill unlocked. S+ grade knowledge divine blacksmithing arts. 𝗚cie glared at the stubborn stone. Despite being fresh from the flames, the metal was already cooling down. The heat didn't penetrate the core at all, 𝗚cie muttered. Are you telling me this forge is completely useless? He analyzed the situation with a heavy sigh. The absolute maximum output of this furnace is 3,500 degrees. That is already a monstrous level of heat. But thinking about it realistically, I need double that temperature. No, maybe even triple, just to melt its core. Who would have guessed this legendary metal possessed such insane heat resistance? The image of a mythical golden gauntlet flashed inside 𝗚cie's mind. Stroking his chin, he whispered, "If I can actually manipulate this 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃𝗃, I could literally forge a divine-grade artifact. But with this pathetic setup, I am stuck at a dead end. Where am I supposed to find that kind of catastrophic heat? And here I thought clearing the Mjolnir quest would be enough." A dark shadow crossed his face. 𝗚cie stood in complete silence, his mind racing through countless desperate strategies. My first instinct is to use raw magic, but manipulating reality itself is a completely different beast. I cannot risk my own life just to generate some extra fire. 𝗚cie massaged his temples, his voice dripping with absolute frustration. What is my next move? No matter how hard I grind, the system never makes it easy. But wait, at that exact same moment, in a completely different location, a fierce female hunter forcefully planted her boot onto the crushed skull of a gigantic dragon. She glared fiercely at her two companions. Do you realize you've had those dumb looks on your faces for days now? Are you seriously that traumatized? So, what if that arrogant bastard Montabel got his teeth kicked in? I know he wasn't exactly a low-tier trash hunter, but still. Hana kept her head lowered, her voice trembling with genuine fear. That teleportation magic. It wasn't just advanced. It completely shattered the known power scaling system. Haran frowned, tilting her head in total confusion. Are you still obsessing over that warp gate? Is that magic really that big of a deal? Hana stammered nervously. That terrifying spell. It cannot even be classified within the boundaries of normal magic. Standing nearby, 𝗚cii finally broke his silence. Connecting two separate points in space is merely a theoretical concept about wormholes. In actual reality, it is a physical impossibility. Look at it this way. If a legendary 1,000-year-old world tree suddenly died of old age this morning, how would you react, Haran? Haran rolled her eyes and shrugged carelessly. I mean, I'd be pretty shocked, but crazy things like that happen sometimes. 𝗚cii nodded in agreement. Exactly. But what if, out of absolutely nowhere, the actual sun suddenly dropped in temperature today? Haran scoffed instantly. That is scientifically and practically impossible. 𝗚cii pointed a finger at her. Bingo. It should be absolutely impossible. It defies the very laws of the universe. And yet, Hunter 𝗚cii literally made the impossible happen. Haran scratched her cheek, looking utterly clueless. Well, I still don't fully grasp the math behind it, but the dude pulled it off, right? Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered the tension. Hana quickly pulled her smartphone from her pocket. It's mine, she muttered. She glanced at the glowing screen and instantly froze like a statue. Haran leaned in, raising an eyebrow. What's the emergency? A direct message. From 𝗚ci's World Conqueror channel. Hana rubbed her chin, her mind racing. The World Conqueror. Wait, is that overpowering Hunter 𝗚ci himself? Hana, the legendary Flame Witch, was a catastrophic S-rank hunter. She commanded a colossal online empire with exactly 41 million devoted followers, thanks to her absurdly overpowered hidden trait. Any fire-based magic she cast was instantly multiplied by 100 times. Passive trait triggered, S-rank fire magic. The visually stunning, explosive fireworks generated by her ultimate skills had drawn massive crowds of loyal fans directly to the Flame Witch's channel. Stomping down the street, Haran placed her hands on her hips and angrily complained. Who does this Ssiu guy think he is? Just randomly sliding into our DMs to demand a collaboration? Is this some kind of sick joke? If he wanted to team up, he should have at least offered an S-rank boss raid. Why on earth is he dragging us down to a pathetic C-rank dungeon? And you actually said yes? Doesn't that seem incredibly suspicious to you? Hana replied with absolute ice in her voice. If it bothers you that much, you really didn't have to tag along. Since he already proposed this raid alliance with me, your presence here is completely unnecessary. Ssiu-jun, the man stated matter-of-factly. I'm merely acting on my own curiosity. I need to see exactly what kind of monster hunter Ssiu truly is, and honestly, this detour doesn't bother me one bit. Heirin's face twisted into a deep scowl. And this right here is exactly why mages are an absolute nightmare to deal with. Hana merely flashed a mysterious smile, asking, so, we are entering this dungeon together, correct? Ssiu-jun gave a firm nod. Yeah, why the hell not? Defeated, Heirin could only let out a heavy sigh, trailing behind the two overpowered awakeners. Whatever you say. Spotting a figure approaching through the mist, Ssiu's eyes lit up with recognition. Looks like the raid party arrived ahead of schedule. Heirin's eyes practically bulged out of her skull as she stared ahead. She stammered in pure disbelief. What on earth is happening? Lord Aolan, and standing right beside him, is Clement? The legendary S-class hunter from France. Hana's voice sliced through the tension like an ice blade. Hunter Ssiu, what kind of insane scheme are you plotting for this collaboration? Caught off guard, the main character scratched his head with an awkward grin. Ah, right about that. I was actually wondering if you'd be willing to, light a tiny spark for me? Hearing this utterly absurd request, Hana's eyebrow twitched with immediate irritation. You called me all the way out here, just to light a fire. He dropped the act and laid out his actual quest. I'm trying to refine pure 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, but my current flame output simply isn't hot enough. Her jaw practically hit the floor as she stuttered. 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃? Ssiu let out a wry chuckle and nodded firmly. That divine metal boasts absolute heat resistance. Unless the flames reach a terrifying 10,000 degrees Celsius, it won't even warm up. I figured the great and powerful senior Hana here was the only mage capable of generating that kind of apocalyptic heat. Standing on the sidelines, Heirin let out a massive scoff. What kind of absolute garbage are you spouting? Forget the 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 for a second. Do you even comprehend what 10,000 degrees Celsius actually means? The surface of the freaking sun only reaches 5,800 degrees. You're asking for almost double that. Do you honestly think conjuring a localized sun is a walk in the park? Ssiu's expression shifted into one of absolute helplessness. I know it's bordering on impossible, which is exactly why I desperately need Senior Hana's magical prowess. But hey, if you can pull off this miracle. In exchange, I will personally guest star on your YouTube channel and collaborate on absolutely any content your heart desires. Heirin's aura instantly turned pitch black as she gritted her teeth, letting out a mocking sneer. Ha! As if anyone would want that. But before Heirin could even finish her sentence, Hana took the bait. Consider it a deal. I'll test my limits. Heirin immediately shrieked at the top of her lungs. Excuse me, what? Are you telling me you can actually push your firepower to 10,000 degrees? And even if you possess that godlike magic, why the hell would you agree to this? Hana merely offered a chillingly calm smile. Because he promised an exclusive collaboration on my channel, no strings attached. Heirin scrunched her face in utter bewilderment. What is wrong with these crazy top rankers? Wasting absolutely no time, Hana marched directly toward the massive boulders and declared, then let the grand forging begin. She closed her eyes, syncing her breathing with the flow of absolute mana. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, blazing with power. She chanted with commanding authority, high-tier fire magic. Ignite. The very instant those words left her lips, a colossal pillar of catastrophic flames roared to life. It blasted relentlessly into the indestructible boulders. Pushing her mana circuits to the absolute limit, Hana screamed her ultimate incantation. Hellfire Domain. The earth violently quaked and split wide open. The S-class devastation skill. Hellfire Domain. It summoned an apocalyptic blaze, radiating utterly horrifying heat. Heirin's eyes practically popped out of her skull as she stuttered, what in the actual hell is that power? Ssiu let out a massive gasp of awe, his heart pounding with pure adrenaline. Holy crap, this might actually work. Without warning, he launched himself straight into the searing heat zone, roaring at the others, fall back. Ssiu propelled himself high into the sky. He crashed down like a meteor, completely pulverizing the bedrock beneath him. He unleashed the supreme technique, divine martial arts of the Black Queen, first form, dragon descent kick. Staring at the glowing golden orb before him, Ssiu was left in absolute awe. It actually worked, perfect. Now, if I can just nail this final forging phase. He drew back his fist, channeling every last drop of his monstrous aura, and slammed it directly into the earth. Divine martial arts of the Black Queen. Second form. Wrath of the Titan. Hana watched the shockwave in absolute paralysis. Beside her, Lord Aolan's jaw was practically scraping the floor. Heirin stood completely petrified, her mind unable to process the sheer overpowered absurdity. Ssiu peered through the swirling dust at the cratered wreckage, muttering under his breath, "Please tell me the crafting succeeded." Right on cue, the familiar blue holographic window materialized before his eyes. Ding. You have successfully forged a miraculous grade piece of equipment. A triumphant smirk spread across the main character's face. Finally, the grind pays off. Wait, the system actually graded this as miraculous? The system screen rapidly updated. Base stats have received an astronomical boost. Equipment forged via the divine blacksmithing skill has awakened a hidden special ability. Reading the golden text, 𝗚cie stroked his chin, his voice trembling with hype. An exclusive hidden ability. Now that I think about it, every single piece of gear belonging to 𝗵𝗵𝗃 possessed legendary unique traits. As he slid the menacing gauntlet onto his hand, he whispered to himself. Was my skill proficiency simply too low to trigger this before? 𝗚cie pushed the thought aside. Whatever. The only thing that actually matters right now is whether this thing can handle my explosive aura. Clenching his fist tight enough to crack the air, his eyes burned with fierce determination. Alright, let's test this system reward. The system identified the awakened buff granted by the gauntlet as absolute superhuman strength. As that terrifying surge of power flooded his veins, he laughed like an absolute maniac. It's holding together. S+ tier durability. This isn't just basic destruction resistance. I'm pretty sure this thing is fundamentally immune to all physical damage. This has to be the ultimate hidden passive of this god tier gauntlet, an absolute attribute that nullifies any form of destruction, no matter how extreme the environment. Absolute indestructibility. Hold on a second. Even with an indestructible cheat code, can it truly withstand the sheer, logic-defying output of the Black Queen's divine martial arts? 𝗚cie crouched down, snatching up the second gauntlet and sliding it into place. Only one way to find out, right? Let's start with a casual, basic strike. The moment the words left his mouth, he threw a simple jab straight into the empty space. A terrifying shockwave of sheer kinetic force erupted, instantly detonating the surrounding terrain into absolute dust. 𝗚cie's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. He screamed internally. Are you kidding me? Not only is it literally indestructible, but the raw base multipliers on this gear are absolutely game-breaking. Witnessing this localized nuke, both Hana and AO Land completely lost their grip on reality. 𝗚cie simply scratched his cheek, laughing awkwardly. Big thanks to the amazing senior Hana for the assist. Alright, let's extract from this dungeon before the whole place collapses. Meanwhile, cut back to the real world at Park Do-cheon's apartment. She jolted awake, shooting up from her desk and aggressively massaging her temples. Suddenly, Do-cheon glanced over her shoulder. Seeing her two younger siblings still completely passed out, she let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, thank God they didn't wake up. Do-cheon dragged her heavy gaming chair back to her workstation, groaning. Ugh, back to the ultimate editor's grind. The second her monitor lit up, a direct message from the overpowered main character flashed on screen. Do-cheon, I just recorded some insane new raid footage. Edit this as soon as possible. 𝗚cie. She gritted her teeth, literal anime tears streaming down her face. Are you freaking kidding me? Another VOD. I haven't even finished rendering his last dungeon clear, but as she unlocked her smartphone to check her latest notification, Do-cheon's eyes went completely wide, seeing the golden text. Direct deposit received, 20 million won. She froze completely, her entire body violently vibrating as she stammered. A monthly editor's allowance of 20 million won. The sheer power of capitalism instantly cured her fatigue. Stretching her arms to the heavens, she roared with burning passion. Time to unleash my ultimate editing skills. Meanwhile, back in the hunter's realm with 𝗚cie, another glorious blue holographic window chimed. Ding! You have successfully forged a miraculous grade item. 𝗚cie laughed gleefully, shouting. It's definitely because I used pure 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃. The mastery level of my divine alchemy skill just skyrocketed. Looks like crafting this masterpiece gave me a massive experience boost too. System notification. Divine alchemy mastery is now at 64.77%, gaining a bonus of 5.1%. Gently brushing his fingers against the glowing new accessory, 𝗚cie smirked to himself. Now that I have my 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 gear, the hard days are over. What kind of overpowered stats does this 𝗚cie𝗱𝗃 bracelet hold? Even with my S+ rank knowledge, I cannot be completely certain. However, it seems to passively streamline my mana circuit flow. Sure, I am actively utilizing the mystic arts derived from Zhang Sanfeng's legendary Tai Chi techniques, but mastering perfect control still eludes me. Will this actually work? Qiwu dug into his absolute memory bank, recalling that mana mastery is divided into 5 absolute stages. First, gathering raw mana within the core. Second, circulating the gathered energy. Third, manipulating the aura for precise control. Fourth, amplifying the cast magic into a devastating force. And finally, unleashing that supreme power upon the world. Among these, the Tai Chi method represents the gathering stage, allowing Mother Nature's infinite energy to flow perfectly through my vessel. Feeling an invisible, godlike aura wrapping around his wrist, a confident smirk crossed Qiwu's face. I might not know the exact spell casting formulas yet, but this divine artifact seems to completely bypass the second stage of mana circulation. This bracelet is an absolute cheat item, for some inexplicable reason. My entire body is overflowing with explosive energy. My base combat power has spiked by a massive 50%. Gaining these passive traits feels like winning the ultimate gacha role. But regardless, I have the authority to engrave whatever custom attributes I desire. Having decided, his eyes locked onto the reality manipulation of 𝗚ci's skill, flashing on the system interface. He steeled his resolve. Let us test the limits of this power. A catastrophic wave of aura instantly erupted from his core as Qiwu thought to himself. Just like the amplification runes I previously inscribed on Han Charon's bracelet, the system window swiftly compiled his new god tier stats, while his skill proficiency skyrocketed by multiple percent. Qiwu furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth in sheer awe. I will never get used to this overwhelming sensation. He deduced that because the artifact was forged from pure 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗲𝗃, its base amplification must be boosted by at least 5%, right? Immediately after, a relentless barrage of system notifications flooded his vision. Every single proficiency level was breaking its limits. Reading the holographic text, 𝗚cie suddenly froze in absolute shock. A 10% increase? No, wait, it is far beyond 10%. What kind of heaven-defying magic is this? The maximum proficiency cap for every trait has shattered. He gasped internally, utterly paralyzed. A max proficiency of 107%? That means, by grinding my mastery, my raw power can scale 10% higher than even the system's intended limit. Tears of triumph and joy welled up in 𝗚cie's eyes. Surviving those hellish trials to forge this 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗲 was completely worth the blood and sweat. Suddenly, Alan's booming voice echoed in his ears. If we utilize the cold forging method, substituting heavy machinery with pure, monstrous human strength for the rolling and extrusion process, the resulting durability will be incredible. Glancing over at the two men deeply engrossed in their blacksmithing debate, 𝗚cie chuckled inwardly. Those two have become quite the chatty duo lately. Ever since witnessing the 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗲 forging miracle, Alan only pauses to ask a question when a legendary technique baffles him. A fond smile graced 𝗚cie's lips. It seems the legendary dwarf now views Uncle Panguang as both a worthy rival and a blood brother. Alright, enough distractions. What god-tier attribute should I engrave onto these gauntlets next? 𝗚cie pondered deeply. I have already imbued them with the absolute necessity, the indestructible trait. Stroking his chin in deep calculation, he finally made his choice. Amplification might provide a massive burst in damage, but since identical runes cannot be stacked, layering another amplification would yield diminishing returns. Clenching his fists tightly, 𝗚cie's eyes darkened with tactical foresight. Furthermore, I sense a fatal flaw in its current evolution. Even though it possesses the absolute law of unyielding durability against any physical impact, the transcendent power of high-ranking skills can shatter even the laws of physics. The devastating recoil of my Divine Palm will destabilize the indestructible trait. If my Divine Palm proficiency levels up any further, there is a high probability these gauntlets will turn to dust. He muttered softly, calculating his future growth. Considering the supreme grade martial arts I will unlock later, I desperately need an upgrade path. As expected, the growth rune is the only logical choice. Holographic blueprints of the legendary growth rune materialized in 𝗚cie's mind. The growth rune, an evolution imprint that forces the artifact into a state of infinite scalability, making future enhancements possible. But to forcibly upgrade an item, one must shatter the very boundaries of its creation, a theoretically impossible feat. Yet, recalling the reality manipulation authority granted by the system, he closed his eyes and exhaled a heavy breath. Now that my reality manipulation mastery has been boosted by the amplification effect, I can defy the heavens. The moment he unleashed that forbidden power, 𝗚cie's face contorted in sheer agony. He ground his teeth, blood trickling from his lip. I can feel a catastrophic backlash. It is as if the infinite universe itself is aggressively rejecting my very existence, a crushing sensation of fighting an entire cosmos completely alone. After a terrifying struggle, the system window finally chimed with new alerts. You have successfully bestowed the growth rune. Proficiency levels continue to skyrocket. Reading this glorious notification, 𝗚cie collapsed to his knees, violently dry heaving from the immense mana drain. The ruthless system interface kept calculating. Gentleman's core, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom mastery increased. 𝗚cie gasped for air, his entire body trembling violently from the aftershocks. Yet, his burning gaze remained fiercely unbroken. I thought the increased mastery would shield me, but that cosmic recoil was absolutely terrifying. According to my S+ knowledge, the indestructible attribute has successfully evolved. But to reinforce it even further, I will undoubtedly need more pure 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗲𝗃 as the core upgrade material. He muttered grimly. But where on earth do I farm that now? His mind raced with rapid calculations. I completely exhausted Alan's 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗲𝗃 supply, 2 ores for the gauntlets, and the last fragment for the bracelet. 𝗚cie's expression turned incredibly sour. Rumor has it the market price is at least 10 billion won per ore, with some auctions hitting 100 billion. Does that mean I just burned through 300 billion? Casting a desperate glance at Alan's sturdy back, 𝗚cie mentally vowed. I urgently need to unlock more secrets of the divine alchemy skill tree later. Word on the street is that 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗲𝗃 occasionally drops as hidden loot in S-rank dungeons or higher. 𝗚cie thought aloud, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. To follow the ultimate guide to becoming an S-rank hunter, I need to officially hit S-rank status very soon. He let out a long, exhausted breath. I honestly thought I could finally catch a break after forging this overpowered 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃 gear. But as always, the daily quests never end. Staring blankly at his smartphone screen, 𝗚ciesuddenly let out a loud gasp. Crap, I still have to run my hunter tutoring session with Han Charon today. My schedule is an absolute nightmare. Does the system shop sell a shadow clone skill book? Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, Lee Jae-joon sat in the dark, replaying the leaked combat footage. He muttered the main character's name with dark intrigue. 𝗚ciew. He solo cleared the entire Alan incident. Tell me a more believable fairy tale. The thunderous cheers echoing from his phone's speaker ignited a sinister spark of interest in his eyes. Clearly, this kid is not your average rookie trash. That high-tier armor he is wearing smashing through a high-level dungeon using nothing but brute force. It sounds absolutely absurd. Of course, that is impossible. It seems that mysterious artifact holds a terrifying hidden passive. He must be hiding a hidden skill. Was it a system reward for luckily saving Alan? A weakling like him has no right to wield Alan's epic gear. Nothing sickens me more than trash wearing high-tier equipment. Treasures must return to their rightful masters. Meanwhile, Sioux and Qirin were locked in intense combat training. Steel clashed against steel. Sioux effortlessly dodged her strikes while analyzing her stats. The hardcore leveling sessions were finally paying off. A barrage of martial arts patterns flashed through Siou's mind, energy, and body. The three core elements of a martial master. Qirin's aura was guided by Tai Chi, while her physical vessel was enhanced by the divine martial body. Previously, her mental stat could not keep up. But now, infused with absolute resolve and unyielding willpower, her true combat power was finally awakening. A faint smirk crossed Siou's face. He thought, this is bad. I plan to hold back to boost her confidence. But facing her with just basic sword strikes is no longer an option. In that very second, Qirin charged right at him. Her blade sliced the air with devastating force. Sioux was genuinely impressed. This was not the fragile youngest daughter of the sh conglomerate anymore. This was the aura of a true martial master. His brows furrowed into a half-smile as a brilliant blue energy coated his own blade. Disrespecting someone aiming for the absolute peak was unforgivable. Suddenly, Qirin flinched, her combat instincts locking onto a new threat. She instantly deflected the blue aura slashing toward her, but out of nowhere, a materializing fist appeared in her blind spot. It was Siou's strike, carrying the devastating force of a raging tempest. Defeated, Qirin lowered her weapon. I surrender, she admitted. I never expected you to throw your weapon like that. Sioux chuckled softly and extended a hand to help her up. You must anticipate everything. In a real dungeon raid, unpredictable monster mechanics will always catch you off guard. Her lips curled into an embarrassed smile, realizing she had been overconfident. I thought I was finally closing the level gap between us, but my path is still endlessly long. Sioux let out a warm laugh. Let us wrap up the daily quest here. He noticed a massive improvement in how she controlled her burning aura. Suddenly, the training room doors swung open. The intense atmosphere was shattered. Excuse me, a servant announced with a grave tone. Miss, you have an unexpected visitor. However, the guest is not here for you. They are here for Mr. Sioux. Confusion washed over Siou's face. Me? Before he could process the aggro, 𝗂𝗄𝗯 strolled in with a towering arrogance. You're Min Sioux, right? Sioux stared at him, genuinely bewildered. Have we initiated a quest together before? Beside him, Qirin whispered in shock. That is the S-class hunter. The infamous Lee 𝗂𝗄𝗯. 𝗂𝗄𝗯 let out a mocking sneer, dripping with high-level superiority. Min Sioux, let us skip the useless NPC dialogue. Where is the legendary equipment you are hoarding? Sioux rubbed his chin in deep thought. Why would an S-class hunter track him down? Equipment? The puzzle pieces snapped into place. Ah, you mean this. He summoned a brilliantly crafted gauntlet from his inventory, forged from blinding gold and pure intricate mastery. In his other hand rested a seemingly ordinary pouch. Are you talking about these drops? 𝗂𝗄𝗯's eyes widened in absolute shock as he stared at the item. Is that a spatial inventory pouch? The hunter's face darkened with greedy malice, his teeth grinding in pure envy. Yes, but wait. Why is this trash mob talking to me without honorifics? 𝗂𝗄𝗯's expression twisted into a predatory smirk. He extended his hand like an absolute ruler. The gauntlet and the spatial pouch. I will buy them. Name your price. Sioux casually tilted his head. Oh, you want to purchase my gear? This complete lack of respect. Made the S-class hunter's blood boil. This bastard dares to ignore my status? Unbothered, Sioux stroked his chin, calculating the trade window with a playful smirk. If I had to set a buyout price, let us see. 2 chunks of premium 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗶𝗃 plus crafting fees, Sioux dropped an astronomical number. Around 300 billion. The absurd figure made veins pop on 𝗂𝗄𝗯's forehead in absolute fury. Are you messing with the system right now? He furiously held up 3 fingers, dictating the maximum gold he would trade. I will give you 30 billion, not a single coin more. Sioux glanced at him, silently judging the lowball offer. Who does this arrogant fool think he is bargaining like a cheap merchant? Sioux locked eyes with him and tested the waters. And what if I cancel the trade? 𝗂𝗂𝗯 paused. Then, before another word was spoken, a massive explosive aura erupted from where 𝗂𝗂𝗯 stood. Pitch black smoke violently billowed into the air. I guess I have no choice. 𝗂𝗂𝗯 scoffed maliciously. A menacing shadow energy spiraled behind him. A divine artifact is only a treasure when you have the hidden stats to protect it. For a worthless low-level player, it is nothing but a death sentence. Hearing this classic villain's speech, Sioux mentally cursed him. What kind of scripted nonsense is this? Is this lunatic seriously trying to trigger a player kill zone right here in the mansion? Has his brain completely lagged out? 𝗂𝗂𝗯 kept his hands arrogantly in his pockets, radiating an overwhelming boss monster pressure. Show me. Prove that your combat level is worthy of wielding those items. He blatantly threatened an item drop by force, or I will loot them from your corpse. Sioux cringed at the sheer absurdity of the situation. A robber preaching justice? Good grief. Suddenly, Qirin stepped between them, shielding Sioux like a guardian knight. How incredibly barbaric, she declared. The hunter threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The barbarism of the strong is not rude. It is absolute justice. Sioux let out a deep, exhausted sigh. He looked away, muttering to himself. What kind of broken system logic is this idiot running on? That is just a criminal mindset. Without hesitation, Charon drew her razor-sharp blade and aimed it directly at Jae-jun's throat. Then prove your overwhelming strength first. Siu hurriedly stepped forward to cancel her aggro. You do not need to take this boss fight, Miss Charon. But she kept her fierce gaze locked, replying to him with a deadly serious tone. He disrespected you first, Mr. Siu. Siu fell silent, observing her intense aura. Is she actually triggered? Shock rippled through his mind at her sudden protective behavior. But why is she getting mad for my sake? Despite her fury, she maintained perfect combat composure. She issued a flawless duel condition. If I win this player versus player match, you will bow down and apologize to him. Jae-jun merely sighed, oozing untouchable arrogance. Do you really think that is possible? Siu stood in the background, watching the tense standoff. Charon and Jae-jun were seconds away from tearing each other apart. He could only sigh in pure disbelief. What kind of crazy situation is this? Charon steadied her breathing, stealing her resolve. Since you are an S-rank hunter, I will fight with everything I have. Jae-jun just smirked, dripping with absolute arrogance. Hilarious. You actually think your best is enough to beat me? He leaned in, deliberately poking at her darkest memories. It seems you have overestimated your own worth. Just because the masses blindly call you the genius of the century does not mean it is true. His next words struck her like a physical blow. She visibly stiffened. I heard about your little kidnapping incident. Captured by an S-rank criminal without even putting up a fight. A cruel smile twisted Jae-jun's lips. Just as I thought. You are still too green. Losing your composure over a simple taunt? How utterly pathetic. He let out a long, mocking sigh and spread his arms wide open. I will show you the insurmountable wall of true power. Go ahead, take the first strike. In a flash, her blade materialized right at his throat. Yet Jae-jun did not even blink. He taunted her with a humiliating sneer. Do your best, little girl. A violent streak of purple aura slashed right above his head. For several intense seconds, Charon became a storm of steel. She unleashed a relentless barrage of devastating attacks, but the S-rank hunter evaded every single strike with maddening agility. However, her explosive power caught him completely off guard. Cold sweat prickled down his spine. Since when did she get this fast? He watched her blade slice through the empty air. Absolute panic began to creep into Jae-jun's mind. I cannot even track her movements. What the hell is this? Gritting his teeth, he was forced to abruptly change his battle strategy. I need to open up the distance. He leaped backward, desperately trying to escape her attack range. He thought he had bought himself a moment of safety. But out of nowhere, the sharp tip of her sword pressed right against his skin. The elite S-rank hunter froze in utter shock. Charon glared at him, her voice ice cold as she delivered the verdict. Admit your defeat. Then, she issued her absolute command. Her words carried the heavy weight of an absolute order. Drop to your knees and apologize to Mr. Siu, right now. Jae-jun's face contorted into an ugly scowl, his pride deeply wounded. He shamelessly pushed her glowing blade away. I cannot accept such a cowardly sneak attack. Charon furrowed her brows in pure disbelief. You literally told me to strike first. Jae-jun scrambled for a pathetic excuse. I said you could attack, but I never agreed to an ambush. Charon scoffed at his ridiculous logic. In a real-life or death battle, you must be prepared for anything. Are you not supposed to be an elite S-rank hunter? How can you not know the most basic rule of survival? Now, get on your knees and apologize. But Jae-jun merely let out a shameless, mocking laugh. I already told you, I do not accept this result. Charon's patience finally snapped. She glared into his eyes, utterly disgusted by his lack of honor. Fine, you are embarrassing yourself. I will let you attack first. Siu, watching from the sidelines, was completely stunned. Is she insane? Her opponent is still an active S-rank hunter. He debated whether he should step in and stop this madness. Wait, am I not supposed to be a content creator? Before he could decide, the two warriors clashed like titans. Sparks flew as their blades locked in a brutal test of strength. Neither was willing to back down. Charon swung her sword with devastating force. The heavy impact sent Jae-jun skidding backward, but his reflexes were sharp, quickly raising his blade to block her lethal strikes. Minji shielded her face from the shockwaves. The battle was escalating too fast. Should we not stop them? She yelled over the chaotic noise. Siu simply stood with his arms crossed, silently analyzing the system data. It seems that despite learning the legendary Tai Chi technique, Charon has not fully mastered its true essence yet. Meanwhile, her opponent was no ordinary villain. He was Lee Jae-jun, one of the elite 6S rank hunters of South Korea. He studied his weapon, his arrogant attitude, and his unique awakened traits. After a furious exchange of blows, they finally broke apart. Jae-jun smirked, offering a condescending compliment. Not bad, little girl. He possesses the double S-rank copy trait. Siu calculated the enemy's system limits in his head, but he is not an almighty god. He absolutely cannot replicate powers that transcend the absolute boundaries of his own system limits. He is probably dying of jealousy over Chirin's sword and my divine gear. Jae-jun casually brushed his hair back, trying to look composed. But pure rage was bubbling beneath his smug exterior. How dare you act so high and mighty with such a pathetic skill? In the end, you are nothing but a worthless insect. Charon's eyes blazed with fury. Shut your mouth. Siu kept observing the flow of the battle. If this continues, she is going to lose her stamina. There was no turning back now. Charon charged forward like a roaring tiger, raising her blade for a heavy strike. But Jae-jun fluidly ducked and slipped to the side. His sudden shift in gravity caught Charon completely off guard. He violently countered with a deadly slash. She barely leaped back in time to save her life. Ye-eun let out a sinister chuckle. Is that really all you can do? How incredibly pathetic. Charon gritted her teeth, glaring daggers at her enemy. Heavy beads of sweat dripped down her exhausted face. Siu and Minji continued to watch from the sidelines. They were basically enjoying a free blockbuster action movie. Suddenly, Siu's voice cut through the heavy tension. Miss Charon, your mind is far too cluttered right now. Remember what I told you about the three absolute core elements of the Tai Chi art. Those words struck Charon like a bolt of lightning. The realization washed over her. Am I overthinking this? He is right. I allowed my emotions to be easily manipulated by his cheap taunts. I need to calm down. She closed her eyes and placed a hand over her racing heart. She slowly tapped into the profound inner key. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with an unshakable resolve. Tai Chi. Jae-jun recoiled as a terrifying chill ran down his spine. Her aura completely transformed. It feels like the boundless energy of nature itself. Charon raised her sword, her voice echoing with absolute authority. Now, witness the true peak of my power. She exploded forward, closing the distance in a single breath. Jae-jun merely raised his hand with a greedy smirk. Hiding your best moves? Cute. But I will simply copy this supreme skill for myself. Yet Charon did not even flinch. System error. Jae-jun's eyes widened in absolute horror as his skill failed. What? I cannot duplicate her technique. Without a single second of hesitation, Charon executed her ultimate art. This is the end. Driven to madness, Jae-jun roared at the top of his lungs. You are nothing but a filthy rank trash. My overwhelming power is more than enough to crush you. His arrogant words only fueled the roaring fire inside her. She stared him down with the cold eyes of a true conqueror. Her blade descended with heaven-shattering devastation. The sheer shockwave sent Minji tumbling to the hard ground. Siu quickly raised his arms to block the brutal impact. This is getting way too dangerous. The entire battlefield was swallowed by a blinding, catastrophic flash of white light. The epicenter of their clash detonated like a massive mana bomb. Siu's desperate voice echoed through the clearing. Miss Charon! Miss Charon! Miss Charon! Snapping back to the present, Siu cheered at his system screen. Absolutely legendary. I thought that guy was some final boss, trying to steal my divine gear. But thanks to that drama, my channel's algorithm is going absolutely crazy. The comments section is completely blowing up right now. The entire internet has crowned Han Charon as the ultimate victor. But in reality, she had completely passed out from mana exhaustion. Siu had rushed to her side in total panic. He carefully lifted her limp body, desperately calling out her name. Miss Charon, wake up. Thank God for his S+ rank divine medical skill. Her core would have shattered if he had not activated his healing ability immediately. Surprisingly, Jae-jun was still barely conscious, as expected from the monstrous endurance of an S-rank hunter, though he was completely wrecked by the supreme power of Tai Chi. Suddenly, a notification ping from his phone broke his train of thought. Who is messaging me right now? Siu unlocked his screen and read the mysterious pop-up. Greetings, I am Han Mina, the aunt of Han Charon. I sincerely apologize for contacting you out of nowhere. Siu tilted his head in total confusion. Her aunt, working at the Hunter Association headquarters, the high-ranking official continued her unexpected message. I know this is an incredibly abrupt quest request. Thank you for answering my summons. Siu took his seat at the tea table, scratching his head with a humble smile. For you, I would always make the time. Aunt Cheryl replied with elegant grace. My, what a smooth talker you are. The truth was revealed. We want to use that viral combat footage, the one where an S-rank hunter gets absolutely decimated by an A+ rank. It is perfect promotional material for SH Group. Siu connected the dots in his mind, so neither Han Charon nor Han Mina cared about the trivial details. Was this overwhelming pragmatism simply the Han family's signature style? Breaking the silence, the main character finally asked, so you intend to weaponize that duel, using the clash between Han Charon and Lee Jae-jun to boost SH Group's reputation? The elegant woman nodded immediately. Precisely. You might be out of the loop, but Charon is on the verge of securing a massive guild contract with the Mao Tao conglomerate. The protagonist's eyes widened in sheer shock. Wait, Mao Tao? The legendary Chinese hunter corporation. She offered a cool, affirming nod. Deploying this combat footage will guarantee her success at the negotiating table. But fear not, we would never demand your assets for free. A massive compensation reward awaits you. Compensation? He echoed, raising a brow. We still need to crunch the final numbers, she explained, but the absolute minimum payout would be 20 billion won. The main character instantly choked, violently spitting out his premium tea. 20 billion won? He coughed, frantically wiping the ruined table. I am so sorry. But before she could react, her phone buzzed with an urgent notification. Hold that thought, she muttered. An emergency call just came in. As she answered, his mind was still reeling. 20 billion won? Are they treating legendary wealth like spare change? Suddenly, the woman shot up from her chair, her expression entirely shifted. I apologize for cutting this short, but the chairman demands my presence immediately. Frozen in disbelief, he could only offer a polite nod. Understood. Please, take care of your guild business. The scene violently shifted to the guild master's domain. Chairman, the secretary announced, Director Han Mina has arrived. The apex predator of the Han family sat with intertwined fingers, his dark aura suffocating the room. Enter. The doors blasted open as she stormed into the executive sanctuary. Is the intel accurate? Did Mao Tao truly sever the alliance with Charon? A chilling male voice immediately cut her off. Watch your tone. You are in the presence of the chairman. It was the eldest heir, Han Wanguk. His eyes narrowed with predatory disdain. Control your emotions. This is an elite board of directors meeting, not some pathetic family reunion. The second son, Han Jimin, sneered from the shadows. Mina, you may be the youngest, but it is time you grew up. The third brother, Han Jongjin, simply watched. Feeling cornered by her own bloodline, she grit her teeth. What is the meaning of this ambush? So all my treacherous brothers decided to gather. The ultimate authority, Chairman 𝗏𝗏, sat like an emperor on his throne. Take your seat, he commanded with a terrifyingly gentle smile. The rumors you heard are factual. The 𝗏 faction has officially severed ties. The sheer weight of the news made her skin crawl with anxiety. But that alliance was worth 11 trillion won. An overnight termination? On what grounds? The chairman tapped his finger with rhythmic menace. Their official statement? They no longer possess absolute faith in the 𝗏𝗏 Hunter Guild's capabilities. Then why initiate the quest line in the first place? The eldest brother closed his eyes in sheer arrogance. The Chinese faction operates on hidden variables, but she violently rejected his hollow excuse. Hidden variables? Do not give me that corporate garbage. We all know the truth. This legendary contract would have cemented Charon's authority, and a certain someone in this very room would permanently lose access to her guild shares. So you orchestrated a shadow sabotage, didn't you? The boardroom atmosphere instantly turned lethal. Hold your tongue, little girl. That mega deal was crucial for the entire 𝗏𝗏 Empire's survival. Do you honestly believe I would incinerate an 11 trillion won asset just to steal a child's inheritance? Her fury blazed like an uncontrolled skill. The timing is too perfect. Right after you hijacked the construction sector. Do you have any idea the catastrophic financial damage this guild suffered because of your greed? The brother's aura turned dangerously dark. Are you directly challenging my authority right now? There is zero proof of any material embezzlement on my end. She didn't back down a single inch. If you crave a guild war, then face me directly. The magical pressure between the siblings threatened to shatter the very windows. Their killing intent spiraled out of control. Stop targeting a defenseless rookie, she roared. Pushed to his absolute limit, the eldest brother's eyes flashed with pure bloodlust. Mina, he bellowed, shaking the floor. Tap. The chairman gently struck the mahogany desk with a single finger. That microscopic release of pressure was so overwhelmingly absolute that all four heirs instantly bowed in sheer terror. We overstepped our boundaries. Forgive us, Guildmaster. A suffocating, golden aura radiated from the old man's throne. Calm yourselves. The 𝗏𝗏 raid has not reached its final phase just yet. Due to their lack of faith, they are sending an elite envoy for direct negotiations. Zhang Wei of the 𝗏𝗏 Empire is descending upon South Korea. The name alone struck fear into her core, forcing her to instinctively step back. Zhang Wei, the sole inheritor of the legendary Sword Saint, the direct disciple of one of the 13 saviors of humanity. That monster is coming here, she clenched her trembling fists. Father, does this mean that Apex Predator will be negotiating with Charon directly? The absolute monarch closed his eyes. Indeed, she slammed her hands on the chairman's desk. But Charon is just a novice. Her management stats are nowhere near ready for a boss-level encounter like this. His piercing, razor-sharp gaze snapped open, locking onto her with lethal gravity. The 𝗏𝗏 Empire is the undisputed peak of South Korea. The entire political and economic ecosystem of this nation revolves entirely around our power. To lead an empire of this magnitude, one must survive countless hellish trials. Charon carries the Han bloodline. She is a core member of this guild. Burn that into your memory and return to your post. The heavy corporate tension dissolved, instantly transitioning to a totally different battlefield. The main character stood completely still, locked in a flawless combat stance. His unwavering gaze pierced through the empty air, burning with absolute determination. Brilliant streaks of azure aura ignited around him as he channeled his inner energy for a devastating strike. Boom! He vanished in a burst of supersonic speed. Gritting his teeth against the gravity force, he drew his right arm back like a coiled cannon. His pupils erupted with fierce, glowing light. A catastrophic punch tore through the wind. Watching from a safe distance, the spirit guide flinched in absolute disbelief. What the hell? How did his stats skyrocket so insanely fast? The explosive momentum finally came to a halt. Without missing a beat, he transitioned into a flawless high kick, slicing through the air. Beneath the serene backdrop of the endless blue sky, his mentor floated closer. Master, do you seriously not feel the massive upgrade? Dropping his stance, the protagonist looked genuinely confused. Really? I honestly cannot tell. The tiny guide's jaw dropped in sheer frustration. Your combat proficiency has literally evolved to a new dimension. Hearing that ultimate confirmation, his gaze dropped to his wrist. Could this massive stat boost be coming from this artifact? The camera zoomed in on the mysterious black bracelet, its ancient circular rune pulsing with dark energy. The floating entity merely shook its head. When it comes to raw leveling speed, you are an absolute monster. But when it comes to basic comprehension, you are the most clueless mortal I have ever met. Exhausted by the grueling training, the protagonist slowly straightened his posture. Of course, I am struggling. This is not a simple chain skill. This is a legendary flow technique. A flow technique, he panted, wiping his sweat. Hovering right behind him, the miniature spectral guide began his lecture. My supreme martial art requires the mastery of two distinct paths. The chain is your foundation. It is the physical execution of consecutive strikes. But the flow is the magical bridge. It seamlessly binds those physical combos into an endless river of destruction. To reach the next tier of power, you must abandon the chain and conquer the flow. Mastering this art is nearly impossible. Even the legendary Zhu Liang would shake his head in utter despair. Now, watch closely as I demonstrate. Keep your eyes wide open. First form, the descending dragon kick. This technique condenses the absolute pinnacle of all striking arts into one devastating blow, following that exact same path. Second form, the heavenly annihilation punch. It holds the pure destructive essence of a flawless straight strike. This is true mastery. When the profound essence of these two paths finally fuses together into a single strike, before long, the dark martial phantom expanded into a massive, imposing figure. He unleashed an endless barrage of earth-shattering blows, standing perfectly still. His aura exploded, firing off phantom strikes that left the host speechless. Wait, you can spam these heavy attacks? 𝗚cie stared in absolute awe before a confident smirk crossed his face. Will I be able to master this system someday? The phantom flashed a wide, arrogant grin. Of course. The towering martial spirit instantly shrank back down. He raised a single finger, delivering the cruel reality. Give it about 12 years. If you are lucky, you might grasp the basics by then. Wait, what? 12 whole years? But I've been grinding my daily quest to completely reconstruct my physical vessel. Oh, is that so? Then once your body reconstruction is complete, it will only take 4 years. 𝗚cie's expression instantly crumbled in total defeat. Still 4 years? But the martial spirit offered a hidden route. However, if you dare to enter my hellish special training program, the leveling timeline might drastically change. The scene instantly shifted. The massive terminal of Incheon International Airport came into full cinematic view. Heavy, authoritative footsteps echoed across the polished floor. A man in sleek black dress shoes moved with an overwhelming, silent pressure. Reporters gathered in the distance dropped their jaws in absolute shock. There he is, the VIP. Every single journalist scrambled, raising their camera lenses. It is Chairman Jiang Wei, but his expression was dark as thunder, radiating pure, unadulterated fury. Give me the status report. His blonde secretary immediately stepped up to brief him. The summit with the SH Guild is scheduled to begin in 2 days. Jiang Wei glared at the flashing cameras, his mana flaring with deadly impatience. 2 days? What gives them the right to make me wait that long? His secretary bowed her head, shivering. I deeply apologize, sir. The chairman shot a single, piercing glare toward the swarm of reporters. Instantly, a wave of pressure shattered every single camera lens in the vicinity. What the hell happened to my gear? The journalists panicked in utter confusion. Was that an aura burst? Ignoring the chaos behind them, the chairman simply turned his back. We are leaving. Back to the martial phantom, pointing at himself with supreme arrogance. Like I said, survive my special hell mode training, and your stats will skyrocket. Meanwhile, a city bus rumbled down the highway. 𝗚cie sat quietly by the window, watching the city blur past his eyes as he pondered. A special hidden training mode? Huh. Even though my physical vessel's reconstruction has leveled up significantly. Grinding it out normally will still take 4 agonizing years. I cannot afford to waste that kind of time, but if I unlock this exclusive tutorial, my mastery speed will definitely break through the limits. 𝗚cie pulled out his smartphone, muttering to himself. Let us check the premium system shop first. His eyes locked onto a string of massive numbers glowing on the system interface. His brain practically short-circuited. 𝗚cie clutched his head and let out a horrified scream, startling every single passenger on the bus. 16 billion? Wait, the VIP membership fee is 15.1 billion won. 31.1 billion won a month? A nearby passenger stared at him. Did his brain get hit by a debuff? 𝗚cie completely ignored the stares, spiraling into despair. 31.1 billion is an astronomical fortune. With that kind of gold, you could basically clear the game. The bus screeched to a halt. 𝗚cie stumbled out onto the pavement, his soul still crushed. An older man stepping off behind him threw him a highly suspicious side eye. Definitely under a mind control curse. 𝗚cie let out a heavy sigh, forcing his racing heart to settle. There is only one quest available right now. I need to farm more gold. I have 0 alternative routes. Time to secure the bag and clear some mercenary work. 𝗚cie arrived at the guild office to meet Cheryl's aunt. She offered him a tense, apologetic smile. Due to recent corporate interference, I am afraid the promotional video production that we previously negotiated will have to be suspended indefinitely. The sound of shattering glass echoed in 𝗚cie's mind. My beautiful 20 billion won reward. He immediately pressed for answers. The massive raid contract with the Maotao Guild fell through, did it not? Her aunt gave a swift, grim nod. Exactly. If we had secured that alliance, Cheryl's position in the hierarchy would be untouchable. But certain shadow factions want to see her fall. 𝗚cie furrowed his brows, instantly reading the room. So this is a classic guild succession war. Her aunt let out a heavy breath. However, there is still one hidden boss. Chairman Jiang Wei is traveling to Korea for a direct summit. 𝗚cie's eyes instantly lit up with the glow of pure greed. So my 20 billion won quest has not totally failed yet, right? She immediately shot down his optimism. The success rate is practically 0. The Chinese factions operate strictly on 𝗚ci. It is an unbreakable cultural system, basically a high-level web of absolute loyalty and connections. It is an exclusive social barrier that outsiders cannot simply grind reputation to enter. 𝗚cie immediately caught onto the raid mechanic. So unless you can crack this 𝗚ci code and break through their social defenses, winning this negotiation is mathematically impossible. She offered a bitter, knowing smile. Precisely. And the countdown timer gives us merely 2 days until the final summit. We have to deploy every possible tactic before the deadline. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from the corridor. Director, an emergency alert just came in. She snapped her gaze toward the entrance. Enter. Give me the threat report. A low-level guild staffer rushed in, drenched in a cold sweat. The boss has spawned early. Chairman Jiang Wei has already engaged Lady Cheryl in a direct negotiation at the SH headquarters. Her aunt shot up from her chair in absolute shock. What did you just say? The scene slashed back to the boardroom battlefield. Jiang Wei loomed over the massive conference table, locking eyes with Cheryl as he fired the first shot. The current loot distribution ratio for these dungeon raid operations is a completely catastrophic loss for our esteemed guild. Cheryl did not flinch, holding her ground perfectly. The contract guarantees you 30% of all drop items cleared from our guild's exclusive raids. That is hardly a one-sided penalty. Jiang Wei's brow furrowed, his fingers drumming against his jaw. Do you think it is a simple quest to grant foreign hunters access to our sovereign dungeons? Bypassing the National Hunter Security Bureau requires an immense sacrifice of political capital. Cheryl maintained her ice-cold poker face. I have analyzed the intel. Word on the street is that your territories are overwhelmed by unranked dungeons threatening to break. You are suffering massive civilian casualties from sudden monster overflows. If we solidify this alliance and share the raid drops, our strike teams can suppress those chaotic gates and minimize the destruction. With that kind of life-saving contribution, forcing the Security Bureau to agree should be child's play. The chairman let out a dark, condescending chuckle. And you actually believe your SH guild possesses the firepower to clear them? Without a word, Cheryl spun her tablet across the table. Check the combat logs yourself. This is raw footage of my one-on-one duel against Korea's top-ranking S-class hunter Lee Jae-jun. Jiang Wei's eyes locked onto the screen, expecting nothing. His mild amusement instantly morphed into pure, unadulterated shock. This overwhelming aura. How in the world did a low-ranker like you acquire such explosive power? Cheryl kept her regal composure, dropping the ultimate reveal. This is an ancient martial art passed down to me by my master, 𝗵𝗔. The chairman repeated the unfamiliar name, totally baffled. 𝗵𝗔? At that exact moment, the boardroom doors slammed open. Forgive the intrusion. Jiang Wei barked out in frustration. Who the hell is this 𝗵𝗔? Siu, standing frozen in the doorway, blinked in complete bewilderment as he pointed at himself. Wait, me? Are they speaking Chinese right now? The chairman locked his piercing gaze on the newcomer. You! Are you the legendary 𝗵𝗔? Siu dropped into the seat right beside Cheryl. What is this guy rambling about? He whispered. Cheryl leaned in close. He is asking if your name is Siu, she translated. Siu blinked in surprise. Yeah, that is me. Wait, Miss Cheryl, you speak Chinese? She nodded instantly. Of course. Siu looked at her with pure admiration. This girl is seriously amazing, he thought. But Jiang Wei's booming voice shattered the moment. Are you the one who taught the Taiji arts to the guild master of the SH Hunter Association? Siu nodded honestly. Yeah, that was me. Jiang Wei's eyes narrowed dangerously. How do you know our ancient techniques? And how can you wield the sacred power of our martial sect? Siu froze for a second. Your sect? His mind raced as he processed the information. Jiang Wei's lineage. Wait, is he from Zhang Sanfeng's legendary sect? In China, every clan guards their unique martial arts. Jiang Wei must be a direct disciple of the Wudang clan, the true masters of the Taiji path. Jiang Wei glared at him like an interrogator. Where did you steal the knowledge and the aura to wield our absolute skills? But Siu did not flinch. Instead, a confident smirk played on his lips. If I play my cards right, he thought, I can level up my influence using this one-shot trope. Siu maintained his cool demeanor. It is a divine secret technique, passed down through my family for generations. Jiang Wei scoffed in pure disbelief. Your family? The supreme Taiji arts are your family's secret. Exactly, Siu replied smoothly. Jiang Wei pressed harder. Are you claiming to be a descendant of the great martial ancestor? Siu raised one finger and cheerfully answered. Bingo! The Taiji arts you practice actually originated from my bloodline. Cheryl stood there in absolute panic. What the hell is this main character spouting now, she thought. Provoking the Chinese martial sects is basically declaring war. She frantically waved her hands, forcing a nervous laugh. Master Jiang Wei, please, there must be a huge misunderstanding here. Smash. Jiang Wei slammed his fist onto the table and shot up. What did you just say to me? Are you openly insulting our sacred martial sect? Siu remained completely unfazed. I learned the system directly from Zhang Sanfeng himself, he thought, which technically means I am the very root of their power. Siu flashed an arrogant smirk. Tell me, how much do you actually know about the Taiji arts? Jiang Wei's aura flared with rage. Are you challenging me to a death match right now? Siu locked eyes with the enraged master. Not at all. I just want to share my profound enlightenment of the Taiji path. The scene cut to a towering modern skyscraper bathed in sunset. A truly luxurious stronghold. I need to witness your skills with my own eyes. Inside the SH Hunter Association training ground, Jiang Wei aimed his razor-sharp blade straight at our hero. His face was twisted in pure, unadulterated fury. Taiji is the exclusive legacy of the Wudang sect. A bone-chilling killing intent erupted from the master's body. Ever since the immortal Zhang Sanfeng founded Wudang, it has been revered as an absolute ancient power. The audience watched in suspense, but I was taught by the legendary founder himself, Siu thought. Jiang Wei's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Even if you possess the bloodline of Elder Meng, those ancient arts were lost centuries ago. Instantly, heavy armor wrapped around Siu's arms, his hand gripping a legendary blade. He dropped into a flawless battle stance. In other words, you are nothing but a thief, stealing our divine power. Jiang Wei unleashed his aura, the sheer force whipping his hair wildly in the air. A brilliant blue light radiated from his glowing blade. As a sect leader, I cannot let this insult go unpunished. How did a simple conversation turn into an all-out boss battle? Well, there goes the guild contract. Jiang Wei's gaze cut like a dagger. I will allow you the first strike. Siu flared his mana aggressively. I will not hold back, old man. Flash! The main character vanished instantly, leaving the master utterly stunned. Siu launched a devastating blitz attack, showing absolutely zero mercy or hesitation. Clang! The old master barely blocked the heavy strike. This overwhelming pressure, it is undoubtedly the true Taiji arts. Siu smirked, victory already calculating in his system. Do not tell me. The two warriors clashed in an epic, world-shaking duel. Their colliding auras created a massive shockwave of pure destruction. Are you seriously challenging my raw power in mid-air? Siu just maintained his arrogant smirk. Zhang Wei roared, his pride completely shattered. Fine, I will show you the absolute peak of the Taiji arts. Suddenly, a massive spray of crimson blood painted the air. Bam! Siu landed heavily on one knee, his eyes glowing with deadly intent. He slowly wiped his legendary blade. The devastating pressure of the counterattack had crushed the old master, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The elite bodyguards panicked. Zhang Wei plunged his sword into the ground, struggling to stand. The guards watched in pure disbelief. Did the master just suffer severe internal damage? Zhang Wei clutched his chest, gasping for air. What kind of monstrous power is this? How is this even possible? A blazing blue spark erupted from the boy. My supreme Taiji was completely devoured. Siu stood calmly at the center of a raging blue inferno. His energy is far purer than my own. The old man gritted his teeth in a crazed grimace. Impossible. This has to be an absolute nightmare. Things are spiraling out of control, the lead guard yelled. Fearing for both their lives, the guards prepared to intervene. We have to stop this dungeon break of a fight. But the master suddenly went entirely berserk. A terrifying, demonic aura exploded from his body. Swallowed by a sinister crimson energy, his eyes turned blood red. I am the one and only root of the Taiji path. Oh no, he has succumbed to key deviation. The dark energy blast forced everyone to retreat. The pressure is too immense, we cannot get close. Sect leader, please stop this madness. Siu's eyes widened as system alerts flashed in his mind. This is extremely dangerous. At this rate, the entire guild building will collapse. The corrupted energy kept expanding. Looks like I have no other choice but to end this. He channeled his absolute mana, forming a blinding sphere of light. All physical forms materialize. All cosmic phenomena converge. He raised both hands, expanding the ultimate energy core. A power with no beginning and no end. The absolute infinity realm of the martial path. He threw a heaven-shattering punch. Divine art of the Black Queen. Second stance of the ultimate Taiji. He unleashed a catastrophic wave of energy. A majestic, spiritual tiger materialized, roaring fiercely to dominate Zhang Wei. Heavenly destruction fist. A flurry of afterimages tore through the air. Sect leader, wake up. A blurry vision of a girl faded into view. The old master slowly opened his eyes, his mind completely dazed. Are you all right, sir? What just happened? The loyal guards gently helped him sit up. Master, you suffered a catastrophic key deviation. A chi deviation? The old man muttered in shock. Then why is my body completely unharmed? That young man. He forcefully stabilized your rampaging internal energy. The master's eyes widened in absolute horror. He did what? He controlled my raging life force? He slowly turned his head toward the boy. That monster. He did not just suppress my energy, he purified it. His core is infinitely deeper than mine. And his mastery of the Taiji arts is simply god tier. Nearby, the two girls were shaking the hero. Wake up. Please wake up. The master spoke with heavy reverence. Do not worry. He is merely in a temporary state of mana exhaustion. The girls glared at the old man defensively. Please, just stop this. The duel is already over. But Zhang Wei suddenly announced with a booming voice, I am Zhang Wei, the supreme leader of the orthodox Wudang sect. He clasped his hands together in the ultimate gesture of martial respect. Falling to his knees, he bowed his head completely to the floor. I humbly pay my deepest respects to the true descendant of our great founder. The scene zoomed out to the magnificent, modern stronghold of the 𝗚cie Corporation. Zhang sat with his legs crossed. A mocking smirk played on his lips. The negotiations with the Mao Tao group, they must be finished by now, right? Jimin stared at his screen, completely baffled. Zhang Wei seems incredibly impatient. He paused, looking up. I heard Mina is there too. Zhang narrowed his eyes. Mina? Why on earth is that girl there? Jimin's eyes remained fixed on his phone. Naturally, she is worried about our dear niece. Zhang waved his hand dismissively. It hardly matters. Even if she is there, she cannot stop her older brother. Hey, what if we mess with Mina a little? Jimin's eyes widened in shock. Mess with Mina? Who? Me. The man let out a dark chuckle. You alone are more than enough to handle her. The two men sat facing each other, sipping their high-grade tea. Forget it, Zhang warned. She may be the youngest of the family, but she is not an NPC you can casually provoke. Play with fire, and you will get burned. Just leave Mina out of this. Once we secure Cheryl's shares and level up our authority, Mina will be nothing more than dust under our feet. But more importantly, brother, just how did you pull this off? The head of the family glared back. His terrifying aura filled the room. It was the overwhelming presence of an absolute ruler. What on earth are you talking about? The Mao Tao group situation, of course. The boss closed his eyes, a terrifyingly calm smile on his face. Me? What could a simple man like me possibly do? Suddenly, the heavy doors burst open. Director, we have an emergency. The boss sat perfectly still, his fingers steepled together. Speak. The bodyguard was trembling, cold sweat pouring down his terrified face. The grand contract. The 𝗚cie Association and the Mao Tao group. They just signed the absolute agreement. Zhang and Jimin shot up from their seats, their smug faces completely shattered. What the hell are you saying? That is mathematically impossible. The bodyguards stammered in absolute panic. I do not know the system details, but they said, as long as the founder's descendant is present, they would agree to any terms. Murderous aura erupted from the boss, his face twisted into pure demonic rage. The founder. Speak clearly before I end you. I am not entirely sure, sir, but they mentioned a man named 𝗵𝗄. A deadly silence fell over the room. The boss slowly lowered his head. A freezing, killing intent swallowed the space. The sheer fury of hearing that single name, his teeth ground together with a sickening crunch. 𝗵𝗄. The boss completely lost his mind, roaring the boy's name like a rabid beast. 𝗵𝗄. Morning sunlight spilled into the 𝗚liche hospital room. A joyful voice broke the silence. The Maotao Group contract is a legendary success. They were hesitating over a 30% fee, but now, they offered to waive it entirely. I still cannot believe this massive loot drop. It must be their deep-rooted clan culture. They kept bowing and saying they could never dare to collect fees from the true descendant of the martial god. On the bed, Xiu finally opened his eyes. He rubbed his throbbing head with a groan. Am I back at the respawn point again? Mina froze mid-sentence on her phone. Hold on. I will call you back. She spun around. Oh my heavens. You are finally awake. How are your vitals? Does your body feel any better? The main character gave a slow, reassuring nod. Yeah, my HP is recovering. But where is Cheryl? Shock washed over Mina's face as she instantly jumped out of her chair. Are you actually serious right now? You just barely opened your eyes. And the very first quest you take is looking for Cheryl. Unbelievable. Cheryl is currently finalizing the grand contract with Zhang Wei. Xiu furrowed his brows in utter confusion. Wait, what contract? Mina quickly pulled up the metaphorical status window to explain. The Hunter Association and the Maotao Group have officially joined forces. It is a completely game-changing alliance. Mina paused her excited rambling. A soft, beautiful smile touched her lips. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her sparkling eyes glancing at him. And honestly, this epic achievement is all thanks to you, Xiu. Xiu blinked, completely dumbfounded by the praise. Me? I literally did not do anything, though. Hearing his clueless response, Mina burst into a bright, musical laugh. I will give you the full quest briefing back at headquarters. Right now, I have an urgent guild call to take. Go ahead and pack up your inventory. The healers said you could discharge the moment you woke up. The corner of Xiu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Seriously, give a guy a second to breathe. As the door clicked shut, leaving him alone, his mind instantly flashed back to the deadly boss raid. The divine heavenly martial art. The monstrous heaven-destroying fist. That ultimate Tai Chi technique I unleashed at the very end. My mana must have completely zeroed out. I blacked out from the sheer recoil of that absolute power. Huh? Who is pinging me now? His smart device chimed with a sudden system pop-up. Notification, Hack Queen is requesting a video link. Do you accept? Xiu stared at the screen, hesitating for a second. Why is this guy suddenly messaging me? Is this about unlocking that hidden training arc? He tapped the accept button. Instantly, Hack Queen's face appeared, cutting straight to the chase. I just finished designing a hellish new training curriculum for you. Wait a minute. Do not tell me your HP dropped to 0 again. If you had properly utilized your superhuman stats and divine martial arts, you would not have gotten completely thrashed like a rookie. Being suddenly roasted by his mentor, Xiu let out a long, exhausted sigh. For the record, I did not get completely thrashed. This only happened because my own explosive power went out of control. Hack Queen's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. Invisible question marks floated above his head. Wait, hold on. You could not control your own output. Xiu's mind drifted back to the absolute realm of martial mastery. When I forcefully fused the Tai Chi flow with the monstrous heaven-destroying fist, the system overloaded. Hack Queen literally jumped out of his skin. You did what? You combined the legendary Tai Chi arts of Grandmaster Zhang Sanfang with the ultimate heaven-destroying fist? How is that even mathematically possible? The shock in his voice was deafening. Xiu simply threw Hack Queen's own teachings right back at him. You were the one who told me. You said the divine martial arts contains the very essence of Tai Chi. That back in the ancient times, when you created this divine skill, you used the foundation of Tai Chi to build it. Hack Queen instantly waved his hands, correcting the deadly misunderstanding. I said I used it as a reference. I never said I fused them. An ego is the absolute unique soul of a martial artist. That unique existence can never be overwritten or copied. Simply put, only Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng can wield true Tai Chi, and only I can unleash the true divine martial arts. However, if you analyze the core data of other traits and evolve your current skill tree, you could theoretically forge your very own version of Tai Chi, a perfect replica of the ancient original. But since your base class is traitless, you can directly absorb countless foreign energies. And you did not just absorb them, you actually forced a skill fusion. Under normal system rules, forcing that would cause a fatal mana clash and destroy your core. The Tai Chi heaven-destroying fist. It is a myth, a technique that should absolutely not exist in this reality. And yet, you just completely shattered the laws of physics. You are an absolute monster. Xiu pointed at his own face, utterly bewildered. Wait, me? A monster? Hack Queen sighed, realizing the boy was still clueless. Hack Queen aggressively rubbed his temples. It seems I need to completely rewrite your leveling system from scratch. Tell me, which specific attribute are you grinding right now? Xiu fell into a deep thought. Hold on a second. Ding. A glowing blue status window popped up, displaying a massive wall of maxed-out masteries. A proud smirk crossed his face. Wow, my stats have really skyrocketed. Hack Queen stroked his chin in deep analysis, but I am not seeing any compatible skills for a new fusion. Your best bet is to unlock a premium training channel. Xiu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much gold that costs? Seeing his broke disciple panic, Hack Queen offered a compromise. Fine. I will restructure your entire questline first. But in exchange, could you leak some exclusive combat footage for my next video? My GodTube channel desperately needs the views. If you do this, I will personally negotiate with the constellations to build your training arc. I will pour my very soul into leveling you up. It was an absolute steal of a deal. Xiu immediately accepted the hidden quest. All right, deal. I will send you some mind-blowing combat highlights. Hack Queen's cheeks instantly flushed crimson with sheer otaku joy. Are you serious? What kind of legendary content? Xiu leaned directly into the camera lens, lowering his voice to a whisper. Listen very closely. Several days later, back at the towering SH Group headquarters, the heavy oak doors of the grand meeting room slowly creaked open. Hunter Cherry offered a bright greeting. Beside her, Zhang Wei respectfully clasped his hands. Greetings to the descendant of the great martial god. Xiu awkwardly scratched his head. The sudden reverence was totally overwhelming. Pulling out a chair, Cherry cut straight to the chase. The SH Hunter Guild will gladly share the dungeon raid commission with you. Xiu marveled at her direct approach. With a calm gaze, she slid a document across the table. The exact details are in this contract. It was a dungeon loot sharing agreement. Her voice was steady as she broke it down. Under these terms, the SH conglomerate will transfer 30% of the total dungeon profits to you. Xiu froze. Did he hear that right? 30%? His eyes widened like saucers, and his jaw practically hit the floor. He desperately needed to confirm. A whole 30%, but why? Cherry offered a knowing smile. Because this raid's success is entirely your doing. Hunter Zhang Wei insisted that since the martial god's descendant graces our guild, his faction refuses to take a single dime. So, we are redirecting their cut to you. You will receive around 540 billion won annually. The words echoed in his mind. 540 billion won. Xiu spaced out for a beat before his brain completely short-circuited. 540 billion won? You are joking, right? Cherry maintained her absolute composure. Not at all. Everything is legally bound in that contract. That is simply the SH Guild's portion. Furthermore, Mo Tao mentioned that his faction prepared a separate tribute. Moments later, 2 shimmering 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 stones were presented before him. Zhang Wei bowed his head. These belong to my master. I originally brought them for Lord Aurelian in Korea, but fate led me to the true descendant of the martial god, the man who saved my life. It is a meager offering, but please accept it. Xiu could barely hide his greedy excitement. 540 billion won a year, plus legendary 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. With this haul, he could practically buy the world. Suddenly, Hakwin knelt with absolute reverence. You have arrived, my liege. I, Hakwin, shall renew my sacred vow today. I am your eternally loyal servant. That divine gospel you bestowed upon me, master, the Aphrodite and Persephone scandal. The views and subscriptions absolutely skyrocketed. It was a legendary viral hit. Thanks to that, the god of the forge caught his wife cheating. Xiu broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, a divine adultery scandal? A godly love triangle? Hakwin eagerly cut off his internal panic. Because of your profound wisdom, Lord Hephaestus and Lord Hades have prepared a small token of gratitude. Xiu gasped. A direct gift from the Olympians themselves. He prayed it was not just some standard system subscription package. Hakwin offered a cryptic nod. Indeed. However, I bring both good news and bad news. Xiu gripped his chopsticks tightly. Give me the bad news first. Hakwin's expression darkened into a mysterious smirk. Lord Hades has bestowed the legendary 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 upon you, but alas, I cannot deliver it. My physical form cannot reach your realm. Xiu froze with a spoonful of fried rice halfway to his mouth. The 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. His hands began to violently tremble. Was that not the mythical artifact that could infinitely duplicate food, gold, or literally anything? He screamed at his minion. The actual 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Hakwin flinched at the outburst. Precisely. With it, you would never even need to cook that fried rice again. Just manifest it endlessly. Xiu's pupils dilated with sheer capitalist joy. With an artifact like that, 1 billion or 10 billion won meant nothing. He could generate infinite, boundless wealth. The mere thought made his aura flare. Hand it over right this second. Hakwin helplessly repeated himself. I am so sorry, master, but I simply cannot cross over into your mortal dimension. The dimensional wall blocks me. Xiu furrowed his brows in deep annoyance. Why the hell not? Other divine beings crash at my place all the time. That sunburned Apollo guy I just met, whoever he is, and even Becky are literally squatting in my house right now. Hakwin scratched his head awkwardly. Well, there does seem to be a hidden method. But this lowly servant has not unlocked it yet. I will research it immediately. Xiu let out a heavy sigh of defeat. Fine. Then what is the good news? Hakwin's energy instantly spiked. Lord Hephaestus declared he will share the divine blueprint to craft your very own 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Xiu was hit with another massive shockwave. Wait, what? But my divine alchemy skill is still low level. Making an ATM. Wait, no. Crafting a mythical item like the 𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 is impossible for me. Hakwin puffed out his chest with absolute confidence. He only learned his basic forging arts, not his supreme core secrets. Xiu dropped his spoon entirely. What exactly are you saying? Hawkwon flexed his massive spiritual biceps. You inherited superhuman strength from me, and now I am personally acting as your direct instructor for the martial gods' techniques. Siu choked violently on his rice. It all made sense now. A hidden class advancement quest. He gave a weak thumbs up. Exactly. Your potential is limitless. Siu wiped his mouth. Sounds like a plan. Let us start right now. Hawkwon bowed deeply. I shall notify Lord Hephaestus at once. Meanwhile, in a shadowy hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, a menacing figure tapped his fingers against the table. The entire Chaos faction in the Gyeonggi sector, completely wiped off the map. This was Jugon, a deadly silver-ranked executive of the Chaos faction. Pure killing intent leaked from his aura as he growled. Siu, this is all because of that absolute bastard. Jugon glared at his subordinate. And what about Big Seong-yeon? The operative bowed stiffly. No movement yet, sir. Jugon lowered his voice to a lethal whisper. Still hiding in the shadows, he is a supreme cult leader. With 𝗔𝘄𝗸𝗲𝗃 dead and the restriction seals mysteriously shattered, that snake definitely knows everything. Big Seong-yeon is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Our time is running out. We need to launch a preemptive strike immediately. And are you absolutely certain that Zhang Wei is allied with Siu? Is the intel verified? The operative nodded. Yes, sir. Jugon violently smashed the table. His pupils shrank into predatory slits, burning with a manic desire to rip Siu into pieces. Damn it. That bastard keeps ruining my master plan. We cannot let him live in peace. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Yu Guan masked his rage. Who is it? He called out. A voice responded from the shadows. I have an urgent report. The young subordinate furrowed his brow. I will step out and check the perimeter. He opened the door, and a buzzcut man rushed in, breathless. Branch Director, Director Han Kwang-guk of the SH Group is here. He demands an audience with you. Yu Guan's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Director Han Kwang-guk, you say. Meanwhile, at another location, Siwu was preparing to head out. He meticulously planned his next level up route. Before 𝗵𝗃 contacts me again, I should probably drop by Cell's workshop. Time was moving faster than he expected. Suddenly, the system interface flared. Adonis, why is he calling? Was it because of that video leak? Heart racing with anxiety, Siwu pressed the accept button. A divine voice echoed from the screen. Excuse me. Are you Siwu? The protagonist froze completely. Wait a minute. What the hell? How can any living being be this ridiculously gorgeous? Ignoring Siwu's dumbstruck face, Adonis continued. It is truly a miracle. Even though you are immortal, our dimensions have connected. Siwu slapped his own cheeks to snap out of it. He is illegally handsome. Pull yourself together, man. Before this transcendent, god-tier beauty, the boundaries of gender completely dissolved into nothingness. He is a dude. Adonis is a dude. Right then, a system window popped up. Ding! Mental resistance triggered. Charm effect neutralized. Siwu narrowed his eyes, sweating bullets. Just looking at his face deals mental damage. Now I completely understand why the goddesses waged bloody wars over him. Swallowing hard, Siwu stuttered. Did you need something from me? Adonis scratched his cheek, looking deeply flustered. Well, it is nothing too major. The absolute god of beauty hesitated. Then, his expression shifted to solemn gratitude, and he bowed his head deeply. First and foremost, I must thank you, Siwu. I heard the entire truth from 𝗵𝗃. Siwu cringed, totally caught off guard. You saved me, Adonis added softly. He blushed with a holy radiance. You saved me from the clutches of Persephone and Aphrodite. Siwu frantically waved his hands. No, I just stood nearby and gave some tactical advice. 𝗵𝗃 carried the whole quest. Meanwhile, pedestrians glared at the protagonist. Why is that guy talking to thin air? Must have lost his mind to some heavy stuff. Adonis smiled with a hint of sorrow. I always knew the truth. I tried to break free from their chains countless times, but my stats were too low. If I dared to escape, who knows what terrifying vengeance those goddesses would unleash. Staring at this gender-defying masterpiece, Siwu blushed again. Wow, you are seriously breathtaking. Adonis continued speaking. I truly do not know how to repay this massive debt. What quest can I complete for you? As Siwu stood there, looking completely insane, a little kid pointed at him. Mommy, that mister's face looks super creepy. The mother quickly hushed him. Shh, do not make eye contact. Meanwhile, Adonis confessed, I possess no combat skills, nor any legendary items. Siwu's eyes gleamed with a capitalist spark. Why say you have nothing? That god-tier face is a mythic item. If you open a GodTube channel, you will break the internet instantly. Adonis blinked, utterly overwhelmed. A GodTube channel? He panicked. But I have zero broadcasting experience. Siwu grinned like a true mastermind. Start with beauty and skincare content. Or, even better, you can try acting. Trust me on this. That transcendent S-rank visual of yours is the most overpowered talent in existence. Adonis tried to back out, intimidated. But my acting stats are 0. Siwu hyped him up. Then level it up. If you lack the skill, you just have to grind for it. Adonis looked at him with trembling, starlit eyes. Do you truly believe I can clear this challenge? Siwu nodded with unshakable, absolute faith. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lord Adonis. Boarding the city bus, Siwu casually threw out a high-level question. By the way, I have to ask, is there a hidden portal to cross into my dimension? Adonis shook his head sadly. No, I have never heard of such a server transfer. Siwu sighed, feeling the weight of reality. Just as I suspected. You do not know the method either. There has to be a secret bug or a hidden route. Adonis placed a hand over his heart, burning with resolve. If such a path truly exists in the system, I swear I will uncover it. I will find the coordinates to your world. That intense, dramatically lit oath acted like an instant critical hit straight to Siwoo's heart, leaving him completely stunned. Siwoo grabbed his face and screamed out loud. Holy Mother of God, he is blindingly handsome. The entire bus went dead silent. Passengers stared at him like he was a monster. Someone whispered in sheer disgust. Is that guy tripping on potions? Murmurs filled the bus. He is not even good-looking himself. Has he lost his mind? Is he some kind of pervert? The terrifying realization finally struck the protagonist. Wait a minute, only I can see the GodTube interface, right? His social reputation had plummeted to zero. My life is completely ruined. He mentally cursed his own foolishness. Because the hologram was invisible to non-player characters, he basically just screamed, I am handsome to an empty bus. This is literally a villain's tragic origin story. However, his gamer brain started calculating. If he uploads that divine face on GodTube, he will aggro a massive horde of goddesses, and from their endless comment section gossip, rare intel is bound to leak out. This explained why Cleopatra seemed to hold hidden quest knowledge. Perhaps Adonis is the key, the one who can finally unlock the ultimate truth. Suddenly, a massive vibration shook his hand. Who the heck is spamming me now? The system screen flashed a new incoming notification. Ding! The god of blacksmiths, 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃, is requesting a video call. Siwoo's survival instincts kicked in. I still need to reach 𝗚's forge. But if I keep talking to thin air, they are going to lock me up in the psych ward. He quickly took refuge in a nearby cafe. Let's pause the journey and take a breather. The safe zone was peaceful. Only the gentle hum of the espresso machine filled the air. Sitting at a corner table, the main character accepted the call. Greetings, Lord 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃. A rough, booming voice blasted from the system interface. So, you are the mortal 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗶 keeps hyping up? Siwoo nodded politely. Yes, that would be me. But internally, he suffered a critical shock. He is so ugly. Or is my vision just debuffed after staring at Adonis? 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃 immediately dropped Hecate's name. Hecate gave me the full quest report. Thanks to your brilliant strategy, my wife's scandalous affair has been utterly crushed. The mighty god bowed with deep respect. You have my absolute gratitude. Siwoo suddenly recalled a lore detail. Wait, you two are both children of Zeus, right? He mentioned you were as close as blood brothers. The blacksmith god chuckled, riding a massive euphoria buff from his recent victory. That treacherous wife of mine will not dare to breathe a word now. As a quest reward, I shall pass down my secret arts. You are currently grinding my blacksmithing skill tree, correct? Siwoo hesitated before nodding. Yeah, you could say that. 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃 raised a thick, skeptical eyebrow. Sounds like a bluff. Let me inspect the gear you have crafted. Siwoo casually began rummaging through his dimensional pocket. Sure thing. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃's eyes widened in shock, watching a mortal pull out gigantic weapons from a tiny pouch. The divine blacksmith lost his mind. Is that an S-rank subspace inventory? What kind of overpowered cheat item is that? An interdimensional artifact actually exists? Impossible. This gear completely shatters the limits of divine crafting. The main character was absolutely clueless. Wait, you mean this thing? But the god of blacksmiths kept losing his mind. Do you comprehend what this means? An 𝗚𝗚𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 gauntlet. How could a mere mortal forge such a legendary tier material? The hero just blinked. You figured that out just by looking at it. The deity's face twisted in pure, unadulterated shock. Did you actually forge an ego weapon? How on earth did you spawn such godly stats? Spit out your secret recipe right now. Please, take me as your disciple. The main character had no choice but to explain. This was not forged through your divine alchemy, Lord 𝗵𝗲𝗃𝗲𝗃. It was born from the pure authority of goddess Isis. The deity stroked his beard, deep in thought. The authority of Isis, you say? Does this mean my crafting skill level can still rank up? When supreme power clashes with supreme power, an even more terrifying force is born. To witness an artifact that completely surpasses my own divine creations, I have made my decision. I shall transfer all my hidden knowledge to you. Transcendent alchemy. The main character tilted his head. Transcendent what now? The deity puffed out his chest. My secret art is not just about hammering metal. When advanced, sci-fi, tech, and ancient magic fuse together, it spawns a supreme magical engineering system. That is why it looks like pure sorcery. But the truth is far deeper. As the saying goes, highly evolved science is indistinguishable from magic. The absolute core of my divine alchemy is bending the very laws of this server to my will. You do not just need a god's hammer. You need absolute admin privileges over world laws, but you have already bypassed that limit. You did not just read the system rules. You literally rewrote them. The main character froze in sheer disbelief. Wait, I was manipulating reality using her power? Therefore, your stat window is only missing one crucial thing. The deity pointed firmly, and that is pure, unadulterated muscle. With the lecture over, the hero ended the call. The very next day, at the SH Guild headquarters. Quest complete, Cheryl. You did absolutely amazing. The female lead humbly waved her hands. No way, I basically just stood there as an NPC. Mina leaned in, eyes shining. This was your first time signing a contract. Not as a battle hunter, but as the SH Guild master. You just locked down a massive raid tier alliance. Isn't it a bit crazy to say you did nothing? Cheryl's cheeks flushed with a faint pink hue. If our main character had not hard carried the negotiation, this quest would have definitely failed. Mina smoothly changed the topic. Speaking of our overpowered hero, what is your current affection level for him? Cheryl's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Well, She stammered out the safest answer. I think he is a really solid party member. Mina let out a heavy sigh. A solid party member? Is that really all your heart is saying? Cheryl blinked in confusion. What else am I supposed to think? Mina immediately went into romance guru mode. You know, the classic romance plotline. Your heart doing combo hits every time he logs in, feeling massive withdrawal debuffs when he is away. And when he is near, you just want to lock your vision onto him. That kind of heart-racing dynamic. Cheryl finally dropped her defensive stance. Okay, fine. I do think about him all day. Mina gasped, completely thrilled. Wait, seriously? Cheryl nodded with absolute deadpan seriousness. Yeah, every single day. I imagine grinding my combat stats and sparring with him. Mina facepalmed hard. This girl's romance stat is permanently stuck at 0. Since the poor girl had never touched a dating simulator in her life, the older woman decided to launch a tutorial. Listen closely, my sweet girl. They say there are millions of male NPCs out there, but finding an SSS rank partner like him is an ultra-rare drop. Alright, Sensei is going to teach you the ultimate capture target strategy. We are going to make him your exclusive summon. Cheryl tilted her head like a confused rookie. How do I cast that spell? Mina smirked wickedly. You make him take full responsibility for you. Cheryl's brain short-circuited. Take responsibility? Mina nodded like a proud villain. Exactly. You force him into a life-binding contract with you. Make him take responsibility. Suddenly, Cheryl's notification bell chimed. Oh, who is whispering me? It was a direct message from the man himself. Miss Cheryl, can you warp to my personal forge for a second? Mina peeked over her shoulder. Who is the quest giver? Upon reading the text, Cheryl instantly jumped from her seat. I have to teleport right now. I will catch you in the next episode. Ma'am, Mina urgently shouted as the girl dashed off. Is it him? Remember the golden rule I just taught you. Make him take responsibility. The heavy guild doors slammed shut. Shortly after, at the main character's private crafting zone, Cheryl stepped through the entrance. Pardon the intrusion. The hero turned around lazily. Ah, you fast-traveled here already? Cheryl's eyes widened in sheer panic. Is your HP bar low? Are you sick? He waved it off. Nah, just a minor stamina drain. He pointed at the massive mountain of freshly forged epic gear. Just burned through my mana pool a little bit. He slowly stood up. Sorry for summoning you randomly during your daily quests. The hero stood there, completely speechless. The air grew incredibly heavy with awkwardness. He rubbed the back of his neck, breaking the silence. So, here is the thing. Regarding the massive gold drop from the Mao clan alliance, the one we just finalized, is there any way I can withdraw an advance payment? Cheryl blinked in surprise. An advance? He quickly raised his hands. Just a tiny fraction of the loot, nothing crazy. Cheryl cut straight to the chase. Exactly how much gold do you need? The hero hesitated, sweating bullets. Around 120 billion won. Cheryl's jaw practically hit the floor. 120 billion won? It is not that the guild's storage cannot afford it, but why do you suddenly need such a god-tier amount of cash? Your monthly mentor fee alone is already 20 billion won, plus the massive royalty cuts from your gear sales. She visualized his massive wealth. Aren't you already living like a max-level server king? The hero completely ran out of dialogue options. Well, the thing is. But Cheryl suddenly interrupted his excuse. And another thing, Mr. Hero, why do you always push yourself to the absolute brink just to level up? He scratched his cheek, totally busted. Wow, you just hit me with a critical strike. He thought to himself in pure agony. I cannot exactly confess that I am paying a literal divine subscription fee to a god. How on earth do I lie my way out of this trap? His brain calculated optimal escape routes at light speed. I need to stall the dialogue timer. He turned back to her and flashed his most charismatic, foolproof smile. For now, just follow my lead. The duo fast traveled to his high-end apartment base. He pushed the door open. Welcome to my safe zone. He called out loudly. 𝗚cie, your brother is back. Cheryl awkwardly stepped into the sanctuary behind him. Sorry to intrude. Little 𝗚cie was sitting on the couch, tightly hugging 𝗤𝗃𝗃𝗏 the pet. Oh, you finally logged off? Wait, Miss Cheryl joined your party too? He quickly explained. We have an active quest to discuss, so we teamed up for the trip. He gently pushed his guest inside. Do not just stand in the loading zone, come on in. He turned to his little sister. Have you consumed your daily rations yet? 𝗚cie shook her head. Not yet. Did you bring back any consumable items? He triumphantly pulled out a plastic bag. Of course. He revealed a steaming container. I picked up some legendary tier takeout. 𝗚cie's eyes sparkled. Wait, really? The little girl bounced with pure excitement. Do not tell me it is the new sausage stew place that just spawned down the street. He smirked like a victorious hero. Bullseye. He then looked at their furry companion. And obviously, Becky gets a premium snack drop too. 𝗚cie beamed with pure happiness. Come sit down, big brother. You need to regenerate your hunger stats too. Watching this wholesome interaction, Cheryl felt a pang in her chest. Their party synergy is so warm. This perfect slice of life moment struck a deep nerve. Fragments of her own bittersweet backstory began playing in her mind. Back in the day, my dad was always grinding late-night shifts. On those ultra-rare occasions when he logged out early, he would always return home carrying a heavy burden. He would hold out those steaming dumplings and say, Cheryl, I brought your absolute favorite treat. He would pour his heart out in the quiet night. These 10,001 dumplings bring me more joy than any billion-dollar corporate quest. Back then, I completely misunderstood the heavy emotional meaning hidden behind my father's gentle smile. But why? Why are these distant memories resurfacing right now? A man who only returned when the dawn broke. only to rush out again the very next moment. His face always carried the crushing weight of exhaustion, endlessly grinding day and night. Why is my mind drifting back to those days? How can this man find such absolute happiness in a simple dish? Even the smallest things make his eyes light up. Is he desperately trying to protect a peaceful life? One so fragile it barely even qualifies as normal? Breaking the silence, Cheryl softly called out his name. Sue blinked in surprise. I will advance the quest funds to you. His face instantly lit up with pure joy. Wait, seriously? But Cheryl's expression turned incredibly serious. However, there is one absolute condition. Sue tilted his head in confusion. Gathering her courage, she dropped a massive bombshell. Please, take full responsibility for me. Sue's brain completely short-circuited on the spot. Sia-'s jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. Even Becky understood the heavy implication, staring at them with absolute, mind-boggling disbelief. What in the world was going on? He frantically asked her to repeat herself. Sia shot him a dangerously suspicious glare. Boss, do not tell me you are hunting older prey. Sue frowned, completely lost. I have no idea what crazy scenario you are imagining. His voice echoed loudly across the room, but absolutely not. The very next day, at the towering SH Group headquarters, Wang-guk gripped a newspaper tightly, his eyes filled with venom. He muttered Sue's name with pure hatred. A subordinate's voice interrupted his dark thoughts. He has arrived. The heavy double doors swung open instantly. Master Zhang Wei stepped into the room with an imposing aura. For what reason did you summon me here? Wang-guk put on a fake, polite smile. You must be exhausted from your journey. Please, take a seat. I heard you sign a contract with the SH Hunter Association. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Did you forget the solemn vow you made to me? Zhang Wei did not flinch, owning up to his choice. I apologize, but I simply cannot let this matter become a burden on the descendant of our great founder. He stood firm in his martial honor. Furthermore, it goes against the path of righteousness. Wang-guk's polite mask cracked instantly. Even so, you gave me your absolute word. Seeking balance, the martial master offered a compromise. As an apology, the Mao Tang clan will absorb the penalty. This new leveling contract will bring massive profits to SH Group. But in that exact moment, Wang-guk violently slammed his hand against the desk. His furious roar echoed through the massive office. You know damn well I do not care about mere corporate profits. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the room. Cancel the contract, right now. Zhang Wei's eyes widened at the outrageous demand. Tear it up at this stage? That is utterly impossible. Wang-guk let out a deeply arrogant scoff. Here in Korea, there is no such thing as impossible. A sinister smirk crept onto his face. Evidence has already surfaced regarding the massive business quests, proving the Mao Tang clan used extreme corruption and bribery. He leaned in like a venomous snake, accusing Master Zhang Wei of manipulating the market through personal ties. The integrity of your guild's contract is completely shattered. He delivered his final, crushing blow. By tomorrow morning, this scandal will dominate every single headline. The old master's brow furrowed in deep disgust. That young man saved my life when my mana core almost shattered. The master's voice boomed with righteous fury. Do you want to know the absolute difference between you and him? You turn everyone you meet into a bitter enemy, while he embraces the world and turns them into loyal allies. The master's overwhelming aura suddenly flared up. He called out Wang-guk's full name with earth-shattering authority. Congratulations. You just made a legendary enemy out of me. The suffocating pressure forced even Wang-guk to step back. The master issued a blood-chilling warning. The next time our paths cross, things will not end peacefully with just words. He turned and violently slammed the heavy doors behind him. Left alone, Wang-guk cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Right at that moment, his panicked secretary rushed into the executive office. Director, are you all right, sir? I heard an explosive sound coming from in here. Wang-guk instantly smoothed his hair, hiding his raging emotions. It was nothing. Forget it. His eyes darkened with sinister intent. More importantly, what is the status of the Chaos faction? The secretary bowed apologetically. They still have not responded to our system pings, sir. Wang-guk issued a cold, calculated command. Tell them we are done talking. We want a permanent alliance. The scene shifted back to our main character, Sue. He let out a massive sigh of realization. I cannot believe her aunt filled her head with that nonsense. So that is why she demanded I take responsibility. The memory of Cheryl's dead serious face flashed in his mind. Please, take full responsibility for me. Just thinking about it made his heart race out of his chest. He had almost suffered a literal heart attack. Suddenly, a bright system notification popped up on his phone. Siu glanced at the screen and his jaw dropped. Holy crap, 120 billion won was just deposited. How did she clear the quest reward this fast? I thought clearing that transaction would take at least a week. Seriously, just what maxed out wealth level was she hiding? Before he could recover, another golden alert flashed. Incoming transmission. The Black Queen is calling you. The legendary hacker's face appeared on the holographic screen. He was vibrating with absolute excitement. Boss, I finally finished compiling the special training program. Sue's eyes widened in pure anticipation. You actually sorted through all that massive system data? The hacker gave a confident, mischievous wink. Of course, I am the best for a reason. First, I analyzed the highest tier divine channels for you to subscribe to, and narrowed down the absolute best power routes. Siu felt his soul leave his body, crying internally. The gold he just earned was about to vanish instantly. He took a deep breath. All right, hit me. What are my options? After filtering the garbage, only 2 divine channels remain. The first option is the channel of Thor. Siu stared at the screen, completely dumbfounded. Wait, Thor? like the actual Norse god of thunder? Exactly. To completely synchronize with the raw power of lightning, 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏𝗃's gamer instincts instantly flared up with excitement. Wait, which skill does it combine with? The hacker grinned like a proud genius. It merges Hermes' divine agility with raw, destructive lightning. Boss, if this works, your movement speed will literally rival a lightning bolt. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 crossed his arms, raising a highly skeptical eyebrow. Is a broken synergy like that even possible in this system? Even the Black Queen hesitated slightly. Well, theoretically, yes. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 sighed. All right, tell me about the second option. The hacker's eyes gleamed intensely. The second path is the legendary Dragon God's channel. I am absolutely certain it will create a perfect synergy with your signature Dragon Descent kick. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 let out a gasp of pure awe. That sounds absolutely insane. Can I purchase the VIP membership right now? The hacker frantically nodded, urging him on. Yes, if you have the points, you need to lock it in instantly. Without hesitating, 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 slammed the confirm button. Ding! Subscription to the Thunder God's channel is confirmed. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 stared blankly as 480 billion won completely evaporated in 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the SH Group headquarters stood ominously under the night sky. Hwang Guk walked down the silent, luxurious hallway. He was heading back to his private executive suite, but the moment the heavy doors clicked open, a chilling realization hit him. A mysterious figure was already sitting casually in the dark. The uninvited guest spoke with a menacing, raspy voice. So, you are Han Hwang Guk, the eldest son of the SH Group's chairman? Hwang Guk's muscles tensed up, going on high alert. Identify yourself immediately. Who are you? The figure let out a low, terrifying chuckle. I heard you desperately wanted to form an alliance with us. Hwang Guk slowly brushed his hair back, regaining his absolute composure. A wicked, provocative smile appeared on the intruder's face. Then let us discuss the bloody details of this contract. Suddenly, the scene shifted to an ecstatic Kim Joo-jeon. He proudly held up a shiny new license. Boss, look. I finally awakened as an A-rank hunter, 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 replied calmly. Oh, you arrived. Joo-jeon vibrated with joy. I am in the top 0.1% left. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 marveled at the glowing system screen. An A-rank rating? Oh, this is absolutely perfect. Right on time. He was just about to raid an A-rank gate today. Kim Joo-jeon choked on his own breath. An A-rank dungeon? What the hell? My survival instincts are screaming right now. Moments later, a colossal foot slammed into their line of sight. It was a horde of bloodthirsty giant orcs. Joo-jeon's face instantly drained of all color. Boss, are you crazy? This is an A-rank plus orc lair. Top-tier guilds need a full 30-man raid team just to survive here. Please, I still want to live for another 15 years. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 did not even flinch. Aren't you overreacting a bit? It is honestly not that hard. Plus, these orcs pack a decent punch, making them perfect practice dummies. Joo-jeon was speechless. Did he just say, practice? Watching 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 charge headfirst into the monster horde, Joo-jeon screamed his lungs out. Even with 100 extra lives, you should never solo a place like this. But suddenly, an orc seized the opening. It swung its massive club, aiming to crush 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 into paste, but 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 vaulted into the air, dodging the lethal strike with elegant ease. Crackling lightning danced across his fists. First up, Thor's domain of the lightning god. Phase 2. Let us see just how broken this system trait really is. Arcs of electricity surged together, carrying an apocalyptic level of destructive power, just waiting to be unleashed. Boom. The lightning blast struck the orc square in the head, blasting it flat onto the ground. Joo-jeon, who was recording the raid, stood completely paralyzed. What in the world was that? Suddenly, another orc let out a deafening roar. It lunged straight for 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏, eyes burning with a desperate thirst for revenge. Yet, 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 merely smirked. His calmness was terrifying. He stood his ground, watching the massive beast barrel toward him. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared right in front of the monster. He could feel the absolute surge in his stats. When I channel the power of lightning, my body feels lighter than air. Bam! 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 delivered a devastating thunder-infused punch, sending the massive orc flying like a ragdoll. Joo-jeon felt his soul leave his body. Heavens above, he is literally slaughtering these A-rank apex predators as easily as low-level goblins. Just what am I witnessing right now? Provoked by the massacre, the remaining orcs went berserk, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Yet 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 remained as casual as ever. Oh? A few of you survived? Alright then. Let us test out my second trait, the demonic dragon soul of Azor. Joo-jeon was trembling violently. What kind of god-tier skill is that? The orcs roared in absolute fury, but 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 was already channeling his mana, Wrath of the Thunder God. In an instant, a terrifying web of divine lightning materialized, mercilessly electrocuting the entire horde to ashes. Watching this one-sided slaughter, Joo-jeon could only swallow his pride. I thought things would be different this time. After finally awakening as an A-rank hunter, I truly believed I could at least stand by his side. He looked at 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏, who was currently marveling at his own system window. This power is absolutely unreal. Joo-jeon sighed inwardly. He's on a completely different plane of existence. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 then turned his head, speaking to his constellation guide. This is just their raw output before fusion, right? Thor's lightning domain and Azor's demonic dragon soul. This is absolute madness. The constellation guide smirked in deep satisfaction. It has completely shattered my expectations. 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 offered genuine praise. Your leveling suggestions are top tier, honestly. The guide crossed his arms proudly. Right. Obviously, my divine guidance is flawless. But 𝗚ci𝗱𝗏 quickly brought him back to reality. Still, I need a massive amount of grinding to fully master this. He pointed at the glowing blue system interface, watching his resource points drain rapidly. Look at this mess. I cannot keep multiple supreme traits active at once. The mana upkeep is completely bleeding my wallet dry. Constellation, 𝗏 rubbed his chin. Then, regarding everything you have learned so far, what if we compress the authorities of the gods into a single core? Let us call it Ultimate Super Compression. Siu gave him a deadpan stare. Ultimate Super Compression. You mean practical stat compression, right? 𝗏 nodded bluntly. Exactly that. Siu almost snapped. If a cheat skill like that existed, you should have told me chapters ago. 𝗏 casually shrugged. Who in the heavens could have predicted that you would successfully fuse two clashing traits? But you pulled off the impossible, did you not? The Heavenly Annihilation Strike, a skill that completely breaks the world's balance. Siu gasped in realization. So that is the true nature of practical compression. 𝗏 sighed, trying to simplify the system mechanics. In short, yes. But to break it down to its absolute core, you must compress your entire aura reservoir to fight efficiently. The very next day, inside the Hunter Inspection Bureau headquarters, Taemin gently knocked on the massive oak door. Director, it is Park Taemin. Director, Songreel's stern voice echoed from within. Enter. Taemin bowed respectfully as he stepped inside. Pardon the intrusion, Director. Songreel did not waste a single second. Report. What is the current situation? Taemin handed over a glowing tablet. Based on our intelligence network, it seems the Dark Guild, 𝗏𝗗𝗃, has finally made their move. Here is the data on all dungeon breaks over the last 3 months. The spawn rate of high-rank gates has multiplied exponentially. Ever since the Demon King's subjugation, this is the first time we have seen anomalous spikes like this. The statistics are absolutely terrifying. Outside of Seoul, the entire country has suffered catastrophic civilian casualties. Sonreel's brow furrowed deeply. I see. And yet, Seoul remains completely unscathed. Taemin nodded with a hint of awe. Yes, sir. Because Hunter Siu has been solo clearing every single gate that opens in the capital. Thank the heavens for that monster, Songreel thought to himself. Taemin swiped to the next encrypted file. Furthermore, Captain Lee Min-jung intercepted a critical transmission from the Northern District. Though it remains unverified, it suggests that 𝗏𝗗𝗃 has allied with a global criminal syndicate. The Crimson Shadow. Taemin's voice grew dangerously grim. There is zero doubt left. The upper echelon of 𝗏𝗗𝗃 has officially begun their war. Based on my tactical analysis, everything Captain Lee reported is hard fact. Lee Min-jung, the elite captain of Seoul's 4th Vanguard Squad, managed to extract this intel from a top-tier executive of 𝗏𝗃𝗃. Songreel leaned back, his aura turning heavy and oppressive. If this intel is accurate, then this entire dungeon crisis was artificially orchestrated by them. Suddenly, the tablet flashed with a blaring red alert. Taemin's eyes widened in sheer horror. Sir, we just received a priority 0 transmission from the Hunter Association. Songreel's eyes narrowed. The Global Association? Taemin read the decrypted file, his face pale as a ghost. They are confirming it. The Crimson Shadow is making their move. The shock in the room was absolute. What? The true mastermind of 𝗏𝗗𝗃? Songreel slammed his hands on the desk, shooting up. You mean the Crimson Shadow himself? Taemin nodded stiffly. Yes. The Global Association is tracking his mana signature right now. Songreel's voice trembled with rare dread. Are you telling me that the Crimson Shadow is targeting South Korea directly? Taemin swallowed hard, visibly sweating. They have issued a dire warning for our nation, stating that a direct invasion is highly probable. True panic finally cracked Songreel's stoic demeanor. But for a monster like the Crimson Shadow to step out of the dark, it is absolutely absurd. He is the supreme ruler of the underworld. Even as a criminal, his personal combat power rivals an entire nation's military. Songreel slowly unclenched his trembling fists, forcing his mind into tactical mode. Why would an apex predator like him cross the globe just to target a small territory like Korea? It makes zero sense. He abruptly grabbed his coat. Taemin blinked. Director, where are you going? Songreel's eyes flashed with absolute resolve. I need to seek an audience with my father. Scene cut. The two men arrived at a heavily guarded private airport. Songreel sighed in relief. We made it. Taemin ushered him forward. We must hurry, sir. It is time to meet the legendary sword saint, Grandmaster 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗯𝗲. Songreel gave his subordinate a dry look. Captain Park, you really did not have to escort me here. Your daily quest log is overflowing as it is. You don't need to tail me anymore, Taemin. But the fiercely loyal subordinate refused to back down. Serving you is my absolute duty, sir. Song-jae could only sigh in defeat. If anyone else heard you, they would think I was a helpless beginner. Taemin immediately defended his actions. But sir, your HP hasn't fully recovered. Those devastating wounds from Azuru are still healing. Song-jae quickly shot back. My stats aren't so low that I need a babysitter hovering over me. But Taemin desperately tried to explain himself. Look, I'm not trying to pamper you. I'm just here to clear the mob enemies out of your path. So please stop complaining, and let's keep moving forward. Song-jae let out a knowing smirk. Captain Park, sometimes your stubbornness is truly top tier. Taemin blinked in pure confusion. Excuse me. Song-jae playfully teased him. What? Are you going to clear the path without actually taking the lead? Realizing his mistake, Taemin awkwardly changed the subject. Director, are you absolutely certain the legendary sword saint is here at Mount Hala? Song-jae casually replied. Honestly, I have absolutely no clue. Taemin was left utterly speechless. Song-jae let out a bitter sigh. Even I don't know the current coordinates of my own father. Taemin couldn't hide his doubt. Then why did we travel all the way into this hidden zone? Song-jae's eyes grew distant. I have my reasons. When I was just a low-level kid, this was the exact training ground where my father personally leveled me up. Taemin furrowed his brows. But that's just a fragment of your past, Director. There is zero logical reason for the Sword Saint to camp in this zone. A gentle smile crossed Song-jae's face. When mortals reach their final stages, they survive solely on their memories. Losing his patience, Taemin asked, "Then do you at least remember the exact waypoint?" Song-jae hesitated for a moment. "Well, it has been ages. My memory files are a bit corrupted." Taemin was completely dumbfounded. "Exactly how long has it been since your last login here?" Song-jae answered without a care in the world. Probably around 25 years ago." Taemin pressed further. "And what if the Sword Saint isn't actually here?" Song-jae shrugged. "Then we just wasted all our stamina." "See, I told you not to tag along on this quest." But suddenly, Taemin's gaze locked onto something in the distance. "Wait, there is an old cabin over there, Director." Song-jae breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, at least our grinding wasn't for nothing. But keep your guard up, Captain Park. What's wrong?" Song-jae could feel an overwhelming, suffocating aura radiating from that tiny shack. "My father certainly won't give us a warm NPC welcome." Taemin struggled to stand against the massive pressure. "What do you mean, sir?" Song-jae clarified his order. "From this point on, I enter this dungeon alone." With that, he marched toward the cabin by himself. Taemin desperately tried to stop him, but it was too late. Song-jae pushed the creaky door open and stepped inside. "Excuse my intrusion. Have you been maintaining your health?" His eyes locked onto the legendary old man meditating in the shadows. Song-jae bowed with absolute respect. "Father." The legendary sword saint 𝗵cie 𝗄𝗯𝗲 slowly opened his eyes. His voice was ice cold. "What brings you to my domain?" Without hesitating, Song-jae dropped heavily onto both knees. First, he performed a deep, formal bow of absolute submission. "I greet you respectfully, Father. I came here seeking your supreme power." But the Sword Saint rejected him instantly. "Turn back. The system of this world operates on absolute fate. Let everything flow exactly as the natural order dictates." But Song-jae fiercely pushed back. "What if someone has the ultimate stats to challenge that fate? If someone has the unyielding willpower to swim against the system's current, would you help then?" 𝗚ci𝗱𝗲𝗃 let out a heavy breath. "It seems a rare anomaly has actually moved your frozen heart. Have you ever witnessed the entire world's meta shift because of a single player?" Song-jae nodded solemnly. "Yes. A torrent of fate that I believe no one could ever defy was completely rewritten by just one single person." 𝗚ci𝗱𝗃 clicked his tongue in pure disappointment. 𝗤𝚗𝚗𝚗𝚗. "Someone has planted a worthless illusion in your mind. It is all meaningless. Our conversation is over." Desperate, Song-jae dropped the ultimate bombshell. "The Chaos faction. They are scheming to resurrect the demon god once again." This time, the stoic sword saint was left completely paralyzed in shock. And that epic cliffhanger wraps up today's recap. If you enjoyed this intense level-up journey, drop your theories in the comment section below. Did our main character's actions give you goosebumps? Don't forget to smash that like button. Hit subscribe and ring that notification bell so you never miss a single chapter of this masterpiece. Until our next quest, stay overpowered. Goodbye and see you in the next epic video.